Utrecht. Lin Mo sat at the far end of the substitute bench of the national under-20 men's team, watching as the starting players of the Huagua squad warmed up on the pitch. Red figures darted back and forth across the green turf while the shouts from Huagua and Turkish supporters in the stands were so thunderous that the seats seemed to tremble. A system panel that only Lin Mo could see floated before his eyes, its faint blue halo quivering slightly. National Martial Arts Combat System has bound to host Lin Mo. Beginner gift pack acquired. Open it. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on the light screen before him, his heart surging with irrepressible excitement. A cheat finger system. Reasonable, he murmured. I've already traveled to another world. Having a golden cheat is only natural. Lin Mo sighed inwardly, then began to study it carefully. Soon he fully accepted the fact that he had crossed into a parallel world. The original body's owner was from Huagua, the third goalkeeper of the Huagua under-20 men's team in 2005. Countless memories flooded into Lin Mo's mind, the pain almost making him faint. Memory fusion in progress. Please take caution. System, are you trying to kill me with this fusion? Lin Mo grumbled inwardly, but the system gave no reply, which left him rather disgruntled. Forget it. Open the gift pack. Lin Mo silently issued the command in his heart. Beginner gift pack opened. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Monkey Fist Grandmaster level. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Bajiquan Grandmaster level. Ding, beginning fusion of Grandmaster level Monkey Fist and Bajiquan. Hey, wait. Lin Mo tried to call it off, but the system ignored him. Oh. At that moment, Lin Mo clutched his head with both hands and squatted on the grass, his cry alarming the nearby team, Dr. Hanli. Seeing Lin Mo in obvious agony, Hanli hurriedly pushed head coach Klauschen forward, his expression somewhat angry. The under-20 team's head coach Klauschen was startled by Lin Mo's condition and shot a glare at team Dr. Hanli. Han, you're the doctor. That's your job. Why are you shoving me out there? Hearing Klauschen's displeasure, Hanli scratched his head awkwardly and said, embarrassed, well, it's just a habit. Hope you don't mind. Klauschen rolled his eyes at Hanli. What do you think? Go and check on him. If that kid has any issues, I'll dock your pay. The moment Hanli heard his pay mentioned, he rushed over to examine Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what's wrong? Is it a headache, or is your stomach upset? The Under-20 World Cup might not draw as much attention as the Senior World Cup, but it was still a global tournament. Under such tension, having stomach troubles was only natural. Seeing the team doctor approach, Lin Mo could only grit his teeth and endure replying, I'm fine, just didn't sleep well last night. My head hurts a bit. I'll be alright after a short rest. Don't worry. With that, Lin Mo slowly sat back down on the bench, seeming as though the worst had passed. Seeing this, Hanli said nothing more. He could tell Lin Mo had no serious problem, so he simply added, then take it easy. It's only the first match. You don't need to be too nervous. Goalkeepers don't have a dangerous job. You probably won't even have to play. Just relax and enjoy watching. Before he could finish, Hanli suddenly realized his words sounded a bit off. Though Lin Mo was only the third-choice goalkeeper, he was still representing Huagua. You couldn't just crush a young player's confidence like that. What I mean is, don't get too wound up. Hearing Hanli's attempt at reassurance, Lin Mo could only give an awkward shake of his head. He honestly didn't know. Hanli returned to the medical area, carefully reminding the starting players not to make any risky moves and to remember to protect themselves on the field. After a period of absorption, Lin Mo finally completed the fusion and tested by clenching his fist. A vast, indescribable sense of power surged from deep within his body. Something was awakening inside him, like the combined memories of 100 years of bitter training suddenly coming alive. Countless memories of grueling monkey fist practice flashed through Lin Mo's mind. A diligent young martial artist training day after day, then aging into an old man whose fists only grew faster. Only after a century did Lin Mo completely integrate monkey fist, and his body underwent a dramatic transformation. Seeing no one was paying attention to him, he tried a little jump. Damn, this is insane. He had never expected that with a casual leap, he would rise more than 3 meters off the ground. This was practically. Moreover, Lin Mo discovered his movements had become unbelievably agile. Actions he could never perform before were now effortlessly easy. I could take on 10 at once. Lin Mo tightened his fists, feeling his body brimming with strength. With power this overwhelming, why bother playing football? If I switched to combat sports or boxing, I'd make a fortune. A sudden urge to quit the team rose in Lin Mo's heart. Yet just as the thought formed, an inexplicable impulse washed it away. All right then, since I've fused your memories, I'll stand at the summit of football together with you. Your family will be my family, your girlfriend will be my girlfriend. Lin Mo whispered in his heart, soothing the original owner's final lingering obsession, but then remembered that the original owner had been a pitiful single guy. Fine single it is. With Grandmaster level Bajiquan and monkey fist with power like this, keeping goal is like pinching river snails with 3 fingers, almost a sure thing. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Mo began to digest the essence of Grandmaster level Bajiquan. 2 sets of Grandmaster level martial arts unfolded in his mind. The cunning, elusive monkey fist and the fierce, explosive Bajiquan. Every movement, every burst of force, every inch of muscle contracting and relaxing felt etched into his very bones. Lin Mo's body completely integrated these elements. Though Lin Mo had never trained before, everything granted by the system felt as though he had practiced for 100 years. A generation's grandmaster, a century of arduous cultivation. Hardly a simple matter. What's wrong? Getting nervous? Beside him, substitute defender Liu Yu handed over a bottle of water. Lin Mo accepted it. I'm alright. Just wanting to get on the pitch and feel the atmosphere. Unfortunately, I'm the third choice. I probably won't even get a chance off the bench. Liu Yu chuckled. Don't overthink it. We're mainly here to soak up the atmosphere. With Yang Cheng and Yu Ziqian standing there, your chances really are slim. It was the plain truth. Yang Cheng was a nailed-in starter, having played every minute of the qualifiers, and Yu Ziqian was the familiar face firmly occupying the second spot. The appearance of Lin Mo's name on the squad list was purely accidental. The original third-choice keeper had torn a ligament, and Lin Mo was only a last-minute call-up. He hadn't even memorized all his teammates' names yet. Lin Mo shifted his gaze to the field. Under the guidance of goalkeeping coach Hans Yang was practicing dives, hurling his body sideways to cleanly catch a waist-high shot, movements crisp and sharp. On the other side, Yu Ziqian was loosening his shoulders, his expression relaxed. Both of them looked solid. So solid it was almost hopeless. The shouting from the stands grew more and more frenzied. Turkish fans were singing in chorus, their voices climbing ever higher. Lin Mo tightened his gloves and muttered, "Yell that loud, and you'll have no strength left to cheer later." The broadcast signal from the CCTV sports channel cut into the Galgenwaard Stadium in Utrecht right on time. China Central Television, China Central Television. Hello to all our viewers, I am Duan Xian. In the commentary box, Duan Xian adjusted his glasses, his voice as steady as ever. You are now watching the first round of Group B at the 2005 FIFA World Youth Championship in the Netherlands, the Huagwa team facing the Turkish team. Today we are bringing you live coverage from the Galgenwaard Stadium in Utrecht. He continued, the match is about to begin, so let us first take a look at the starting lineups of both sides. Lowering his head to glance at the sheet in his hand, Duan Xian said, today the Huagwa team has lined up in a 442 formation. In goal, wearing number 1, Yang Cheng, the first-choice goalkeeper during the qualifying stage, whose performances have been remarkably composed and reliable. On the back line at left back is number 3, Zheng Tao, at right back number 4, Tan Wangsong. The two center backs are number 5, Feng Xiaochen, and number 15, Yuan Weiwei. In midfield, number 8, Zhou Haibin, and number 10, Chen Tao, partner in the center. On the left wing is number 13, Lu Shuangmu, on the right wing number 21, Hao Jinmin. Up front, number 9, Dong Fangjin, and number 18, Gao Lin form the strike partnership. On the Turkish side, Duan Xian continued his introduction. Head coach Guns has arranged a 4,231 formation. The goalkeeper is number 1, Babakan. From left to right on the back line are number 3, Balta, number 5, Ched, number 4, Aziz, and number 2, Yuzal. The two holding midfielders are number 6, Topaz, and number 8, Yilmaz. The three attacking midfielders are number 7, Turan, number 10, Nuri, and number 11, Ozkan, with number 9, Erding, as the lone striker. This Turkish side has brought along quite a few players currently plying their trade at European clubs, so their overall strength is truly formidable. It is worth noting, Duan Xian's tone grew more grave, that this Turkish youth team were runners-up at the UEFA European Under-19 Championship. Several of their players are playing in Bundesliga and Premier League clubs. Whether in terms of physical duels or collective tactics, they are one of the favorites to win the title at this World Youth Championship. The challenge facing the young men of the Huagwa team today is anything but small. The camera swept over the Huagwa bench, and Duan Xian paused slightly. On the substitutes bench for Huagwa, the second goalkeeper is number 22, Yu Ziqian, and the third goalkeeper is number 30, Lin Mo. Many viewers may not be very familiar with this player, Lin Mo. He was drafted into the squad at short notice after the original third goalkeeper was injured, and he comes from Yunkai University. Duan Xian flipped through his notes, finding only a few sparse lines about Lin Mo. This is his very first time representing a national-level side in an international tournament. One hopes the young man can truly savor the atmosphere of a major competition. The feed returned to the pitch. The pre-match warm-up entered its final phase. Coach Klochen gathered the goalkeeping group together for one last round of penalty-saving practice. Lin Mo watched with a trace of envy, wishing with all his heart that he could enjoy such treatment himself. Yang Cheng stood on the goal line, lowering his center of gravity, his eyes locked unblinkingly on the ball resting on the penalty spot. Chen Tao took his rune up, swung his leg, and struck the ball. Bottom left corner. The instant Chen Tao's leg began to swing, the judgment flashed suddenly through Lin Mo's mind. Before Yang Cheng had even dived, Lin Mo's body was already instinctively preparing to launch toward that side. Fortunately, Lin Mo managed to rein himself in at the very first moment, forcibly halting his own movement. Phew, this sensation is far too strong. I really wish those two would get injured, otherwise this World Youth Championship will have been a wasted trip for me. Lin Mo could not help entertaining this somewhat conscience-straining thought, and at the same time felt a pang of embarrassment. After all, they were all here to bring honor to their country. Each man represented the national youth side. How could he secretly wish for his teammates to be injured? Sure enough, the ball arrowed toward the bottom left corner. Yang Chung sprang sideways in a full-length dive, his fingertips grazing the leather. The ball's trajectory changed, thudding against the post and rebounding out. Brilliant! On the touchline, Feng Xiaochun and the others clapped their hands. Clauchen nodded, signaling for another set. Yet he would soon regret that decision. Yang Chung drew a breath and reset himself in goal. This time, Chun Tao struck a mid-height ball, the pace blistering. Yang Chung shuffled 2 steps to the right, leapt, and raised both hands above his head. Good, that was a very high-level save. The other teammates voiced their praise one after another. Buoyed by their compliments, Yang Cheng's heart swelled with pride, which in turn led to his right foot coming down on a patch of turf that had curled up as he landed. Crack! A faint sound snapped through the air. Yang Cheng's ankle twisted into an angle no human joint should take. He let out a muffled groan as his entire body collapsed onto the ground, clutching his ankle and curling up on the grass, the color draining from his face in an instant. My God, this! Clauchen was so remorseful he wished he could slap himself several times. The match was about to start, and yet he had pushed his first-choice keeper into such a risky drill. He sprinted toward the fallen keeper while Han Li grabbed the medical kit and tore down the touchline. All the substitutes on the bench rose to their feet simultaneously. Lin Mo's mouth twitched involuntarily. This happened so fast. Could this system really cause my teammates to get injured? He began to harbor suspicions, but no matter how he probed at the idea, he could not uncover the slightest clue. Something has happened. Duan Xian's voice suddenly tightened. Yang Chung came down during the warm-up and stepped on a raised piece of turf. It looks like he has injured his ankle. This accident has come far too suddenly. The match is just about to begin. Let us look at the slow-motion replay. When Yang Chung landed, his right foot stepped onto a piece of turf that had lifted up and his ankle rolled outward. The angle is extremely dangerous. A note of concern entered Duan Xian's voice. If Yang Chung cannot continue because of this accident, it will be a massive blow to the Huawei team. Yang Chung was the starting goalkeeper during the qualifiers. His experience and composure are invaluable to such a young backline. Han Li arrived at Yang Cheng's side and knelt down, pressing and probing lightly. Each touch made Yang Chung hiss and draw sharp breaths through his teeth. Han Li shook his head toward Clauchen. Mr. Clauchen, it's over. Yang Cheng's ankle is severely sprained. He will need at least 2 weeks. Yang Cheng's expression collapsed into utter misery. 2 weeks. By the time he recovered, the tournament would be all but finished. Hearing Han Li's report, Clauchen's face turned pale in an instant. This was going to be a serious problem. Between the first choice and the backup, there was still a significant gap. Clauchen exhaled heavily, then turned toward Yu Ziqian. You get ready to start. Yu Ziqian froze for a brief moment. Yang Cheng's gaze shifted toward him. It's up to you now. Yu Ziqian grinned. Relax, you know my ability better than anyone. No one is scoring past me unless I'm dead. Hearing this shameless bragging, Yang Chung felt as if even the pain had eased a little. Do not let your guard down. We are here representing our country. Yu Ziqian's expression turned serious at once. Understood. I will be careful. You focus on getting better. Lin Mo, be ready in case I. Before he could finish, Yang Chung rolled his eyes, cutting off Yu Ziqian's words. Do not say anything unlucky. I am already injured. If you get hurt as well, that would be far too cruel a fate for us. Lin Mo, stay strong. Lin Mo nodded and said, heal with peace of mind. With us here, the sky will not fall. At that moment, the referee walked over, signaling that the match was about to begin and asking whether the Huawei team was ready. Clauchen quickly explained the situation. The Hua country team had changed their starting goalkeeper, and the original third-string goalkeeper would now be a substitute. The main referee looked at Yang Chung and agreed to the necessary change for the Hua country team. We received word that Yang Chung could not continue the match, and Yu Ziqian would replace the starting goalkeeper. Duan Xian's voice carried a hint of heaviness. This is not good news for the Hua country team. Yang Cheng's injury was too unexpected. Yu Ziqian was called upon in a crisis, hoping he could withstand the pressure. Meanwhile, the original third-string goalkeeper Lin Mo now sat as the substitute goalkeeper. One unexpected event followed another, and the goalkeeper position of the Hua country team had suffered a severe blow even before the match began. Duan Xian added, now there is only Lin Mo as the substitute goalkeeper on the bench, and this is his first time being selected for a national team. This statement was made with restraint, but it was clear to everyone. If Yu Ziqian encountered any more problems, the Hua country team would be left with a third-string goalkeeper who had no international match experience. In the footage, Lin Mo returned to the substitute bench, slowly putting on his gloves. 2 goalkeepers had fallen, leaving only one. The main referee blew the whistle to start the match. The Turkish team began to press forward from the first minute, seemingly wanting to give the Hua country team a warning. Yu Ziqian stood in front of the goal, striking what he believed to be his most impressive pose. However, no one expected the nightmare to arrive so quickly. The 5th minute. Turkish playmaker Nuri gained possession in the midfield, delivering a precise through ball that tore through the Hua country team's defense. Forward Eldink successfully timed his run facing the goalkeeper unyielding and pushed the ball into the corner of the net. 1-0. The ball is in. Doğan Şen's voice lowered. In the 5th minute the Turkish team broke. Nuri's through ball and Eldink's positioning were extremely well coordinated. Uzican had no chance against this goal. He retrieved the ball from the net and kicked it hard towards the center circle. Feng Xiaoqing patted Uzican on the shoulders, signaling him not to panic. Don't worry, we still have time, stay calm. The 12th minute. The Turkish team had another good opportunity. Turan broke through on the left and crossed. Eldink flicked it at the near post, and Özkan made a sliding shot from the back post. Uzican made a desperate save, getting a fingertip to the ball, but still unable to prevent the soccer ball from finding the net. 2-0. Alas. Doğan Şen's side. It's only the 12th minute and the Hua country team is already 2 goals behind. The Turkish team's offensive was relentless and the Hua country team's defense was struggling to cope. Although Uzican made a save, the angle of Özkan's sliding shot was too tricky. In the stands, the Hua country fans fell silent. After conceding consecutive goals, the situation looked grim, and it seemed this match would end in defeat, just like the national team's other games. In the 20th minute, the Hua country team finally managed to organize a decent counterattack. Chen Tao's long-range shot was saved by Babajan, resulting in a corner kick. Chen Tao took the corner kick himself, sending it into the penalty area, where Feng Xiaoqing got a head on it. Unfortunately, the ball sailed just above the crossbar. Feng Xiaoqing's header, what a pity, it was just a bit off. Just as the morale of the Hua country team began to rise, the Turkish team scored again. In the 26th minute, Turkish midfielder Yilmaz received the ball at the top of the penalty area and took a long-range shot that rocketed towards the top right corner of the goal. Uzican dove to make the save, but the ball was moving too fast, and he didn't even make contact with it. 3-0. The roar of the Turkish fans filled the stadium. Their cheers were as thunderous as a downpour. Uzican lay on the grass, unable to get up for a long time, until Feng Xiaoqing walked over and helped him up. Damn, these guys must be on something, they're so fierce. Uzican's face was filled with despair. He had promised to perform well, yet before the first half was even over, 3 goals had already been scored against him. He had no face to meet his hometown folks. In the 26th minute, Yilmaz long-range shot yet another goal. Doğan Şen's voice carried an unspeakable bitterness. It's 3-0 now. The progression of this match was different from what many had expected. Everyone knew the Turkish team was strong, but no one anticipated such a situation would develop before halftime. The young men of the Hua country team were facing not only tactical issues, but also psychological challenges. Our time is running out. Lin Mo sat on the substitute bench, clenching his fists. Watching his team concede goals made Lin Mo feel extremely unwilling. Though he was far away, Lin Mo felt confident he could have stopped those shots. If he were in goal, each would have been manageable. Beside him, Liu Yu looked down, his face also displaying a sense of unwillingness, but his skills were still quite a distance from those of the starters. If the starters couldn't handle it, what could he do? No one spoke on the substitute bench. Only Klauschen paced back and forth on the sidelines, his face written with surprise. He hadn't expected the Turkish team to launch a blitz at the start. They caught the national youth team completely off guard. In the 31st minute, the Turkish team intercepted the ball. Playmaker Nuri delivered a through ball, and forward Eldink advanced into the penalty area. Feng Xiaoqing closed in from the side, using his body to block and keeping his center of gravity low. Eldink stumbled at the edge of the penalty area, losing control of the ball. Uzican seized the opportunity, decisively lunging forward his entire body, diving across to firmly pin the ball beneath him. I won't give you another chance. Uzican made the save. He securely held onto the ball. This dive was very decisive. Wait. Eldink didn't pull back his foot. His knee collided with Uzican's ribs. This action is too vicious. His knee solidly impacted Uzican's ribs. Uzican's body curled up and the soccer ball rolled out from him. At this moment, Uzican's face twisted in agony. His mouth was open, but no sound could escape. His expression was one of intense pain. Feng Xiaoqing shoved Eldink aside and crouched down to check on Uzican. After a moment, he helplessly waved towards the sideline. Han, hurry over. The stadium fell silent. Uzican has collapsed. He's holding his ribs, looking extremely pained. This is a nightmare. The Hua country team's second goalkeeper has also fallen. Doğan Şen's voice was filled with urgency, almost in disbelief. It's only the 31st minute. Yang Chung was injured unexpectedly during warm-ups, and now Uzican has been injured by a malicious foul from opponent Eldink. Both goalkeepers of the Hua country team have collapsed. This is extremely rare in the history of world competitions. And the score on the field is still 0-3. The Hua country team is 3 goals behind, and their options for the goalkeeper position have been completely exhausted. Han Li rushed onto the field, moving even faster than before. Uzican lay on the grass, propping himself up with his elbow, but as soon as he moved, he was drenched in sweat from the pain. Han Li pressed on Uzican's ribs, causing him to let out a muffled cry of agony. Klauschen stood immobile on the sidelines, his face revealing no emotion. But from Lin Mo's perspective, it seemed that this old man was silently cursing at God in his heart. The team doctor is examining Uzican's injuries. His expression is one of immense pain. It seems his ribs have been impacted. An injury in this area can be serious, and if it's a fracture, Uzikian's World Youth Championship will come to an early end. Duan Xian's voice lowered. We can now see that the referee has issued a yellow card to the fouling Erdinky. But this offers no consolation to the Huagua team, as they are faced with a harsher reality. Both goalkeepers are injured, and the score remains 0-3 behind. Fortune must make a substitution now. The stretcher has arrived. As Uzikian is lifted, he shields his eyes with the only hand that can move. His World Youth Championship has ended just like Yangcheng. In the 31st minute, both goalkeepers are down, and Huagua's goal has been breached 3 times. Uzikian was taken off the field on a stretcher. We witnessed a heart-wrenching scene as he covered his eyes with his hand. This is the cruelty of football. As for Uzikian's performance today, how should one put it? The 3 goals conceded cannot all be blamed on him. The overall defense of the Huagua team has indeed struggled against Turkey's assault. But at this moment, analyzing these matters is meaningless. Duan Xian's voice grew somber, as if giving the viewers in front of the television a moment to digest the situation. Fortune turned to look at the bench, his gaze falling on the only remaining goalkeeper, number 30, Lin Mo. The television screen cuts to Lin Mo. Duan Xian continued his commentary, seemingly afraid of putting too much pressure on this young player. Now all the burden rests on Lin Mo's shoulders. Dear viewers, we have previously introduced this player. He was called up as the 3rd goalkeeper at the last minute, and this is his first time representing the national team. He lacks international match experience and has not spent much time training with this team. In fact, he is not entirely familiar with most of his teammates. But at this moment, he is the only one who can stand on the goal line for the Huagua team. And what he faces is a score of 0-3 and a Turkey attack that is in full swing. This is an almost impossible task for any goalkeeper. The camera zooms in as Lin Mo stands. We see Lin Mo has stood up. His expression is very calm. This young man's mental fortitude is in a dire situation of trailing 0-3 with 2 teammates consecutively injured and leaving the field. His demeanor is even more composed than that of the coaching staff on the sidelines. Fortune turned around, his gaze sweeping over the bench. Lin Mo met that look. Its meaning was clear. I'm coming in. Lin Mo. Substitute in. The voice of assistant coach Gao Hong. Everyone on the bench turned to look at Lin Mo, their expressions a mix of shock, worry. A little of everything. Lin Mo stood up and walked step by step onto the field. The referee's whistle blew. The 4th official raised the substitution board. Number 30 in, number 1 out. Huagua team substitution. Number 30, Lin Mo replaces the injured Uzikian. All Huagua fans in the stadium are applauding for this young man. Duan Xian's voice took on a more solemn tone. Lin Mo stood before the goal. The surrounding sounds surged. In the stands, the jeers from the Turkish fans swept in like a tsunami, the drum beats deafening, as if they were trying to overturn the entire stadium. The red 5-star flag fluttered sparingly in the sea of white, looking particularly thin. Hey, little Huagua kid. A voice rang in Lin Mo's ear. Lin Mo turned his head to see the Turkish forward who injured Uzikian, number 9, Erdinky. This guy looks like a walnut that got caught in a door, his face full of mischief, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Did you see that? 3 goals, your welcome gift. Erdinky stepped closer, almost spitting on Lin Mo's face as he said, You Huagua people only know how to cry in the penalty area. Your teammate's ribs are broken, right? He had it coming. Who told him to block my path? Let me tell you, in the second half, I'm going to take out 3 more of you, breaking your bones one by one. Lin Mo's expression instantly turned cold. Just then a voice echoed in his mind, ding. Detected that the host has entered the official match ground. The first combat mission is officially unlocked. Mission name: Penalty Area Bulldozer. Mission requirement before the match ends: use the goalkeeper's legal rules to knock at least 6 Turkish players off the field or to the ground. Note, if the same player is knocked out multiple times, it only counts as 1. You must touch the football first before engaging in physical contact. Illegal collisions will result in mission failure. Mission reward: Tai Chi Master level. Bonus reward: if you can successfully knock out the opposing goalkeeper, an additional Iron Head skill advance package will be given. Charge 4th host. Knock them all down. Lin Mo looked at the mission description, the corner of his mouth twitching. A proper goalkeeper system only issues combat missions. 6. Lin Mo glanced at the direction Uzikian was taken away, and then at the still chattering Erdinky. Isn't that a bit too few? Lin Mo ignored Erdinky's provocation and turned to stand firmly on the goal line. His peripheral vision swept over the few lonely 5-star flags in the stands. A fire ignited in his heart, burning hot in his chest. The predictive ability of the monkey fist automatically activated. Every player's running route and every passing point on the field played out like slow motion in Lin Mo's mind. The substitution for the Huagua team is complete. Number 30, Lin Mo replaces the injured Uzikian. Duan Xian's voice in the CCTV commentary booth carried a barely noticeable tremor. The current score on the field is 0-3, with the Huagua team trailing. Lin Mo was called up at the last minute as the 3rd goalkeeper. This is his first time representing the national team in an international competition. We do not know if this 17-year-old boy can withstand such immense pressure. Pressure? What pressure can he have? The guest Zhang Lu shook his head beside him. It would be the same no matter who came on. The Turkish team's offensive is too fierce. I just hope this kid can concede fewer goals and not let his mentality break. After all, he still has to go back to university. Not only did the commentators lack confidence, but many Huagua fans in the stands were also mostly silent. Many people were already preparing to leave early. Only Lin Mo himself knew that the miracle starts now. In the 34th minute, the Turkish team earned a corner kick opportunity. Turkey's midfield core Nuri stood at the corner flag squinting as he surveyed the positioning in the penalty area. Inside the penalty area, players from both sides were jostling. Erdinky stood near the penalty spot, his gaze fixed on Lin Mo, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He leaned closer to Nuri and whispered, "Do you see that Huagua goalkeeper? He looks like a bamboo pole." Pass the ball to the back post later, he'll jump higher than him and directly shove him and the ball into the goal. Nuri frowned slightly. "Are you sure?" Dinky's face twitched, a flicker of contemptuous anger flashing in his eyes. "I'm absolutely certain. If I don't knock him down to a second stretcher, he'll write my name backward." As he spoke, a surge of anger simmered within him. How dare this kid give him attitude? If he didn't teach him a lesson, the other party wouldn't know the might of the Turkish nation. Nuri still felt a bit uneasy, but glancing at Dinky's imposing figure of 6 feet tall and 185 pounds, then at the slender tall Huagua boy on the goal line, he decided to say no more. He thought to himself, it should be fine, right? After all, carbon-based life forms must obey the laws of physics, right? Beep. The main referee's whistle blew. Nuri took a running start, swung his leg, and the soccer ball arced beautifully, heading straight for the back post of the penalty area. Dingshi suddenly broke free from Feng Xiaokan's defense and charged toward the ball like an enraged, hungry wolf. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Lin Mo on the goal line, and his mind raced with calculations. That Huagua bamboo pole definitely won't dare to charge. Even if he does, he can't outpace me. If I score this goal, I will be a hero of Turkey, while also taking out one of them, so they know that Turks are not to be trifled with. The master-level monkey fist's anticipation drew a clear trajectory in Lin Mo's mind, calculating the ball's landing point, Dinky's jump point, the distance between them, and their relative speeds. All in an instant. "This is mine, you're not qualified to steal it." A cold smirk appeared at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth as he sprang into action. Whoosh. Dingshi, feeling in control of everything, suddenly saw a red figure charging out from the goal line, moving at an absurd speed. His heart sank. Is he really daring to come out? Has this skinny bamboo pole gone mad? But he quickly gritted his teeth. Perfect timing. "I'm not afraid of you hiding in the goal." His forehead bulged with veins as he roared inwardly. "Look who's going to leave without a trace. It's you who will not return." Just as Dinky's forehead was about to collide with the ball, Lin Mo stepped in first. Lin Mo struck the ball squarely from below, and at the moment of contact, the solid feeling steadied his heart. This ball is his now. Dingshi, who was about to head the ball, suddenly saw it vanish, and his mind was filled with a single thought. Where's the ball? How could he be so fast? Lin Mo's form didn't pause. His kicking motion seamlessly transitioned into Bajiquan Taishan Cow. Shoulders powered up, waist and hips united. Dingshi had yet to react to what happened when an overwhelming force crashed into him from the side. He felt as if he had been struck by a dump truck, a sharp crack resounding in his chest, and searing pain erupted instantly. This is impossible. How could he so thin possess such strength? This is unscientific. I will come back. Before Dingshi could comprehend it, his whole body was sent flying horizontally, tracing a beautiful arc in the air, before crashing heavily onto the grass 2 meters away. In the instant his back hit the ground, his vision blurred, ears ringing, as if the entire world was spinning. Ding. Knocked out Turkish player Dingshi counted towards task progress. Current progress 16. Lin Mo looked down at Dingshi on the ground, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He extended his index finger, gently shaking it at Dingshi. "Little dog, you can't do it." Dinky's eyes were fixed on that shaking finger. A wave of humiliation surged from his heart to his forehead. He wanted to curse, but the pain in his chest left him gasping for breath. This action was captured clearly by the on-site camera, and the Huagua fans in the stands erupted with excitement. "Did you see that? So cool. The way this kid shook his finger is classic. So arrogant. But I like it." The Turkish fan section was in an uproar. A brawny man with a bare torso and face painted with the crescent and star suddenly stood up, pointing into the field and cursing loudly. "Get lost. That's a foul. Are your eyes just for show? Can't you see this?" Several other Turkish fans nearby joined in the shouting, and someone angrily hurled their drink cup at the railing. A Huagua fan immediately shot back. A middle-aged man in a national football jersey with dark skin stood up, cupping his hands around his mouth and shouting loudly, as if amplified. "What the hell are you talking about? Didn't you see the referee didn't blow the whistle? Do you understand reasonable collision? You Turkish guys just cry when you can't get the upper hand. How embarrassing." His voice pierced through half the stands, and the Huagua fans nearby burst into laughter echoing, yes. Reasonable collision. Reasonable collision. Although the Turkish fans couldn't understand Chinese, they could tell from the tone that it wasn't anything good. The bare-chested man turned red with rage, shouting in broken English, Chinese go home. This is football, not kung fu. Still trying to throw English at me. The middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves, retorting in more fluent English, go home. This is our home. You go back to Turkey. Take your crying baby with you. He shouted while pointing at Earl Dingchi, who was climbing up while holding his chest on the field. Fans on both sides were hurling insults at each other, and the security personnel in the stands nervously patrolled back and forth, fearing a clash. The on-site DJ quickly played music in an attempt to drown out the insults, but it was ineffective. Earl Dingchi struggled to get up from the ground, the pain in his chest nearly making him cry. He gritted his teeth, forcing back the tears. He couldn't cry, or if he did, he would lose completely. He rushed in front of the referee, his voice filled with anger and grievance. Referee. He fouled. He knocked me down, that's a foul. Didn't you see? He used his shoulder to push me. The referee looked at him expressionlessly, shook his head, and signaled for the game to continue. Reasonable collision. Earl Dingchi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Reasonable collision? Are you blind? He was so furious that his whole body shook, but the referee had already turned and run away. He turned and glared at Lin Mo's back, his eyes seemingly shooting fire, grinding his teeth. Just wait, Huagua kid, this isn't over. Humiliation and resentment surged within him. He had been knocked down by a goalkeeper who was 2 sizes smaller than him, and to be mocked with a finger shake in front of everyone. How could he swallow this? Lin Mo didn't even raise an eyelid, turning back toward the goal line. That nonchalant figure ignited Earl Dingchi's anger even more. The Huagua fan section erupted with even more intense cheers. Good. Nice hit. Lin Mo. The middle-aged man stood up, waving the national flag, tears streaming down his face from excitement. Hit a few more. Take out these bastards. I bought 5,000 yuan worth of tickets just to see this scene. Worth it. So damn worth it. Someone next to him laughed and shouted, refund guy, you're not asking for a refund today. Refund my ass. The middle-aged man wiped his tears. If this game is won, I'll buy another 5,000 for the next match. Duan Xin suddenly jumped up from his seat, almost throwing off his headphones. My God. Lin Mo has charged out. He not only cleared the ball from the penalty area, but also knocked Earl Dingchi away. This was so domineering. The referee didn't call a foul. This was a perfect, reasonable collision. This young goalkeeper has something. Zhang Lu also straightened up, adjusting his glasses. His timing for the charge was, moreover, his speed was impressive, and his physical confrontation ability was nothing like that of a 17-year-old boy. Duan Xin chimed in. What's even more surprising is that after knocking someone down, he shook his finger. So full of character. This 17-year-old rookie is completely unafraid of the stage. In the 38th minute, the Turkish team came back. Eldinci was still on the field, but he was clearly limping with waves of pain radiating from his chest. He gritted his teeth with only one thought in his mind, I want to see that Huagua kid get smashed by us. Tehran received the ball on the left flank, skillfully maneuvering to shake off Tan Wangsong. He looked up at the penalty area, calculating that Huagua goalkeeper managed to knock Eldinci over. He indeed has some skills. But no matter how strong he is, he can only knock down one person. He'll cross it to the center. Seton is a big guy, heading is his specialty. At 1.92 meters against someone 1.8 meters, he won't lose no matter how you calculate it. Thinking this, Tehran sent a cross into the center of the penalty area. Seton jumped high at 1.92 meters, weighing 90 kilograms. He looked like a moving hill. His eyes were fixed on the incoming ball, a sneer of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He had clearly seen Eldinci being knocked aside just moments ago, but there was no fear within him. Instead, a fighting spirit ignited. That waist Eldinci is just too light. With my physique, no one in the Turkish league can knock me down. If that Huagua bamboo pole dares to come, he'll show him what real strength is. He even slightly adjusted his jump angle at the moment of takeoff, deliberately holding back a bit of strength, preparing to give a hard blow when the goalkeeper charged in. He aimed to avenge Eldinci, but more importantly to show everyone who the true king of the penalty area was. Just then a flash of red lightning surged out from the goal line. Lin Mo took 2 quick steps, moving with the agility and silence of the monkey fist's sudden step. Seton, seeing Lin Mo charging toward him, was momentarily surprised. He really dares to come. But it quickly turned into ferocity. Come on. He'll smash you. His disdain and fighting spirit intertwined, making his actions even more aggressive, ready to crash his entire weight into Lin Mo. Lin Mo leaped half a step early, reaching the highest point, firmly catching the ball from the air with both hands. Seton's eyes widened, panic rising within him. He was half a step too slow. But he quickly grew furious. If I can't get the ball, you won't come out unscathed either. Just as he moved, he felt a hard shoulder accurately crash into his ribs. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking resonated from within him, and the fierce expression on Seton's face instantly froze, turning into a mix of shock and excruciating pain. His mind went blank. This was impossible. I weigh so much more than him. How could I be the one flying out? This is unscientific. Lin Mo executed the 8 extremes fist elbow strike, tightening his shoulder, generating power from his waist, channeling all his strength into one point, precisely hitting Seton's ribs. Seton felt a piercing pain spreading from his ribs throughout his body, as if a fierce tiger had crashed down. He fell straight down from the air, rolling on the grass while clutching his ribs, tears and snot covering his face, emitting muffled cries of agony. But clearer than the pain in his body was a thought: humiliation. A muscular man dominating the Turkish league knocked down by a Huagwa youth who was 2 sizes smaller than him, all under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This humiliation was harder to bear than the pain of a broken bone. Ding. Knocked down Turkish player Seton added to task progress. Current progress, 26. Lin Mo steadied the ball in his arms, glanced down at the curled-up moaning Seton on the ground, and expressionlessly turned to walk away. The stands erupted instantly. The Turkish fan section exploded in fury. That burly man, now shirtless, slammed the remaining half cup of drink onto the ground, splashing liquid all over the people in the front row, and shouted towards the field, "Murderer! He is a murderer! Red card! Send him off!" The surrounding Turkish fans were furious. Some threw their scarves into the field while others raised their middle fingers at the referee, curses crashing like a tsunami towards the pitch. The Huagwa fan section did not back down. The refund guy jumped up from his seat, stepping on the back of the chair in front of him, pointing at the Turkish fan section and shouting, "Screw you. Look at the replay. Your big guy couldn't even knock down our small goalkeeper, and now he's the one flying out. Whose fault is that? Have you no shame?" A young man wearing glasses next to him joined in, shouting, "Exactly. If you're outclassed, just shut up. You all sound like a bunch of whiny babies." The verbal battle between the two sides escalated to a fever pitch. The Turkish fan section began to stomp, collectively shaking the entire stand, while someone started singing insulting songs in Turkish. On the Huagwa fan side, the refund guy organized everyone to shout in unison, "Lin Mo. Awesome. Lin Mo. Awesome." The chants were powerful and synchronized, drowning out the Turkish songs. In the neutral fan section, in between a few foreigners watched with wide eyes, a British reporter quickly scribbling something in his notebook, muttering, "Crazy, these people are all insane." The security on the stands received urgent instructions over their walkie-talkies, and a team of security personnel in fluorescent vests hurriedly ran to separate the two fan sections. The voice of the DJ on site was a bit frantic: "Please remain calm. Spectators, watch the game civilly. Please remain calm." But nobody paid him any mind. The refund guy's voice was hoarse from shouting. After taking a sip of water, he continued yelling, keep crashing, until their Turkish coach kneels down and calls me daddy." A young man beside him quietly said, "Bro, isn't that a bit too much?" "Too much? What are you talking about?" The refund guy waved his hand. "Isn't that what watching the game is all about? We've been bullied for so long, and today we finally have the chance to be tough, and I want to shout it out." Duan Xian was so excited that his voice trembled. Another one down. This was the second Turkish player knocked down by Lin Mo, directly carried off the field on a stretcher. Lin Mo's speed of attack was too fast. At such a distance, he could actually touch the ball first, then use his body to make the opponent pay the price. This was no longer just goalkeeping, it was dominating the penalty area. Zhang Lu took a deep breath, a hint of unease in his tone. "Duan Xian, I'm a bit worried now. With such physical confrontation intensity, will the referee tighten the standards in the second half? After all, 2 players have already been injured and taken off." "Zhang is right." Duan Xian calmed down a bit. But from the slow-motion replay, Lin Mo's 2 collisions indeed occurred after he touched the ball, which is a reasonable collision in terms of the rules. It's just that this impact is indeed a bit astonishing. The Turkish head coach with a grim face had been watching Lin Mo for a long time. His expression transformed from anger to seriousness, finally turning into a hint of subtle wariness. He turned to his assistant coach and whispered something, and the assistant coach nodded, quickly walking towards the bench. Where on earth did this 17-year-old Huagwa goalkeeper come from? Incredible. Zhang Lu marveled repeatedly. His anticipation is so precise, and every confrontation is clean and crisp. The referee can't find any fault at all. I've commented on football for so many years, and it's the first time I've seen a goalkeeper able to knock out opponents consecutively. Feng Xiaocheng ran over and slapped Lin Mo on the shoulder. "Wow, Lin, you're incredible. Hee, when I get serious, even I get scared." Lin Mo smirked slightly, holding the ball as he strode to the edge of the penalty area, making a powerful overhead throw, perfectly launching the ball to Chen Tao in the forward position. Duan Xian watched Lin Mo throw the ball so far and sighed again. Just as the next word was about to slip out, he quickly shut his mouth. He couldn't say that word or else had get fined. Just look, a colleague had his entire month's salary deducted. I seriously suspect Lin Mo practices shot put from such a distance. Not only can he throw it out, but he throws it so accurately. Duan Xian suppressed his excitement and managed to say this. However, his true feelings resonated deeply with the Huagwa fans on site. Lin Mo must have practiced shot put. "Push up." Lin Mo shouted, "Full attack, we still have a chance." As Chen Tao received the ball, he paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up, charging forward with the ball. Indeed, as Lin Mo said, the Turkish players were now wary of the Huagwa backline, and didn't dare rush and recklessly to contest like before. The Turkish team began trying long shots from the periphery. In the 42nd minute, Yilmaz received the ball at the top of the penalty arc. He looked up at the red figure in the penalty area, instinctively rejecting the idea of entering it. "We'll just shoot from here." Yilmaz calculated in his mind, "I can still score without entering the penalty area. A long shot can also score." He adjusted his steps and took a powerful long shot straight towards the lower left corner of the goal. The ball sped off, spinning violently like a cannonball fired from the barrel. The Turkish fans in the stands had already risen ready to cheer. But Lin Mo sprang into action. The moment Yilmaz swung his leg, Lin Mo's eyes caught the trajectory of the ball. Monkey fist anticipation. Lower left corner. Lin Mo's feet propelled him off the ground as his body moved like lightning. His speed was so fast that the photographers at the sidelines almost couldn't keep up. All they saw was a red blur flash past the goal line. All surrounding sounds disappeared. All Lin Mo could hear were the sounds of the wind as the ball flew through the air and he extended his hands. What is he doing? Duan Xian's eyes widened. This ball. He's going to catch it. A long-range shot at such speed, and he actually wants to catch it directly. Zhang Lu also stood up. Impossible. At this ball speed, just to deflect it would already be world-class. To catch it directly. Thud. A muffled sound. Lin Mo's hands clamped down like two iron pincers, gripping the ball tightly. The football was still spinning wildly in his palms, making a buzzing sound, but it could not escape his grip. He caught it. He didn't let go. There was no rebound. He simply caught it. A deathly silence fell over the entire stadium. Yilmaz maintained his posture after the shot, his right foot still suspended in midair, his pupils suddenly dilating. That was a long-range shot he had unleashed with all his strength on the Turkish Super League stage. Even the top goalkeepers could only choose to deflect such a ball over the crossbar. And this goalkeeper from Huagua actually caught it directly. How is that possible? Did Newton's laws not reach Huagua? A chill shot straight to Yilmaz's crown. He had played football for 15 years, and for the first time, he felt fear towards a goalkeeper. My God. Duan Xian sprang up from his seat, his voice cracking. He actually caught it directly. A long-range shot with that speed. He caught it directly. This is not a save. This is confiscation. This is a public execution of Yilmaz. I don't know what to say anymore. Zhang Lu took off his glasses to wipe them, his hands trembling. I have commentated on football for over 30 years, and I have never seen a goalkeeper directly catch such a powerful shot with both hands. How much strength does this require? How strong must one's judgment be? How fast must one's reaction speed be? This is not a genius. This is a monster. In the stands, the Huagua fan known as Refund Guy nearly dropped the national flag from his hands. He suddenly turned and grabbed the shoulder of the person next to him. Did you see that? Lin Mo caught it directly. Damn it, he caught it directly. That's not a deflection. It was a catch. The young man he grabbed was shaken, speechless, only able to shout along, "Awesome." Meanwhile, in the Turkish fan section, the previously loud, bare-chested man sat back down, cradling his head in his hands, his face a mask of disbelief. The surrounding Turkish fans fell silent, some murmuring the name of Allah, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. An old Turkish fan took off his crescent and star hat and threw it to the ground. This is not human. This guy is simply not human. Shut up. Refund Guy shouted back from a distance. Weren't you shouting just now? Keep shouting. Isn't your Yilmaz the god striker of the Turkish Super League? How could he not even get past our 17-year-old goalkeeper? Is this all you've got? Is this it? The Turkish fans were rendered speechless. A few young and impulsive ones wanted to stand up and retort, but they opened their mouths only to find they had no words. On the football field, strength speaks. Their star striker was publicly humiliated. Oh, what right did they have to argue with the opponent? The bare-chested man lowered his head. He was unwilling, 100 times unwilling, but he had no way to refute. Even he found the previous scene terrifying deep down. However, Lin Mo was not satisfied with his performance. He felt that from such a distance, possessing master-level skills, he should have been able to catch the shot with one hand. He didn't need both hands at all. Therefore, Lin Mo was very angry, and the consequences were severe. Yilmaz stood still, hands on his head, his face filled with disbelief, his gaze fixed on Lin Mo, like a beast cornered, both angry and wanting to escape. He was unwilling. He was the top scorer of the Turkish Super League, the pride of Turkey. How could he be humiliated in front of a 17-year-old goalkeeper from Huagua? But what shocked him even more lay ahead. Lin Mo held the ball, stood up from the ground, glanced at the dumbfounded Yilmaz outside the penalty area, and a cold smile crept across his lips. What followed became the highlight of the match, even a highlight of this year's World Youth Championship, one that the fans present would likely never forget. Lin Mo tossed the football forward, and it rolled to Yilmaz's feet. Lin Mo extended his right hand, beckoning Yilmaz with his index finger. Come take another shot. As this action unfolded, the entire stadium exploded. Yilmaz looked down at the football at his feet, his pupils contracting sharply. That finger beckoning him brutally stabbed into his pride. Thousands of eyes in the stadium were fixed on him, each gaze piercing his skin like needles. How? Yilmaz's teeth ground together. He is humiliating me. He is humiliating me in front of the whole world. Anger, humiliation, and resentment. The three emotions churned in Ilmaz's chest like boiling oil. He truly wanted to rush up and break that finger to punch that smirking face hard. But at the same time, a more terrifying voice echoed in his heart. What if he catches it again? What if he catches it with one hand? That thought poured down over him like a bucket of ice water. What is he doing? Duan Xian's voice was almost unrecognizable. Lin Mo threw the ball back to Ilmaz. He is provoking. He is inviting the opponent to take another shot. Is this something a goalkeeper can do? Has he forgotten he is only 17? Is this kid here to play football or to shoot a movie? Duan Xian suddenly shouted, excitedly banging the table. This scene is too familiar, dear audience. Do you also find this scene familiar? Indeed, this scene actually appeared in Shaolin soccer. The ghostly shadow capture technique. Has this kid watched too many movies? But the problem is, movies are fake. But this is real. The Huagua fans in the stands completely went wild. Linamo, Linamo, Linamo. They shouted his name in unison, the sound deafening. Refund guy directly leaped from the back row to the front row, standing on the seats, his hands cupped around his mouth, the veins in his neck bulging. Come on. You big oaf, go ahead and shoot. Our little Lin has given him a chance. Don't be cowardly. Weren't you strong just— In the Turkish fan section, the bare-chested man stood up again, his face as red as a cooked shrimp, shouting in Turkish, Ilmaz. Shoot through him. Let him know the strength of us Turks. Don't let a Huagua kid ride on your back and take a dump. His roar carried anger, but also a hint of pleading. He needed a goal to regain dignity. The entire Turkish fan section needed it. But a Turkish female fan covered her face, her voice tinged with tears. Stop shouting. Can't you see? That goalkeeper is not human. Ilmaz cannot get past him. Shut up. The bare-chested man turned his head, his eyes bloodshot. He is only 17. He just got lucky. Ilmaz will definitely. Before he could finish, the situation with Ilmaz had already spiraled out of control. On the Huagua fan side, an uncle waving a national flag shouted repeatedly, "Our ancestors are watching over us. Our Huagua football ancestors are watching over us." Even some neutral fans couldn't help but join in the cheer. A blonde, blue-eyed foreigner stood up to applaud, saying to the person next to him, "I must remember this kid's name. He will definitely be world-class in the future." Ilmaz looked down at the football at his feet, then looked up at the red figure on the goal line, beckoning him, his facial muscles twitching violently. He seems to be humiliating me. He actually dared to humiliate me in front of tens of thousands of people. A rush of heat surged from his chest to his head, and all his rationality was burned to ashes in that moment. To hell with fear, to hell with calmness. He wanted this Huagua kid to know the price of provoking him. Ilmaz's mind heated up, and he charged forward with a powerful shot. This shot was completely driven by emotion. He put in all his strength, wanting to blast the ball and that goalkeeper into the net together. There was no angle, no technique, only pure anger and humiliation. The football flew straight towards the center of the goal. That was the easiest place for the goalkeeper to catch it, but anger made him forget that. Linamo stood still, not moving at all. He extended his right hand. With one hand, puff, the football was firmly grasped in Lin Mo's hand, as effortlessly as if he were pinching a snail with 3 fingers. His hand didn't shake even slightly, as if he were catching not a powerful long shot, but a ball of cotton drifting in the wind. Ilmaz's pupils instantly shrank to the size of needles. If he could comfort himself after being caught with both hands the first time by saying it was just luck for the goalkeeper, now, with one hand completely, still he had no excuse for self-deception. He is not human. This thought finally formed completely in Ilmaz's mind, and his knees began to soften. It wasn't exhaustion, but a feeling he had never experienced before, despair. Lin Mo switched the ball from his right hand to his left, and then shook his right finger at Ilmaz. "You can't do it, little dog." This gesture stabbed into the last psychological defense line of Ilmaz. The stands filled with Chinese fans erupted. The refund guy laughed until tears streamed down his face, bending over and slapping his thigh. "What did I say? I told you this kid is good. One hand. Damn, one hand. Ilmaz, you should retire. You can't afford to lose this face." He shook his finger again. The young man beside him was so excited that his glasses were askew. This time it was after the one-handed catch, even more outrageous than before. What a heart-wrenching experience. Over in the Turkish fan section, a bare-chested man finally lost his voice. He stood there dumbfounded, his lips moving a few times, but nothing came out. That female fan, however, was already in tears, burying her face in her hands. Surrounding Turkish fans were either silent or quietly cursing, but the earlier arrogant demeanor had vanished. They were unwilling to accept it, a fire burning in their chests, but there was nothing they could do. The facts were evident. Although they were leading, their star striker was caught with one hand by a 17-year-old Chinese goalkeeper and then mocked with a finger wave. This humiliation burned like a branding iron on the hearts of every Turkish fan. An older Turkish fan picked up his fallen hat from the ground, brushed off the dust, and put it back on. The younger fan beside him with red eyes asked, "Why are you putting it back on? Aren't you embarrassed?" The older fan replied sullenly, "Our team is getting beaten on the field. If we fans can't even wear our hats, that would truly be embarrassing." His voice carried unwillingness, anger, and a stubborn refusal to lose. In the second half, we still have Ilmaz will not be defeated so easily. Ilmaz's face turned the color of liver, and he opened his mouth to curse, but upon meeting Lin Mo's cold gaze, a chill swept over him. In those eyes there was no pride, no mockery, only a detached indifference, as if to say, you don't even have the qualification to make me take you seriously. A teammate hurried over to pull Ilmaz away. Oskin supported his left arm and whispered, "Don't make eye contact with him, that guy is uncanny. In the second half, let's play ground combinations and bypass him." He said this, but his voice also trembled uncontrollably. He had come over to pull him away, but when he caught a glimpse of Lin Mo, his steps unconsciously quickened. He didn't want to stay in front of that goalkeeper for even a second longer. If Ilmaz stood there any longer, he might end up with psychological trauma from that Chinese goalkeeper. Watching the opposing team leave in disarray, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. His provocation was meant to rattle the Turkish main players, making it difficult for them to perform well. Now that the plan was halfway through, Lin Mo was unsure if it had succeeded. Looking at Ilmaz's state, his psychological defenses were likely shattered, but there were still 45 minutes left in the second half. Who knew if the opponent would recover? Lin Mo had no choice but to throw the ball to Feng Xiaoqing, turning back to the goal line, as if nothing had happened. If others knew that Lin Mo had already devised several schemes against Turkey in such a short time, they wouldn't know whether to rejoice or mourn. When Feng Xiaoqing caught the ball thrown by Lin Mo, his hands were trembling. It felt as if the blood in his body had been ignited. He had played football for so many years and had never experienced such a feeling. Standing on the pitch with a goalkeeper like that behind him, you would feel that even if the sky were to fall, someone would be there to hold it up. Such a teammate is simply exhilarating. Chen Tao turned back to glance at the front, a torrent of hot blood surging within him. He remembered those days when he was mocked as white-cut chicken, the night spent online being ridiculed and turned into meme templates. He wanted to shout to everyone, "Do you see? This is our goalkeeper. The goalkeeper of the Chinese team. What does it mean to play football? What the hell does it mean to play football? This is what playing football is all about." The 45th minute. The Turkish team was awarded a free kick in the attacking half. Nuri stood before the ball, took a deep breath, and looked at the positioning of his teammates in the Chinese penalty area. His gaze stopped on Lin Mo, and his heart suddenly tightened. That red figure stood silently on the goal line, making no unnecessary movements, but Nuri felt as though he were looking at a mountain, one he could not surmount. What a terrifying guy. Nuri swallowed hard, his palms sweating. Why do I feel like no matter how I shoot it won't go in? No, I can't think that way. I'm taking a free kick, and I shouldn't be thinking these things without even looking at the goal. It's too embarrassing. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts. But the more he tried to push it away, the clearer the image of that goalkeeper catching Ilmaz's long shot with one hand became. Cowardice before the battle. This phrase popped into Nuri's mind, turning his face crimson. He was the vice-captain of the Turkish national team and had never been afraid of any opponent in the Super League, yet today, he was hesitating in front of a 17-year-old Chinese goalkeeper. This sense of shame gnawed at his self-esteem like ants. The penalty area is already hard to penetrate. Nuri bit his lip, his mind racing. Then let's have Barsi set it back for a second chance. That Chinese goalkeeper, no matter how good he is at saving, can only save once. He can't possibly stop a follow-up shot from the outside, can he? This was the most prudent plan he could come up with. But he knew deep down that this was merely a temporary measure to bypass that goalkeeper. Fundamentally, it was still an act of surrender. Thinking of this, Nuri's face turned even redder. Without further ado, Nuri deliberately played the ball to the far post in the penalty area, arcing it high to avoid Lin Mo's range of attack. This free kick, which was originally his most adept weapon, was now used to evade a single player. Barsi, who had come on as a substitute, looked at the incoming ball, his heart racing. As he ran into position, he stole glances at Lin Mo's position, silently chanting in his heart, "That goalkeeper better not come out, better not come out. I'm just going to act as a passer, he'll keep my distance from him. Once I touch the ball, he'll run." He had already preset the outcome of his confrontation with that goalkeeper in his mind, losing. Now his only wish was to avoid colliding with him. The ball came, and Barsi could only harden his resolve and jump. His jump clearly lacked full effort, as if he were always prepared for an impact, his body shrinking the action, faltering barely, using his forehead to touch the ball and directing it into the middle. The quality of the pass was poor. The ball speed was slow, and the landing point was not aligned with the target. Eskin gritted his teeth and chased after the ball, launching a volley as it came his way. The moment he struck, he sensed something was off. The ball floated too much, making it hard to judge the contact point. But he could not afford to think too much. The coach had instructed that the second ball outside the box must be taken quickly. Lin Mo's pupils had already contracted at the moment Eskin swung his leg. Possessing master-level monkey fist, he instantly deduced from the direction of the opponent's force and the point of contact that this was a low ball. The ball traveled quickly, heading straight for the near post with ground-spinning motion. There's no time to use my hands. Lin Mo's body fell sideways like a wall, using his foot to block the ball. At the moment of contact, he deliberately tightened his ankle, deflecting the ball away from the goal. Bang! The football struck Lin Mo's foot, creating a dull sound as it rebounded back into the field. Eskin, seeing the ball bounce back, felt a surge of joy. an opportunity to pick up the loose ball. This single thought flashed through his mind. His body surged forward as he prepared for a follow-up shot. As long as he struck the right part, it was bound to score. The goalkeeper was still lying on the ground. How could he defend? But just as he took a step, he witnessed a scene that sent chills down his spine. At some point, that red figure had already leaped up from the ground. Yes, he had leaped up like a spring, moving with an unreasonably fast speed. Not only did he grab the rebounding football first, but he also charged at him with the ball like an uncontrolled truck. Eskin's blood turned cold in an instant. His mind exploded as he saw not the football, but the image of Seton being carried off on a stretcher, clutching his ribs in agony, and El Dinky being knocked 2 meters away, curled up on the ground, unable to get up. What the hell, what should I do? Should I collide Hedin or dodge? He had only enough time to make a choice. A Hedin collision. His 80-kilogram frame was not light in the Turkish Super League, but Seton, weighing 90 kilograms, had his ribs broken. Was he going to court death? Dodge. The entire team was watching. The whole crowd was watching. If he dodged, how could he ever raise his head in the locker room again? Eskin's mind was a boiling mess. Fear and dignity wrestled violently in his chest. His muscles stiffened, immobilized, utterly unable to move. He wanted to dodge, but his legs wouldn't obey. He wanted to charge, but reason told him that was a death wish. As he watched that red figure approaching ever closer, Lin Mo's icy eyes reflected in his pupils, and his knees began to tremble uncontrollably. He could even see the expression on Lin Mo's face. It was not the ferocity one expected from a collision, but rather a serene calmness. To him, knocking someone over was as ordinary as breathing. This calm was more terrifying than any fierce expression. In the next second, Lin Mo's shoulder collided solidly with him. 8 Extremes Fist, the Tiao character technique. Eskin felt as though he had been struck Hedin by a cannon. In that instant of contact, the last thought flashed through his mind. So Seton wasn't faking. And then he lost his balance in an instant, his feet leaving the ground, his body falling backward like a plummeting bird. Fear, regret, and a hint of guilt towards his teammate surged within him. He shouldn't have hesitated, but it was too late. His body traced a high arc in the air, flying out of bounds and crashing heavily into the advertising board at the edge of the field. Bang! The advertising board emitted a loud noise, shaking violently with the aluminum frame producing a piercing metallic groan. Eskin was wedged between the advertising board and the railing, his head tilted to one side, motionless. The stands erupted with a mix of terrified and excited screams. What the hell? He flew out. He really flew out. Refund guy clutched his head with both hands, his eyes nearly bulging out. The advertising board is all crooked. Is this football or an action movie? The young man beside him had his mouth agape, not even noticing his phone had dropped to the ground. Dude, that advertising board. It's made of iron, right? Who cares if it's iron or steel? Refund guy hugged the young man's neck, excitedly unable to articulate his words. Did you see that? This is our goalkeeper. If anyone says Chinese football is no good again, he'll show them this. On the Turkish fan side, a bare-chested man completely broke down. He held his head with both hands, fingers tightly gripping his hair, his voice tinged with sobs. This isn't football. This is definitely not football. I need to call UEFA. I need to complain. This is murder. Complain to your mother. Refund guy shouted back. That big dumb guy ran into our little Lin. Is he trying to fake an injury on the field? Do you want me to call 110 for you? What the hell is 110? The bare-chested man yelled back in broken English. You are the one. Refund guy retorted decisively. Fans in the neutral section stood up, some frantically filming with their phones while others held their heads in disbelief at what they saw. The old man with blonde hair and blue eyes took off his reading glasses to wipe them, then said to his companion, I've seen broken legs and fainting players on the football field, but I've never seen anyone knocked out to the advertising board. This kid should play rugby. He's too dangerous on the football field. Is it others who are in danger or him? His companion asked with a wry smile. The old man thought for a moment and replied seriously, others are in danger. Ding. Knocked out Turkish player, Eskin added to task progress. Current progress 36, another. This is the third one. Duan Xin quickly shut his mouth, swallowing back a curse, realizing saying it would cost him money. Lin Mo held the ball and directly knocked Eskin out of bounds. He flew onto the advertising board. This is not a goalkeeper. This is a human cannonball. This is the real-life version of Kung Fu football. This is already the third one. Zhang Lu counted on his fingers, his face showing a mix of laughter and tears. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Mo has knocked 3 Turkish players away and saved 2 sure goals. This young man is incredible. Has the Shaolin Temple monk team started training youth? Zhang Lu rarely joked, but his tone was filled with shock. The Turkish defenders exchanged glances, none daring to check on Eskin's condition. Their faces were filled with hesitation and fear, looking at each other. In the end, the team doctor jogged over. As he crouched down to examine, he lifted Eskin's eyelid to check his pupils, and his expression changed instantly. He abruptly raised his head, waving his hands vigorously towards the bench, signaling for urgent treatment. Another one. Refund guy stood on his seat, cupping his hands like a trumpet, shouting towards the Turkish fan section. That's 3. How many more people do you have left to carry? Do you want us to deliver some stretchers from home? The Turkish fan section erupted in chaos. A young man wearing a Turkish jersey rushed to the railing shouting curses in Turkish, spitting as he spoke. Two people beside him quickly pulled him back, fearing he would leap over the railing. The bare-chested man slumped back into his seat, feeling frustrated and defiant. He was infuriated, but with his team being crushed by a single player, what could he say? Sit down. Yelling won't help. That goalkeeper is indeed formidable, his companion said weakly. Admitting the strength of the opponent is the most painful thing for any fan. Formidable, my foot. The bare-chested man shot up, his eyes red. Is that playing football? It's murder. Why didn't the referee give a red card? Because it's all reasonable collisions. Each time he recklessly charged forward, he just happened to touch the ball first. It's not a foul, but it's just he couldn't overpower it. The bare-chested man opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. He could see that Lionel's speed in running and diving was utterly reckless. He just didn't know why this goalkeeper had been lucky enough not to get injured. In the second minute of stoppage time in the first half, the Turkish team launched their final attack of the half. Turan broke through two defenders on the left, showcasing his footwork to evade Tan Wang Song and the chasing Zhao Suyang. However, while he dribbled, he glanced toward the penalty area, feeling a surge of frustration. Normally at this moment, he would know how his teammates were positioning themselves, even with his eyes closed. But now he looked into the penalty area and saw that Seton had been carried off, Elding was limping, and Ozkan had been taken off. Who should he pass to? I can't cross it. Turan gritted his teeth, feeling resolute. Crossing is too dangerous. If that goalkeeper intercepts it, forget it'll break through myself, and think of something then. He felt humiliated making this decision. The engine of the Turkish team on the wings was actually too afraid to cross, but he had no choice. The pressure from that red figure was overwhelming, making even the simple act of crossing feel daunting. He made a direct pass into the side of the penalty area. Number 8, Yilmaz gritted his teeth and surged forward. The moment he received the pass, he caught a glimpse of that red figure on the goal line, and his heart tightened. The image of Lionel shaking his finger at him played repeatedly in his mind, each flashback striking him like a slap to the face. He won't come out. From this angle, he wouldn't dare to charge. Yilmaz repeatedly encouraged himself, not realizing that he had shifted from worrying about whether he could save it to whether he would dare to come out. The concern over skill turned into psychological fear. Unexpectedly, Lionel charged out of the goal directly. Moreover, this time, he moved faster than ever before. Yilmaz's pupils constricted violently as a surge of panic shot through him. At that moment, his heart raced to its limit, leaving only a frenzied voice in his head. He's coming. He really came. Why does he dare to come every time? Lionel launched from the small penalty area, closing in on Yilmaz in 3 steps. The master-level monkey fist technique was swift and soundless, but to Yilmaz, that approaching figure was more terrifying than anything else. Both of them charged toward the football. Oh no, he's coming, I need to speed up. Yilmaz desperately stretched his toes, wanting to poke the ball first. His body leaned forward, his center of gravity completely unstable, but he couldn't care less. At that moment, he hated his legs for not being long enough, wishing he had 10 more centimeters. Why don't I have long legs? This thought exploded in his mind, filled with endless unwillingness and despair. In the instant Yilmaz was about to touch the football, a smile broke out on his face. He was barely half a palm's distance away, convinced he could snatch it. But that smile lasted less than a second before it froze. He was still half a foot short, while Lionel was a beat fast. It's over. Lionel had already wrapped his arms around the football, curling his body up. In Yilmaz's pupils, Lionel's tensed shoulders were reflected. All his muscle memories awakened at that moment. The pain in his chest from being knocked down, the dizziness from hitting the ground, and the audience's laughter. His brain frantically issued commands: dodge, get out of the way. But his body was already too late. Damn it, it's over. Yilmaz's mind went blank, and then he saw Lionel's body crash into him like a collapse. 8 Extremes Fist Close Combat. Lionel pushed off the ground, drawing power from the earth, twisting his waist, and channeling all his strength into a torrent that surged through his shoulder. The grass on the ground was uprooted at the moment. He pushed off dirt and grass clippings flying. Yilmaz felt as if he had collided not with a person but a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. That force penetrated through his chest, shaking his entire body, causing all his internal organs to tremble in that instant. Bang! He was sent flying backward, his arms weakly tracing a semicircle in the air like a kite with a broken string. The back of his head hit the ground hard, producing a dull thud. Everything went black. And then there was nothing. Yilmaz. Someone on the Turkish bench shot up, knocking over the water bottle rack next to him. Ding. The player has been counted towards the task, no duplicate count. Current progress, 36. Lionel glanced down at the unconscious Yilmaz, snorting coldly. The last time I crashed into you was for the mission. This time crashing into you was purely your own doing. The referee's whistle sounded sharply, the high-pitched tone tinged with a hint of panic. This referee, who had officiated dozens of international matches, trembled for the first time as he blew the whistle. The team doctor rushed onto the field faster than ever before. He lifted Yilmaz's eyelid to check his pupils touched the back of his head, and his face instantly turned pale. He abruptly turned his head, frantically waving at guns on the sidelines, his gestures exaggerated, as if raising an alarm. Get him out, he must be sent to the hospital immediately. Guna's face was completely dark like an old pot that had been smoked for 30 years. He yanked off his tie and bellowed at the substitute bench, Sabri, get in. In just a few minutes, he had already substituted 3 players. Seton fractured ribs. Ozkan Yilmaz unconscious. He had coached for over 20 years and had never seen. Half an hour ago, he had secretly mocked the Huagua team as a bunch of soft-footed shrimp, ridiculing their goalkeeper as a skinny bamboo pole. In the blink of an eye, his team was shattered by that skinny bamboo pole. Truly, it's not that retribution isn't forthcoming, the timing just isn't right. In the dim light, Janesh closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, a hint of an emotion he himself was reluctant to acknowledge flickered in his gaze: fear. He scribbled a few words on the tactical board, but the tip of his pen trembled, resulting in a crooked scrawl. The remaining Turkish players on the field stood silently, with no one speaking or exchanging glances. They hung their heads low, either staring at the grass beneath their feet or gazing at the distant stands, too afraid to look at the red figure standing on the goal line. Turan stood with his hands on his hips, head bowed, his chest rising and falling more violently. He was the offensive core of the Turkish team, commanding the Turkish Super League, yet now he felt a chill at the thought of even glancing into the penalty area. He wiped the sweat, more accurately the cold sweat, from his face with his sleeve. Nuri stood near the center circle, opened his mouth to say something uplifting, but the words caught in his throat. What could he say? He was scared himself. How could he expect others not to be? This goalkeeper was a bit terrifying. The thought spread through the hearts of every Turkish player like a plague. From that moment on, no Turkish player dared to easily charge into the penalty area. No one wanted to engage in physical confrontation with Lin Mo. The red figure standing on the goal line had transformed in their eyes from a mere goalkeeper into an invincible demon, a 17-year-old demon from Huagua. In the last minute of first half stoppage time, the Huagua team earned a corner kick. Shintao stood at the corner spot looking towards his teammates in the penalty area. Normally everyone would be dejected, unwilling to crowd into the penalty area, giving up their positions at the slightest bump from the opposing defenders. The corner kicks for the Huagua team had always been a mere formality. But now Feng Xiaoqing firmly held his position in the penalty area, shouldering aside a Turkish defender who surprisingly did not push back. Feng Xiaoqing was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. The opponents were scared. The surrounding Turkish players instinctively avoided him, no one daring to press closely, all keeping a safe distance of over half a meter. Lin Mo had knocked the spirit out of them. A surge of fiery heat welled up in Chen Tao's heart. After so many years playing for Huagua, he had always been bullied by opponents. This was the first time they recoiled at the sight of their red jerseys. This feeling was even more exhilarating than scoring a goal. He delivered the ball into the central area of the penalty box, the curve just right. Feng Xiaoqing leaped high and none of the 3 Turkish defenders came to contest him. He comfortably struck the ball with his forehead, never feeling so at ease in the opponent's penalty area before. This ball has. Duan Xian was about to say it was a chance, but the next moment the ball skimmed past the post and out of bounds. So close yet so far. Although he did not score, the first thing Feng Xiaoqing did upon landing was not to hold his head in despair, but to turn around and pump his fist towards Lin Mo in the backfield, shouting, "Lin, good job." His voice echoed across the entire half, full of energy. Lin Mo nodded from afar, a slight smile on his lips, everything under control. Seeing this, the confidence of his teammates soared. Zhao Shuyang ran over to pat Feng Xiaoqing on the shoulder. Tan Wangsong walked over from the sidelines to give a high five, and even the usually silent Zhou Haiban came over voluntarily. They formed a circle and high-fived each other. The frustration of being suppressed for over 30 minutes, and the humiliation of being called waste of Huagua football since childhood finally found an outlet. Chen Tao patted Feng Xiaoqing on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Next corner kick, let's go again. They don't dare to touch us anymore." Feng Xiaoqing grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. It's time to counterattack. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The score remained at 0-3. But everyone knew the momentum of the match had completely shifted. Or rather, from the moment Lin Mo first knocked Eldink down, this match was no longer a normal football game. The Turkish players walked dejectedly into the players' tunnel. Their shoulders drooped like a group of defeated souls. Eldink walked at the back, clutching his chest, stumbling, with every step a sharp pain shooting through his chest, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to show any sign of pain. Someone glanced back at Lin Mo, only to meet those cold eyes. In those eyes there was no smugness, no excitement, only a chilling calm. That player quickly turned his head away, unconsciously quickening his steps, fearing he might catch Lin Mo's attention. His calves still trembled violently, and he just wanted to get into the tunnel sooner. In silence, Lin Mo had suddenly become the core of the national youth team. Not because of goals, not because of assists, but because he made the players understand what dignity was. As long as one dares to fight, the opponents will fear you in return. Those stars who dominate the Turkish Super League would buckle under pressure, would dodge, would be afraid when faced with toughness. As Feng Xiaoqing walked into the player's tunnel, he even hummed a tune feeling extremely happy. He hummed the melody of A Man Should Be Strong, his pitch wandering, but no one mocked him, because everyone was humming the same song in their hearts. Lin Mo walked at the back, and as he passed the entrance of the player's tunnel, he looked up at the few five-star red flags among the sea of white Turkish fans. The red flags looked thin amidst the white Turkish fans, yet those holding the red flags cheered in that moment. A group of lovely people. In Lin Mo's mind, the system panel was flashing current task progress, knocked down 36 Turkish players, remaining time 45 minutes, reward Taijikwan master level, pinning extra Easter egg reward, knocked down the opposing goalkeeper 0-1, 3 more to go. In the second half's 45 minutes, Lin Mo aimed to complete all 3 remaining tasks. His gaze swept over the backs of the Turkish players walking into the tunnel, as if selecting prey. In the locker room, Turkish head coach Janesh smashed the tactical board to pieces, roaring at the players, "You bunch of useless fools." A team that was the runner-up of the European U21 Championship is actually terrified by a 17-year-old kid from Huagua. In the second half, I want you all to play like your lives depend on it. No matter what methods you use, make sure to take him down. If you can't do it, I'll bench you permanently, and you'll never get to play again. He scanned the dejected players before him, his fist pounding against the wall. He can knock people down, right? You all, if 2 aren't enough, then bring 3. I don't believe 1 person can take on 11 of us. The players exchanged glances, none daring to speak. In the corner, Sabri murmured, "Coach, why don't you go try?" Junish's face turned from black to purple. In the locker room of the Huagua team, the atmosphere was completely different. As the doors swung open, laughter erupted. Crouchin strode over to Lin Mo and clapped his hands heavily on Lin's shoulders. "Lin, your performance was absolutely fantastic. I've coached in Germany for 30 years and have never seen a goalkeeper like you. In the second half, play however you want to. I fully support you." Feng Xiaoqing chimed in from behind with a mischievous grin. "Coach, you didn't see him throw the ball to Ilmaz for another shot. That guy turned pale." "I saw that." Crouchin laughed heartily. "That was so satisfying. That's how you should play. You all need to show them that the Huagua team is not to be trifled with." Chen Tao retorted, "Old Feng, what are you so happy about? You weren't the one making the saves. What I'm happy about is that." Feng Xiaoqing turned around, gesturing with his hands, as if mimicking a collision. "Did you see how Eskin flew out? Whoosh, bang. He crashed into the advertising board. It was like a cartoon." Laughter erupted again in the locker room. Lin Crouchin finally spoke, his voice filled with an undeniable excitement. "What do you want to do in the second half?" Lin Mo sat in the corner, wiping the grass off his gloves with a towel. Upon hearing Crouchin's question, he looked up, his expression as calm as if he were answering what was for lunch. "We go all out." "What? We go all out." Lin Mo neatly folded the towel and placed it on his lap. "Their forwards are too scared to enter the penalty area, which is like losing half their attacking options. They can only take long shots from outside. Every one of them is a gift." Feng Xiaoqing slapped his thigh. "Listen, what is called dominance? This is called dominance." Crouchin turned around and drew 2 lines on the tactics board. He pointed at the Huagua teams, half his finger moving from the penalty line to the center circle. In the second half, pushed the defensive line forward by 15 meters. Assistant coach Gao Hong was momentarily stunned. "Coach, isn't this too risky? The Turkish counterattack speed. Do their forwards dare to charge now?" Crouchin interrupted him and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood up, put on his gloves, and coldly said, "Let them charge in the penalty area. I make the calls." The entire locker room fell silent before erupting like a boiling pot. Chen Tao stood up, tightening the captain's armband on his arm. "Brothers, Lin has made his statement. If we don't score in the second half, can we live up to him fighting so hard in the back? We must score." Feng Xiaoqing was the first to respond. Dong Fongjin leaped up from his seat, pounding his fist on the locker. "Damn it." Crouchin looked at this group of young men who seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He walked up to Lin Mo and clapped his hands heavily on Lin's shoulders. "Lin, do you know? I've seen Layman, seen the best goalkeepers in all of Europe. But you're one of a kind." Lin Mo looked up and met Crouchin's eyes. The old man's eyes were slightly red. "In the second half, play how." "Let's go." Lin Mo opened the door. "In the second half, let the opposing team understand what Huagua football is." A chorus of strange calls and the sound of lockers slamming filled the locker room. Feng Xiaoqing was the first to dash to the door, patting Lin Mo on the back. "Brothers, charge. Lin Gu will lead us to victory." Chen Tao laughed and scolded from behind. "You're 3 years older than him, calling him Gua. Skill knows no age." "Lin Gu is my brother." Lin Mo smiled. In the player tunnel, the Turkish players were also coming out. Ersin walked at the back, still feeling a dull pain in his chest, his shoulder tilted as he walked. Passing by Lin Mo, Akin's footsteps paused, as if he wanted to say something harsh. However, upon meeting Lin Mo's gaze, the words got stuck in his throat. He was genuinely intimidated by Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at him and said in English, "In the second half, you are welcome to visit my penalty area again." Akin's face turned purple, but he dared not utter any harsh words, and could only quicken his pace to run away. Feng Xiaoqing was laughing so hard behind him that he could hardly stand. Those arrogant Turkish players had met their match today. Beep. The whistle for the second half kickoff sounded. The Huagua team kicked off first. Dong Fongjin passed the ball to Chun Tao, who returned it to the midfield. The Turkish players rushed forward like a pack of hungry wolves pouncing on a flock of sheep. But the Huagua team remained calm. At the start of the first half, the Huagua team had been nervous with the ball, fearing interception, passing hurriedly, and erratically losing possession within 3 touches. Now it was different. Chun Tao had the ball in midfield, controlling it leisurely, until Feng Xiaoqing made a run into position before he passed the ball. Why were they so relaxed? Because Lin Mo was in the back. That feeling was wonderful. It was like playing a game with a high-level pro standing behind you. You know that even if you make a mistake, he has your back. This sense of ease brought about by that mindset is something no tactics board can illustrate. The Turkish team was clearly unaccustomed to this change. Their impression of the Huagua team was that they panicked under pressure and lost the ball. How could they now dare to pass the ball in midfield? In the 48th minute, Chun Tao received a pass from Feng Xiaoqing at the top of the penalty area. A Turkish midfielder rushed up, number 16, Sabri, who had replaced the injured Seton in the first half. This kid had just come on and had not been knocked down by Lin Mo in the first half. Chun Tao remained calm, faking a shot and creating an angle before curling a right-footed shot. The ball traced a beautiful inward arc heading straight for the lower right corner of the goal. The Turkish goalkeeper lunged to make a save, getting a fingertip to the ball, but it wasn't enough. The ball grazed the inside of the post and crashed into the net. It's in. Duan Xin jumped up from his seat, nearly pulling his headphone wire out. Chun Tao's long shot from outside the penalty area. The ball went straight into the corner. The Huagua team pulled one back. The score is now 1-3. There are still over 40 minutes left. Anything is possible. Zhang Lu slammed his hands on the table. What a beautiful shot. A world-class goal. Absolutely a world-class goal. Chun Tao's long shot would be a top goal in any match of the World Youth Championship. After scoring, Chun Tao did not celebrate. He ran into the goal to retrieve the ball, tucking it under his arm as he ran back. As he passed halfway, he deliberately veered over to the front of the Huagua penalty area and gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. Lin Mo nodded, his expression still calm. 1-3, still 2 goals to go. In the 55th minute, the Turkish team finally organized a decent attack. Turan carried the ball down the left flank. He had barely touched the ball in the last 10 minutes. The Huagua team's formation was too high, aggressively pressing in the midfield, and the Turkish passing lanes had been cut into several segments. Finally getting the ball, Turan looked up at the penalty area. Erdinki needed space in the penalty area, but his body language betrayed him. He dared not stand in the center, instead wandering around the periphery like an antelope that had caught the scent of a tiger. Damn it, why don't you push in there? Turan cursed inwardly. With no other choice, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Turan accelerated past Tan Wangsong and charged diagonally into the side of the penalty area. Lin Mo stood on the goal line, feet slightly apart, lowering his center of gravity. The predictive ability of his master-level monkey fist was fully engaged, forming a clear trajectory in his mind of Turan's running path, leg, angle, and point of contact with the ball. Near post. Turan struck with power, the soccer ball hurtling like a cannonball towards the near corner of the goal. The speed of the ball suggested it could easily slip through. In an instant, Lin Mo made a judgment. He could not catch it, he had to push it away. His feet moved the monkey fist's swift steps, enabling him to cover the angle of the near post in just 2 quick strides. Both fists struck simultaneously, accurately hitting the ball's underside. Bang! The soccer ball was cleared from the penalty area, bouncing towards the arc's apex. At the moment of impact, Lin Mo saw Turan. After shooting, Turan's body, propelled by inertia, was hurtling towards Lin Mo. Opportunity. Lin Mo's hand position shifted seamlessly. His right fist clenched, his left hand open as his body continued forward, propelled by the momentum of his kick. The ball had already been struck, but Lin Mo's body did not halt. He was not charging at Turan. He was executing a follow-through motion after the save. It was a normal inertial reaction for a goalkeeper to continue moving forward after hitting the ball. Turan tried to stop, but it was too late. The two collided in the penalty area. At the moment of contact, Lin Mo used his shoulder to absorb the force of Turan's charge. The stances of Bajiquin made him as steady as a rock, while Turan bounced back like he had hit a wall, his feet leaving the ground, landing on his back on the grass, before finally coming to a stop. Whoa, is this what it feels like to fly? Turan thought suddenly as he rebounded. He clutched his chest, gasping for air, his face a mix of shock and pain. Ding. Turkish player knocked down Turan. No. 8 midfielder progress recorded. Current progress 46. The referee's whistle did not sound. He ran over to take a look at Turan on the ground, then glanced at Lin Mo, crossing his arms in front of his chest. No foul. The game continues. The goalkeeper charged into the penalty area, making contact with the ball before colliding with an opposing player, which is allowed under the rules. The referee saw it clearly. Lin Mo's fist made contact with the ball first, and the subsequent collision was a result of normal inertia with no additional actions or deliberate charges. He turned around, signaling for the game to continue. Fourth one. Duan Xian jumped up from his seat. Lin Mo charged for the ball and collided with the approaching Tehran. The referee did not call a foul. This was a legal collision. Lin Mo knocked Tehran down. Adding to the 3 from the first half, Lin Mo has now knocked down 4 Turkish players. Zhang Lu exclaimed beside him, slapping his thigh. Lin Mo's handling of this ball was too clever. If he had caught the ball colliding with a player, would have been a foul, but he chose to clear the ball, then collided with the opponent due to inertia. First hitting the ball, then engaging in contact, the referee couldn't find any fault. This kid's game-reading ability is remarkable. Tehran lay on the ground for several seconds before his teammates helped him up, rubbing his chest and staring at Lin Mo with a look of astonishment. Lin Mo had already returned to the goal line, adjusting his gloves, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. Turkey was awarded a corner kick. However, the Turkish players gathered around, loudly protesting to the referee. Nuri rushed up to the referee, pointing at the grounded Tehran, spitting as he spoke. "Are you blind? Did you not see that? That was a foul." He charged into someone. He cleared the ball and then charged into them. The referee shook his head expressionlessly, pointing to his own eyes. "I saw it clearly. The goalkeeper touched the ball first, and the collision was legal. Your teammate was the one who charged into the goalkeeper. That was the foul." Nuri gritted his teeth, casting a cold glare at Lin Mo. Lin Mo happened to be looking at him. Their gazes collided in the air. Lin Mo extended his right hand, his index finger pointing at Nuri, slowly beckoning him. "You're next." Nuri's expression shifted from anger to fear. He swallowed hard and turned away. Feng Xiaoqing laughed so hard in the backfield that he could hardly stand upright. Lin Gu, you're calling him out. One by one. That kid. Nuri's face turned green. The fan area for Huagua was in an uproar. The refund guy stood up, bare-chested and draping the national flag over himself, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Fifth one. Bring on the fifth. Knock them all down." Lin Mo clapped the grass clippings from his gloves and returned to the goal line, standing firm. "4 down. Just 2 more to go. Come on. This is my penalty area and I call the shots." In the 63rd minute, the Huagua team tore through the Turkish defense once again. This time it was Feng Xiaoqing. He intercepted Nuri's pass in midfield, then dribbled forward at full speed, getting past 2 players and arriving at the edge of the penalty area. The substitute Barsi rushed in to defend, but Feng Xiaoqing did not seek glory. He passed the ball to Dong Fangjing, who was making a run on the right. Dong Fangjing received the ball, glancing up at the goal. The Turkish goalkeeper was positioned slightly to the left, exposing a small portion of the right angle. Just enough. Dong Fangjing swung his leg and blasted the ball. The soccer ball flew straight towards the right side of the goal. The Turkish goalkeeper leaped to save, but the ball was too fast. His hand grasped only air as the ball slammed into the net. 2-3. Duan Xian went completely wild, his voice already hoarse, but he didn't care. Dong Fangjing. This was Dong Fangjing's long-range shot from outside the penalty area. Another goal. The Huagua team has pulled back 2 goals in just 20 minutes. From 0-3 to 2-3. They have created a miracle. They are creating a miracle. Zhang Lu's voice trembled. It's unbelievable. This Huagua team is truly remarkable. When they were down 0-3 in the first half, everyone thought they would collapse. But they didn't. They launched a frenzied counterattack in the second half. It all started with a goalkeeper. After Dong Fangjing scored, the entire team went wild. He rushed to the corner flag, sliding on his knees, leaving 2 long marks on the grass. Chen Tao jumped on top of him. Feng Xiaoqing piled on from behind, one after another, burying Dong Fangjing at the bottom. The fan area for Huagua had transformed into a boiling sea of red. The 5-star red flag was waving wildly above the crowd, some people taking off their coats and draping the national flag over themselves, jumping and dancing. An older man wiped his tears and shouted, "The ancestors are showing their spirit. Our ancestors of Huagua football are truly showing their spirit." Lin Mo stood at the back of the field, watching the scene unfold from afar. He did not rush forward to join the celebration. Instead, he remained quietly stationed along the goal line, gazing at the pile of red jerseys stacked upon one another. His chest burned with heat. 1 goal remained. 2 targets still unfulfilled. The 78th minute. Turkey earned a free kick from an exceptionally advantageous position. Nuri stood over the ball, drawing a deep breath. His gaze swept across the Chinese wall, then settled on Lin Mo, standing motionless on the goal line. Only one thought blazing in his mind: it must go in. If we don't score now, this match will truly spiral beyond control. He sprinted forward, swung his leg, and struck the ball with the inside of his right foot, curving it into a spinning arc. A dead corner. Turkish fans in the stands leapt to their feet. The instant the ball cleared the wall, Lin Mo's eyes locked onto its trajectory. His master-level monkey fist intuition enabled him to predict the ball's path with centimeter-perfect precision. He slid sideways 1 step, drove off both feet, and launched his body like a drawn bow. His fingertips stretched to their absolute limit. Thump! The ball, spinning fiercely, grazed his palm with palpable friction, seized violently in Lin Mo's grip. He felt it straining desperately toward the net like a wild beast thrashing against restraint. "Stay right there. You're not worthy to enter. This path is sealed. With a sharp twist of his wrist, Lin Mo clamped down, and the ball froze instantly, cradled firmly in his palms. He saved it. Lin Mo, he's done it again. Duan Xian's voice had long since gone hoarse, yet his cry still rang with raw power. Lin Mo caught Nuri's free kick. Outright caught it. That was reckless. The boy dared to catch a shot like that with his hands. Yet it reveals something undeniable. Lin Mo possesses absolute confidence in his own ability. Scoring past Lin Mo from outside the box. For Turkey, that seems nearly impossible now. Nuri dropped to his knees, hands clutching his head, unable to believe what he'd just witnessed. In training, he converted 8 or 9 out of 10 shots from this exact spot. And yet, this one had been stopped. Lin Mo rose slowly, brushed grass clippings from his uniform, and turned his gaze toward Nuri. He gently wagged his right index finger. The gesture was captured crystal clear by the camera lens. He's wagging his finger again. Lin Mo is wagging his finger. Duan Xian pounded the desk in exhilaration. Lin Mo has done it again. This 17-year-old on the World Youth Championship stage wagging his finger at Turkey's midfield maestro. What boundless self-assurance. What sheer unshakable dominance. Zhang Lu sighed beside him. This boy, born to be a goalkeeper. Technique can be trained. Reflexes can be honed. But this aura, it's innate. Standing before the goal, he is a mountain. Opponents' knees tremble at the sight of him. Chen Tao rushed over and slapped Lin Mo's chest. Lin, I didn't even see how you made that save. Lin Mo replied calmly, with my hands. What else do you need? Can't you show just a little humility? Chen Tao grumbled after a pause. Lin Mo considered it. Then was it luck? And with a string of muttered curses, Chen Tao walked away. The 85th minute. To secure a single point, China surged forward in mass. Feng Xiaoqin could no longer bear waiting in defense. He sprinted upfield to join the attack. China's formation shifted to a daring 28, 2 defenders plus Lin Mo guarding the goal, while 8 players flooded Turkey's half. Coach Clausen watched from the sideline and shook his head. Far too risky. Far too risky indeed. Yet his eyes held no anxiety, only fierce excitement. He knew Turkey dared not launch a counterattack. Their forwards faltered at the sight of Lin Mo, not only failing to shoot, but unwilling even to enter the penalty area. At the 88th minute, China won a corner kick. Chen Tao stood at the corner arc scanning the box. Inside, Turkish players huddled tightly, arms interlocked, faces taut with tension. Chen Tao raised his right hand and flashed the number 3, a prearranged signal, with Feng Xiaoqin aimed for the far post. Just then Feng Xiaoqin spotted a flash of red streaking upfield from deep behind. What the? Did I just hallucinate? Feng Xiaoqin rubbed his eyes. It was Lin Mo, no mistake. Under the gaze of every spectator, Lin Mo charged full speed from his own half straight into Turkey's penalty area. Lin Mo has joined the attack. What on earth is happening? Is this part of Clausen's plan? Duan Xian's eyes widened, voice cracking. Lin Mo has stormed into Turkey's penalty box. He's joining the corner kick assault. What is this? A goalkeeper contesting a header in the opponent's box. Am I seeing things correctly? Zhang Lu nearly dropped his glasses again. Has this boy forgotten he's a goalkeeper? No, he's doing it intentionally. He means to score. Turkish players froze in disbelief. They watched the crimson figure burst into the box, standing tall amid the crowd, head and shoulders above most defenders. Erdink instinctively stepped backward, his spine striking the goalpost. Nuri's palms began to sweat. Turkey's goalkeeper stood rooted on his own goal line, staring at the man in the goalkeeper's jersey planted squarely inside his penalty area, a surreal, disorienting sensation flooding his mind. What the hell is this? A goalkeeper going up for a corner. Lin Mo stood amidst a sea of white jerseys, glancing coolly at the nervous Turkish defenders surrounding him, and a faint, knowing smile curled his lips. He hadn't come up to score, though scoring would certainly be welcome. His true purpose was to collide. Time was slipping away. 2 targets remained. From deep in his own half, Lin Mo grew anxious, and seized this moment to surge forward. Chaos reigned in the corner melee, dozens packed into the box, referees blinded by bodies. This was the perfect opportunity. 2 more, before the final whistle. Chen Tao paused, spotting Lin Mo inside the box, then broke into a quiet smile. That guy. Raising his right hand once more, he signaled a new unspoken cue. The ball did not sail toward the far post. It arced high and true, aimed directly at the center of the box, where Lin Mo stood waiting. Lin Mo's eyes tracked the ball's flight with unwavering focus. His master-level monkey fist intuition calculated the precise landing point and the exact millisecond to leap. Shoulders shoved, arms tangled. Turkish defenders Balsi and Sabri flanked Lin Mo left and right, straining to pin him in place. Yet together they couldn't contain him. Lin Mo drew a sharp breath, coiled his legs, and exploded upward like a sprung steel coil. His 8 extremities fist stance granted him extraordinary height and stability in the air, his forehead aligned perfectly with the descending ball. Turkey's goalkeeper also launched himself skyward, fists raised to punch clear. They met midair. Lin Mo's forehead struck first. Contact made. Then his entire body drove forward into the goalkeeper. 8 extremities fist-mounted adhering shoulder strike. Utterly convincingly unintentional. Bang. A notification chimed. Turkish goalkeeper struck down. Task progress updated. Current progress 56. Bonus Easter egg condition fulfilled, knocking down the opposing goalkeeper 11. An advanced iron head technique grand pack will be awarded post-match. But where was the ball? After Lin Mo's header, it slammed against the crossbar and rebounded into the penalty area. Chaos erupted instantly. Dozens of players crowded together, limbs entangled, visibility lost. Ball obscured, feet flailing, bodies colliding. Barsi crouched low, searching frantically, cursing in Turkish. The moment he bent forward, a flash of red surged toward him. Lin Mo landed without pause. The agile monkey-like footwork of his monkey fist style carried him effortlessly through the melee. He saw Sabri nudge the ball with his foot. It rolled straight toward Barsi. Lin Mo instantly pivoted and sprinted after it. Barsi raised his leg to clear, but another foot beat him to it. Lin Mo's toe flicked the ball away, then his shoulder slammed into Barsi. Bang! Barsi felt as though struck by a freight train. His feet lifted off the ground, his body flew sideways, crashed against the goalpost, bounced once, then crumpled motionless onto the turf. A notification chimed. Turkish player Barsi substitute defender struck down. Task progress updated. Current progress 66. Task complete. Penalty area bulldozer 66. Successfully completed. Rewards will be distributed post-match. Lin Mo rose from the tangle of bodies and brushed grass clippings from his jersey. 6 players. The mission was accomplished. Yet the ball had not yet crossed the line. After Lin Mo's deflection, it bounced twice on the turf and rolled perfectly to Feng Xiaoqin's feet. Before anyone could react, Feng Xiaoqin fired a sharp, instinctive shot. The ball pierced through the throng and rolled into the net, exactly where the Turkish goalkeeper had lain moments earlier. Goal! Goal! 33. Duan Xian leapt onto the commentary desk, microphone raised, high voice raw and hoarse. Feng Xiaoqin. Feng Xiaoqin's close-range finish. China's national team has scored 3 consecutive goals in the second half, erasing a 0-3 deficit to level the match at 33. And this goal was born from Lin Mo's daring charge into the opponent's penalty area and decisive header. Zhang Lu shouted, his glasses flying off in excitement as he fumbled for them. Unbelievable. Everyone assumed China would collapse, but they refused to yield. Even more astonishing, their goalkeeper stormed into the opponent's box to contest a header. He struck the ball against the crossbar and knocked down the opposing goalkeeper. After scoring Feng Xiaoqin, he sprinted toward the corner flag, kicked it over, then spread his arms wide, roaring at the Chinese fans in the stands, veins bulging across his face. Moments later, he whirled around, pointed emphatically at Lin Mo walking back from the Turkish penalty area, and bellowed, voice cracking, all of you, look closely. That's my brother Lin. My brother Lin. Chen Tao lunged from behind, wrapping his arms around Feng Xiaoqin's waist. Dong Fongjin charged in from the side. The 3 tumbled together across the pitch in a jubilant heap. The entire squad rushed over to join the celebration. Even the defenders sprinted forward. Lin Mo alone dashed back toward his own goal. He ran fast, too slow, and Turkey would have already taken an open goal kick. Midway across the halfway line, he glanced back, watching the Turkish goalkeeper still massaging his chest on the ground, and a faint smile curled at his lips. The bonus Easter egg secured. Lin Mo, Lin Mo, Lin Mo. A tidal wave of sound crashed down from the stands, shaking the very turf beneath their feet. Lin Mo looked up at the sea of fluttering 5-star red flags and felt a sudden warmth behind his eyes. He raised his right hand and gave a firm thumbs up to the stance, then turned facing the Turkish side, assuming the ready stance of a goalkeeper. Stoppage time. Turkey was utterly unraveled. To surrender a 0-3 lead and draw 33 in the group stage opener was more humiliating than outright defeat. They committed every player forward. Even their goalkeeper joined the final corner kick. As he approached, the Turkish keeper deliberately veered wide, avoiding Lin Mo's position entirely. The corner sailed in. Nearly 20 bodies jammed into the penalty area, denser than a rush-hour subway carriage. Lin Mo stood deep within the crush, surrounded on all sides. Turkish players shoved him. Chinese teammates shielded him. His jersey stretched and twisted, but he paid it no mind. In Lin Mo's world, there existed only the ball. When the ball soared toward him, he ignored everything else. He launched himself upward from the human maelstrom, like a white crane bursting from mud soaring skyward. His gaze locked solely upon the ball. 8 extremities fist, supreme sovereign, lifting the cauldron. His body unfurled midair, arms raised high, palms spread wide like twin iron gates barring the ball's path. At the instant his fingertips made contact, he drove the ball downward with explosive force, launching it far beyond the penalty area, out of bounds. A shrill whistle pierced the air, 3 sharp blasts. Full time. 33. China's national team had clawed back from 0-3 down to draw with Turkey. At the final whistle, the entire Chinese bench flooded onto the pitch. Players embraced, jumped, screamed, roared. Feng Xiaoqin dropped to his knees on the turf, tears streaming freely. This moment had been forged in sheer, unrelenting hardship. Chen Tao lay flat on his back at center circle, gasping for breath. At last, he could rest. He felt. Lin Mo stood quietly before his goal, watching it all unfold. Gradually, every eye in the stadium settled upon him. Teammates surged forward like a tide, enveloping him in the center. Lindsay, you were divine today. Yes, absolutely divine. Clean sheet. You've kept them scoreless since you came on. You charged into their penalty area to challenge for headers. You're a goalkeeper. What goalkeeper plays like that? 3 goals. We scored 3 goals. Lin Mo swayed under the barrage of slaps and hugs, but his smile never wavered. On the opposite side, Turkish players trudged silently toward the tunnel. Heads bowed, shoulders slumped. Erdink walked last, stumbling slightly, his chest still throbbing with dull pain. He glanced back once, at Lin Mo encircled by jubilant teammates, and the contempt and resentment in his gaze had dissolved into raw fear and bewildered disbelief. Inside the dressing room, celebrations raged on. Feng Xiao Chun danced bare-chested, awkward, hilarious, infectious, sending the entire squad into fits of laughter. Clausen stood at the doorway watching the young men, his eyes glistening. At that precise moment, a system alert detonated inside Lin Mo's mind. Ding. Mission completed. Penalty area bulldozer, 66, fully achieved. Mission details: 6 Turkish players struck down, Erdink no. 9 Seton central defender Eskin no. 11 Turan no. 8 opposing goalkeeper and Barsi substitute defender. Rewards now dispersing. Tai Chi master level activated. A deep mellow energy rose from his dantian, warm as spring water, spreading slowly through his limbs and meridians. Unlike the fierce, overwhelming power of 8 extremities fist, Tai Chi's strength flowed soft and continuous, like an unseen current turning within his body, harmonizing and integrating every prior surge of raw force. The second prompt sounded. Ding. Extra reward issued. Iron Head skill advanced has been activated. Lin Mo felt a warmth radiating from the top of his head, as if something was rearranging underneath his scalp. He reached up to touch his head. His forehead felt very hard. He tried to headbutt the storage cabinet. Clang. A shallow dent was left on the metal door. Lin Mo silently withdrew his head, thinking, my head is solid now. With the advanced Iron Head skill, who would dare to clash heads with him during corner kicks? One headbutt, and the opponent would be knocked out. Clausen walked to the center of the locker room and clapped his hands. The entire team fell silent. Children, listen to me, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. Today in this match you have created history. In the group stage of the World Youth Championship, coming back from 0-3 to tie 3-3 is something that has never happened in the history of Huagua football. I am proud of you all. He looked at Lin Mo. From today on, the starting goalkeeper for the Huagua team is number 30, Lin Mo. The locker room fell silent. After a moment, Feng Xiaoqing was the first to stand up and applaud vigorously. Chen Tao was second and Dong Fangjin was third. The applause went from sparse to thunderous as everyone turned to face the 17-year-old boy, clapping enthusiastically. Lin Mo stood up and said, trust me, with me in the backfield you can all go on the attack without worry. After the match, the domestic newspapers were flying off the shelves the next day. The front page of the Sports Weekly featured a photo of Lin Mo standing on the goal line, shaking his finger, taking up half the page. The boy in the photo had a calm expression with his right index finger slightly raised, while behind him Turkish players knelt with their heads in their hands. The headline had just 3 words. Who is he? Who is he? The entire Huagua was asking. In the match against Utrecht, the viewership ratings soared from 20 in the first half to 110 in the second half. During the 45 minutes that Huagua team scored 3 goals, over 100 million people across the country were glued to their television screens. After the match, the phone lines at the sports department of CCTV were flooded with calls, all asking what is the name of that young goalkeeper. The internet was also buzzing. A certain portal website compiled a highlight video of Lin Mo knocking down 6 Turkish players titled Kung Fu Football, and it skyrocketed to the homepage in just one night. The comments section filled several pages. I watched it 20 times, and I laughed out loud every time. Is this really a goalkeeper? Is this the Shaolin Temple's office at the World Youth Championship? The third player who was knocked down lost his shoes while flying. It was hilarious. The Turkish players said in post-match interviews that they never want to play against the Huagua team again. It's so funny. However, some were not convinced. On a football forum, a user claiming to have played in the B-League posted, it was just luck. The Turks just hadn't seen this style of play. In the next match, once Ukraine figures him out, he will definitely be sent back to his original form. A shutout. Dream on. Lin Gu. Feng Xiaoqing's voice pulled Lin Mo back to reality. This guy rushed into the hotel room, holding a newspaper, excited, as if he had just won the lottery. You're in the Sports Weekly front page. Also in the football newspaper. And in Southern Sports. You've become a star? Look at this title. Chen Tao leaned over from behind, glancing at the newspaper. He chuckled. The mysterious young goalkeeper emerges. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were filming a martial arts movie. He basically isn't a martial arts film. Feng Xiaoqing flipped to the second page of the newspaper. Look at this section. Lin Mo repeatedly utilized reasonable collisions to knock opposing players down, achieving a 100% success rate in confrontations. The Turkish team complained to FIFA after the match, but it was dismissed because all actions were within the rules. Did the Turks really complain? Hilarious. Dong Fangjin flipped off the bed, snatched the newspaper, and Redefines team's head coach Clothan stated after the match that Lin Mo is the best young goalkeeper he has seen in 30 years of coaching bar none. Wow, when did the old man Clothan become so complimentary? It's not that he's complimentary. Chun Tao leaned against the doorframe, looking at Lin Mo. He's genuinely impressed. The room fell silent for a moment. Everyone turned to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was tying his shoelaces and feeling their gazes. He raised his head. What are you looking at me for? The newspaper is talking about me, not you. If you don't score in the next match, these newspapers will write Hua team relies entirely on the goalkeeper. The forwards are just ornaments. Feng Xiaoqing was taken aback for a moment, then teased, can't you say something nice? Nice. Lin Mo stood up, patted Feng Xiaoqing on the shoulder. In the next match, I'll keep another clean sheet. How many can you score? Chun Tao's mouth twitched. Could you be a little more humble? Lin Mo pondered seriously for a moment before responding no. Everyone burst into laughter. Only Dong Fangjin did not laugh. He walked up to Lin Mo and asked seriously, Lin, who exactly is your master? Lin Mo was taken aback. Master? Since he crossed into this world, where would he have a master? But his expression didn't change. He simply replied calmly, what's it to you? Dong Fangjin gestured. The way you knock people down is definitely not something an ordinary person could practice. I've played football for 10 years, collided with European defenders, collided with South American defenders, and have never seen anyone turn confrontation into a weapon. Your lower body is very stable, and the angle of strength from your shoulders is incredibly tricky. This is not something that can be practiced just by playing football. This is martial arts. Lin Mo was silent for a moment before saying, I practiced martial arts with my master when I was a child. Which master? What school? Lin Mo looked at him and suddenly smiled. My master doesn't let me say. He says I'm not skilled enough and would embarrass him if I went out. Is this still called not skilled enough? Dong Fangjin's eyes widened. Indeed. Lin Mo stood up, draped a towel over his shoulder, and walked towards the door, so I have to keep practicing until I satisfy him. Lin Mo left, but the room fell silent. Feng Xiaoqing quietly said his master must practice hard. Qigong, right? No one answered. In the afternoon, the entire team went to the training ground for pre-match training. Clothan called everyone to the tactics board. I've watched the video of Ukraine several times. Clothan tapped the tactics board with a marker. Their number 9 center forward is 188 meters tall and scored 4 goals in the qualifiers, making him Ukraine's top scorer. He is strong, good at headers, but has a violent temper, having received 2 red cards in the qualifiers. When Lin Mo heard the words violent temper, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Lin Clothan looked at him. You'll be starting tomorrow. Ukraine's offense will likely revolve around the number 9 center forward, so be prepared. He might use little tricks in the penalty area, so don't fall for it. Coach, don't worry. I understand. Who falls for whose tricks is still uncertain. Lin Mo had a cool expression on his face. After the training ended, the whole team boarded the bus, preparing to return to the hotel. Lin Mo greeted Klaus and expressed his desire to practice some more. The team's goalkeeper coach Yi Fan stayed behind to accompany him. Lin Mo moved a mannequin from the equipment room and placed it near the penalty spot. This mannequin was used to practice wall positioning, standing a bit over 1.80 meters with its base filled with cement, making it quite heavy. It would take at least 2 or 3 people to lift it. However, Lin Mo was able to easily move it into the penalty area. Such strength earned him continuous praise from the goalkeeper coach. It was a shame not to pursue weightlifting with such power. Lin Mo didn't explain much, saying, Coach, are you a spy sent from the weightlifting side? Yi Fan replied with a hint of annoyance, don't say such things, or I'll be the one to suffer. Do you think entering the system is easy? Lin Mo chuckled and said nothing more. He took a few steps back and began practicing his approach. He wasn't practicing saves, but confrontations. Each time he charged towards the mannequin, he would leap and shoulder bump it on the side, targeting the weakest part of a real person's ribcage. The mannequin was knocked around its base, leaving marks on the grass. Lin Mo bumped it 20 times, and despite having the protective strength of a master-level Baji Quan, his shoulder was still a bit red, yet he didn't stop. The goalkeeper coach, Yi Fan, watched from the side, shaking his head decisively. Initially, he wanted to summarize Lin Mo's training methods for future reference for the national team. After all, this guy's confrontational ability on the field was truly unparalleled in the domestic football scene. However, after watching for 20 minutes, he firmly abandoned that idea. With this kind of training, not to mention the national team's goalkeepers, there were hardly any in the world who could withstand it. If he kept colliding like this every day, his shoulder would be ruined in less than 3 days. He didn't want to be the villain. In the following time, Lin Mo adjusted the mannequin and continued to practice. He was honing not just the speed and power of his approach, but also a form of disguise. He wanted every confrontation to appear nonchalant on the surface, with all the explosive force hidden within to erupt at the moment of contact. This task proved to be more challenging than he had imagined. He possessed a century's worth of mastery in 3 master-level martial arts, Monkey Fist, Baji Quan, and Tai Chi. Each of these martial arts could suffice for a lifetime of practice on its own, yet he mastered them all. Still, they were of master-level quality. It sounded impressive, but the problem was that the techniques for generating force in these 3 styles were completely different, and even contradictory. If Lin Mo were participating in a combat arena, this would not be an issue, rather it would be an advantage. His opponents wouldn't know what martial art he would employ next. But on the football field it was a different story. Monkey Fist emphasizes agility, cleverness, and speed with short, quick bursts of power and a changing center of. Baji Quan focuses on heaviness, ferocity, and explosion, generating power from the ground, concentrating all force at a single point at the moment of impact, like a cannonball launched. Tai Chi, on the other hand, emphasizes relaxation, softness, and transformation, using intention rather than force, borrowing strength to overcome strength, like using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Each of these 3 styles has its own characteristics, making it difficult to integrate them. In the previous match against Turkey, Lin Mo utilized the explosive force of Baji Quan to collide with opponents, while employing the footwork of Monkey Fist to move swiftly in the penalty area. Each martial art shone in its own right, but they operated independently, lacking integration. Now Lin Mo had added a master-level Tai Chi to his repertoire. This meant he not only had to learn to use Tai Chi's soft power to protect himself from referee scrutiny during confrontations. He also needed to synchronize the 3 martial arts to generate force in a single movement, creating a style uniquely his own, something that others wouldn't be able to dissect even after watching the video repeatedly. Lin Mo moved the mannequin to the edge of the small penalty area and took 10 steps back. He silently recited in his mind, upper body Tai Chi, core Baji footwork, monkey steps. It sounded simple, but executing it was an entirely different matter. Lin Mo took a deep breath and charged toward. The moment his shoulder made contact with the mannequin's side, he used Tai Chi's softness to dissipate the impact, making the motion appear light and effortless. In the eyes of the referee, this was merely ordinary physical contact. But at that instant of contact, the explosive force of Baji Quan erupted from his core, channeling power through his shoulder into the mannequin. The mannequin slid back half a meter its base, leaving 2 deep impressions on the grass. However, a problem arose. Lin Mo's footwork slowed down. The footwork of Monkey Fist demands lightness and agility with rapid shifts in the center of gravity. But in his previous burst of power, he had focused too much on his upper body, causing his feet to be too planted, leaving him rooted in place. If this were a match while his opponent was knocked back, falling to the ground, the referee would blow the whistle, and he wouldn't be able to follow up with the next action of saving the ball. No good. Lin Mo frowned, adjusted the mannequin, and started over. This time he adjusted the sequence, starting with Monkey Fist's light steps to pick up speed, feeling as if he were walking on cotton, tightening his core, using Baji Quan's heavy force to lower his center of gravity, anchoring himself like a post. And at the moment of contact, Tai Chi's softness enveloped Baji Quan's hardness, appearing as a layer of cotton with iron wrapped inside. He charged forward. The mannequin toppled over. The cement-based mannequin was knocked to the ground. Lin Mo's body executed almost no unnecessary movements. After the collision, he smoothly slid sideways, returning steadily to the goal line. The entire motion was as fluid as an ordinary save practice, with no one suspecting he was deliberately confronting the mannequin. This was the effect Lin Mo desired. Yi Fan watched from the sidelines, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. He had just seen Lin Mo make a very ordinary collision with the mannequin, the motion looking even a bit soft, but how did that cement-based mannequin flip over? He rubbed his eyes, doubting his vision. Lin Mo didn't notice Yi Fan's expression. He repositioned the mannequin, still replaying the previous motion in his mind. Baji Quan's Taizhan Kyo is a blatant force, fierce and dominating, easily noticeable when executed. But if Tai Chi's softness wraps around that blatant force, it appears as mere physical contact, leaving the referee with no grounds for complaint. The footwork of Monkey Fist ensures that he can swiftly connect to the next action after a confrontation. Whether it's saving the ball, clearing the ball, or charging for a high ball, he can react in the shortest time possible. For the first time, the 3 martial arts began to truly cooperate within his body. But he knew this was still far from enough. The rewards from the system were random, and he had no idea when he would draw the next set of martial arts. Before acquiring new martial arts, Lin Mo had to fully master the existing 3 styles, forming muscle memory, so that every strike, save, and confrontation became instinctive. This way, when the new martial arts came, he could integrate them at the fastest speed, rather than letting them serve as mere decorations in his body. More importantly, he needed to make this set of movements appear sufficiently ordinary. Not fearing others analyzing it, nor fearing others dismantling it. That is the crux. If every move is captured on camera and the opponent's coaching staff dissects it frame by frame, and after endless scrutiny, they conclude his motions are no different from an ordinary goalkeeper's, mere routine saves and positioning, then the opponent cannot target him. So every repetition Lin Mo now runs through is about sanding down the edges of his fist techniques, concealing the obvious markers of martial arts, making them look like football moves, transforming them into his own style. The agility of Ho Quan Monkey Fist has become Lin Mo's swift movement and reflexes inside the penalty area. The explosive power of Ba Ji Quan Ba Ji Fist has become his instantaneous bursts when rushing out and his absolute control over possession. The softening of Tai Chi Quan has become the way he absorbs force when collecting the ball and his ability to stay balanced in physical contests. This is the style Lin Mo seeks, not the fruit of any single school of fist. Lin Mo was not afraid of being studied. Even if the rivals tore through the footage, they could only reach one conclusion: this Hwagwa goalkeeper moves with textbook precision, fluidity, and deadly effectiveness. As for why he always wins physical contests, why his sorties are always half a beat faster, why he never spills the ball, no one could find a reason. Yi Fan stood at the sideline watching Lin Mo charge the dummies again, and the thought that rose in his mind was sudden and clear: this kid is likely to become a big trouble for their opponents. Night had fully fallen. The training ground lights came on, bleaching the turf. Lin Mo dragged the dummy back to the equipment room. His jersey was sodden with sweat and clung to his skin. He took off the jersey and wrung it. Drops of sweat hit the grass and left small dimples. Feng Xiaoqing had come back at some point, leaning against the equipment room door with 2 bottles of water in his hands. Finished. Lin Mo took a bottle, twisted off the cap, and drank half before nodding. What exactly are you? Feng Xiaoqing asked. I watched for a long time. It looks like ordinary save drills, but you almost broke the... Lin Mo thought for a moment and said something Feng Xiaoqing did not quite understand: practicing how to make force not look like force. Feng was stunned for a beat, then swore. Can you for God's sake speak plainly? Lin Mo smiled and offered no explanation. He tossed the empty bottle into the bin and patted Feng Xiaoqing on the shoulder. Let's go back to the hotel. We need to prepare for the next match. As the two walked out of the training ground, the Dutch evening breeze came up from the canal, carrying the scent of waterweed. That night in the hotel lobby, Lin Mo used an icy phone card to call home. It had been nearly a week since he crossed over, occupying the original owner's body. Lin Mo had not yet spoken with the original owner's family. Hello, is that my little one? It was his motherly Yukin's voice, both familiar and strange. Mom, my child. Mom saw you on TV. Your father has been so excited he broke several teacups. Do you know you made the newspaper? Aunt Wang Yi next door has been going house to house telling your story. She used to worry you'd run off with her daughter. Now she says she'll agree to a marriage if both of you get into university. Oh, I only regard Xiao Li as a sister. I never meant anything about marriage. Mom, give the phone to Dad, Lin Mo said with a look of bemusement. He vaguely remembered the original owner had a childhood sweetheart, and they were close. The original had once said he would marry no one but her, but that was childish certainty and unreliable. Besides, Lin Mo's soul was no longer the original's. He did not share that neighborly affection. On the other end of the line, his father Lin Jianmin's voice crackled. You silly boy, don't get arrogant. There's another match to go. The old brothers are all behind you. Win, and they'll introduce their treasures to you. Lin Mo could only laugh and cry at that. He had just started university. Thoughts of marriage were far from his mind. Even romance he had not considered. Dad, there's no rush. Let me finish the matches first. Matters of the heart are unpredictable. All right then, take care. The goalkeeper position is dangerous. Don't always butt heads with others. After all, those foreign players are stronger physically. I know. He'll be careful. You and Mom take care of yourselves too. Lin Mo hung up and stood in the lobby in silence for a long time. Through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, the Dutch night sky glittered with stars. He thought of the parents from the life he had left behind, of how he had no time to say goodbye before fate tossed him into this parallel timeline. The parents here looked exactly like his original parents. Their temperaments were identical too. His mother passionate as fire, his father silent as a mountain. Lin Mo did not know whether it was coincidence or design, but he knew one thing: in any world, he could not disappoint his parents. A system panel hovered in the dark. The taskbar flashed. Against Ukraine, provoke and legally counter no. 9 Shite and Ku once. After being attacked, lawfully retaliate and send the opponent flying. Reward Shui Jiao Topo, Grandmaster level task. Hint: provocation must remain within what the referee can accept. The opponent must strike first for you to retaliate. The definition of a legal counterattack: engage in physical confrontation within the same play in which the referee penalizes the opponent and do not exceed what is necessary in the counteraction. It is recommended to use the chaos around corner kicks or scrambles for possession to complete the task. Provocation. The word turned over in Lin Mo's mind for most of the night. How does one provoke legally on a football pitch? Insulting someone? No, the referee understands English and would penalize foul language. Little fouls. Also no, if you foul first before the opponent acts, it's putting the cart before the horse. The best method is to make him come to you. Make him unable to help himself, lose control, make him strike in front of the... Ukraine's no. 9 Shite and Ku has a fiery temper and picked up 2 red cards in qualifying. He is the ideal target. Push his buttons, and he will surely react. The plan was simple, opened by delivering a few small taunts. Not overt, but sharp enough to sting. For example, catch a shot, and toss the ball back to him, forcing him to shoot again. Then wag a finger at him. Such a level of provocation will not draw the referee's ire, but for a hot-headed man, it is more than enough. Then wait for him to strike. The moment he makes the first move, Lin Mo would have a chance to retaliate legally. Before the referee blew the whistle, he would use Ba Ji Quan's Taishan Cao, a close shoulder surge, to smash him aside. It would hold up under the rules. The other man shoved first. Lin Mo held his ground and would not let him pass. During the contact, the opponent flew out. Proof of the opponent's inadequate contesting, nothing to do with Lin Mo. Lin Mo ran the plan through in his head 3 times, confirming that every step complied with the rules, and only then prepared to sleep. The next morning, Feng Xiaoqing found Lin Mo in the hotel restaurant, holding a magazine and wearing an excited expression, as if he had stumbled upon treasure. Lin, go take a look at this. He pushed the magazine in front of Lin Mo, the cover slapping the table with a crisp sound. It was the German magazine Kicker, featuring a photo of Lin Mo striking the ball with a single fist and Eldink flying through the air. The angle was clever, capturing the moment of their contact, with Eldink's expression twisted like a hippo, having its toe stepped on. The golden German title read, King of the Box. That's the nickname the Germans gave you. Feng Xiaoqing plopped down opposite him, grinning. King of the Box. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Lin Mo glanced at it, pushed the magazine back, and continued dealing with the fried egg on his plate. It's all right. Feng Xiaoqing widened his eyes, snatched the magazine back, flipped to an inner page, and read a segment in broken German, then translated for himself. The goalkeeper of the Huagua team is the most surprising discovery of this World Youth Championship. His dominance in the box reminds one of the peak period of Kahn. Kahn. That's Kahn, the world's #1 goalkeeper. The Lion King. Bayern fans call him the Titan. Lin Mo took a bite of bread and said slowly, but Kahn doesn't know me, and he's too old. You. Feng Xiaoqing pointed at him for a while, finally sighed and leaned back. Can't you have a bit of youthful vanity? At your age, being on the cover of a German magazine, you should at least take a photo and post it on your QQ space, right? Lin Mo asked seriously, what's QQ space? Feng Xiaoqing buried his face in the magazine. After a while, Lin Mo put down his chopsticks. When they call me the world's #1, then I'll be vain. Feng Xiaoqing lifted his head from the magazine, staring blankly at Lin Mo. Sunlight streamed in through the restaurant's glass window, illuminating the profile of this 17-year-old boy. His expression was calm, not like someone boasting, but more like stating a fact that would inevitably happen. Feng Xiaoqing fell silent for 2 seconds and smiled. He slapped the magazine on the table. All right. When you become the world's #1, I'll take this magazine to get your signature and sell it on Taobao. What's Taobao? Are you from ancient times? In the afternoon's pre-match press conference, Klotchen pushed open the door and paused for a moment. Inside, over 20 foreign media outlets were crammed together. German, French, Italian, Spanish. Cameras were set up in 3 rows, their red lights flashing like a pack of hungry wolves' eyes. A couple of blonde, blue-eyed reporters were trying to figure out how to spell the name of that Huagua goalkeeper. Is it Lin Mo or Mo Lin? Mo is the surname, you idiot. In a corner, 2 Huagua reporters were both astonished and delighted. The younger one nudged the older one. Old one, how many years has it been since our Huagua team had this kind of scene? The older one's eyes turned red. World Youth Championship 1 goalkeeper, and over 20 foreign media packed in. This is the first time in my life I've seen this. Klotchen sat down with Chun Tao and Feng Xiaoqing. Below, arms were raised like a forest. The first German reporter stood up eagerly. Lin, will you start today? Klotchen spoke into the microphone, revealing a rare German-style dark humor. He is already our starting goalkeeper. Besides, we don't have any other goalkeepers. A light laugh spread through the audience. A Turkish reporter's question carried a hint of hostility. The Turkish team has officially complained to the organizing committee about Lin's confrontational behavior, claiming he has maliciously collided with our players multiple times. What do you think? Klotchen remained expressionless, hands spread. I saw it very clearly. Every action was within the rules. The Turks can go watch the video in slow motion, frame by frame. If they find a foul, I'm willing to apologize. By the way, I've watched it 3 times. I found nothing. The third question was directed at Chun Tao. As a teammate, what do you think of Lin Mo? Chun Tao thought for a moment. He's a goalkeeper that makes forwards despair. During training, we take turns charging into the box, and not one person can take the ball from him. It's true, not one person. Sometimes you think you've gotten past him, but the next second you're sent flying. The reporters in the audience laughed. So do you have any advice for him? Chun Tao thought seriously for a moment, then said earnestly, my advice is, could you stop crashing into your own players? The whole audience burst into laughter. After the press conference, Feng Xiaoqing hooked Lin Mo's neck in the corridor. Guess what? You didn't go to the press conference, and yet everyone was asking about you. Lin Mo replied, so it was right not to go. If I went, they would want me to speak. You're quite self-aware. The CCTV interview was conducted at the training ground. The ponytailed beauty reporter Gao Chalon held the microphone out to Lin Mo, wearing a professional smile. Lin Mo representing the national team for the first time. You knocked down 3 Turkish players in the first half and saved 2 sure goals. Now fans all over the country are cheering for you. What do you want to say to everyone? Lin Mo looked at the camera, paused for a moment. I am the goalkeeper. Gao Qilan maintained her smile. 3 seconds passed, and Lin Mo didn't speak again, causing the atmosphere to suddenly cool down. Anything else? Lin Mo fell silent again. Anything else? What else? My box. After saying that, Lin Mo nodded, turned, and walked away. Gao Qilan stood there with the microphone. The photographer behind held the camera and whispered, "This kid uses fewer words than the news broadcast." That night, these 8 words became the opening line of all sports news in the country. The CCTV sports channel made these 8 words into an intro. I am the goalkeeper. My box. Accompanied by footage of Lin Mo wagging his finger, catching the ball with one hand, and provocatively pointing, replayed 3 times. The background music was "A Man Should Be Strong." The internet exploded. 8 words. He only said 8 words in an interview. 8 From now on he will be called 8 I am the goalkeeper, my box. If you're unconvinced, come and try. If you come, just lie down. This is a poet. Some even made jokes saying if the reporters asked Lin Mo one more question, he would say, I want to sleep. Someone immediately corrected that doesn't fit the 8 persona, it's missing a word. The next morning, the Hua team's bus headed towards the stadium. Lin Mo sat by the window, forehead against the glass, looking at the streets of the Netherlands. Hua sat in the front row, turning back to look at the boy, his gaze filled with appreciation for the raw gem. The bus stopped at the entrance of the stadium. The sight outside left everyone momentarily stunned. People. Everywhere there were people. A huge 5-star red flag unfurled among the crowd, flapping in the morning breeze of the Netherlands. Several middle-aged men holding the flag had prominent veins on their arms, gripping the flagpole tightly, like holding on to something they could not let go of. A group of Hua students squeezed nearby, their faces painted with national flag designs, holding handmade signs. Versus the red solitary peak. A sign reads, Lin Mo, you have the final say within the forbidden zone. Some people are holding up printed images of Lin Mo waving their fingers with a caption that says, once you enter, just lie down. Feng Xiaoqing whistled, did you see that? They are all coming for you. Lin Mo remained silent, gazing at the red flag and the excited yet tense expressions on the unfamiliar faces, a surge of warmth flowing in his chest. He took a deep breath and stepped off the bus. Lin Mo, Lin Mo, Lin Mo. Many people were calling his name. Lin Mo paused for a moment. Without turning around, he raised his right hand and gently waved towards the direction of the voices. The cheers grew louder. In the locker room, Klaus stood in front of the tactics board, moving magnets around and drawing a few arrows. Kids, remember my instructions today. We play defensive counterattack. His German accent emphasized the words defensive counterattack. The defensive line needs to push forward. With Lin Mo behind, the defenders should pay attention to their positioning and not retreat too deep. During the attack, don't all push forward. Ukraine's counterattack speed is very fast, and their number 8, Aliyev, scored 2 long-range goals in the last match. He pointed at the Ukrainian half. Stay compact, stay patient, opportunities will come. Then he turned and said, Lin, you are starting today. All eyes will be on you. Nervous? Lin Mo was wrapping bandages around his hands slowly and methodically. Without looking up, he replied, it's not my first time. The ones who should be nervous are the opponents. As long as they watched the last game, they should know. Attacking Hua country's goal is not that easy. Laughter echoed in the locker room. Feng Xiaoqing elbowed, Chun Tao, did you hear that? Our Lin Gu is getting more arrogant. Chun Tao smirked, he has the capital to be arrogant. Well said. Klaus clapped his hands, all right kids, let's go out. Let them see who controls the penalty area of the Hua country team. Lin Mo stood up. He took a couple of steps forward, then stopped to look back at Feng Xiaoqing. Keep an eye on number 9 and number 10 for me today. Don't let them feel too comfortable. Feng Xiaoqing patted his chest, don't worry. No, Lin Mo said, you leave them to me. Feng Xiaoqing was taken aback, then laughed. All right, you are the king of the penalty area. You have the final say. Lin Mo opened the door and walked into the player tunnel. At the other end of the tunnel, the Ukrainian team had already lined up. In their yellow warm-up suits, they looked like a moving. The players were huddled together, whispering in Ukrainian, occasionally glancing towards the Hua country team before quickly turning away. Lin Mo immediately spotted the figure towering above the others. Number 10, Artem Milevsky. The core of Ukraine's attack, known as the Ukrainian Ibrahimovic, stands at 190 meters tall with top-notch back-to-goal and passing abilities, one of the most promising strikers in this World Youth Championship. He had his arms crossed over his chest, his blonde hair tied in a small ponytail at the back of his head, his gaze cold and composed, as if assessing prey. Beside Milevsky was number 8, Alexander Aliyev. The organizing core, with excellent long-range shooting and set-piece skills, scored twice in the last match and was the top scorer for the Ukrainian team. He was adjusting his captain's armband when he heard footsteps and looked up. Their gazes met in the player tunnel. Milevsky looked down at Lin Mo, a slight smirk on his lips radiating a hint of arrogance, and said in English, you are the Hua country goalkeeper who knows martial arts. Lin Mo glanced at him, but said nothing. He continued walking forward, the studs of his football shoes making a soft sound against the concrete floor. Malevski's eyebrows twitched. This kid is quite arrogant. The player tunnel had both teams lined up. Sunlight poured in from the exit, dazzlingly bright, and the dew on the grass reflected fragmented light. The DJ's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, starting to announce the starting lineups for both sides. First up, Hua Country Team. The southern stands erupted in a thunderous cheer. Number 38 goalkeeper, Lionel Messi. The cheers suddenly soared by an octave. The sound of drums was dense like a downpour, hundreds of five-star red flags waving simultaneously as Gu raised the drumsticks over his head, and the roar resonated throughout the stands. Lionel Messi stood at the back of the line, his expression still calm, only his right hand subtly clenched at his side. Number 30 defender, Captain Feng Xiaoqing. Feng Xiaoqing waved his right hand, a fearless smile on his lips. The captain's armband left a faint mark on his left arm. Number 10 midfielder, Chen Tao. Chen Tao stepped forward from the line, raising his left hand to greet the stands. His expression was more composed than in the last match, and his lips tightened slightly as he scanned the red flags in the stands. He turned back and shouted to his teammates behind him, Hua Country Team. Everyone responded in unison, let's go. Next up, Ukrainian Team. The northern stands erupted in a wave of yellow, the synchronized cheers deafening. Number 1, a goalkeeper, Lionel Messi. A 2-meter giant stepped out from the lineup. With extremely long arms, he was the last line of defense for Ukraine, possessing unparalleled aerial control among European youth. Number 3, a defender, Oleg Dopyurka. A player with fierce features slapped his chest. A tough defensive player known for his brutal tackles. Number 4, a defender, Anatoly Kitsyuda. The commander of Ukraine's defense line, standing at 191 meters, responsible for marking and positioning. His gaze was fixed on Chen Tao, clearly having studied the movements of the Hua Country Team's midfield core. Number 5, a defender, Alexander Itsienko. Another tall player standing at 192 meters with excellent unknown defending and heading ability. He and Kitsyuda stood together like two walls. Duan Xian exclaimed from the commentary booth, the average height of Ukraine's defense line is close to 190 meters with formidable aerial ability. For Hua Country to create opportunities from set pieces will be extremely challenging. But conversely, when facing Lionel Messi, they also face the same dilemma. Number 15, a defender, Gana. Number 8, a midfielder, Alexander Aliyev. Aliyev raised his right hand, his index finger pointing to the sky. The Ukrainian fans in the northern stands erupted in a scream. He is the soul of this team, with exquisite footwork and a broad vision, and his 2 long-range shots in the last match left a lasting impression on everyone. Number 9, a midfielder, Alexander Sitnik. The workhorse of the midfield, active in running and fierce in tackling. He thumped his chest towards the stands. Number 14, a midfielder, Volodymyr Azanov. Number 17, a midfielder, Volodymyr Samborsky. Number 16, forward, Dmitro Voroby. A very fast forward, adept at finding opportunities in count. He stood beside Malevski, half a head shorter, but the muscles in his legs were taut, like a cheetah ready to sprint. Number 10, forward captain, Artem Malevski. The DJ's voice trailed off, and the cheers from the northern stands reached a climax. Versus Ukraine's Ibrahimovic. Malevski stepped forward from the team, placing his right hand on his left chest and nodding slightly. His gaze crossed the center circle, locking onto the red figure on the goal line of the Hua team. Lionel also looked at him. Their eyes met, and neither of them averted their gaze. Duan Xian's voice sounded from the commentary booth. Dear viewers, both teams' players have completed their entrance. Today's starting goalkeeper for the Hua team is still number 30, Lionel. His performance in the last match shocked the entire European football scene. Today's opponent, Ukraine, is stronger. Their captain, number 10 Malevski, is one of the most watched strikers in this World Youth Championship. This is destined to be a showdown between a spear and a shield. Zhang Lu interjected, exactly. Moreover, I have a hunch that the confrontation between Malevski and Lionel will be the biggest highlight of today's match. Both are core figures of their respective teams, both proud and arrogant. The tension in this match will not be less than the previous one. The referee team walked to the center circle, and the main referee lowered his head to adjust the whistle. On the south stand, the sound of the Swona playing a man should be strong echoed again. This time it was played with extra effort, each note exploding under the Dutch sky. The combined sound of drums and Swona resonated, making people's chests tremble. Lionel stood on the goal line, and the surrounding sounds seemed to quiet down suddenly. This 6-meter penalty area is his territory, his rules, his world. Anyone who wishes to enter must abide by his rules. Beep, the whistle sounded. The match between Hua and Ukraine officially began. In the 3rd minute, Ukraine gave Hua a warning. Aliyev received a pass from his teammate outside the penalty area, glanced up. Lionel's position was slightly forward, revealing a half-open gap in the upper left corner of the goal. He lifted the corner of his mouth and took a long shot without hesitation. The football, with a strong inward spin, flew towards the upper left corner like a guided missile. The quality of this shot was extremely high, fast speed, tricky angle, and it had a curve. Duan Xian inhaled Aliyev's long shot, but Lin Mo moved. The master-level monkey fist prediction began to operate the moment Aliyev touched the ball. Lin Mo's eyes caught the opponent's action, and the information converged in his mind into a clear trajectory. Upper left corner inward spin. Speed approximately 120 km per hour. Lin Mo sidestepped 3 steps, his monkey fist footwork light and soundless. He did not jump, but slightly tilted his body arms ready to embrace the incoming ball. The moment the football collided with his palms, it carried a fierce spin, trying to break free. However, Lin Mo's fingers were like iron hooks, firmly gripping the ball's surface. The softness of Tai Chi dissipated the impact layer by layer like a stone thrown into a pile of cotton. Lin Mo stood up holding the ball, his expression incredibly calm. Duan Xian exclaimed, "Lin Mo, he caught it. He caught it steadily. No fumble. No unnecessary movements." Zhang Lu shook his head repeatedly. The feel of this catch was too smooth. Look at his fingers. The ball's spin stopped the moment it reached his hands. This is not a learned technique, it's instinct. He was born to stand in front of the goal. Aliyev stood rooted, his expression shifting from anticipation to shock. He was most aware of the force behind that shot. Usually, if the goalkeeper could deflect it during training, it was already impressive. This guy actually caught it directly. In the 8th minute, Ukraine launched another attack. Malevsky received the ball at the arc of the penalty area, using his body to lean against Feng Xiaoqing. Standing at 1.90 m, he resembled a solid brick wall. Feng Xiaoqing pushed against him from behind twice, but couldn't budge him, gritting his teeth and whispering in his ear, "You won't have it easy today." Malevsky ignored him, flicking the ball to the left for number 17, Samborsky, who was making a run. Samborsky crossed from the flank the football, drawing a high arc heading straight for the middle of the penalty area. The Ukraine team pressed forward. Malevsky turned and rushed into the penalty area like a heavy tank rolling over midfield. Feng Xiaoqing gritted his teeth, chasing behind him, cursing, "Lin Go, he's coming." Lin Mo did not respond. His eyes were already locked onto the football's flight path. The monkey fist prediction drew an arc in his mind, with the landing point at the edge of the small penalty area. Malevsky's running route timing to jump peak height. All calculations were completed in Lin Mo's mind in an instant. This is the instinct of master-level monkey fist. This ball is mine. Lin Mo initiated. Malevsky judged the landing point correctly and jumped off the ground. With his height and power, no one in the penalty area could contest him. He increased the downward force, thinking fiercely, "Come on, let's see how you take this ball." Then he saw a red figure springing out from the small penalty area. That red figure jumped higher than him. What the heck, what's going on? Lin Mo's timing for the jump was precise to the millisecond, and the explosive power of the 8 Extremes fist made his takeoff motion like a spring compressed to its limit, then suddenly released. Lin Mo's body fully extended in the air, hands reaching for the football. Malevsky's forehead was about to connect with the ball. Lin Mo's hands got there first. He caught the ball clean and decisive. The football was securely cradled in his embrace. Malevsky crashed into empty air, losing his balance and tilting in midair. Lin Mo's movement wasn't over yet. As he descended, his body naturally turned, performing a standard goalkeeper's protective action, elbows slightly bent, shoulders naturally sinking, using his body to separate the ball from the opponent. The action was very standard, very gentle, very smooth. However, Lin Mo's shoulder brushed lightly against Malevsky's chest at the moment of turning. Just once, as if a feather brushed across the water's surface. Malevsky's pupils dilated suddenly. He felt a powerful force explode from the point of contact. This force spread from his chest throughout his body, causing him to lose balance and control. He tried to steady himself, but his foot seemed to trip over something and his center of gravity wavered. Malevsky fell onto his back. Bang. The turf made a dull sound. His blonde hair was disheveled across his face, and he looked utterly bewildered. His arms still held the pose of contesting in midair. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? The entire stadium fell silent. Duan Xian's voice exploded from the commentary booth. Lin Mo charged out, caught the ball, turned while landing. Malevsky fell. Ukraine's attacking core has fallen in the penalty area. This protective action was too smooth. No foul movements whatsoever. This is a standard goalkeeper's protective action. Zhang Lu said with a smile. Slow motion replay is here. Look, Lin Mo touched the ball, first caught it, landed, and turned to protect the ball. His shoulder brushed against Malevsky's chest, but this was normal contact in a protective action. The referee did not blow the whistle. Completely reasonable. However, Malevsky was knocked down. What is happening? This is the essence of Kung Fu. Don't ask me what kind of Kung Fu it is, I don't know. All I know is that the gentler Lin Mo's movements looked, the worse his opponent fell. The main referee rushed over, glancing at Malevsky on the ground, then at Lin Mo, standing by with the ball. Lin Mo's expression was innocent and harmless, as if he were unaware of what had just happened. The main referee signaled for the match to continue. The southern stands erupted. Lin Mo, Lin Mo, Lin Mo. The sound of drums thundered, and the Swana played like a piercing wind. Hundreds of 5-star red flags waved simultaneously as if they were about to set the Dutch sky ablaze. The drummer swung the drumsticks with vigor each strike, keeping the same rhythm, shouting again. Once more, Feng Xiaoqing climbed up from the ground and whispered as he ran past Lin Mo. Lin Ge, how did you do that just now? It looked like you barely touched him. Lin Mo replied, he was just too forceful. What? The more he tried to crash into me, the harder he fell. Feng Xiaoqing was taken aback for half a second before breaking into a grin. Damn. Isn't that just Tai Chi? Using force against force. Lin Mo did not respond, tossing the ball to the defender and turning back to the goal line. The northern stands were in an uproar. Ukrainian fans offered scattered boos and protests, but mostly confusion. How did their captain suddenly fall? Milevsky got up from the ground, clutching his chest, his gaze fixed on Lin Mo's back. He had clearly felt himself being flung away by a tremendous force, yet that guy's ball protection was so proper there was no fault to find. Milevsky wanted to say something, but Lin Mo had already thrown the ball to the defender, not even giving. Milevsky's brows furrowed into a knot. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he ran back. This matter wasn't over. Minute 12. The Ukrainian team launched a counterattack. Aliyev received the ball in midfield, delivering a precise long pass to 14th number Azarov, who was sprinting down the right flank. Azarov advanced with the ball on the wing, glancing up at the penalty area. Milevsky was grappling with Feng Xiaoqing, both of them locked in a struggle, neither willing to yield. Azarov hesitated. A cross. The goalkeeper was about to charge out. Not passing. Milevsky had already raised his hand for the ball. He ultimately chose to cross, sending a low ball skimming just above the grass towards the center of the penalty area. The ball was fast, its trajectory tricky. Lin Mo's anticipation locked onto the ball's path the moment Azarov touched it. The low ball landed inside the small penalty area, traveling at about 90 kilometers per hour. Lin Mo hesitated not a moment, charging out from the goal. Milevsky also correctly judged the ball's landing point. He shook off Feng Xiaoqing and rushed towards the incoming ball. The distance between them shrank from 10 meters to 5, then to 3, with neither slowing down. Milevsky thought fiercely, this time I won't play with you in the air. Low ball speed contest, whoever touches it first claims it. He extended his right foot, the cleats scraping the grass as he slid in. Both arrived simultaneously. Lin Mo leaned forward, arms outstretched like a goalkeeper diving for prey. But just as Lin Mo's palms were about to touch the football, he made an unexpected move. Lin Mo did not catch the ball. His left hand suddenly redirected, gently flicking the grass. The football was nudged to the right narrowly, avoiding Milevsky's sliding tackle. Then Lin Mo's right hand pushed off the ground, using the momentum to spring up. Milevsky's slide missed. He slid past Lin Mo, unable to stop, gliding more than a meter on the grass. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already sprung up, taking a few steps to chase after the football he had flicked away, cradling it securely in his arms. The entire process was as swift as lightning. Duxian's voice erupted. Lin Mo charges out. No, he didn't catch the ball directly. He flicked it away. He avoided Milevsky's slide. He springs back up to pursue the ball. This is not a goalkeeper. He is a gymnast. No, he is a martial arts master. In the penalty area, he dodges and weaves, leaving the core of Ukraine's attack spinning in circles. Zhang Lu excitedly slammed the table. A stroke of genius. An absolute stroke of genius. Look at this move. He altered his hand position mid-charge, flicking the ball away, evading the tackle, then springing up to chase the ball. How quick must the reaction be? How agile the agility? How strong the body control? This is natural instinct. The slow-motion replay showed 3 times. Each time more shocking than the last. Azarov stood on the sideline, hands on his head, hardly believing what he had just witnessed. When he crossed, he thought the ball was certain to score. Milevsky was already in position, and the goalkeeper's charge was too risky. But he did not expect that the goalkeeper could change his move mid-air and flick the ball away. That was simply beyond human. Milevsky got up from the grass covered in blades. He glanced back at Lin Mo, his face filled with disbelief. That moment had happened too quickly. He had calculated the distance, the angle, and the timing of the slide. He had even mentally rehearsed the next scene, flicking the football away with his toes, then taking down that annoying Huagua goalkeeper, making him taste the grass. But that guy flicked the ball away midair. How could this be possible? How did he do it? At that speed, at that distance, a human being's reflexes could barely make any adjustments. Yet that guy not only adjusted, but did so with such composure. Milevsky's chest rose and fell sharply. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. What if he got a red card? After all, this game could go on with or without him. As long as he could take that guy down, the Huagua team's goal would be a wide open space. A red card in exchange for the Ukrainian team advancing from the group stage, worth it. But unfortunately he failed. His slide missed completely, only scraping at air and a few blades of grass. That red figure had already sprung up, holding the ball at the edge of the small penalty area, not losing a single hair. Milevsky's temple throbbed violently. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Just then the referee quickly approached Milevsky, his left hand already reaching into his chest pocket. That last slide, both feet off the ground, cleats exposed, aimed at the player. Although he did not make contact, the action itself constituted a dangerous play. Beep. The referee raised a yellow card to Milevsky. Yellow card. Du Xian's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. The referee has shown a yellow card to Malevsky. That last slide was too dangerous. Although Lin Mo avoided it, such a tackle with exposed cleats is inherently a foul. The referee's decision is very accurate. Indeed, Zhang Lu nodded. Malevsky's action was clearly fueled by anger. After being knocked down by Lin Mo twice, he had already lost control. This yellow card serves as a warning for him, but also as a hidden danger. With a yellow card against him, he must be cautious in the remainder of the match. The Ukrainian fans in the north stand erupted in discontented boos, with some shaking their fists at the field. Yet the referee remained unfazed, jotting down Malevsky's number before signaling for the match to continue. Malevsky did not argue. He simply stood there glaring fiercely at Lin Mo. The warning of a yellow card did not calm him, instead it fueled the fire within him. Lin Mo glanced at him. Then extending his left hand he gestured, "Come on, keep coming." Malevsky clenched his jaw tightly. A teammate ran over to pull him back, but he forcefully shook him off and turned to run back, each step thudding heavily on the turf. In the stands the Hua fans erupted. Ape Master is mighty. King of the penalty area. King of the penalty area. The refund guy swung his drumstick. Did you see that? That was Hua's goalkeeper making a forward look like a monkey. On the Hua bench, several players jumped up from their seats, towels whipping through the air. Lu Yu grabbed Wang Hongliang's arm. "Old Wang, did you see that just now?" What was Lindsay thinking? In that situation, wouldn't everyone just dive for the ball? He actually changed direction to deflect it. Wang Hongliang grimaced from Lu Yu's grip. I saw. Let go, you're hurting me." On the sidelines, Clausen crossed his arms, a rare smile creeping onto his lips. The German coach had seen countless goalkeepers in his career, but none had ever managed to change direction mid-speed to evade a tackle. He turned to his assistant Gao Hong and said something in German. Gao Hong understood, his eyes widening slightly. Clausen said, "This kid doesn't belong in the U20 World Cup. He belongs on a higher stage." In the 18th minute, the Ukrainian team earned a corner. Aliyev stood at the corner spot, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The situation in the penalty area was giving him a headache. Malevsky was shoving and pushing with Feng Xiaoqing both entangled from the penalty spot to the edge of the small box. Meanwhile, the Hua goalkeeper stood in the center of the goal line, his gaze sweeping across the entire penalty area like a tiger perched on a hill. A back post cross is definitely going to be intercepted. A front post cross. Aliyev's mind raced. He recalled the footage from the last match against Turkey where the Hua goalkeeper had reacted only when the ball was aimed at the back post. He generally did not proactively attack the front post, but relied on reflexes for saves. All right, then I'll aim for the front post. He raised his left hand, signaling a tactical change. The whistle blew. A rune up, a leg swing. The football traced a low arc heading straight for the front post. The ball was fast, the angle tricky, almost skimming past the near post. This was a variation of a tactical corner, a low ball aimed at the front post, allowing the striker to poke it in at close range. With the high speed and short distance, the goalkeeper had no time to respond. But Lin Mo's reaction was faster than anyone could imagine. The prediction of his master-level monkey fist locked onto the ball's trajectory the moment Aliyev made contact. A low ball at the front post, landing just outside the near post with incredible speed. The angle of Aliyev's ankle, the force of his legs swing, the direction of the ball's spin. These pieces of information coalesced into a clear trajectory in an instant. Front post. Low ball. Lin Mo moved. He swiftly slid sideways. The slip step of the monkey fist enabled Lin Mo to glide silently on the turf, covering the distance from the center of the goal line to the near post in 3 steps. Lin Mo's right foot firmly planted on the goal line, his body lowering its center of gravity. Number 9, a Sitnik burst from the crowd, ready to poke the incoming ball. With less than 6 yards to go, the ball sped towards the near corner. Get in there, that ball is mine. Sitnik was already prepared to celebrate. But Lin Mo's left hand had already reached out, accurately gripping the football. His fingers spread wide like 5 iron hooks, entering the ball's flight path from the side. Smack! The football was pinned down by Lin Mo's single hand on the grass beside the goalpost. His 5 fingers pressed firmly against the ball, like a leopard desperately struggling to escape. The ball bounced once under Lin Mo's palm before coming to a halt. Sitnik could not stop himself and collided with Lin Mo's shoulder. Yet he felt like he had collided not with a person, but with a wall. Bang! Sitnik bounced back, landing square. Duan Xian was no longer just commentating, he was shouting. One hand. Lin Mo actually held it with one hand. He directly pinned it down. Lin Mo pinned the ball on the goal line with one hand. What reaction speed! What strength! Zhang Lu's hands trembled. I have commentated on football for over 30 years and have never seen a goalkeeper handle the ball like this. To pin down a poke shot from this distance with one hand. How much strength does that require? How precise must the judgment be? How fast must the reaction be? This is talent. A level of talent that is overwhelming. In slow motion, the whole stadium could see clearly the football was firmly pinned down by that orange-gloved left hand just as it was about to cross the goal line. 5 fingers dug into the ball's surface like an eagle's claws gripping its prey's flesh. Sitnik sat on the turf looking up at Lin Mo, his expression one of disbelief. He had clearly struck the ball perfectly with the angle right and the distance so close. How could this be possible? Lin Mo glanced at him, picked up the ball, brushed off the grass from his gloves, and turned back to the goal line. He said nothing. But this silent action was more impactful than any provocation. The Huagua fans in the south stand were already roaring. "Eight master! Eight master! Eight master!" The synchronized chants echoed throughout the stadium. An elderly fan with white hair stood among the crowd holding a small national flag, trembling as he said to the person next to him, "I've watched Huagua football for 40 years, and I've never felt so proud." In another corner of the stands, several local Dutch fans were whispering to each other. One middle-aged man wearing an orange scarf raised a pair of binoculars, muttering, "This Huagua goalkeeper is not right. Very much not right. How could he move so quickly? That ball was traveling at least 100 kilometers per hour. How could he possibly slide to the near post in an instant?" His companion shrugged. "Kung fu." The middle-aged man lowered the binoculars, his expression serious, not funny. "Do you remember a few years ago there was a movie that said Huagua had a Shaolin football team? Wasn't that a movie? I don't know if it was a movie, but I'm starting to have my doubts." In the stands, several people dressed in jackets with different club logos raised their binoculars simultaneously as Azanov made the cross. They were scattered throughout the area, some in the neutral fan zone, others mingling among the Ukrainian fans, and some sitting next to the press box wearing media passes but with nothing written in their notebooks. These individuals shared a common identity: scouts. One middle-aged man, wearing a signature red scarf of Bayern Munich during the slow-motion replay of Lin Mo's skillful deflection to evade a tackle, punctured the paper of his notebook with his pen. Unaware, he stared intently at the slow motion on the big screen, mumbling in German. When his companion leaned over to ask what was wrong, he ignored him, continuing to fixate on the screen. Not far away, a scout from AC Milan took off his glasses and turned to the person next to him, saying, "None of our youth team's goalkeepers can perform that move. Not a single one. One-handed ball control. My heavens." Before Duan Xian's roar faded, the Bayern scout had already stood up from his seat. He pulled out a flip phone from the inner pocket of his coat, flipped open the screen, and his thumb raced across the keyboard to dial a number. Once the call connected, he said, "Hello. It's me. I need you to look up a player for me. Chinese national team goalkeeper number 30. Yes, that Lin Mo. I want all his information, club contract status, who his agent is, whether he has a European passport, everything. Get it to me as soon as possible. It's not just keep an eye on him, it's we must secure him. I just saw a move that even Khan couldn't pull off at his peak." He hung up the phone and sat back down. At the same time, the AC Milan scout was also on a call. He spoke in Italian. "Anticipation, ability, footwork, body control, all top-notch. Did you hear what I said? Not top-notch for the youth level, but for the senior team level. And he's only 17. Tell me, how many non-EU player spots do we have left?" The person on the other end responded, "One." "Then save it. Don't talk to me about procedures. I don't care about procedures. If this player is signed by Juventus or Inter Milan first, we will be left questioning our lives in the league next year after he stops us." On the other side of the stands, a Dutch man in a dark blue jacket was not on the phone. He was from Ajax, a club renowned for its youth training, having nurtured talents like Cruyff, Van Basten, and Bergkamp. His standards for talent were higher than most scouts. He simply took out a small notebook from his pocket and wrote a name on the first page, Lin Mo. Then he closed the notebook and put it back in his pocket. The person next to him asked, "Aren't you going to make a call?" The Ajax scout shook his head. "No rush." "Why the rush?" "Because the U20 World Cup isn't over yet." He looked at the red figure on the field who was throwing the ball to the defenders. "I want to watch all his matches before deciding whether to apply to the board for an exception to bring in a Chinese player. If he can lead this Chinese national team to the knockout stage, know if he can keep a clean sheet in the next match, then I will call, and I will call Van Gaal himself." His companion was silent for a moment, then whistled. On the sideline, Ukrainian coach Mikhailichenko crossed his arms, his face a deep shade of anger. His lips pressed into a line, his eyes fixed on the red number 30 on the field. Behind him was the Ukrainian. Several young players who had not yet entered the game exchanged glances, some hiding their faces behind towels, leaving only their eyes visible. They had seen their fair share of great goalkeepers, having encountered the top youth goalkeepers in Europe. But even the best of those goalkeepers were still only human-level skilled. The prowess of this Chinese goalkeeper made them feel it was somewhat unreasonable. Mikhailichenko said nothing. He silently adjusted the tactics for the second half in his mind. They could no longer confront that number 30 Hedon. They needed to change their approach. Reduce crosses, focus on long-range shots. And the long shots should aim for angles, rebound shots, and any method that could create uncertainty. No matter how strong a goalkeeper is, they cannot cover all angles. With this thought, he felt a bit more at ease. In the 23rd minute, the Ukrainian team gained a throw-in in the attacking half. Samborski threw the ball forcefully into the penalty area, and the ball bounced twice in the crowd before rolling to number 9 Sitnik. He turned his back to fend off. Feng Xiaocheng rubbed the ball with his foot, then suddenly turned around and shot with his right foot. The angle of the shot was not particularly tricky, but at that moment Sitnik lost his balance under Feng Xiaoqing's pressure. However, this shot had plenty of power, and the ball flew straight toward the center of the goal with a whistling sound. Lin Mo made an accurate judgment, sidestepped, and reached out with both hands. The ball crashed into his palms, and his fingers closed firmly around it. This time he did not immediately stand up. He held the ball and slowly got up, looking at Sitnik, who was gasping for breath in the penalty area. The two were less than 5 meters apart, their eyes meeting. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. He tossed the football forward, it bounced twice on the grass before rolling to Sitnik's feet. The whole stadium fell silent. Then Lin Mo extended his right hand, his index finger pointing at Sitnik. He beckoned. Come on, take another shot. This move was captured clearly by the stadium's big screen, replayed in slow motion 3 times. The stadium erupted. Here it comes again. The iconic moment is back. Duan Xin sprang up from his seat, the headphone cord getting tangled. Lin Mo threw the ball back to the opponent again. This time it was Sitnik. In the previous match, he had done the same to Yilmaz. This had become his signature provocation. A goalkeeper. He was telling the opposing forward to take another shot. And did you notice? Just in the 18th minute, it was Sitnik's close-range shot that Lin Mo had pushed onto the goal line with one hand. Now Lin Mo threw the ball back to him, saying, "Let me give you another chance to try a different angle." This provocation was truly soul-crushing. This kid is too reckless. Zhang Lu slammed the table. He knows very well that Sitnik was just humiliated once by having a shot pushed away with one hand, and now he throws the ball back to him. This is saying, I give you all the chances, but if you can't score, that's your problem. This psychological blow is even harsher than being knocked aside. The South Stand went wild. The sound of drums shook the heavens, the Suona pierced the sky, and hundreds of 5-star red flags waved. A Chinese international student held up a cardboard sign with Lin Mo beckoning, tears and snot streaming down his face as he shouted to his classmates next to him. This is the one that was printed out. He did it live. He really did it. The refund guy waved his drumsticks like a whirlwind. Beckon him to death. Let him know who the king of the penalty area is. The Ukrainian fans in the North Stand exploded. Some stood up to curse, some threw inflatable sticks on the ground, and some frantically raised their middle fingers. But all of this was drowned out by the cheers of the Chinese fans. The red ocean of the South Stand surged, and the sound of the Suona stirred the blood. Sitnik looked down at the football at his feet. His hands were trembling, not from fear, but from anger. His mind replayed the earlier moment over and over. At the near post less than 6 yards out, he had clearly struck the right spot, and the angle was right. In that moment, he had already prepared to turn and celebrate, but that left hand clad in orange glove swooped in like an eagle's claw from the side, pinning his shot firmly on the goal line. The shock of that moment had yet to be processed, and now this Chinese goalkeeper threw the ball back to him, right in front of him, beckoning him. In front of tens of thousands of spectators and the world's broadcast cameras. This gesture was clearer than any words. You can't do it, try again, and you still can't. Sitnik's teeth ground together. He had kicked a ball for so many years, known for his relentless spirit in the Ukrainian league, and no one had ever dared to say he wasn't tough enough. But today this Chinese goalkeeper had pinned his shot on the goal line with one hand, and then told him, come again. It felt like teasing a dog. You're looking for death. Zydernik raised his foot ready to charge at Lin Mo to settle the score, but Aliyev firmly held him back from behind. Zydernik, calm down. He's trying to provoke you. Let go of me. Do you want a red card? Malevsky already has a yellow card. Aliyev pulled him to the side, cupping his face with both hands, forcing him to meet his gaze. Listen to me, he wants you to lose your cool. If you lose your cool, he wins. Calm down, and we will stick to the strategy. Do you hear me? Zydernik took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently a few times before he finally nodded. But his eyes told everyone this matter is not over. Zydernik stared intensely at Lin Mo. Just wait, I will make you remember my name. Lin Mo looked at him, his expression eerily calm. What's your name? Zydernik's face instantly turned the color of liver. Feng Xiaoqing burst into laughter beside them, quickly covering his mouth with his hand, pretending to cough. Chen Tao in front also heard at his shoulders, shaking, desperately holding back. This remark had little impact, but was highly insulting. Lin Mo said nothing more, waiting for Ukraine's attack. Ding. Provocation task completed. Target successfully provoked. Please wait for the opponent to initiate action and respond legally within the same round as the referee's foul call. 28th minute. The Ukrainian team launched another attack. Aliyev received the ball in midfield, delivering a long pass over the top to Malevsky. This pass was extremely accurate, the soccer ball soaring over Feng Xiaoqing's head, landing directly in Malevsky's running path. However, Malevsky had no opportunity for a direct shot as his back was to the goal 15 yards away. Feng Xiaoqing had already chased back, closely marking him from behind. Malevsky made a wise choice. He did not force a turn to shoot, but passed the ball to Voroby, who was making a run on the right. Voroby was fast, and after receiving the ball, he took a low shot aimed at the far corner. The angle was tricky, kissing the inner side of the far post as it flew past. Lin Mo's monkey fist had already predicted the ball's trajectory. The moment Verobi touched the ball, Lin Mo determined that this shot would fly toward the far corner with a speed of approximately 110 kilometers per hour, skimming the ground. Lin Mo did not hesitate. He pushed off the ground with both feet, his body launching sideways like a bow drawn tight. However, the distance was too far this time. The goal was 8 yards wide, and Lin Mo had to move from the center to the far post, covering at least 4 yards. Lin Mo's body fully extended in the air, his left hand reaching its limit, 3 fingers grazing the ball. The soccer ball was slapped away by Lin Mo, changing its direction. Bang! The next second, the soccer ball struck the far post. Then it bounced back. It ricocheted into the middle of the penalty area. Zidernek's eyes lit up, a chance for a follow-up shot. He dashed toward the rebounding ball, his right foot already poised. In the center of the penalty area, unmarked, an open goal for a follow-up shot. The humiliation of being pressed down by one hand and the anger of being provoked transformed into pure power at his feet at this moment. Surely no one can stop this, right? What he didn't see was that a red figure had already sprung up from the ground. Lin Mo's right hand pushed off the grass. The explosive power of Bajiquan propelled him upward. Zidernek's right foot was about to strike the soccer ball. Lin Mo's right hand reached out. Bang! The ball was deflected away. Lin Mo spread his fingers wide, his right hand precisely poking the side of the soccer ball, nudging it just ahead of Zidernek's foot over the goal line. Zidernek kicked air, his whole body spun half a circle due to his own force, losing balance and tumbling on. In 3 seconds, the entire stadium experienced a long-range shot, a save hitting the post, a rebound, a follow-up shot, and a second save, 6 twists. At this moment, the entire stadium fell into a death-like silence. The silence was shattered by Duan Xian. His voice had completely cracked. He saved it. Lin Mo saved it. No, the ball was deflected back. Follow-up shot. Zidernek's follow-up shot. Lin Mo is up again. He deflected the ball. 2 consecutive saves. He saved it twice. This is not something a human can do. He is not human. Zhang Lu stood up, his glasses askew on his nose, utterly oblivious. I don't know what to say. The first save was already world-class. Hitting the post and rebounding, he managed to spring back up from the ground to complete a second save in mere seconds. And look. The one making the follow-up shot is Zidernek. It's the number 9 who was just provoked by Lin Mo. Lin Mo deflected the ball away from under his feet. This is the 3rd time. Pressing the ball with one hand, provoking with a throw and a second save. Zidernek has been humiliated 3 times in front of Lin Mo today. This is no longer a contest of the same level. The slow-motion replay. Tens of thousands in the stadium clearly saw it. Long-range shot, horizontal save, fingertips grazing the ball, hitting the post and bouncing back. Zidernek rushed in for a follow-up shot, and Lin Mo sprang up from the ground, deflecting the ball at the last moment. Every single moment was as fast as lightning. Every single moment was breathtaking. The fans in the south stand were no longer cheering, they were crying. The refund guy threw down his drumstick, covering his face with both hands, tears streaming through his fingers. Damn. He saved it twice. He saved it twice. The Ukrainian fans in the north stand also fell silent. Those who had just been flipping the bird and smashing inflatable sticks stood in silence. Some cradled their heads, some covered their mouths with scarves, and others shook their heads in disbelief. Not out of anger, but out of shock. In the face of absolute strength, even the enemies had to bow their heads. A local Dutch fan stood up and began to applaud. Then a second, a third. Neutral Dutch fans collectively stood up, the applause converging from all around the stands, crashing against the field like a tide. Not applauding for the Chinese team, but for that 17-year-old Chinese goalkeeper. Applauding for the beauty of football in this moment. Zhang Lu in the commentary booth witnessed this scene, his voice choked. Neutral fans. The neutral Dutch fans are standing and applauding. In European football, when opposing fans applaud your opponent, it is the highest form of tribute. Lin Mo achieved this. A 17-year-old Chinese youth conquered European fans on the stage of the World Youth Championship with his performance. Duan Xian wiped his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Dear viewers, regardless of the outcome of this match, please remember this name. Lin Mo. He is the king of the penalty area for Chinese football. On the field, Lin Mo stood up from the ground. His chest slightly heaved, but his gaze remained calm. Feng Xiaoqing rushed over and hugged him tightly, his voice trembling. Lin bro, you're not human. You're a god. You saved it twice. How did you stand up? How can you still stand up? Lin Mo patted Feng Xiaoqing on the shoulder, lifting him off. The ball is not over yet. Lin Mo glanced down at Zidernek, who lay sprawled on the grass. Zidernek lay on his back, gasping for breath, his hollow gaze fixed on the Dutch sky. Just moments ago, he had poured all his strength and anger into that last shot. But that red figure bounced off the ground like an insurmountable wall. Lin Mo said nothing as he walked past Zidernek and turned back to the goal line. His shadow fell on the grass like a mountain. During the remaining time of the first half, the Ukrainian team's offense fell completely silent. The wingers hesitated to cross. High balls were easily caught, low balls were evaded, and attempts at the near post were blocked. Long shots were saved and rebounded only to be saved again. Some chose to shoot from outside the box, but any shot that was slightly on target was firmly caught by Lin Mo without any chance of a spill. Those with poor angles missed spectacularly as the shooter aimed for the corners and ended up striking the ball too hard, sending it directly into the stands. Saitnik grew increasingly anxious in the penalty area. He kept raising his hands for the ball, but after witnessing his failures 3 times, his teammates no longer dared to pass to him. It wasn't that they didn't believe in his positioning, it was that they couldn't imagine what method that goalkeeper would use to take the ball away again. Moreover, Saitnik clearly was getting frustrated. Any ball passed to him only made him think shoot. With all his might, he aimed to shoot, hoping to send both the ball and the goalkeeper into the net. The system panel flickered in his mind. Current task, progress, provocation complete. Target Saitnik. Wait for the opponent to make the first move. Lin Mo slightly curled the corner of his mouth, tossed the football to a defender, and turned back to the goal line. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The score remained 0-0. But everyone knew that behind this 0-0, Lin Mo alone had kept the entire Ukrainian attack line at bay. Malevsky was knocked down twice and received a yellow card. Saitnik was provoked by a one-handed catch and throw, and after 3 failed attempts, Voroby's low shot grazed the post. 4 players took turns attacking, and not a single shot could cross that red goal line. As the players of the Huagua team walked into the tunnel, each of them held their head high. Feng Xiaoqing put his arm around Lin Mo's neck, continuously muttering, "Brother, take it easy in the second half. I'm afraid that number 9 on the other side will cry out loud." Lin Mo replied, "Maybe crying would be better." Chen Tao turned back from the front, asking what. Crouchin was standing by the tactical board, tapping it with his marker. His expression was much more relaxed than during the previous halftime, a hint of an imperceptible smile at the corners of his eyes. He wasn't surprised by the 0-0 score. He had anticipated this scene. Since he decided to start Lin Mo, he had been confident that Lin Mo was not a flash in the pan. He would surely deliver even more spectacular saves. At this moment, it was all finally proven. His choice was indeed correct. "Sit down, everyone, sit down," Crouchin urged, and waited until the players quieted down before speaking. "In the first half, you all did well. The defense has improved compared to the last match. Feng, your marking of Malevsky was quite impressive. A Huagua defender being able to limit a European first-class star's performance is a success in itself." Crouchin understood the gap between the two sides and didn't expect Feng Xiaoqing alone to completely contain Malevsky. Feng Xiaoqing grinned. "Coach, to be honest, I don't think it was my marking that was effective. It was after Malevsky got knocked down by Lin Gu twice that he himself dared not stand in the penalty area. I know my own weight pretty well." Laughter erupted in the locker room. Crouchin smiled as well, but he quickly composed himself, picking up the marker and drawing a circle on the tactical board. At the edge of the Ukrainian team's penalty area, in the second half, their mentality will be affected. With Malevsky carrying a yellow card, his actions will definitely become more restrained. Saitnik, he glanced at Lin Mo, that number 9 was provoked by you in the first half. In the second half, he will either explode or wilt. Either way, it will be good for us. His pen tip pointed at the Huagua team's half, but we need to score. 0-0 isn't enough. To qualify, we must score. Chen Tao, in the second half, you need to get the ball more and penetrate into the penalty area. Dong Fangjin, your movement in the penalty area needs to be more agile. Don't just stand in the center waiting for the ball. Understood. Chen Tao and Dong Fangjin replied simultaneously. Crouchin put down the marker and clapped his hands. All right, everyone, gather around. The whole team closed in, arms draped over each other's shoulders, forming a circle. Today we want the whole world to know that the Huagua team is not here to run alongside others. Crouchin's gaze swept across each young face, finally landing on Lin Mo. Lin, continue in the second half. Lin Mo nodded. Crouchin extended his right hand and placed it in the center of the circle. Feng Xiaoqing, Chen Tao, Dong Fangjin, Wang Hongyang, Lu Yu, all their hands stacked together. Huagua team, let's go. Before the second half began, both teams walked back onto the field. Duan Xian's voice resonated in the commentary booth. Dear viewers, welcome back to the second round of the group stage of the Dutch U20 World Cup, where the Huagua team faces the Ukrainian team in the second half. The first half ended with both sides at 0-0, but anyone who watched the match knows how high the value behind this. The 17-year-old Huagua goalkeeper Lin Mo supported the defense with 4 incredible saves and 2 aggressive moves that sent Malevsky flying. The technical statistics of the first half are out. The Ukrainian team had 7 shots, 5 on target, but scored no goals. The Huagua team had 2 shots, 1 on target. Possession was 43-57. Yet the score remains 0-0. 7 shots on target. All were resolved by Lin Mo. Zhang Lu marveled, 7 saves, a clean sheet. This data is top level even in adult matches, let alone in the U20 World Cup. And let's not forget, one of those 7 saves involved a remarkable double save. Another was a single-handed operation to pin the ball on the goal line. Duan Xian looked up and continued, Dear viewers, regardless of the final result of this match, remember this name, Lin Mo. He is redefining the role of goalkeeper in Huagua football with each and every performance. The second half had just begun. The 46th minute. Ukraine executed a beautiful combination play. Aliyev intercepted Chun Tao's pass near the center circle. Having anticipated Chun Tao's passing route, he moved early to block the position. Then with a quick through ball sent behind the Huagua team's defense, the ball traveled swiftly, skimming the grass, passing through the entire Huagua backline. Malevsky successfully timed his run to evade the offside trap. He started moving precisely as Aliyev struck the ball, perfectly timing his run to break away from the Huagua defense, charging towards the penalty area. Duan Xian's voice grew tense. Danger. Ukraine's counterattack. Malevsky broke through alone. This was just after the second half began, indicating that Ukraine had made adjustments during halftime, and their attack efficiency soared quickly. A unknown situation. The Ukrainian fans in the stands were already on their feet. They waved their yellow and blue national flags, their roars deafening. Malevsky sprinted with the ball, his eyes fixed on the goal, stealing a glance at Lin Mo, who was charging out from the goal line. The distance between them was closing rapidly. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Countless thoughts flashed through Malevsky's mind. Should he aim for the far corner? Chip shot. Should he bypass the goalkeeper and shoot into the open goal? His footwork was precise enough and his speed was fast enough. But he chose a different path. In the instant they were about to collide, less than 3 meters apart, Malevsky revealed his cleats. He did not choose to shoot. Instead, he went for a tackle. The cleats were directed at Lin Mo's shin. This was a clear red card offense. He knew what the consequences would be, yet he still proceeded. If he took out this Huagua goalkeeper, Ukraine could secure 3 points. But what Malevsky did not know was that Lin Mo had been anticipating this move. After that sliding tackle in the first half, Lin Mo remembered the look in Malevsky's eyes, one of reckless. When a person is angry, they can do anything foolish. So when Malevsky charged into the penalty area, Lin Mo's peripheral vision was fixed on his knee. The master-level monkey fist premonition flashed a signal in his mind. The angle of the bent knee was incorrect. It wasn't a shooting posture. He was going for a tackle. Lin Mo had a clear understanding, yet he hesitated not at all in his actions. He charged at Malevsky, and at the moment they were about to make contact, he swiftly extended his foot. His right toe nudged the soccer ball away. The angle at which he nudged the ball was calculated as well. He flicked it to the side, ensuring it wouldn't roll far, but would just evade Malevsky's sliding tackle. However, Malevsky's cleats had already been exposed, and with such speed and proximity, there was no time to break. If Lin Mo did not act, those 6 metal cleats would land solidly on his shin. He was a goalkeeper, not a superhero. Lin Mo quickly devised a plan and instinctively performed a self-protective maneuver. He turned sideways. Anyone facing an oncoming force would instinctively turn aside. This is instinct, not a foul. Lin Mo turned his body, tucking his hands in front of his chest with his right shoulder positioned to take the impact. This was a standard self-protection stance for a goalkeeper. Any goalkeeping coach would teach this. When facing a collision, turn aside, protect the chest, and face with the shoulder and back. He just executed it more naturally and fluidly than the average goalkeeper. Bang! The next second, Malevsky crashed into him. At the moment of contact, Lin Mo felt a tremendous impact force from his shoulder. The foundational training of Bajiquin automatically kicked in, a natural response of the body when under stress. Just like when someone pushes you, your feet instinctively brace against the ground. Only Lin Mo's bracing was a bit steadier than others. But to Malevsky it felt entirely different. He was charging at full speed, putting all his momentum into that sliding tackle. But he felt as if he had collided with a wall. Instead of Lin Mo's shoulder, his entire body was rebounded backward by the reaction force. His cleats didn't even touch Lin Mo's shin, and he flew out. He flipped in midair. His back crashed onto the grass 3 meters away. He bounced slightly before coming to a stop. The entire stadium fell silent, but soon erupted. Beautiful. Duan Xian's voice sliced through the air. Lin Mo charges out. He nudged the ball away. Malevsky missed the tackle. No, he collided with Lin Mo. But Lin Mo was in a side-protecting posture. This was a completely compliant act of self-protection. The referee was observing. The referee did not blow the whistle. Zhang Lu's eyes were glued to the slow-motion replay. The slow motion is here. Lin Mo nudged the ball first, that's the key. Then Malevsky came sliding in. Lin Mo turned aside. Look at his side-turning motion, arms tucked and shoulders lowered. This is a standard goalkeeper self-protection posture. Anyone facing a sliding tackle would do the same. Malevsky collided and flew away while Lin Mo didn't even budge. This can only mean Lin Mo. It wasn't Lin Mo who crashed into him, Zhang Lu said deliberately. It was Lin Mo who was crashed into, and the other party flew away. The Huagua fan section erupted in a tsunami of cheers. That enormous 5-star red flag waved frantically in the stands, and Refund Brother jumped up from his seat, his voice already hoarse, as he shouted, he flew. He flew again. This time it's the Ukrainians. They crashed into him. They flew out on their own. Little Lin didn't even move. This is called, if you crash into me I won't budge. A young man beside him chuckled. What kind of lousy poetry is this? Physics. This is physics. Action and reaction forces. Learned in middle school. On the field, Malevsky lay on his back on the grass, staring up at the swirling sky. His head buzzed, and he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. He clearly initiated the tackle going for the player, but why was he the one who flew out? What was that guy's body made of? Granite. Lionel stood in place, glancing down at Malevsky lying 3 meters away, his expression calm. He rubbed his shoulder, frowning slightly, as if the impact had hurt quite a bit. This motion of rubbing his shoulder was captured clearly by the camera. Zhang immediately seized on this detail. Look, Lionel is rubbing his shoulder. This indicates that the collision just now impacted him as well. But he stood firm. This is core strength. This is lower body skill. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded sharply. The referee ran to the scene and the assistant referee raised his flag. The two exchanged glances. The referee first spotted the assistant referee's signal, confirming that Malevsky's sliding tackle was indeed directed at the player. The referee quickly made a decision, pointing towards the Ukrainian goal, the Hua team's ball. At the same time, he pulled out a card from his pocket. Red. A red card. Red card. The referee has shown a red card. Duan Xian explained. Ukraine's number 10 Malevsky used his cleats to tackle Lin Mo, an extremely dangerous act. The referee unhesitatingly sent him off. Zhang Lu was thrilled beside him. This decision is spot on. Malevsky's sliding tackle itself was a red card offense. Lin Mo touched the ball first, then proceeded to protect himself. That is a perfectly normal goalkeeper action. Malevsky flying out only proves that Lin Mo's core strength is too strong. Malevsky got up from the ground, staggering towards Lin Mo, his expression one of fury, as if he wanted to devour him. He waved his fists, shouting profanities. But after just 2 steps, he was restrained by Prokyan and Gitsita, one on each arm, dragging him off the field. I want to kill him. He betrayed me. It was intentional. It was definitely intentional. He shouted. He set me up. Did you see that? Lin Mo stood in front of the goal, watching everything with an expressionless face. He looked at Malevsky being dragged off the field by his teammates. The star player of Ukraine now resembling a beast being dragged away by hunters utterly disheveled. Malevsky's red card was an unexpected gain. The system's task target was originally Sitnik, but Malevsky blew. At that moment, Lin Mo felt a gaze piercing through from the side, stabbing into him like a knife. He turned his head and met Sitnik's eyes. Number 9 stood at the edge of the penalty area, fists clenched, the muscles in his jaw twitching. His expression was different from the first half, radiating a fierce intensity, as if he was cornered. Malevsky's red card did not deter him, instead it ignited something within. He stared at Lin Mo, his lips moving slightly, as if speaking to himself. Lin Mo understood his lip movements, his lips twitched slightly, inviting him on. With one less player, the morale of the Ukrainian team had plummeted. After gaining possession, they instinctively passed the ball to the flanks, preferring to slow down their offensive rhythm rather than push into the penalty area. It wasn't a tactical arrangement, it was a physiological response. They witnessed how Malevsky was sent flying. No one wanted to be the second. When Aliyev gained possession in midfield, he could have made a direct pass to the forward, but he chose to pass sideways to the flank. This pass was harmless, easily intercepted by Chen Tao. After passing, Aliyev glanced at the Hua country team's penalty area. The red figure stood right on the goal line. He quickly lowered his head. Prokyan was pushed up to the forward line to take Malevsky's place, receiving the ball in the penalty area, but he lacked the courage to turn and shoot. He chose to pass back. He feared that as soon as he turned, that red figure would rush at him. But one person was not afraid. In the 55th minute, Azanov managed a cross from the right. The quality of the ball was poor, arcing high and floating, landing just at the edge of the small penalty area. The Ukrainian players in the penalty area hesitated for a moment. The red figure was not far away, just the right distance. Sitnik did not hesitate. He charged towards the landing point like an enraged buffalo. Feng Xiaochuan pulled desperately at his shirt beside him, but Sitnik ignored him, dragging Feng forward. His eyes were fixed on the football, blood vessels glaring in the whites of his eyes, the heavy breaths from his nostrils condensing into white mist in the air. Lin Mo charged out. Although Lin Mo was slightly further away, both arrived at the landing point almost simultaneously. Sitnik leaped up his forehead, aimed at the ball, exerting all his strength. He was not just heading the ball, he was colliding. He pressed all his Bodis weight into this contest, his forehead, shoulders, and knees all crashing towards Lin Mo. If they collided, it would be a mutual injury. But Lin Mo arrived half a step earlier. The foundation of master-level boxing had already taken root in Lin Mo's muscles. At the moment of pushing off, his ankle made a subtle adjustment, enhancing his launch speed. Lin Mo's hands seized the football first, his body twisting in midair. Sitnik's forehead brushed past Lin Mo's shoulder as he flew by, losing all aim, tilting midair before crashing heavily onto the grass. Sitnik lay on the grass, his fist pounding the ground in frustration. He could hear the sound of his heartbeat. Thump, 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 as if someone were drumming in his head. He was unwilling to accept it. He refused to yield. Why? In the first half, he had been pressed down by this goalkeeper with one hand, provoked by throw-ins, and humiliated 3 times in total, each time feeling like his face was being peeled off in public. He refused to submit. He wanted to reclaim everything in the second half. He got up without looking at Lin Mo, turning back to run. Lin Mo held the ball watching Sitnik's back. He noticed that this number 9's running posture had changed his center of gravity, lower shoulders higher, like a hunting dog ready to pounce. The perception of monkey fist told him that this person's momentum hadn't diminished. In fact, it was fiercer than in the first half. Interesting. In the 50th minute, the Hua country team finally bore fruit from their relentless assault. Chen Tao took the corner kick into the penalty area, the arc sharp and floating. Dong Fongjin leaped high among the crowd, 2 Ukrainian defenders tugging at his shirt, but he ignored them, smashing his forehead onto the football. The ball crashed into the goal. 1-0. The goal is in. Duan Xian exclaimed excitedly, his voice cracking. Dong Fongjin. This is his 3rd goal in this World Youth Championship. The Hua country team broke the deadlock in the 50th minute. From a 0-3 comeback against Turkey in the previous match to taking the lead against Ukraine in this one, this Hua country team was completely different. The key to this goal lies in mentality, Zhang Lu added from the side. The Hua country team fought for positioning in the penalty area. The 2 defenders couldn't hold them back. Why? Because they knew Lin Mo was behind them, so they dared to focus all their energy on offense. After Dong Fongjin scored, he rushed to the corner flag, and Chen Tao came up from behind, collapsing onto him. The whole team piled up to celebrate. Several defenders came rushing up. Lin Mo watched from afar in the back, a slight smile on his lips. But he did not relax. His gaze swept over the Ukrainian team's front line, finding that yellow number 9. Sitnik did not look at the celebrating Hua country players. He stood near the center circle, hands on his hips, head low. His chest heaved violently. He had waited an entire first half, and with the second half starting, what he got was his team down a player and losing the first goal. He lifted his head and met Lin Mo's gaze. The 2 locked eyes across half the field for a moment. A fierce determination surged in Sitnik's eyes. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze. He respected such a person. In the 62nd minute, the Hua country team earned a free kick in the attacking zone. 20 meters from the goal, slightly left. Chen Tao stood over the ball, hands on his hips, taking a deep breath. He curled his right foot to send a curved ball, which sailed around the wall straight towards the near corner of the goal. Ukrainian goalkeeper Musin could not react in time. The ball grazed the inside of the post and entered the net. 2-0. Chen Tao. A direct free kick into the net. The Hua country team led by 2 goals, securing victory. After scoring, Chen Tao deliberately ran over to the Hua country team's penalty area. Lin Mo was leaning against the goalpost drinking water. When he saw Chen Tao running over, he put down his bottle. Their hands met in the air. It's great to have you behind me, Chen Tao said. Let's keep going, score another goal, Lin Mo said. The match was nearing its end. The Ukrainian team's offense had completely deflated. With 1 player down, trailing 0-2, and their star player sent off with a red card, this team had been shattered. Even Aliyev began aimlessly passing the ball in midfield, waiting for the final whistle. But Sitnik did not give up. In the 78th minute, the Ukrainian team launched a long pass. Aliyev sent a diagonal long pass to the right side, finding Azanov, who struck the ball directly into the penalty area, without stopping the ball speeding along the grass toward the edge of the small box. Sitnik burst through the crowd, shaking off Feng Xiaoqing and Wang Hongliang, rushing toward the landing point, as if riding on a whirlwind. His eyes were fixed on the rolling soccer ball and the red figure charging out. They met again. This time Sitnik did not jump. He chose to slide and shoot. His right foot stretched to its limit, the studs pointing down, clean and decisive. The angle was tricky. If he could touch the ball, it would deflect toward the near post. But he was still a moment too late. Lin Mo had already started moving, reaching the edge of the small box from the goal line, in just 2 steps, arriving at the landing point a beat before Sitnik, turning his body and securely cradling the soccer ball in his hands. Sitnik's slide tackle missed, and he slid past Lin Mo his knee, leaving a long mark on the grass. He flipped over, lying on his back in the penalty area, gasping for breath. Sweat trickled down his forehead, mixing with grass clippings and sticking to his face, a low muffled sound escaping his throat. A sense of bitterness from giving his all, yet not even touching his opponent's fingertip. Lin Mo stood up, holding the ball, glancing down at him. The task was not yet complete, and he decided to apply more pressure. He raised his right hand and gently shook his index finger. You're not good enough. Sitnik's pupils dilated. He got up, the wound on his knee oozing blood, but he seemed completely numb to the pain as he stepped closer to Lin Mo. His chest heaved violently, fists clenched until the knuckles turned white. What did you mean by that? Lin Mo remained calm, shrugged, and replied, nothing much. You're too weak. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already fallen. Sitnik's temples throbbed, fury erupting like a volcano. Humiliated by being pinned down with one hand, embarrassed by the throw and provocation, defeated by being blocked twice, angered by the contemptuous finger whack, all exploded at that moment. He suddenly grabbed the collar of Lin Mo's jersey and pushed hard. Lin Mo was shoved back a step, making no move to retaliate, hands spread open, looking at the referee. Did you see? He initiated contact first. Beep. The whistle sounded sharply, and the referee rushed in between the two, pulling Sitnik's hand away from Lin Mo's collar without hesitation and pulling out a yellow card from his pocket, raising it high towards Sitnik. Yellow card. The referee has shown Saitnik a yellow card. Duan Xian explained the referee caught Saitnik's push on Lin Mo cleanly. There's no issue with this ruling. Lin Mo remained very calm, not retaliating even after being pushed. Zhang Lu continued look at Lin Mo. Despite being only 17, he is more mature in this psychological battle on the field than many veterans. Not retaliating at this moment only made the referee more resolute in siding with him. Saitnik received the yellow card, but showed no signs of restraint. He fixed his gaze on Lin Mo, his eyes reddening, gritting his teeth as he growled, "You wait. This isn't over. I'll be back." After saying this, he turned and ran back, each step thudding heavily on the grass. Lin Mo adjusted his misaligned collar, watching Saitnik's retreating figure, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. "Come on." In the 87th minute, the Ukrainian team earned their last free kick of the match. Aliyev stood over the ball, while Gitsuda, Prosian, and Rozhak, several towering figures around 1.9 meters, crowded near the penalty spot, resembling a moving forest. This was the last hope for the Ukrainian team. If they could score one, at least it wouldn't look so bad. Saitnik stood in front of everyone, positioned at the edge of the small box, directly in front of Lin Mo. He was going to confront it head-on. The free kick was taken and Aliyev's right foot curled the ball into a high floating arc toward the back post. In the penalty area, a dozen players jumped simultaneously, arms tugging at each other, pushing and shoving, while the referee's view was thoroughly obstructed by the crowd. Saitnik surged toward the landing point, jumping higher than ever before. At 185 meters tall, his jumping ability reached its peak at that moment. His eyes were fixed on the soccer ball, his forehead aimed at its trajectory, every muscle in his body tensed. Then that red figure appeared in front of him once more. Lin Mo had anticipated the landing point and speed early, his monkey fist footwork flowing like water in the crowded penalty area, weaving around teammates and opponents, leaping high to securely catch the soccer ball. As he landed, his body smoothly turned, executing a standard shielding move, elbows, slightly tucked shoulders, naturally sinking, gently brushing past Saitnik's chest. Saitnik felt as if he had crashed into a moving wall, a strange force exploding from the point of contact, radiating through his chest to his limbs. His center of gravity shifted, and his feet stumbled as he was flung backwards, spinning in the air, before crashing heavily onto the grass. This time he did not immediately get up. Lying on the grass, Saitnik stared at the Dutch sky, his chest heaving violently. In the second half, he had charged 3 times, each time giving it his all. But every time that red figure stood in front of him like a wall he could never overcome. He lost. Completely lost. Watching Lin Mo looking at him with the posture of a victor, Saitnik's reason snapped at that moment. He leaped up from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, raising his right fist to strike Lin Mo's chest. "Damn you." Lin Mo did not dodge. He had been waiting for this moment. At the instant Saitnik's fist was about to connect with his chest, Lin Mo slightly turned his body. The softening from Tai Chi made his release motion appear as if he had lost balance after being struck, while in reality Saitnik's fist didn't even touch his jersey. Utilizing the inertia from his sideways motion, Lin Mo gently placed his right hand on Saitnik's wrist, pulling him to the side following his force. Saitnik felt as if he had punched into cotton, then his entire body was pulled forward by his own momentum, stumbling 2 steps before crashing onto the grass, tasting a mouthful of grass clippings. The entire stadium was in an uproar. No one clearly saw what had happened. They only saw Saitnik throw a punch, then he fell into the dirt. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded sharply. He sprinted over without hesitation, raising a second yellow card to the still prone Saitnik. 2 yellows resulting in a red card. Saitnik sent off. Red card. The referee has shown Shitayanai-ku a red card. Slow motion replay. Shitayanai-ku swings a fist at Lin Mo, an unmistakably violent act. A second yellow. He has been sent off. Duan Xian's shout made the microphone buzz. Clearly he was unsettled, an uncommon sight. As CCTV's football commentator, Duan Xian's emotions are usually steady. Moments of losing composure are rare. Zhang Lu narrowed his eyes. There is no problem with that decision. If we scrutinize the slow motion, was Lin Mo actually struck? The fist brushed his jersey as it passed. Shitayanai-ku swung at air and was carried forward by his own momentum. Lin Mo's skill at dissipating force TSK. The head referee pulled out the red card, brandished it at Shitayanai-ku, then turned and swept toward the goal line. The red-clad figure was rubbing his chest, brow slightly furrowed, his face etched with bewilderment, as if he could not fathom why the other player had suddenly struck. The referee sized him up. Seeing neither provocation nor retaliation, he nodded and signaled play to resume. There was no yellow, no warning, not even a verbal admonition. The Ukrainian supporters in the north stand were utterly silenced. They had seen it plainly. Shitayanai-ku had to be the one who started a fight and then suffer the consequences is humiliating. Though they defended their player, such an obvious foul still filled them with shame. It was not shame at their player's roughness, but the shock of having acted and yet still losing. Shitayanai-ku walked off with his head bowed, hands hanging at his sides, his steps unbearably heavy. Mi Lai Fu CG left the field still roaring and struggling. He no longer had the breath to curse. At the sideline, he halted and glanced back toward Hua's penalty area. Lin Mo, with his back to him, calmly tossed the ball to a defender, his posture composed, as if taking long kicks in training. Shitayanai closed his eyes. This was absurd. 6 encounters, 6 utter defeats. In the end, even dignity was stripped away. Duan Xian stared at the figure by the players' tunnel in silence for 2 seconds. Friends, this is football. Opponents on the pitch, friends off it. The moment Lin Mo reached out and helped Shitayanai to his feet was more moving than any save. Zhang Lu added, sporting victory is ephemeral, respect endures. Competition second, friendship first. That is the spirit of Hua sport. 3 long blasts of the whistle cut through the stadium. The scoreboard read 2-0. Hua had won. In the U20 World Cup group stage, they had 1 win and 1 draw, 4 points, and their prospects of advancing looked excellent. Lin Mo started and once again kept a clean sheet. Since his appearance, Hua's goal had remained unbreached for 150 minutes. The instant the final whistle sounded, Feng Xiaoqing sprinted for the goal, covering half the pitch to hurl himself before Lin Mo dropping to one knee and raising Lin Mo's right hand, as if a knight swearing fealty to a king. Lin Gu, god of the clean sheet. 2 matches now. Since you came on, not a single goal conceded. 150 minutes. A shutout. Xin Tao caught up from behind and slapped the back of his head. What are you doing? Aren't you embarrassed? The whole world has cameras on you. Embarrassed my foot. Feng Xiaoqing sprang up indignant. What's wrong with kneeling to Lin Gu? Another clean sheet, and we even drew a red card. We had that towering oaf twisting in circles. If you're so capable, you go do it. Could you force someone to beg the referee for a red card and leave? Xin Tao opened his mouth, found he truly couldn't, and sheepishly patted Lin Mo's shoulder. You're a keeper who keeps with his hands and undermines with his tongue. Lin Mo hauled Feng Xiaoqing to his feet. Keep a clean sheet next match too, and don't slander me. Familiarity aside, slander still costs money. Dong Fangjue strolled over, circled Lin Mo, and prodded his chest. Lindsay, be honest. When that Ukrainian launched a flying kick, how were you as calm, as if nothing happened? Calm. I rubbed my shoulder for ages. Did hurt, alright. Then how do you explain catching that header with one hand? And when you knocked that Ukrainian away, you didn't even sway yourself. Lin Mo thought for a moment, deadpan. Perhaps I'm simply strong. Dong Fangzhuo's mouth twitched. Before leaving, he tossed back. Can't you ever speak like a normal person? So as a goalkeeper, using the rules to shove someone away exempts you from a red card. A legitimate collision, Lin Mo replied expressionlessly as the referee declared. Dong Fangjue was left utterly speechless. Scouts in the stands had been silent for the whole half. The Bayern Munich scout turned to the 4th page of his notebook. The first 3 pages were densely filled. Timing of sorties, hand positioning, footwork, body duels, psychological quality. Each item marked with a score. The 4th page contained only 1 line in German underlined with 3 exclamation marks. Sign him. Whatever the cost. Ajax's scout took out a small notebook, added a line beneath Lin Mo, closed it, and slipped it into his pocket. When a colleague asked what he had written, he said, he can go straight into Ajax's first team. Not the academy, the first team. The colleague's eyes widened. A 17-year-old Hua goalkeeper straight into the first team. A Van der Sar level treatment. Are you sure? Not sure. The Ajax scout rose and headed out. So I must see him next match. If he keeps another clean sheet, I'll call Van Gaal myself. Ukraine's head coach Mihai Lichenko leaned against the back of the substitute's bench, arms folded. The tactical board had been thrown to the ground. No one dared pick it up. Near the end, an assistant asked whether to prepare tactics for the next match. He shook his head. He stared at Lin Mo with nothing but admiration, turning over one question repeatedly. If this goalkeeper were mine, how would I deploy him? The answer was any way you used him would work. With such a colossus standing behind you, the 10 players ahead could play as they pleased. The dressing room erupted. Feng Xiaoqing, shirtless, leapt onto the center table, holding his boot upside down as a microphone, and bellowed the anthem at the top of his lungs. He sang so off-key, even he could not recognize the tune. The whole team dissolved in laughter. Water bottles flew, towels smacked legs in jest. Xin Tao sat in a corner, drying his hair, a grin he could not suppress tugging at his mouth. He had scored from a free kick tonight, yet he knew the true MVP was crouched over folding towels. Dong Fangjue dragged Zhao Shiri through a replay of the goal, his gestures more exaggerated than the strike itself. Ku Laochen leaned in the doorway, watching the boisterous young men doing the math. 4 points top of the group. If they did not lose to Panama next match, they would qualify. This team was crafting Hua football's best ever U20 World Cup performance. Lin Mo leaned against the locker with his eyes closed to rest when a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. A chime rang. Task reward issued. Chua Jiao To Poke, Grandmaster level activated. A searing power surged from the Yongquan point beneath his feet, racing up along his shins. Lin Mo felt his entire lower limbs disassembled and rebuilt, each joint infused with spring-like resilience. Chua Jiao is the Northern Legcraft's masterpiece, its footwork unparalleled. Lin Mo lightly lifted his toes, and as he landed, his ankle automatically adjusted, dissipating the impact through the arch of his foot, and then rebounding to store energy for his next move. Lateral movement, sudden stops and turns, and the speed of continuous saves. All aspects surge dramatically. For types of national martial arts settled in his body like 4 iron pillars of different materials supporting his entire skeletal structure. Very strong. The system panel popped up. Ding. Next match against Panama mission has been issued. Mission name: Zone Tackle. Triple Tackle. Mission requirements during the match against Panama: utilize corner kicks or free kicks in a scrimmage to tackle 3 different players from the opposing team to the ground in the penalty area. Must be completed in the referee's blind spot and must not be discovered. Each tackle must first touch the ball before contacting the opponent, and all 3 must be completed within the match time. Additional restrictions: players who have been tackled cannot be counted again. Reward: Iron Cloth Shirt. Master level Lin Mo stared at the words triple tackle for a long time. In the previous match, he at least had the excuse of the opponent struck first. But this time he was directly tasked with tackling. And 3 players at that. He couldn't repeat tackles. Taking down 3 in the penalty area and making sure the referee is oblivious. Lin Mo took a deep breath and closed the panel. The difficulty was quite high. This system has never been straightforward. But with the Iron Cloth Shirt, with this skill, he wouldn't have to fear flying tackles and hard collisions in the future. In the penalty area, truly no one could harm him. After 2 consecutive victories in the group stage, the atmosphere within the team had clearly changed. On the training ground, Feng Xiaoqing dared to bargain with the coach, and when caught slacking off during drills, he grinned. Crouching for the first time arranged tactical extra training for the whole team, focusing on practicing set-piece offense and defense. Feng Xiaoqing stood in the wall pouting, "Coach, do we need to practice set pieces against a team like Panama? If they can even get past half the field, that's already a win." Crouchin blew his whistle. "Feng, you take the lead on 10 corner kicks. Lin, guard the goal." Feng Xiaoqing's face immediately fell. On the training ground, Feng Xiaoqing ran from the corner flag, striking the ball towards the back post. In the penalty area, Zhao Shuyang, Dong Fangjin, and Chun Tao rushed to contest the drop, while Lin Mo darted out from the goal line, skillfully dodging among the crowd. Mine. Lin Mo leapt into the air, striking the ball with one hand while his shoulder leaned and sending Zhao Shuyang flying sideways, over 2 meters, crashing onto the grass and rolling. "Wow, Lin, you really mean business. This is too exaggerated. We can't handle it. I don't want to get hurt." Zhao Shuyang sat up with his arms crossed, stunned by Lin Mo's strength. Lin Mo landed firmly and tossed the ball to him. "Official matches are much harsher than this, so you better get used to it." Feng Xiaoqing, watching from the corner flag, grimaced deliberately, sending the second corner kick to the front post. Dong Fangjin rushed in to head the ball, but Lin Mo swiftly arrived, applying Tai Kai's pressing force downwards, single-handedly pinning the ball midair. With his other hand, he lightly pulled Dong Fangjin's waist using Tai Kai's silk reeling technique. Dong Fangjin stumbled, immediately collapsing. "You." He glared up at Lin Mo from the grass. "That was intentional, right?" Lin Mo hugged the ball and shrugged. "That should count as a reasonable collision. The referee can't see it." Chen Tao laughed so hard, he couldn't straighten up. "Old Dong, you're having a rough day. What are you laughing at? You're next." The third corner kick was taken. Chen Tao actually charged in, and Lin Mo, true to form, showed no mercy. The force of Bajiquan pressed against his shoulder, lightly nudging Chen Tao, causing him to stagger back 3 or 4 steps before landing on the ground. "I give up, I give up." Chen Tao waved his hand. "Is your body made of iron? A bump feels like hitting a wall." Lin Mo tossed the ball to Feng Xiaoqing. "Continue, another 7 more." Feng Xiaoqing's face turned green. "Lin, are you using us for practice?" Lin Mo replied, "Seriously, get used to the intensity of the match ahead. Those South American players from Panama are full of tricks, but don't let them take advantage." Feng Xiaoqing grumbled, "Looks like they are the ones at a disadvantage." After 10 corner kicks, all 3 who rushed to score were left dazed. Zhao Shuyang rubbed his shoulder. "Lin, this isn't goalkeeping, you're guarding the borders. Anyone who dares to enter the penalty area gets thrown out by you." Lin Mo flexed his wrist. "Just 2 more. Panama, you'd better earn a few more corner kicks." Pre-match deployment, June 17, 2005. In the final round of the group stage of the U20 World Cup, the Huagua team faced Panama. A draw would secure advancement, a win would ensure first place. Panama had lost all their previous 2 matches and was eliminated early, thus bearing no pressure. Losing to Turkey was a loss. Losing to Huagua was also a loss. They might as well play freely. They had already bought their return tickets. Scoring even one would be considered a gain. In the locker room, Crouchin drew the final deployment on the tactical board. He pointed firmly at Panama's half with a large arrow piercing the defense from the back. Their defense is pushed very high, leaving a large gap behind. The 2 center backs turned slowly, especially number 5, who tends to pull first before accelerating when chasing back, a common flaw among South American defenders. Chen Tao made good use of this space. Dong Fangjin, you are the starting striker. Your speed surpasses Gao Lin, making you more suitable to run behind. Gao Lin and Zhao Shuyang will wait on the bench for a chance in the second half. He looked at Lin Mo. "Lin, you might be relatively idle today. Panama has only had 4 shots on target in their previous 2 matches, and their offensive methods are limited. Feng Xiaoqing chuckled beside him, covering his face with a towel and shaking with laughter. Idle. Don't worry, coach, he always finds things to do for himself. Was he idle in the last match against Ukraine? He was quite busy. Crouchin didn't catch the undertone and continued with the briefing. Panama primarily plays long balls. There's not much intricate combination play, but set pieces pose some threat. The center backs stand at 1.9 meters with decent jumping ability. Despite losing all their matches in the group stage, they scored from a corner kick. Lin pay extra attention to set pieces. The number 10 captain has good technique and takes all the corner and free kicks. Lin Mo nodded. The task panel in his mind flashed incessantly. Set pieces. The key to the mission lies in set pieces. The more corner kicks, the better. He even hoped Panama would earn several corner kicks, which other goalkeepers would have such thoughts. But Lin Mo thought just that. He couldn't wait for the Panamanians to charge into his penalty area, the more the merrier. As they walked out of the player tunnel, Feng Xiaoqing leaned over whispering, Lin, are you really going to do that? Letting people into the penalty area is too risky. What's there to fear? I'm here. If we concede a goal, it's my fault. Feng Xiaoqing fell silent for a few seconds. All right, Lin, if you're going crazy, we'll go crazy with you. But tackling 3 right in front of the referee. You think people are blind? The referee isn't blind, but he only has 2 eyes. Lin Mo tightened the Velcro on his gloves and looked up toward the light at the end of the tunnel. There will always be things he can't see. Besides, who knows who will foul first? Feng Xiaoqing was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. That's true, your movements are so smooth, even the referee would be confused. Lin Mo didn't respond, but stepped into the field. The situation at the start was exactly as Crouchin had anticipated. The Hua team dominated the entire match. Chen Tao skillfully orchestrated the midfield, each pass exuding a sense of composed rhythm. As Feng Xiaoqing surged forward from the back, the Panamanian fullback was left hesitant to cross the halfway line. Dong Fangjin showcased his pivotal role in the penalty area, receiving the ball with his back turned, creating opportunities and executing shots with finesse. The Panamanian team fell back in full defense, occasionally attempting long passes to counterattack, but the ball was intercepted by the Chinese midfield as soon as it crossed the halfway line. Feng Xiaoqing and Zhao Ming's aerial defense completely neutralized Panama's high ball tactics. Their long passes were like throwing eggs against a wall, shattering upon impact. The voice of Duan Xian resonated from the commentary booth. The Chinese team's possession rate should exceed 60%. Panama has hardly had a decent attacking opportunity. This match was completely different from the last one against Ukraine. Their Lin Mo was the absolute protagonist, tirelessly defending and attacking, but in this game, he had barely touched the ball so far. Zhang Lu interjected, this is the result of increased confidence as a team. In the first match against Turkey, we fought for survival. In the second match against Ukraine, we overcame a tough battle. Today against Panama, we can finally control the pace. A young team learning to control the game is more valuable than just winning. Duan Xian raised his voice. Dear viewers, you are now watching the third round of the group stage of the 2005 World Youth Championship, with the Chinese team facing Panama. In the first 2 rounds, the Chinese team achieved 1 win and 1 draw, accumulating 4 points, putting them in a favorable position to advance. If they defeat Panama today, they will top the group and advance to the knockout stage, marking the best performance in the history of Chinese football at the World Youth Championship. Lin Mo stood idly in the penalty area. It wasn't that he was afraid of conceding a goal. Panama hadn't even had a shooting opportunity. The ball barely crossed into their half. What worried him was the task at hand. The iron shirt technique wouldn't just drop from the sky. He needed to take down 3 players. To do that, the Panamanian players had to enter the penalty area first. Now they couldn't even make it past half of the field. 15 minutes had passed, and not only was there no chance for a takedown, but even a Panamanian corner kick was absent. The Chinese team pressed hard into the opponent's half, with shots either going wide or being deflected out of bounds, resulting in all corners being awarded to the Chinese team. Lin Mo gazed longingly at the crowded penalty area, his heart itching with anticipation. Come on over. Even if just one of you comes, it's fine. They'll just take a yellow card. He began to feel anxious, but couldn't openly signal his teammates to let up. If the coaching staff found out, it would surely lead to a stern talking to. In the 18th minute, Panama finally earned the first corner kick of the match. Feng Xiaoqing cleared the ball out of bounds during the defense, and as the assistant referee raised his flag, signaling a corner kick, Lin Mo nearly burst out laughing. He quickly suppressed the smile, though the glimmer in his eyes was hard to hide. Feng Xiaoqing glanced at him from afar, and they exchanged a knowing look. The Panamanian number 10 stood at the corner flag with 7 or 8 players surging into the penalty area, creating a dense throng. Lin Mo quickly scanned the positioning of everyone on the goal line. The number 11 forward, around 1.78 meters tall, was positioned near the penalty spot. This physique was just right. His center of gravity was high, making him appear unstable with legs slightly apart. A typical South American player, quick and agile, but lacking in physical confrontation. The number 11 seemed to notice Lin Mo's gaze and turned to shoot him a glare. This goalkeeper had an uncanny ability to knock over several players in 2 matches, and he didn't want to be the 4th. Lin Mo expressionlessly withdrew his gaze, mentally labeling number 11 as his primary target. The ball is coming. The Panamanian number 10 took a few steps back and kicked the ball, sending it soaring high in a graceful arc towards the back post. Panama's usual tactic involved feigning an attack at the front post while the back post was left open for a follow-up. Dozens of players leaped simultaneously in the penalty area, arms clutching and knees colliding, creating utter chaos. The referee stood at the edge of the penalty arc, his view completely obstructed by the wall of bodies, only able to see a mass of backs. Now, Lin Mo moved. Masterfully predicting the trajectory of the ball, Lin Mo calculated the jumping path of the number 11. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he propelled himself forward, weaving through the crowd like a fish. Bang! A fist the size of a pot struck the bottom of the ball, propelling the football high into the sky. At the moment of impact, he subtly gripped the waist of number 11 with his left hand. As number 11 jumped, his toes barely lifted off the ground, only about 20 centimeters, when a sudden force tugged at his waist. What? Before he could process it, he lost his balance and was forcibly brought down to the grass. As his back hit the ground, one thought consumed him: I was pulled down. Who did it? I didn't see. The force came too suddenly, and from an unexpected angle. It wasn't a direct collision, but rather a sideways pull, as if he had been gently nudged or perhaps lost his footing. Lin Mo's movements were minimal, perfectly concealed. While executing the throw, he maintained a safe posture, his body naturally leaning to one side, making it appear as though he had simply lost his balance while diving for the ball. Utilizing the silk-reeling energy of Tai Chi to exquisite effect, the force was minimal, yet precisely angled, leveraging the upward momentum of number 11's jump, and with a gentle pull and guidance, his opponent became a marionette. The Panamanian number 11 was pinned to the ground like a rag doll, sitting up with a confused expression, mouth agape, as he tried to articulate his bewilderment, but found no words. He raised his hand in protest, then let it drop. Even he wasn't sure what had happened. Did someone pull me? Or did I? It seemed that his center of gravity had indeed shifted a bit during the jump. Feng Xiaoqing contested at the front post and headed the ball out of bounds. The referee's attention followed the ball, while the assistant referee's view was blocked by the goalpost and the crowd. As Feng Xiaoqing landed, he conveniently shifted a step towards the assistant referee, effectively blocking his line of sight. No one saw what had transpired in the penalty area. The assistant referee raised his flag, signaling a goal kick. He didn't even glance back into the penalty area. Ding. Takedown completed. Panama number 11. Current progress, 13. Lin Mo stood up, brushing the grass off his gloves, maintaining an unimpressed demeanor. He didn't spare a glance at number 11 on the ground and turned to walk back to the goal line. Number 11 got up, looking around in confusion, and found the referee, throwing his hands up and babbling in Spanish as he lodged a complaint. Lin Mo couldn't understand, but from his body language it seemed he was saying he had been tripped or pushed from behind. Yet he couldn't articulate it clearly, and the more he spoke, the more muddled it became. The referee shook his head after listening, signaling for the match to continue. How can I blow the whistle when you don't even know how you fell? Duan Xian frowned slightly. It seemed a bit chaotic in the penalty area just now. The Panamanian number 11 was on the ground, and the referee did not whistle. In slow motion, this angle is blocked by the goalpost, making it unclear. However, the ball had already been cleared by Feng Xiaoqing. Zhang Lu added. Lin Mo's intervention was decisive, a clean punch. The Panamanian number 11 fell, perhaps due to improper control of his center of gravity during the jump. Sometimes South American players exaggerate their actions in the penalty area. It's just a part of the game strategy. Feng Xiaoqing ran back from the front post, whispering to Lin Mo as he passed. Brother Lin, was that you? Lin Mo kept his gaze forward. How could it be me? I played cleanly. Go on, continue. Feng Xiaoqing naturally didn't believe him, running back to his position. As he passed number 11, he cast a glance. That guy was still gesticulating at the referee, his expression as if he had been betrayed by the entire world. In the 32nd minute, the Chinese team's attack bore fruit. Chen Tao received a return pass from Dong Fangjin just outside the penalty area. Dong Fangjin turned his back, holding off Panama's number 5 center back, and with a flick of his toe, he passed the ball to the onrushing Chen Tao. Chen Tao took a shot without stopping the ball. The football shot forth like a cannonball, spinning fiercely towards the upper left corner of the goal. The Panama goalkeeper lunged desperately, fingertips grazing the ball, but the force was too great, and it crashed into the net. 1-0. The ball has scored. Duan Xian's voice erupted from the microphone. Chen Tao's long-range shot from outside the penalty area. This was his second goal in the current U20 World Cup. The Hua country team broke the deadlock in the 32nd minute. The power and angle of this long shot were impeccable, leaving the Panama goalkeeper with no time to react. After scoring, Chen Tao ran towards the corner flag, tearing off his shirt and waving it above his head. Dong Fangjin jumped onto his back from behind, arms wrapped around Chen Tao's neck. The entire team piled together in celebration, the red jerseys forming a small mountain. The Hua country fan zone erupted with cheers, and the 5-star red flag waved wildly in the Dutch sunlight. Lin Mo watched from the backfield, not running over to join the celebration. His eyes scanned the Panama players in the front as if counting his prey. He had already taken down number 11 and couldn't do it again. He needed to find a new target. The Panama number 8 midfielder looked promising, tall and sturdy with a steady center of gravity. He needed to wait for the right moment to take him down. There was also number 6, a defensive midfielder, a big guy estimated to be at least 185 meters tall. If he charged and taking him down would be quite satisfying. In the 39th minute, Panama earned their second corner kick. This time it was due to Zhao Ming's header clearance that went out of bounds. Panama's number 10 walked towards the corner flag again, this time changing his hand signal and raising 3 fingers. Lionel Messi stood on the goal line, already calculating his approach route. The corner was taken towards the center of the Panama's number 8 midfielder rushed up from outside the penalty area to contest the header. His jump was indeed impressive, leaping higher than those around him. But his running line was too straight without any change of direction. In Lionel Messi's eyes, he resembled a train on tracks easy to derail. Lionel Messi pushed off the ground, swiftly launching into action, his hands securely grasping the ball. The moment his palms enveloped the ball, the countdown timer in his mind began. Upon landing, Lionel Messi's body turned with momentum, executing a standard goalkeeper ball protection maneuver. With slightly bent elbows and lowered shoulders, he used his body to separate the ball from the opponent. He had performed this action hundreds of times in training, muscle memory was etched in his bones. But this time was different, as Lionel Messi turned, his body sank at a sharper angle, while his arms protected the ball. His shoulder and knee lightly collided with the 8's waist and thigh. It looked like just a normal positioning battle between the two players. Both were competing for the same spot, and physical contact was inevitable. However, at the moment of contact, Lionel Messi employed a subtle and concealed force from Tai Chi, using the inertia from his turn to gently guide the shoulder, while his knee pressed against the opponent's thigh. The Panama number 8's center of gravity was suddenly thrown off. He was already landing on one foot, right foot barely touching the grass, left foot still in midair, and suddenly his center of gravity was pulled to the side, as if something tripped him, and by the time he tried to adjust, it was too late. What's happening? Did I just get knocked over? Panama's number 8 was completely dazed, his body falling sideways back, crashing onto the ground, and sliding half a meter, leaving a green mark on the turf from his jersey. He lay on the ground, banging on the turf and shouting, "Foul! Foul!" in Spanish, his voice infused with a mix of grievance and anger. But the referee paid him no mind. Lionel Messi's actions appeared too natural, catching the ball, landing, and turning to protect it all in one fluid motion. The fall of Panama's number 8 looked completely like a result of his own unsteady landing. The referee even made a gesture indicating, "Get up," meaning to stop pretending. Ding. Takedown completed. Panama number 8. Current progress, 23. Lionel Messi stood up with the ball expressionless as he walked past Panama's number 8. Number 8 was still rolling on the ground, one hand clutching his waist, the other pounding the ground. Seeing this, his teammates rushed over to help him up, pointing at Lionel Messi and complaining to the referee. The referee listened, but still waved his hand. "No foul, the game continues." He saw it clearly. The goalkeeper had first secured the ball, and turning to protect it was a normal action. Number 8 fell after colliding with him. Who could be blamed for that? Surely just because you fell doesn't mean the goalkeeper committed a foul. Feng Xiaoqing watched this scene from the sidelines, his lips twitching slightly. He said nothing, merely giving a thumbs up to Lionel Messi's back. The Panama number 8 was still lying on the ground, and Feng Xiaoqing walked over, saying in English, "Get up, the referee won't call it." Number 8 didn't understand, but seeing Feng Xiaoqing's expression, he knew he was being sarcastic, his face turning red with anger. In the second half, Klochen began to make substitutions. In the 55th minute, Zhao Shuyang came on as a substitute, replacing Lu Yu, who had received a yellow card in the first half. As Lu Yu left the field, he patted Zhao Shuyang on the shoulder, saying, "Be careful of their number 8. That guy has a dirty mouth." Zhao Shuyang smiled. "Am I afraid of him? I have Lin Gu behind me." In the 63rd minute, Gao Lin came on as a substitute, replacing Dong Fangjin. As Dong Fangjin left the field, he was drenched in sweat, his shirt clinging to him, and he patted Gao Lin's shoulder, saying, "Don't be afraid to clash in the box, their defenders are soft. That number 5 turns as if he's rusty, you can easily get past him." Gao Lin smiled, flashing a bright smile. "Don't worry, I can crash better than you. I've seen Lin Gu train and learned quite a bit." These two substitutions had an immediate effect. Zhao Zuyang's interception ability in midfield was stronger than Lu Yes. His first action upon entering the field was a clean slide tackle to intercept the ball from Panama's midfield core near the center circle. Gao Lin's impact was more direct than Dong Fangjin's. His first touch was in the penalty area, where he held off 2 defenders and executed a turning shot. Although he missed, that kind of unreasonable impact left the Panama defenders visibly wary. In the 68th, Zhao Shuyang intercepted a pass from the Panama defensive midfielder at the top of the penalty arc. The moment he flicked the ball away with his foot, he looked up and saw Gao Lin's position, sending a precise through ball. The ball skimmed the grass, passing through the gap between 2 defenders, rolling perfectly to Gao Lin's feet. Gao Lin took possession with his back to the opposing center back, swayed to the left, and forcefully turned to shoot. The ball drilled into the lower right corner of the goal. The Panama goalkeeper's fingertips brushed the ball, but couldn't alter its trajectory. 2-0. Gao Lin. The first touch after coming on as a substitute resulted in a goal. Hua country team leads 2-0. Duan Xian's voice was filled with evident excitement. Clochin's substitutions are remarkable. 2 substitutes, 1 assist, 1 goal. The bench of the Hua team erupted in excitement. Gao Lin let out a roar and rushed to the sidelines, colliding fiercely with Zhao Shuyang. Both winced in pain, but couldn't stop smiling. Crouchin stood by the sidelines, clapping vigorously, his wrinkles tightening together as the tension that had gripped him for most of the match finally eased. This game was secure. In the 78th minute, the Hua team scored again. Chen Tao's free kick shot straight towards the dead corner of the goal. The Panama goalkeeper managed to touch it, but couldn't hold on, and the ball bounced into the right side of the penalty area. Feng Xiaoqing charged forward from the backline like a gust of wind entering the penalty area. Before the others could react, he lifted his foot and shot. The ball slipped beneath the goalkeeper's arm and rolled along the grass into the goal. 3-0. Feng Xiaoqing. The defender follows up with a rebound. This was his first goal in this year's U20 World Cup. The Hua team led by 3 goals. Duan Xian's voice was almost cracking from the first match, where we fell behind Turkey 0-3, to now leading by 3 goals and securing the top of the group. These young men are fighting so hard. Feng Xiaoqing ran madly to the corner flag area and kicked the corner flag down. He suddenly turned around and pointed at Lin Mo outside the half, shouting, "Brother Lin, this goal is dedicated to you." Across more than half the field, Lin Mo clearly saw this and raised his hand to give him a thumbs up. But no one knew that Lin Mo was feeling troubled inside. Current task: 3 consecutive tackles in the penalty area. 23, only 1 more to go. He glanced up at the timer. It was already 82 minutes. The Panama team had long been deflated in the second half, with barely any decent attacks, only 2 corner kicks combined. If this dragged on, the task would fail. Lin Mo showed no signs of anxiety on his face. He remained cold, only moving a bit faster than usual inside the penalty area. While his teammates celebrated around him, his eyes remained fixed on the Panama side, as if searching for something. In the second minute of stoppage time, the last corner kick of the match was still for Panama. The Panama number 10 midfielder trudged to the corner flag, too lazy to set the ball properly. They had long given up, trailing by 3 goals, and with time running out, this corner kick was just a formality. He casually kicked the ball, which drifted slowly toward the center of the penalty area, its speed absurdly slow. Even the Panama players were too lazy to jump. A few stood still and just glanced up, treating it as a mere formality. Lin Mo suddenly jumped up from the crowd, striking the soccer ball with his fist. With a loud bang, the ball shot toward the sideline like a stone launched into the air. As he landed, Lin Mo immediately spotted Panama's number 6 defensive midfielder. This guy was standing near the penalty spot, looking up at where the ball was going, completely unprepared. This is it. After the ball was hit away, everyone's attention followed it toward the sideline. The referee turned to see where the ball landed, and the assistant referee's view was blocked, so no one noticed the small actions in the penalty area. When Lin Mo landed, he deliberately took a step forward, crashing right into number 6's arms. He reached out to support the opponent's waist, making it look like he was worried about them falling, but in truth his palm pushed firmly against number 6's side, right where it was easiest to lose balance. The whole process appeared as if the two were just vying for position and accidentally bumped into each other, but number 6 fell, as if pushed, landing on his backside before crashing onto the grass, completely disoriented. Ding. Successfully tackled Panama's number 6. Task progress, 33. Task complete. Reward: Iron Cloth Master level to be issued after the match. Lin Mo sighed with relief inside, though his face showed no expression. Number 6, lying on the ground, was about to shout foul, the words almost escaping his lips. But Lin Mo reached out first, grabbing his wrist and pulling him up with a bit of force. Not only did he help him up, but Lin Mo also casually patted the grass clippings off his back, doing it very naturally. This scene was just caught by the turning referee, who nodded in approval, his face showing satisfaction. This is how football should be played. Number 6 had his mouth open, but the words were swallowed back. After all, someone had just helped him up and even brushed off the grass. To shout foul now would be too unreasonable. He scratched his head, looking at Lin Mo with a puzzled expression, unable to figure out how he fell for a long time. He had run several steps away, but couldn't help but turn back, his eyes full of question marks. What just happened? Feng Xiaoqing watched everything clearly from behind and almost burst out laughing. He quickly turned around, covering his mouth, his shoulders shaking, nearly holding back tears. Chen Tao ran over and patted him, puzzled, asking, "What are you laughing at? Aren't you happy we won? Why are you stifling your laughter here?" Feng Xiaoqing wiped away the tears of laughter and whispered, "Look at Brother Lin, he's being such a good person." He tackled him and then helped him up and brushed off the grass, a complete service package. Chen Tao followed his gaze and just caught sight of Lin Mo's action of brushing off the grass, then glanced at number 6's bewildered face, instantly understanding. He shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. This guy is truly strange. We've played 3 games with him and we still can't figure him out. Not being able to figure him out is normal. Feng Xiaoqing shrugged. Can someone who single-handedly overturned the entire Turkish front line be an ordinary person? Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle sounded 3 times, signaling the end of the match. The score settled at 3-0. The Hwagwa team had 2 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 7 points, advancing as the group leader. What's even more impressive is that since Lin Mo came on, the Hwagwa team's goal had not been breached for a full 225 minutes. From the second half against Turkey to the entire match against Ukraine, and then to the entire match against Panama, no team could breach the goal he defended. As soon as the whistle blew, Feng Xiaocheng was the first to rush out, running across half the field and throwing himself onto Lin Mo. Brother Lin, we've advanced. We are the group leaders. Chen Tao quickly followed, hugging the two of them tightly, his voice a bit choked. Lindsay, if it weren't for you in the first match, we would have gone home long ago. Lin Mo shook his head and patted their backs, saying, we all won together. The free kick you scored, Feng Xiaocheng's follow-up shot, and everyone's defense. All of this zero conceding is not just my achievement, but the entire team's. Chen Tao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. This was the first time he had heard Lin Mo say so much. It turned out that this usually cold-faced guy understood everything in his heart. On the field, the players in red jerseys hugged each other like flames burning together. Crouchen was embraced by assistant coach Gao Hong. The old German man patted his disciple's back, his eyes a little red. He had led this team for 2 years, from being underestimated to advancing from the group stage. The struggle of it all was known only to him. More and more teammates gathered around, enclosing Lin Mo in the middle. Feng Xiaocheng jumped directly onto Lin Mo's back, hanging onto his neck like a koala. Lin, a clean sweep. 3 matches without conceding a goal. You are unbelievable. Lin Mo stumbled forward slightly after being bumped, instinctively supporting the bend of the guy's leg to prevent him from sliding down and falling. Chen Tao rushed over, wrapping his arms around the necks of both of them, pressing his forehead against Lin Mo's while panting heavily. The hot breath mixed with the scent of sweat, yet no one found it unpleasant. First in the group, Chen Tao's voice trembled intensely, his eyes shining with excitement. We really are first in the group. That goes without saying. Gao Lin squeezed through the crowd, one arm draped over Lin Mo's shoulder, the other hooking around Zhao Ziying's neck, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of white teeth. I said before the match we would definitely win. 3-0. Clean and neat. Zhao Shuyang rolled his eyes mercilessly, tearing down Gao Lin's claim. You clearly said before the match, let's try not to lose too badly. Don't think I didn't hear that. That was strategic modesty. Do you understand? Gao Lin retorted, his neck stiffening, his face slightly flushed. Besides, winning is all that matters. Everyone on the team burst into laughter, the suppressed emotions from several matches finally released at this moment. Clochen slowly walked over and stopped in front of Lin Mo. This gray-haired German old man, usually stern and strict with everyone, had eyes that were now red with. He opened his arms and embraced Lin Mo tightly. This hug was strong, infused with the warmth unique to old men, feeling less like a coach embracing a player and more like a father hugging his grown son. Lin Clochen's voice was thick with nasal tones as he whispered in Lin Mo's ear, forgive me for my doubts about you. You are the best gift this team has received from heaven. Lin Mo was taken aback, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He had never been praised so directly by anyone, his ears subtly reddening, forcing himself to change the topic. Coach, there are still elimination matches ahead, right? There are still elimination matches. Clochen released him, wiping his eyes with determination in his gaze. Then let's move forward together. To the end. At that moment, a rhythmic drumming suddenly sounded from the stands. Thud, thud, thud. The drums grew denser and louder, pounding like a heartbeat within everyone. Everyone instinctively turned to look at the stands. Hundreds of fans from Hwagwa dressed in red stood up, waving the 5-star red flag and red scarves. Some desperately blew horns, while others had their faces painted with vibrant national flag colors. A gigantic 5-star red flag slowly unfurled in the stands, rustling in the evening wind of the Netherlands, as red as a burning flame. Then the singing began. It was Ode to the Motherland. Without accompaniment or a conductor, hundreds of voices merged together. Some were off-key, some broke, and some choked on their emotions while singing. But no one stopped. They sang again and again, the song pouring down from the stands, drowning the entire stadium. The 5-star red flag flutters in the wind. How resounding is the victory song. Feng Xiaocheng stood in the center of the field, listening to the familiar melody, tears suddenly streaming down his face. He quickly raised his hand to wipe them away, but the more he wiped, the more flowed down, and finally, he simply gave up, letting the tears cascade down his cheeks. What are you crying for, man? Chen Tao patted his shoulder, but his voice was also choked up. Feng Xiaocheng turned his head and saw that Chen Tao's eyes were red too, with tears hanging on his eyelashes. Who's crying? Feng Xiaocheng protested. It's the wind. The wind got in my eyes. Chen Tao didn't call him out, simply reaching out to pull him in tighter. Next to them, Dong Fangjing quietly turned around, vigorously wiping his face with the sleeve of his jersey. He didn't want others to see him tear up, but his shoulders couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is so embarrassing. Gao Lin sniffled, speaking in a deep voice. You're 20 years old, and you can't hold it together just from a song. Then you should have the skill don't rub your eyes. Zhao Ming walked over his eyes, also red, patting Gao Lin's back. This is sweat. It got in my eyes. Gao Lin argued, his voice clearly betraying his tears. Lin Emo stood quietly in the middle of the crowd watching all of this. He recalled the various rewards in the system: 8 extremes, fist monkey fist iron cloth shirt, and those always nonsensical fighting tasks. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that none of that mattered anymore. The red jersey he wore was not just a piece of clothing, and the team emblem on his chest was not just a symbol. It was a responsibility, a duty to stand up and shield everything when everyone else had nowhere to retreat. This feeling of being trusted by teammates and expected by fans was more addictive than any system reward. Brothers, Lin Emo suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but silencing everyone. Let's go thank the fans. Let's not keep those who support us waiting. 7 or 8 young men turned their heads, simultaneously glancing at the fans still singing loudly in the stands, then looking back at Lin Emo. Let's go. Chen Tao was the first to respond, hastily wiping his face with his jersey, his voice returning to its usual cheerfulness. We can't let them come to the Netherlands for nothing. A group of them marched grandly toward the stands. When they reached the bottom of the stands, Feng Xiaoqing led the way, and everyone bent down in unison, bowing deeply. Huagua team, go! The cheers of hundreds of fans erupted simultaneously in that instant, as if someone had turned the volume knob to the maximum. Stuffed pandas, red scarves, small national flags, placards reading go. The fans threw everything they could find, creating a celebration that belonged solely to them. Feng Xiaoqing bent down to pick up the largest panda plush toy, hugging it tightly in his arms, looking up at the stands and waving vigorously, "Thank you. We will win again in the next match." His voice was drowned out by the cheers, but the fans in the stands understood his lip movements, and the cheers grew louder. Zhao Shiyong picked up a scarf printed with the 5-star red flag, carefully wrapping it around his neck. The June weather in the Netherlands was not cold, yet he couldn't bring himself to take it off. Gao Lin picked up a small national flag, carefully tucking it into his sock, with just a red corner peeking out. He touched the corner, unable to suppress a smile. Chen Tao spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Yang Weiguang, the director of the youth training department of the Huagua Football Association, and also the leader of the national youth team this time. This old director, who had spent over a decade in the association, accustomed to the storms of the football world, was now standing in the front row of the stands, hands on the railing, wiping his tears after taking off his glasses. The water stains on the lenses sparkled in the sunset. Chen Tao didn't call out to him, pretending he hadn't seen, lowering his head to continue picking up the gifts thrown by fans. Some feelings of being moved do not need to be spoken. The players circled around the field where the waves of red surged and the cheers rose higher and higher. As they reached the corner flag area, Feng Xiaoqing suddenly stopped, looking at the flagpole he had kicked down, scratching his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Did I kick it too hard? Not just hard, Chen Tao teased him with a smile. That kick nearly sent the flagpole flying into the stands. If the referee had seen it, he would have issued a yellow card without a doubt. The referee didn't see it, Feng Xiaoqing immediately argued confidently. Besides, that was a goal dedicated to Lin, so it's understandable. Right, Lin? He turned and shouted at Lin Emo, who was walking at the back of the group. Lin Emo merely lifted his eyelids, too lazy to respond, and continued walking forward. Feng Xiaoqing wasn't angry either. He chuckled a couple of times and dashed to catch up with the larger group. The celebration lasted a long time, and only when the stadium staff began clearing the field did the fans reluctantly leave. The players of the Huagua team stood in the center of the field, watching the last trace of red disappear at the entrance. Let's go, let's go. Zhao Ming was the first to turn around, brushing the dust off his hands. We still need to have a review meeting. Old man Kralchen is waiting for us. A meeting? Gao Lin's face fell instantly, letting out a miserable cry. No way. We just won the game, and they won't even let us rest for a day. My legs are about to break. Rest? What rest? Chen Tao reached out and tapped the back of his head, saying impatiently, the quarterfinals are right around the corner. The opponents are getting tougher. Do you think making it out of the group stage is the end of it? Gao Lin covered his head and mumbled, it's not like one night matters. Despite his complaints, he obediently followed the main group. The group walked into the players' tunnel, the noise of the stadium blocked by the heavy iron doors, leaving only the sound of footsteps and the intermittent sound of panting. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Ding. Group stage task settlement completed. Reward Iron Shirt Master level has been activated. A warm current surged from his dantian, spreading through his limbs and bones, as if countless tiny warm streams were drilling into every inch of his skin and every muscle. Unlike the long and gentle flow of Tai Chi, nor the scorching intensity of kicking techniques, the power of the Iron Shirt was heavy and solid, as if an invisible steel armor was being forged beneath his skin. Lin Mo could distinctly feel his muscles involuntarily contracting and reorganizing, while a slight tingling sensation traveled through his bones. He looked down at his arm. The skin, still pale from years of indoor training, showed no visible change, but he knew that from this moment on his body had undergone a complete transformation. In the future, when facing flying tackles and collisions, he would no longer need to dodge deliberately. His muscles would automatically tense to absorb the impact, doubling his resistance. Coupled with the force dissipation techniques of Tai Chi within the penalty area, he would be a true moving fortress. While others were flesh and blood, he was made of steel. 5 sets of national martial arts, 5 completely different powers were slowly merging into one, forming a goalkeeping style unique to him. His movements were not found in the textbooks of traditional goalkeepers. His positioning was a prediction from Monkey Fist. His attacks were explosive like 8 Extremes Fist, his saves precise like kicking techniques, and his confrontations strong as Iron Shirt. Lin Mo gently clenched his fist, the knuckles making a crisp click sound. Lin Go, what are you daydreaming about? Feng Xiaocheng leaned over, handing him a bottle of ice-cold mineral water. I've called you several times, but you didn't hear me. I thought you had fallen asleep standing up. I wasn't asleep. Lin Mo replied, taking the water, twisting off the cap, and downing a large gulp to dispel some of his fatigue. I was just thinking. Thinking about what? Thinking about the next opponent. Feng Xiaocheng smirked. Can you at least be a bit happy? We're the group leaders after. How many people thought we would lose all 3 matches before the tournament? Now we've shut them out in all 3 matches and came in first. Can't you at least smile? Lin Mo glanced at him, the corners of his mouth barely moving too fast to be noticed. All right, Feng Xiaocheng waved his hand in exasperation. This is your limit, I won't push you. You're really a block of ice. When they returned to the hotel, it was already late at night. Outside the window, the Dutch streets were glowing softly, and the players, exhausted from the day, each returned to their rooms to rest, and the corridor quickly fell silent. Early the next morning, Feng Xiaocheng burst into the dining room, clutching a brand new magazine, nearly bumping into Lin Mo, who was carrying a tray. Lin Go. You have to see this. He slapped the magazine on the dining table, causing the coffee cup to wobble slightly. It was the latest issue of the German magazine Kicker, featuring Lin Mo's flying save from the last match against Ukraine on the cover. His body was horizontal in the air, right arm fully extended, fingers securely wrapping around the ball, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Even the splashes of water on his gloves were clearly visible. The title boldly reads in German, Der König der Strafraum, King of the Penalty Area. The subtitle was even more eye-catching. This Huagua goalkeeper brings despair to the Ukrainians. Will the next be Germany? Feng Xiaocheng sat across from him, taking a large gulp of coffee, his tone slightly tense. The Germans have set their sights on you. I heard from the reporters that their coaching staff has compiled all your save highlights. The whole team has watched them repeatedly for hours. The German head coach mentioned in an interview Lin Mo is the most unique goalkeeper we have encountered. His attacks and confrontations completely defy logic, and we will devise specific tactics to contain him. He thought Lin Mo would have some reaction, even if it was just a frown. But Lin Mo merely glanced at the cover, picked up a slice of toast, took a bite, chewing expressionlessly before finally uttering 3 words, pretty good. Pretty good. Feng Xiaocheng nearly spat out his coffee, his eyes wide like saucers. Lin Go. That's the German team. The World Cup champions. They're analyzing your every move. Why aren't you even a little nervous? Lin Mo swallowed the bread in his mouth, looked up at him, his gaze as calm as a still pond. Let them analyze. The me in the footage is not the same as the me on the field. I really admire you, Feng Xiaocheng chuckled, shaking his head. Only you can be this composed in the world. Anyone else would have lost sleep over it. Nervousness is pointless. Lin Mo picked up his tray and walked toward the recycling area. As long as I'm strong enough, it doesn't matter who comes. At 10 a.m., the knockout stage matchups were officially announced. When the news reached the hotel, Gao Lin was eating an apple, and upon seeing the matchup information on his phone, he nearly spat out the apple in his mouth. Germany. We're playing Germany. Gao Lin jumped up suddenly, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? First place in Group B against second place in Group D, how could it be Germany? Feng Xiaocheng snatched his phone, his eyes wide as he looked at it. 3 times the white background with black text clearly stating round of 16 Huagua versus Germany, June 21st, at Utrecht Stadium. The dining room instantly fell silent. The players who had been joking and laughing moments ago now wore solemn expressions. No one was unaware of what German football represented. 4-time World Cup champions, 3-time UEFA European Championship winners, the favorites to win this year's U20 World Cup. With an average height of 1.85 meters, their physical dominance over all teams was evident, having won 2 matches and lost 1 in the group stage, scoring 9 goals, while conceding only 1, their defense as solid as a fortress. How could they be second in Group D? Dong Fongjin frowned, his voice heavy. I thought they would definitely be first. They had a surprising loss. Chen Tao pulled out an MP4 player and placed it on the table, opening the pre-downloaded match footage. In the last round of the group stage, they lost to Egypt. Podolski was completely marked by the Egyptian defenders, with only 1 shot on target the entire match. Otherwise, we would have faced Egypt instead. So what if they lost to Egypt? Gao Lin sighed, plopping down onto a chair. They scored 9 goals in 3 matches, averaging 3 goals per game. Podolski Adler Eitzel. Which of them isn't a rising star that top 5 leagues are watching? That goalkeeper Adler is being called the next Kahn, and Bayer Leverkusen has already been training him as a starter. And Eitzel, the defensive midfielder, is a tall guy at 1.9 meters, standing in the midfield. He can even compete for headers. Everyone fell silent. The joy of advancing from the group stage vanished, replaced by a heavy pressure. The reputation of the German war machine weighed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Gao Lin poked at the fried egg on his plate, sighing wearily. Sigh, that's the German team we're talking about. They're built like bulls and run like tanks. How can we compete? Dong Fongjin nodded along. Yeah, the one goal they conceded in the group stage was from Egypt sneaking it in. Their defense is practically impenetrable. We can't break through at all. Seeing his teammates' morale plummeting again, Feng Xiaoqing slammed his hand on the table, almost toppling his coffee cup. What are you afraid of? We have Brother Lin. What German war machine can stand up to Brother Lin? From the second half against Turkey until now, we've kept a clean sheet for over 240 minutes. An average of 0 goals conceded. Even if they score 3 goals on average, or even 10, Brother Lin can save them all. Everyone turned to look at Lin Mo in unison. Lin Mo was focused on his notebook, writing and sketching with the pen scratching against the paper, not even lifting his head, as if he hadn't heard their discussion at all. Brother Lin, what are you studying? You're so engrossed. Feng Xiaoqing leaned over, craning his neck to take a look, and instantly blew up. Argentina. You're studying Argentina's tactics. With that shout, everyone gathered around, staring at the densely packed notes on the notebook, detailing the movements and weaknesses of Argentina's players, completely dumbfounded. You can't be serious, Brother Lin. Feng Xiaoqing leaned his hands on the table, his face almost touching Lin Mo's. We're playing Germany next. Germany. Argentina is in the other half. There's Germany, Brazil, and Spain in between. We have to win at least 3 matches to face them. What good does studying them do now, eh? Lin Mo lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his expression clear and determined. What is our goal at the Youth World Cup? It's not just about advancing from the group stage, it's to win the championship. If we don't believe we can go all the way, then what are we even playing for? His words instantly silenced the noisy restaurant. Everyone was taken aback. They were still anxious about their opponent in the round of 16, while Lin Mo's focus was already on the final stage. Indeed, they had come through desperate circumstances, keeping a clean sheet against Turkey, drawing with Ukraine, and defeating Panama. What was impossible for them? Chen Tao was the first to laugh, patting Feng Xiaoqing on the shoulder. Well said. What's there to be afraid of? Let's just go for it. If Brother Lin has confidence, what are we afraid of? Exactly. Gao Lin perked up, throwing his fork onto his plate. It's just Germany, right? They have their war machine, but we have Brother Lin's unbreakable wall. We'll just give it our all. Looking at his teammates rekindled with fighting spirit, Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly. In the afternoon tactical class, Klochen posted the German team's formation on the whiteboard, the marker tapping against it with a rhythmic sound. Germany plays a 442 formation, highly disciplined, with rapid transitions between offense and defense. Let's start with the goalkeeper position. He pointed his pen. René Adler, a core of Bayer Leverkusen's youth training, captain of the German U19 team. He's decisive in his actions and exceptional at saving penalties. He's already played in the Bundesliga. Remember, Germany's goalkeeping tradition is world class. From Meyer to Kahn, they've never had a weak goalkeeper. Next, let's move to the defense. Center back Modip 1.92 meters tall, unbeatable in the air. He usually wins the first header on corner kicks. Partnered with Schwang, who is 1.88 meters tall and slow to turn, this is our only breakthrough point. Gao Lin, when you receive the ball with your back to him, lean on him. He definitely won't be able to keep up when he turns. Next, we have the defensive midfielder Ortel from Bayern's youth training, a tall figure at 1.90 meters with a range covering the entire midfield. Klochen tapped Ortel's name and looked at Chen Tao. Chen Tao, don't try to outmuscle him in the middle. You won't win that battle. Focus on distributing the ball to the flanks, bypass him, and use your speed to exploit his turning radius. Chen Tao nodded, silently marking Ortel with a red zone in his mind. Finally, Klochen's gaze fell on Lin Mo, his expression becoming much more serious. Germany's attack has 2 main weapons. One is Götze, the midfield core, whose long-range shots are the most powerful in the tournament, with ball speeds exceeding 120 km per hour. The top of the penalty arc is his range. The other is Drilla, the left winger, fast, predominantly right-footed, likes to cut in and shoot to the far corner with a very tricky curve. Lin Mo nodded slightly. He had watched highlight reels of these two players at least 10 times. For others, their shots were a nightmare, but for him, they were just right. Combining Tai Kai's technique of yielding force with a master-level iron shirt, the greater the force, the easier it was to deflect. Curving shots require anticipating changes in direction, but these straight power shots were the most stable for him to handle. The tactic is clear: defend and counterattack. Klochen put down the marker and looked at the whole team. We certainly can't control the ball as well as Germany, that's a fact. But we have speed and counterattack. Most importantly, he paused, looking at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with trust. We have Lin Mo. The more aggressively Germany attacks, the bigger the gaps in their defense will be. As long as you can withstand their first 3 waves of attack, we will have a chance to score. Lin Mo, can you hold up? Lin Mo's answer came without a hint of hesitation, just one word: I can. Klochin smiled. After coaching for decades, and having seen countless players claim they could do it only with Lin Mo, did he feel that undeniable confidence? It was as long as he stood on the goal line the sky would never fall. After the practice ended, all the teammates left for the locker room, but Lin Mo stayed on the training field. Goalkeeping coach Yi Fan stood on the sidelines with a clipboard watching Lin Mo repeatedly practice diving saves and close-range confrontations, shaking his head in helplessness. He had long gotten used to it. This kid's training volume was always double that of others, and his training methods were becoming increasingly absurd. Just earlier, he had 3 forwards from the youth team simultaneously collide with him, and all 3 guys were sent flying, while Lin Mo stood firm. Yi Fan looked down at the densely packed shorthand notes on the clipboard and sighed, what a monster. When he returned to the hotel, it was already dark. Lin Mo sat on the edge of his bed, just about to rub his sore shoulders, when a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected to be facing the German team. New task unlocked. Task named the Penalty Area Bulldozer Germany Edition. Task requirement: in the match against Germany, knock each of the 11 main players off the field once. Current progress 0-11. Each player counts only once. Repeated knockdowns do not count towards progress. Note: must touch the soccer ball before engaging. Illegal collisions will result in task failure. Task reward: Drunken Fist Master Level. Lin Mo glanced at the task requirements on the panel, his lip twitching fiercely. 11 players. Knocking down all the main players of the German team once. He knew it, this damn system never issued normal tasks. Previously, knocking down 6 Turkish players was already ridiculous. This time it was doubled, and he even had to knock down the goalkeeper. Lin Mo rubbed his temples, venting his frustrations internally. While other goalkeepers were busy saving in the penalty area, he was out there colliding with people every day. This was no goalkeeper system, it was clearly a fighting system. Moreover, Adler would stay in the German penalty area throughout the match. Unless Wagwa team took a corner, he wouldn't even come out to join in the fun, leaving no chance to touch him. Even if Germany took a corner, Adler wouldn't abandon his goal to rush over. This task clearly aimed to make things difficult for him. Forget it, I'll just take it step by step. Lin Mo lay back on the bed staring at the ceiling, sighing helplessly. I hope my teammates can pull together and at least earn a corner at the last moment. At this moment he wished he were a forward. If he were a forward, knocking down 11 or even 21 players would be no. The next morning, Feng Xiaoqing burst into the dining hall, clutching a new issue of Kicker, slamming it down in front. Brother Lin, look. That guy Adler is too arrogant. The magazine cover featured Adler in Bayer Leverkusen's red and black jersey, hands on his hips, with an arrogant expression. The headline boldly proclaimed in German, Germany's last line of defense. Adler, we don't need to study Lin Mo, we have our own things to do. Listen to what he's saying. Feng Xiaoqing fumed, poking the cover with his finger. He only conceded 1 goal in 3 group matches, but dares to say they don't need to study you. The German media even hailed him as the best goalkeeper of this Youth World Cup no contest. Saying he was the next con, I think he's just bragging. Lin Mo glanced at the magazine cover, Adler's youthful face radiating unabashed arrogance, his gaze sharp. Feng Xiaoqing flipped to the inner pages of the magazine, where 2 photos were printed side by side. On the left was Lin Mo leaping to catch the ball during a match against Ukraine, his body horizontal in midair, fingers firmly gripping the soccer ball. On the right was Adler in the moment he dove to save a penalty, his fingertips barely pushing the ball out of bounds. Between the 2 photos was only a thin white line. German media is raving that this match is a showdown between 2 young cons. They say you 2 are guarding your respective penalty areas across the entire pitch, and whoever concedes first will lose. There is only one con in the world. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Then you 2. Neither of us. Lin Mo closed the book, his eyes filled with undeniable determination. I am who I am, a different kind of firework. I am Lin Mo, and he is Adler. After this match, the world will remember only one name. Feng Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, then slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. Well said. This is our Wagwa's guardian deity. Who cares about the next con? He won't stand a chance in front of you. The match day arrived as scheduled. The Wagwa team's bus slowly approached the Utrecht Stadium, and outside the windows was a sea of fans. Red Wagwa fans and white German fans each occupied half of the space, separated by 2 cold iron barriers. The sound of drums filled the air with the Chinese song The Red Flag Flutters intertwining with the German You'll Never Walk Alone, neither overpowering the other, as the atmosphere crackled with tension. In the locker room, Clausen conducted one final check of the tactical board before walking up to Lin Mo. He patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said solemnly, Lin, the whole of Europe is watching this match. Do you know what the Germans call you now? Lin Mo shook his head. The king of the penalty area. Clausen's eyes sparkled. It's the Germans who have given a Wagwa goalkeeper this nickname. Do you understand what this means? They have recognized your strength from the core. Lin Mo looked out the window, the stadium lights piercing through the night sky glaringly bright. He smiled slightly. Then today, I will let them know this name is rightfully mine. The locker room door swung open and the players filed into the player tunnel. At the other end of the tunnel, the German players stood in a neat line, their white jerseys crisp, resembling a wall of white ready to push forward. Each player wore the unique air of Germanic calm and confidence with no hint of panic in their eyes. After all, they were a world-class team. Even in a youth championship, they were brimming with top-tier confidence. They were here to compete for the championship. There was no way they would falter here. Lionel quickly spotted Adler. He wore a striking yellow goalkeeper jersey, hands tucked into his shorts pockets, and his face devoid of expression. As the pride of Bayer Leverkusen's youth training, Adler had grown up in Europe's elite system, having witnessed countless grand occasions. His gaze held no fear or disdain, only the calmness of a professional player. Adler also saw Lionel. The two goalkeepers locked eyes across the entire player tunnel, and the air seemed to freeze at that moment. Adler nodded slightly, as if politely greeting Lionel, yet it also felt like a silent declaration of war. Lionel smiled, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against his gloves. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the system panel in his mind, where the words Penalty Area Bulldozer Germany Edition 011 stood out vividly. Just wait. No one will escape. The deafening cheers surged from the tunnel exit, making the ground tremble slightly. The FIFA entrance music resounded throughout the stadium as the players held hands with the ball boys stepping onto the grass step by step. The Utrecht Stadium was packed to capacity, with over 40,000 fan shouts converging into a massive wave of sound, almost lifting the stadium's roof. Uruguay versus Germany, the round of 16. A match that would determine life and death, with no chance for a redo. Lionel took a deep breath and stepped onto the field. His gaze slowly swept across the face of every German player, from Götze to Modip, from Mertesacker to Adler, not missing a single one. Beep. The starting whistle blew. CCTV. CCTV. Duan Xian's voice, brimming with uncontainable excitement, came from the commentary booth. Dear viewers, you are now watching the round of 16 match of the 2005 Netherlands U20 World Cup, the Uruguay team against the German team. I am commentator Duan Xian, and today I will be bringing you the commentary for this match alongside Coach Zhang Lu. First, let me introduce the starting lineups for both sides. On the German side, the goalkeeper is number 1 René Adler, playing for Bayer Leverkusen, hailed by German media as the next Kahn. Defenders number 2 Jankel, number 4 Modip, number 5 Schwein, number 14 Reinhard. Midfielders number 8 Götze, number 11 Jensen, number 17 Simon, number 18 Tomic. Twin forwards number 7 Drilla and number 9 Nicky Adler. On the Uruguay side, the goalkeeper Duan Xian paused deliberately, his voice suddenly rising, number 30 Lin. The 17-year-old genius goalkeeper, after coming on as a substitute in the group stage, set an astonishing record of 240 minutes without conceding a goal. Defenders number 4 Zhang Tao, number 5 Feng Xiaoqing, number 2 Zhao Ming, number 17 Tin Wang Song. Midfielders number 13 Lu Lin, number 8 Zhou Haiban, number 20 Chui Peng, number 21 Hao Jun Min. Attacking midfielder number 10 Xin Tao, single forward number 18 Gao Lin. The German team kicks off from the center circle. Götze and Nicky Adler stand at the center circle as the ball is gently pushed forward, making its way to the defensive midfielder Tomic within just a few passes. Tomic lifted his head and scanned the front line, noticing Götze had shaken off Zhou Haiban's defense, raising his right hand for the ball. Tomic passes the ball to Götze. Götze received the ball and turned swiftly, executing the move flawlessly without any hesitation. He glanced at the goal still over 30 meters away, but he showed no signs of doubt. He swung his right foot back, forcefully striking the ball squarely in the center. Bang! With a dull thud, the soccer ball shot off like a cannonball, whistling directly towards the goal. This was Götze's signature powerful long shot, devoid of any spin, astonishingly fast, striking straight towards the left side of the goal. The German fans in the stands erupted instantly, a wave of white surging from the south stand to the north stand. Everyone stood up, waving their scarves in preparation for celebration. In their eyes, the ball had already gone in. Götze's long shot instilled fear in countless goalkeepers, even in the Bundesliga, let alone against an unknown Uruguay goalkeeper. Götze himself smirked, already preparing to celebrate. However, Lionel, standing on the goal line, remained exceptionally calm throughout. At the moment Gentena swung his leg, the master-level monkey fist prediction had already woven an impenetrable net in Lionel's mind. Every movement of Gentena was magnified infinitely, clearly indicating to Lionel the trajectory that the football was about to take. A half-height ball slightly to the left of the center with great speed and tremendous power. An ordinary goalkeeper's first reaction to such a ball would be to dive sideways and deflect it. This is the standard answer in the goalkeeper's textbook. Facing a powerful long shot, deflecting is far safer than catching. But Lionel was not an ordinary goalkeeper. He did not dive sideways. His feet were firmly planted on the grass, his body facing the incoming ball, his hands crossed in front of his chest, welcoming the fast-approaching football. The Tai Kai's forced dissipation rose from his dantian, traveling up his spine to his arms. The iron shirt tightened at his chest, and his muscle density increased instantaneously. Puff! The football hit Lionel's palm, producing a muffled sound. The immense impact traveled through his arms to his shoulders, For an ordinary goalkeeper, this force would be enough to dislocate the wrist or even send the ball into the net. But Lin Mo's wrist slightly pulled back like a precise spring, dissipating the football's impact layer by layer. The wrist absorbed one layer, the elbow absorbed another, and the shoulder absorbed yet another. The Tai Kai's silk-reeling force flowed in his palm, completely strangling the football's spin. In the next second, the football, which had been unstoppable moments ago, settled like a docile sheep in Lin Mo's embrace. No slipping, no rebounding, not even a hint of excessive movement. Argentina's long shot, Lin Mo. He has caught it directly. Duan Xuan's voice erupted, filled with incredulous excitement. My God. This is Argentina's signature long. In the group stage, the Egyptian goalkeeper had fumbled 3 times against his long shot. Lin Mo actually chose to hold it steadily in his arms instead of deflecting it. This is simply unbelievable. Zhang Lu's eyes widened, nodding repeatedly. So stable. So stable. Look at his hand position and the force dissipation movement. It's absolutely top-notch. Moreover, I've noticed a pattern. The greater the force of the football, the steadier Lin Mo catches it. This indicates that his physical confrontation and force dissipation abilities have far surpassed those of his age group. Lin Mo stood up slowly, holding the football. His gaze crossed the halfway line, directly locking onto Argentina. The smile on Argentina's face instantly froze, his brows tightly knitted together. He stared at Lin Mo intently, disbelief filling his eyes. Impossible. It was absolutely impossible. Having played 3 seasons in the Bundesliga, his long shots had made Kahn fumble, had made Lehmann fumble, had made Hildebrand fumble. These were all world-class goalkeepers. Yet this Chinese kid managed to catch the ball directly. Not even a hit. Argentina stood still, repeatedly replaying the scene in his mind. Lin Mo's calmness while catching the ball felt like a thorn stabbing painfully in his heart. Lin Gu is amazing. Feng Xiaoqing rushed over, giving Lin Mo a thumbs up. Did you see Argentina's face? It turned green. He probably has never seen anyone catch his long shot like this in his life. Lin Mo tossed the ball to Feng Xiaoqing, his tone calm. Don't rush, he will come again. Let him shoot. Understood. Feng Xiaoqing grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Keep hitting him, this guy is too arrogant. He has to learn his lesson today. In the 4th minute, the Huahua team launched their first threatening attack. Chen Tao received the ball in midfield, deftly maneuvering to evade Jensen's press, then delivering a precise through ball to the rapidly advancing Hao Junmin on the right flank. Hao Junmin sprinted with the ball, being chased down by Yankel at the edge of the penalty area. He did not force a low cross, but suddenly stopped and feinted, shaking off Yankel's center of gravity before crossing with his left foot. The football drew a beautiful arc, flying towards the center of the penalty area. Gao Lin leaped desperately near the penalty spot, jumping simultaneously with Modip. But Modip, standing at 1.92 m, had a half-head advantage over Gao Lin and headed the ball out of the penalty area first. The ball did not go far, landing right at the feet of Zhou Haiban at the edge of the penalty area. Zhou Haiban. Opportunity. Zhou Haiban did not adjust, welcoming the ball with a powerful shot. The football skimmed the grass like a sharp arrow, heading straight for the bottom left corner of the goal. Adler. The German commentator's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Adler reacted extremely quickly, sliding a step to the side, his body weight low, both hands firmly welcoming the football. The angle of this shot was tricky, skimming the grass and taking an irregular bounce, making it very difficult to catch. Adler's gloves made contact with the football, which bounced in his palms. But his second reaction was even quicker. He lunged forward, using his chest to firmly pin the ball down, lying on the grass to securely lock the ball beneath him, denying any opportunity for Huahua players to take a follow-up shot. Adler has held on too. Duan Xuan's voice carried a hint of regret. Zhou Haiban's long shot was of very high quality with a tricky angle, but Adler's reaction was too fast. No wonder he's called the next Khan. His form is indeed excellent. Yes, Zhang Lu nodded. Both goalkeepers have provided a spectacular save each since the start, and both directly held the ball, preventing follow-up shots. The performances of both goalkeepers in this match have been astonishingly good. Adler stood up, holding the ball vigorously, brushing the grass off his gloves, his gaze fixed on Lin Mo at the opposite goal line. He kicked the ball hard into the forward field. He acknowledged that Lin Mo had some skill with that last save. But that was it. He was the pride of Bayer Leverkusen's youth training, recognized throughout Germany as the next Khan. What does an unknown Chinese goalkeeper have to compare with him? The competition between goalkeepers had just begun. He would use his strength to show everyone who the best goalkeeper of this World Youth Championship truly was. Lin Mo could not help but admire Adler's performance. With an ordinary person's physique, achieving this level, Adler's goalkeeping talent is not lacking. It seems that the term second Khan is indeed not misplaced. I must find a way, otherwise my teammates' bodies will start to stiffen, their movements will become deformed, and how can we play? Lin Mo quietly observed the situation on the field. Although the football field was vast, with his vision, he could easily see the entire arena. He naturally also noticed Chen Tao and other teammates' unnaturalness, so Lin Mo planned to boost his teammates' spirits. Otherwise this match would become boring. In the 8th minute, the German team struck back. Right back Yankel threw a powerful throw in. Jensen controlled the ball with his chest, and then delivered a precise horizontal pass, finding Argentina in the center. After receiving the ball, Argentina did not take a long shot like last time. He had learned his lesson. Since Lin Mo had caught his 30-meter long shot effortlessly, it indicated that this Chinese goalkeeper was not afraid of powerful shots. Going for brute force was useless. He needed to work on combinations, angles, or get a little closer to the goal. Gentner glanced forward and spotted Drilla breaking free from Tan Wangsong on the left flank, immediately delivering a precise diagonal pass. Gentner switches play. Drilla receives. Drilla controlled the ball on the left wing facing Tan Wangsong's tight defense, a self-assured smile curling at the corner of his lips. He was Germany's fastest player. His footwork as refined as that of a Brazilian maestro, and playing as a left winger allowed him to cut inside for shots. He had practiced this move over 10,000 times, never once failing. With a delicate flick of his right foot and a swift push forward with his left, his body slithered past Tan Wangsong like an eel slick with oil. Tan Wangsong panicked inwardly and reached out to grab Drilla's jersey, but his fingertips only grazed the edge of the fabric, catching not even a thread. Damn it! Tan cursed under his breath, spinning desperately to give chase. Yet Drilla was already far beyond reach. Drilla surged into the left side of the penalty area and cast a quick glance toward Lin Mo's positioning. Lin Mo stood slightly off-center to the left, leaving a narrow but telling gap on the right. There it is. Drilla's heart leapt. With his right instep, he struck the bottom of the ball with fierce spin. The ball arced through the air with uncanny curvature, twisting violently toward the far corner of the goal. Drilla cuts in and shoots. German fans rose to their feet once more, their cheers coiled tight, ready to burst forth. This was Drilla's signature move in the group stage against Egypt. He'd scored with this very same curling shot. Yet the instant Drilla unleashed the shot, Lin Mo was already moving. You've fallen for it. That gap was laid out. A cold smirk flickered across Lin Mo's mind. That opening had been deliberately left, a trap no ordinary goalkeeper would dare set, yet Lin Mo embraced it without hesitation. Mastery of several grandmaster-level Chinese martial arts had long since elevated his physical limits beyond human bounds. At that moment, the explosive power of grandmaster-level Chuojio erupted. Lin Mo's soul slammed into the turf, carving a shallow indentation as his body launched sideways like a coiled spring. 2 strides. Only 2, and Lin Mo sealed every angle to the far post. Suspended midair, his body stretched horizontally, his right arm fully extended, fingers splayed wide like the wings of a soaring eagle. Now, this is the moment. Lin Mo's expression hardened, and he struck. Yet the curving ball continued shifting its trajectory mid-flight, its violent spin straining to escape his grasp. The instant his right hand made contact, his wrist snapped with ferocious force, his 5 fingers clamping down like iron vices, locking the ball in place. The ball spun wildly within his palm, shrieking against his glove with a piercing, grating whine. Taiji's coiling silk force flowed silently. Lin Mo's wrist rotated and retracted with effortless grace, instantly neutralizing the ball's rotational energy. The entire motion unfolded with seamless fluidity. No hesitation, no wasted motion. One hand. Lin Mo plucked Drilla's seemingly unstoppable curling shot from the air, using only his right hand. My heavens, one hand. Lin Mo caught Drilla's curler with a single hand. Duan Xian's voice cracked with raw exhilaration. This was Drilla's trademark goal. Exactly the same angle, exactly the same technique. And Lin Mo snatched it barehanded. What reflexes? What wrist strength? Group stage footage replayed in memory. Same angle, same execution. Lin Mo had intercepted it with one hand alone. What kind of reaction speed? What kind of wrist power? I can hardly believe my eyes. It's simply surreal. Only cinema could conjure such a scene. Zhang Lu slammed the table in awe. Unbelievable. Catching a curling shot one-handed is at least 10 times harder than stopping a powerful straight drive with both hands. The ball's spin is immense. Any miscalculation results in a fumble or deflection. Yet Lin Mo not only caught it, he held it steady. His wrist strength and finger control are unquestionably world-class. Perhaps now I understand why Lin Mo chose to appear so audacious, or rather so daring. Zhang Lu's final remark stirred speculation among viewers nationwide. In the stands, German fans sighed in unison, arms half raised in anticipation, then lowered in quiet resignation. To stop such a shot, even with one hand, was astonishing yet also deeply disheartening. This feat could not be explained by performance-enhancing substances. If such a substance existed, it would have already earned the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Drilla stood frozen, staring blankly at the ball cradled in Lin Mo's hand, his mouth slightly agape, disbelief etched plainly across his face. How is this possible? No, it cannot be real. A chill swept through him. This Chinese goalkeeper, perhaps truly unconquerable. Drilla had scored twice with this exact curling shot in the Bundesliga, and 4 times for Germany's U19 national team. He'd faced elite keepers before, but none had ever caught it one-handed. Never. How can this be? Drilla murmured, his confidence crumbling, replaced first by doubt, then by bewilderment. If even this golden opportunity failed what chance remained in the rest of the match. Nike Adler leaned close to Gentner and muttered, "Is this guy a monster? How does he catch everything? And now with one hand. How do we breach his goal?" Gentner said nothing, only clenched his fists tightly. Lin Mo's one-handed save reverberated through the German squad, shaking the attacker's confidence to its core. And that precisely had been Lin Mo's intention, even at great personal risk. The more extraordinary his display, the deeper the psychological blow to Germany's players, leaving openings in their attack. And those openings were China's chance. Otherwise, given the vast gulf in overall strength, China's path to advancement would remain nearly impossible. Within the first 10 minutes, Germany's two most dangerous shots had both been dismissed by Lin Mo with serene ease. Gentner's long-range strike was cleanly gathered, Drilla's curler too was smothered. This Chinese goalkeeper proved far more formidable than they had imagined. At the opposite goal, Adler watched Lin Mo from afar, his gaze sharpened with sober gravity. As a goalkeeper himself, he understood better than anyone the sheer impossibility of catching a curling shot one-handed. The spin on a curling shot dwarfs that of a straight drive, so much so that even two-handed catches often slip away. What then was Lin Mo's wrist made of? A faint premonition of unease stirred within Adler. He'd expected this match to be his personal showcase. Now he realized he'd met a truly terrifying adversary. Yes, exactly as planned. From here, Germany's attack will slow. Comrades, press on. This is all. Lin Mo rose, cradling the ball, and strode confidently to the edge of the penalty area. Without pause, launching a thunderous throw that sent the ball rocketing halfway across the pitch, landing perfectly at Qintao's feet. Push forward, everyone. All of you. I've got your back. Lin Mo roared, his first deliberate offensive command of the match. Those three words, "I've got your back," instantly ignited the Chinese team's confidence, dissolving the suffocating pressure they had endured under Germany's relentless assault. Clausen watched his squad's morale surge and couldn't suppress a smile. Yes, exactly like this. Football is about passion and self-belief. Go on, boys. Qintao's pulse quickened. As he received the ball and pivoted, his peripheral vision caught Gao Lin exploding down the right flank at full speed. Germany's left back Yankier had yet to recover position. Between them gaped a lethal seam. Golden chance. Without hesitation, Qintao flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, a perfectly weighted diagonal pass arcing precisely into Gao Lin's path. The ball skimmed the turf, timed to perfection, just enough lead for Gao Lin to unleash his sprint. Qintao switches play. Gao Lin surges forward. Brilliant. That switch was executed flawlessly. Perhaps this generation of China's youth national team deserves a stipend of sea cucumbers to bolster their nutrition. Without physical parity, even sublime technique crumbles before European might. Duan Xian delivered rapid-fire commentary, his offhand remark about sea cucumber subsidies catching the ear of the national youth team's leadership watching live on television. Indeed, it was high time the national squad received nutritional reinforcement, and sea cucumbers were an excellent choice. Sensing the imminent prospect of sea cucumber banquets, Gao Lin surged forward with blistering acceleration, thundering down the touchline. Yankier sprinted desperately in pursuit, but the gap between them widened inexorably. He'll never catch up. A chill settled over Yankier's heart as he watched Gao Lin race toward the byline. Gao Lin raised his eyes, scanning the penalty area. Qintao was already charging in from near the penalty spot. Instantly, he drove a low, hard cross along the ground. The ball rocketed across the turf toward the center of the box. Gao Lin crosses. Exquisitely struck and astonishingly precise. Qintao launched himself skyward, straining for a decisive header. Not on my watch. At that very instant, a towering figure materialized before him. It was Modip. At 192 meters, he soared a full head above Qintao. His shoulder locked against Qintao's, his forehead meeting the ball first, powering it emphatically out of play. With me here, you won't break through so easily. Modip fixed Qintao with a cold, hostile stare. Qintao, unable to comprehend German, responded with an awkward, sheepish grin. Corner kick. Though the attack faltered, we've earned a corner opportunity. Duan Xian's voice carried both wistfulness and anticipation. Modip, the one who cleared it. Germany's central defenders dominate the air. Qintao was utterly overwhelmed. But no matter, we have a corner. Let's see who steps up to take it. Qintao strode toward the corner arc. Passing the sideline, coach Clausen signaled to him. Corner play, no. 3. Qintao nodded, stepped onto the arc, and raised his right hand, forming a crisp 3 with his fingers. At once, China's players repositioned. Feng Xiaochun and Zhao Ming, both central defenders, advanced to hover near the penalty spot, while Zhou Haibin drifted along the edge of the box, poised to contest any second rebound. Germany's penalty area instantly filled. Modip, Xuan, and Tomic, 3 giants over 190 meters, stood like iron towers near the spot, eyes locked fiercely on China's attackers. All attention fixated on the aerial threats inside the box, until without warning, an unexpected Lin Mo charged forward from deep midfield. His vibrant green goalkeeper jersey blazed vividly amid the sea of red and white. Crossing halfway, he showed no sign of slowing. plunging straight into Germany's penalty area. Incredible speed. Lin Mo is lightning fast. Lin Mo has joined the attack. Duan Xian's voice leapt in pitch, nearly erupting with excitement. China's corner, and Lin Mo has stormed into Germany's box. Against Panama in the previous match, Lin Mo had sown chaos during a corner, and now he'd done it again. The Chinese supporters in the stands erupted. Cheers and shrieks cascaded in waves. Such fiery, unyielding football justified their unwavering support. Better to fall standing than surrender kneeling. At least there remained hope for counterattack. The moment Lin Mo breached Germany's box, every German player's expression shifted. Matip and Xuan exchanged glances, their eyes betraying sharp vigilance and tension. They'd studied Lin Mo meticulously before the match, especially his corner routines. That Chinese goalkeeper wasn't entering the box to challenge for headers. He was there to collide. That unforgettable clip, where he sent a Panamanian player flying then feigned concern as he reached out to help, had been replayed over a dozen times, seared permanently into memory. This goalkeeper posed greater danger than any forward. Feng Xiaoqin caught sight of the streaking green figure out of the corner of his eye, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Brother Lin, what on earth are you doing up here? You're abandoning your post. What about the goal? I'm creating space for you, Lin Mo replied without turning back. Inside this box you simply can't match the Germans. Don't worry, I've got the goal covered. If anyone wants an open net, they'll have to ask me first. He stood firm near the penalty spot, flanked tightly by Matip and Xuan, two German colossi towering over 190 meters, each eyeing him with palpable wariness. Matip glanced down at Lin Mo, shorter by nearly half a head, lean rather than bulky. Yet the sheer presence he projected within the box sent an inexplicable unease rippling through Matip's chest. Mark him tightly, Matip murmured in German to Xuan beside him. He's uncanny. Don't let him get airborne. Not even for a split second. Xuan nodded, sharply pressing closer, his arm locking firmly against Lin Mo's shoulder, his knee subtly jamming into Lin Mo's thigh, deploying every subtle tactic to restrict movement. They had no idea Lin Mo had sprinted all the way from his own penalty area not to win headers, but to crash into German players and fulfill his system's objective. Chen Tao stood before the corner arc, drew a deep breath, and emptied his mind of all distraction. He scanned the positioning inside the box. His gaze lingered half a second on Lin Mo, then exploded into his run-up and swing. The ball traced a soaring, ethereal arc, howling through the air, straight toward the penalty spot in the heart of the box. Its landing point was unervingly precise. Whether it's mine or not, I don't care. What matters is that you fly. Lin Mo moved the instant the ball left Chen Tao's foot. Master-level monkey fist footwork made him slip through resistance like an eel. His shoulder dipped, just slightly evading Xuan's probing knee. Xuan blinked, and in that fleeting instant the jersey in his grasp twisted grotesquely, yet he hadn't even brushed Lin Mo's sleeve. Lin Mo leaped first, his body stretching in the air like a bow. Xuan, a half-beat slower, could only desperately ram his shoulder against Lin Mo's back, trying to shove him aside. On the other side, Matip also roared as he jumped, heading straight for the soccer ball with his forehead. German goalkeeper Adler similarly charged out of the goal, fists raised high, his eyes fiercely fixed on the ball soaring in the air. The three collided in midair. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Lin Mo was the first to head the ball. The moment he made contact, he twisted his waist sharply, the initial header morphing seamlessly into 8 Extremes Fist Taishan Cow. With the force of 1,000 pounds, his shoulder crashed heavily into Adler's chest. What? Adler's eyes widened in an instant. He felt not just a person colliding with him, but rather a stampeding rhinoceros striking him head on. The tremendous impact sent him flying through the air, his yellow jersey flipping over before he crashed heavily onto the grass, sliding more than a meter away, leaving a long green mark on the turf. Ding! German player knocked away. Adler goalkeeper counted towards task progress. Current progress, 111. Lin Mo headed the ball. Adler has been sent flying. Duan Xian jumped up from the commentary booth, shouting the referee didn't blow the whistle. No foul. Lin Mo touched the ball first. In the contest for the corner kick, Lin Mo completely overwhelmed the goalkeeper. A complete victory. However, it's a pity that Lin Mo is not a professional forward. Though he made contact, the ball did not head towards the goal. After all, he is just a goalkeeper. We can't expect too much from Lin Mo wanting both at once. Fortunately, his good character prevented him from saying something inappropriate. Otherwise, he would have lost money. The referee's whistle remained firmly clenched in his mouth, silent. He hurried over, glancing down at Adler, who lay on the ground baring his teeth in pain, and then at Lin Mo, who landed steadily, decisively signaling for the game to continue. Touching the ball first, subsequent body contact is deemed a reasonable collision. If Adler can't stay on his feet, who can he blame? But what about the soccer ball? After Lin Mo headed it, it struck the crossbar with a resounding clang. The immense rebound sent the ball back into the penalty area. The crossbar. The ball bounces back into the penalty area. It's a chaotic mess in there. Dozens of legs kicked wildly in the penalty area. Red and white jerseys tangled together, making it impossible to distinguish who was who. After landing, Matip with red eyes lowered his head to search for the ball. He mumbled incomprehensible curses, his gaze frantically searching among the chaotic legs. Finally, he spotted the soccer ball rolling at his feet. Clear it. Counterattack. Matip's heart leaped with joy as he lifted his right foot, ready to deliver a powerful kick to send the ball soaring. Just then a green figure dashed in like lightning from the side. Not good. It's him again. Matip's heart raced, and the hairs on his neck stood up. Lionel landed without a moment's pause. His monkey fist agility allowed him to weave through the chaotic crowd like a fish navigating through water weeds. He spotted the soccer ball rolling towards Matip at a glance, immediately adjusting his direction and darting forward like an arrow. Just as Matip's toe was about to touch the ball, Lionel's toe darted in first, giving it a light poke. The soccer ball instantly changed direction, rolling to the other side. Once again it was first to the ball. Then Lionel's shoulder followed through and collided. Bang! Another dull thud resounded. Matip felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding truck. In that instant of impact, he seemed to hear the lament of his chest bones. This over 90-kilogram giant actually left the ground flying sideways. His body experienced a brief moment of weightlessness in the air before crashing heavily onto the grass, his back slamming solidly against the goalpost. Thud! He bounced slightly, and then collapsed onto the ground, unable to rise for a long time. Ding! German player knocked away Matip. Center back counted towards task progress. Current progress, 211. Matip has also been sent flying. Duan Xin supported himself on the commentary table, leaning forward, his whole body shaking with excitement. Lionel. It's Lionel again. He has consecutively knocked 2 German players down. Matip is still lying on the ground and can't get up. My goodness. Is this really a goalkeeper? This is simply a human tank. He shouldn't be playing as a goalkeeper, his position should be forward. After Lionel poked the ball away, it bounced twice on the ground. There were too many people in the penalty area, and no one could control the ball immediately. Shuang extended his foot in the chaos, poking the soccer ball high into the air, drifting outside the penalty area. Opportunity. Chen Tao had been hovering at the top of the penalty area, his eyes fixed on the ball's landing spot. He faced the incoming soccer ball without making any adjustments, directly swinging his right foot for a volley. Chen Tao. Shoot. The crisp sound of his foot striking the ball at its center was sharp and clear. The soccer ball shot towards the corner of the goal like a cannonball. Adler had just gotten up from the ground, his chest still aching, and he had no time to react. He could only turn his head in despair, watching the ball fly towards the goal. Everyone held their breath. Clang. The soccer ball grazed the top edge of the crossbar and soared into the stands. Just too high. Duan Xin lamented as he slammed his fist on the table. What a pity. What a pity. If that ball had gone in, it would have undoubtedly been the best goal of this year's U20 World Cup. Lionel's header hit the post, knocking 2 German players down in succession, and Chen Tao's follow-up shot. Just a little bit off. Chen Tao looked up at the soccer ball flying into the stands, his hands on his head, filled with regret. He kicked the grass hard and muttered an expletive. Lionel ran past him, giving his back a light pat. Thump. Chen Tao stumbled forward half a step, nearly falling flat on his face. Rubbing his sore back, he turned to look at Lionel's retreating figure, furiously shouting, Lionel, you beast. Can you ease up a bit? Lionel didn't look back. He simply waved his hand, his voice drifting far away. He'll aim to score next time. Stop kicking the ball over there, it's not appropriate. Chen Tao. Lionel glanced back after running halfway across the field. He saw Adler being helped up by his teammates, clutching his chest, his face pale, his yellow jersey stained with grass and mud, looking utterly disheveled. Matip was still sitting by the goalpost, one hand propped on the grass, the other clutching his back, grimacing in pain. He looked up and said to Shuang, who was running over in German, what the hell was that just now? Shuang shook his head, his face filled with confusion and fear. He had no idea what had just happened. How could that seemingly slender Chinese goalkeeper possess such terrifying strength? This is unscientific. The head coach of the German team, Skib, stood by the sidelines with his arms tightly crossed over his chest, his fingers frantically tapping on his arms. His gaze was fixed on Lionel's back, his expression dark enough to drip water. He feared that if he continued to watch, he might not be able to resist slamming the tactical board to the ground. The players from Hua country, with their utter disregard for science, left him speechless. The match continued. The German team was stunned for a full 5 minutes by the previous corner kick attack. They couldn't comprehend how a goalkeeper could charge into the opponent's penalty area, knocking down 2 of their key players in succession and nearly creating a goal. But in the lexicon of the German war machine, the term retreat never existed. Once they regained their composure, the German team immediately launched a more fierce counterattack. Gotza and Jensen took turns firing shots from outside the penalty area, while Drilla charged down the flank like a small tank. The German team's offense surged, almost overwhelming the defense of the Hua country team. But no matter how cunning or powerful their shots were, a green figure always stood on the goal line. Lionel stood there like an insurmountable wall. He blocked every shot from the German team. In the 16th minute, the corner kick from the German team was caught in Lionel's hands. and then he kicked it out of the penalty area. Chen Tao calmly settled the ball in midfield, glanced at the situation on the field, and then suddenly delivered a direct pass. The ball sliced through the air like a sharp scalpel, instantly tearing apart the German team's defense. Gao Lin had already understood the cue, suddenly sprinting as he used his speed to shake off Modip, forming an unknown opportunity. Chen Tao's direct pass is beautiful. Hey, Gao Lin is unknown. Duan Xian's voice suddenly rose, nearly causing him to stand up. Gao Lin felt all the blood in his body rush to his head at that moment. He exerted all his strength to shake off Modip's chase, driving the ball into the penalty area. In front of him stood only the advancing Adler, as if the entire goal was opening up to him. It must go in. This shot has to score. Gao Lin shouted in his heart, his eyes fixed on the bottom right corner. Adler lowered his center of gravity like a crouched cheetah ready to pounce, spreading his arms to cover the near post. His gaze was sharp, showing no signs of panic. A unknown chance. It wasn't the first time. Gao Lin took a deep breath, gently pushed with the instep of his right foot. The ball skimmed along the grass, rolling toward the bottom right corner of the goal. Shoot. Adler's judgment was terrifyingly accurate. The moment Gao Lin kicked, he pushed off with his right foot, propelling his body like a cannonball across. His left hand's fingertips barely grazed the edge of the ball. Swish. The ball veered, brushing against the post and rolling out of bounds. Adler saved Gao Lin's unknown chance. What a pity Gao Lin missed the opportunity. Duan Xian slammed his hand on the table, his tone filled with regret. It's really such a shame. Gao Lin's shot was already of exceptionally high quality, but Adler's timing and blocking angle were world-class. This is the strength of a top Bundesliga goalkeeper. Gao Lin stared blankly at Adler's figure, holding his head tightly, with both hands, disbelief written all over his. He maintained his shooting posture for several seconds, until Feng Xiaoqing came over and patted his back, slowly raising his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. It's okay, Gao? Feng Xiaoqing patted his shoulder firmly. There will be more chances. Get him next time. Gao Lin shook his head, punching the air. He knew very well that such an opportunity might only occur this once in the entire match. The pressure from Germany was overwhelming, making it feel hard for them to breathe. Adler got up from the ground, slapped his gloves hard, and let out a roar to the sky. The yellow jersey flapped in the wind, radiating unparalleled dominance. Well done. Modip was the first to rush over, giving him a hard shoulder bump. I knew you could do it. The defenders of the German team rushed over, patting Adler's shoulder in celebration. The frustration of being knocked down by Lin Mo earlier finally erupted at this moment. Lin Mo watched this scene from a distance in the backfield, slightly nodding. This goalkeeper is no ordinary player. Adler's save showcased incredible reaction speed, impeccable timing in his advance, and near-perfect blocking angles. No wonder he is called the second Khan by the German media. Quite interesting. Corner kick for the Hua country team. Hao Junmin stood before the corner kick spot, taking a deep breath. He glanced at the positioning in the penalty area, his gaze lingering on Lin Mo for a moment, then took a run-up, swinging his leg. The ball arced through the air, flying toward the back post of the penalty area. Back post. Feng Xiaoqing shouted loudly, leaping with all his might. He had pent-up frustration and wanted to win this header to show the German team a thing or two. But Xu Ao had already firmly established his position, towering over Feng Xiaoqing by a solid 10 centimeters, his body robust, blocking Feng Xiaoqing like a wall. After jumping, Feng Xiaoqing couldn't even touch the ball, only able to watch helplessly as Xu Ao lightly flicked his forehead, sending the ball out of the penalty area. Damn! Feng Xiaoqing cursed loudly after landing, feeling an urge to punch the opponent in the face. But losing gracefully was important, so he restrained himself. He felt he absolutely couldn't be shameless like the national team. The German team successfully cleared the ball. In the 25th minute, Jensen received the ball at the top of the penalty arc, executed a beautiful feint, shaking off Chui Peng's marking. He glanced at the goal, a faint cold smile appearing on his lips. Let's see how you save this time. Jensen thought, striking the ball hard with his right foot on the lower middle part. The ball skidded along the grass, heading straight for the bottom left corner of the goal. Though this shot lacked the sheer power of Götz's cannon shot, the angle was extremely tricky, and due to the uneven grass, the ball had an irregular bounce as it rolled. Jensen shoot. A low drive. Here it comes. Lin Mo shifted one step to the side, his center of gravity lowered to the extreme. His eyes were glued to the ball's trajectory, capturing every bounce with precision. Now's the time. Lin Mo's hands reached out as the ball bounced up, lunging forward to securely cradle the ball in his arms. The technique of releasing force in Tai Chi transmitted throughout his body, dissipating the immense power of the ball silently. Lin Mo stood still, unyielding. He caught it again. Lin Mo has directly caught the German team's shot for the third time. Duan Xian's voice was already a bit hoarse, but his excitement remained undiminished. Jensen's low drive had an incredibly tricky angle, and it even had a bounce mid-flight. If it were any other goalkeeper, not only would they struggle to save it, they might not even have time to react. But Lin Mo's judgment was impeccable. Just a single lateral shift, and he securely caught the ball. Not a drop leaked. How can you not love such football? At that moment, he was not just one person, he was not human. Jensen watched Lin Mo embrace the ball, his smile instantly freezing. He stood there shaking his head, muttering under his breath, "Oh shift. This damned goalkeeper. How can he catch a shot like that? Is he a monster?" Seeing Lin Mo effortlessly catch the soccer ball, a breathless feeling washed over Jensen. Could he really break through the goal guarded by this goalkeeper from Huagua? However, the German team is ultimately a world-class powerhouse. Even after several failed attacks, they did not give up. Instead, they launched an even fiercer counterattack. They surged like a pack of enraged beasts, relentlessly battering against Huagua's defensive line. Minute 31. Drilla cut in from the left again. This time he did not blindly shoot like before, but instead glanced quickly at the situation in the penalty area. It was more about avoiding a direct confrontation with the Huagua goalkeeper. Especially the indifferent gaze of the Huagua goalkeeper gave him the illusion of facing Khan. No, perhaps even more terrifying than Khan. Nicky Adler raised his hand near the penalty spot asking for the ball, while Feng Xiaoqing clung to him like a piece of gum. Reinhard had made a run to the back post, and Yankel also inserted himself from the edge of the penalty area. The opportunity has come. Drilla felt a surge of joy in his heart as he deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot. The soccer ball drew a strange arc sailing over Tan Wansong's head towards the center of the penalty area. Drilla crosses, and it's Reinhard receiving the ball. Back post. Reinhard pounced like a hungry tiger, leaping high with his forehead aimed at the incoming ball. He had already decided that this ball must be smashed into the goal's dead corner, making that Huagua goalkeeper taste the pain. What a beautiful thought. Let you experience the butt-back falling goose style. Lin Mo moved. The explosive power of his poke kick was vividly displayed at this moment. In just 1 second, he surged from the small penalty area to the penalty spot. Bang! Lin Mo struck the soccer ball squarely with his fist, sending it flying out of the penalty area. At the moment of impact, Lin Mo's body pivoted, his shoulder lightly brushing against Reinhard's chest. Reinhard, who was already sprinting forward with all his might, lost his balance in an instant from this slight contact, crashing to the ground, as if hit by a tank, sliding over 2 meters away. The team doctor on the bench, Hanli, watched as Lin Mo knocked another opponent away, and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Ah, another poor guy. This time it will take at least 3 days for the swelling to go down. As the chief team doctor for the national youth team, although Hanli specializes in traditional Chinese medicine, his skills are already quite high. At a glance at Lin Mo's movements, he knew this was a typical impact of national martial arts. It seemed harmless, but the consequences were severe. Hanli even felt that if this weren't a game, Lin Mo would probably have knocked his opponent out cold. In Bajiquan, killing with one strike is not a difficult feat. However, Hanli did not dwell too much on it. He knew that everyone has their own secrets, and he too had his own. Ding. Knockdown. German player Reinhard counted towards task progress. Current progress, 411 foul. This is a foul. No, he's trying to kill me. Referee, you must give him a red card. Reinhard scrambled to his feet, waving his arms frantically at the referee. Referee, he fouled me. He intentionally ran into me. He definitely did it on purpose. I swear to God. The main referee, however, shook his head and signaled for the goalkeeper rushed out quickly, striking the soccer ball away. The subsequent physical contact was a normal competitive action. Moreover, he could clearly see that Lin Mo had deliberately eased up. There was no malicious collision at all. Stop shouting. Feng Xiaoqing ran over from behind, rolling his eyes. Shouting until your throat is hoarse is useless. If Brother Lin really wanted to knock you out, you'd already be lying on a stretcher. Reinhard turned sharply, glaring fiercely at Feng Xiaoqing, his eyes almost spitting fire. Feng Xiaoqing shrugged nonchalantly and turned back to his defensive position. Lin Mo's ability to withstand pressure is too strong, almost inhuman. I don't know why, but I feel like I've seen this before, but it's just that I can't remember where. Zhang Lu couldn't help but exclaim. That last move looked like Reinhard ran into him himself and ended up falling flat on his face, while Lin Mo didn't even budge. You hit him, you fall. He hits you, you still fall. This is the absolute advantage in physical confrontation. Minute 35. The German team earned a corner kick. Tomek stood at the corner spot, raising his right hand to signal his teammates to push up. All the tall players from the German team surged into the penalty area. Modib Shuang, Reinhard, Yankel, and Ginter, who was hovering at the edge of the penalty area, instantly filled the Huagua team's penalty area with white jerseys. Every German player's height exceeded 185 meters, looming like small mountains, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Duan Xian looked at this scene, his tone filled with worry. Oh no. The Huagua team's penalty area is filled with tall Germans. In terms of height, we have no advantage at all. This is bad. I hope Lin Mo can continue to perform heroically and defend this goal. Tomek, corner kick taken. The soccer ball, spinning fiercely, flew towards the back post of the penalty area. Shuang's eyes lit up as he suddenly broke free from the defender beside him and jumped high. His leap was second only to Modib in the German team. After jumping, he was already a head above everyone else. This ball is mine. Shuang was overjoyed in his heart, aiming his head at the incoming ball, fully prepared to score. He even began to imagine the scene of the soccer ball crashing into the net and the entire crowd cheering for him. At that moment, a green figure suddenly rose in front of him. It was Lin Mo again. The master-level monkey fist allowed Lin Mo to dart through the crowded players like a gust of wind. The explosive power of the poke kick combined with the agile footwork of the monkey fist enabled Lin Mo to instantly seize the best position. It's mine. Lin Mo leaped to the highest point, raising his hands high. The soft force of Tai Chi wrapped around the fierce force of Bajiquan, directly snatching the ball away from Shuang's head. Hey race, another gift for you. Lin Mo sneered inwardly. Oh shift. Damn it, it's him again. He'll knock. Seeing that the soccer ball was gone again, Shuang inwardly steeled himself and pretended to lose control, crashing hard into Lin Mo's chest. But the next second, he felt something was amiss. It was as if he had collided not with a person, but with a moving steel. Bang! Lin Mo held the soccer ball completely unyielding. Shuang was rebounded by the immense counterforce, losing his balance in midair and crashed heavily onto the grass, producing a dull thud. This is impossible. Shuang lay on the ground, eyes filled with unwillingness. At 192 meters tall and weighing 90 kilograms, he charged with all his strength, yet the opponent didn't even budge. Is that guy Iron Man? Ding. Knocked down German player Shuang's center back counted towards task progress. Current progress, 511 the 5th. Lin Mo has knocked down another one. Duan Xian was ecstatic, unable to resist slapping the table. This time it's Shuang. Both of Germany's main center backs, Modip and Shuang, have been knocked down by Lin Mo, including the goalkeeper Adler. The core of the German defense has all suffered at the hands of Lin Mo. I really don't know how Lin Mo trained his body. It's terrifying. What on earth is your body made of? Shuang clutched his chest, struggling to utter this in English. His chest still felt tight, and that last impact had nearly robbed him of breath. He looked at Lin Mo, his gaze mixed with anger, confusion, and deep apprehension. Lin Mo didn't even lift his eyelids. He merely glanced at him, and then cradling the ball walked to the edge of the small penalty area, propelling the ball directly to Zheng Tao on the flank. Lin Mo's English was average, limited to understanding simple words. As for communication, better not. Problems that could be resolved with fists didn't require words. Shuang watched Lin Mo's retreating figure, gritting his teeth, ultimately daring not to say anything more. He knew that if he continued to provoke, it would only be himself who would suffer. In the 40th minute, the Hua country team executed the most threatening attack of the first half. Lu Lin made two quick feints on the left flank, shaking off the German team's fullback Jankel before crossing the ball. The football traced a beautiful arc, sailing over Modip's head and heading towards the back post of the penalty area. Back post. Hao Junmin. Du Xian shouted at the top of his lungs. Hao Junmin had already understood, silently darting to the back post. He watched the incoming football, without a moment's hesitation, leaping into the air for a right-footed volley. Hao Junmin, shooting. The football shot forth like a cannonball, whistling through the air, aimed straight at the top right corner of the goal. Hao Junmin felt a rush of joy within. He had perfectly gauged the shot's position, with both power and angle flawless. This was undoubtedly a guaranteed goal. Adler's pupils suddenly constricted. He exerted all his strength, his body stretching out like a bow, his right hand desperately reaching for the football. Adler's right hand barely grazed the bottom of the football. Whoosh. The football was lightly deflected, changing its direction and crashing heavily against the underside of the crossbar. Bang. A deafening crisp sound. The football rebounded back into the penalty area. The crossbar. Adler dove for it. Du Xian's voice trembled with excitement. That was amazing. Both goalkeepers were incredible. Modip rushed in first, clearing the ball out of bounds with a powerful kick just ahead of Chen Tao's follow-up shot. Hao Junmin stood dazed, his hands clasped around his head, maintaining the shooting posture, frozen for several seconds. In the end, he could only fiercely kick the grass and curse in frustration. It's okay, little Hao. Chen Tao ran over, patting him on the shoulder. Great shot, you'll definitely score next time. Hao Junmin shook his head, overwhelmed with regret. He couldn't believe he had missed such a great opportunity. Adler, getting up from the ground, slammed his back against the goalpost, his right hand trembling slightly. The force of Hao Junmin's shot had been too great, numbing his fingers to the point of near loss of sensation. Shit, he had no idea how that guy over there managed to block so many shots without pain in his fingers and still catch the ball with one hand. Truly terrifying. Adler was frustrated that he couldn't compare to Lin Mo, and he slammed the goalpost with force. On my hand. Damn it, it's all that guy's fault. Adler blamed everything on Lin Mo, enduring the pain as he shouted to his teammates, get your act together. Continue attacking, I've got your back. The score remained 0-0, but the battle between the goalkeepers had reached an intense climax. In the 43rd minute, the German team initiated the last attack of the first half, also their most threatening one. Jensen received the ball on the right flank, immediately attracting a double team from Cui Peng and Zhou Haiben. He remained calm, quickly glancing up the center and spotting the rapidly advancing Nabri. Jensen passed laterally, and the receiver was Nabri. Nabri secured the football at the edge of the penalty arc, 25 meters from the goal. This position was within his absolute shooting range. Feng Xiaoqing and Zhao Ming simultaneously shouted and rushed out to block the shooting angle. But Nabri did not shoot. At the moment his right foot touched the ball, he suddenly changed his movement. With a gentle push from his foot arch, the football slithered through the gap between Feng Xiaoqing and Zhao Ming, rolling toward the left side of the penalty area. No shot. Mabry passed the ball. He didn't shoot directly, seemingly thinking of a better solution. The Hua country goalkeeper was simply too formidable. Normal long shots posed little threat to him, so Mabry chose another approach, which was quite smart. It was evident that his mind was clear. The German commentator shouted excitedly. Drilla cut diagonally into the penalty area from the left flank, meeting the rolling football and decisively pushing for a shot. This time the distance was closer, the power greater, and the football headed straight for the far corner of the goal. Meanwhile, Nicky Adler sliced in from the right, already at the edge of the small penalty area, as Drilla shot. 2 players. Drilla shoots. Nicky Adler is ready for the follow-up. Du Xian's voice instantly reached a peak of tension. Danger. The defense was out of position and no one was guarding him. This was a meticulously designed tactical coordination from the German team, with both players linking in a shot and a follow-up. Even if Lin Mo could save, Drula shot the football would likely slip from his grasp, and Nicky Adler would be perfectly positioned to easily score an empty goal. Moreover, the German team had proven through multiple matches that this tactic was infallible. 2 players. Do you think this will guarantee a goal? Naive. Lin Mo's pupils instantly locked onto the 2 targets. Drula's push was tricky with the right angle and adequate power, heading straight for the far corner. Nicky Adler's positioning perfectly blocked all possible rebound angles. One person had to defend against 2 players' shots. To everyone this seemed like an impossible task. But Lin Mo was no ordinary person. He moved. The explosive force of his push manifested vividly at this moment. Lin Mo's right foot stomped hard against the ground, taking one step, then another like the steps of a demon. His body moved sideways like a flash of lightning, flying out to block Drula's push. Unlike other goalkeepers, Lin Mo did not use both hands to catch or punch the ball. His right hand extended out in a single palm, and at the moment of contact his wrist gently twisted, Tai Jiquan grasping the sparrow's tail. The football seemed to be caught by an invisible hand lifted directly by Lin Mo's right hand. The rapidly rolling football was scooped up cleanly from the grass. Another one-handed catch. Du Xian leaned on the table, springing to his feet. My God. Lin Mo didn't save it. He caught Drula's push directly with one hand. What kind of divine technique is this? Nicky Adler had already rushed into the small penalty area, prepared to seize the rebounding football for a deadly strike. He had predicted the football's trajectory. All he needed was to find an opportunity, and the chance to score would come. But the next second brought a shocking moment. Lin Mo once again firmly caught the football with his right hand. The football stuck to Lin Mo's gloves as if it had grown there, not budging at all. No fumble. No rebound. No opportunity for a follow-up shot. Nigia de Lou froze mid-motion, yanking his movement back. The huge inertia sent him staggering 2 paces, nearly slamming his head into the goalpost. He stood there dazed, staring at the soccer ball in Lin Mo's hands, his mind utterly blank. Lin Mo seemed to have read the German side's plan long ago, leaving them no opening at all. Zhang Lu's voice trembled with excitement. The German team's design was excellent. We witnessed their coordination. Seamless, truly flawless. But no matter how exquisite the combination, it faltered when it met Lin Mo. Lin Mo scooped the ball up again with a single hand. This was not merely a save, it was art. Only a goalkeeper with absolute confidence in his wrist strength and ball control would dare such a maneuver. Among every goalkeeper in the world, I have yet to see anyone attempt that. It is not a matter of willingness, but of ability. The stands fell silent in an instant. The German fans who had just been roaring fell mute, as if someone had seized their throats. The white tide in the stands froze in place. Everyone gaped at the green figure before the goal, disbelief written across their faces. De Lula stood with hands on his knees, breathing heavily. He looked at the ball in Lin Mo's hands, despair etched in his eyes. Gentena's long-range shot had been caught. His curling strike had been plucked away with one hand. Now the perfect interplay between him and Nigia de Lou had been effortlessly neutralized by Lin Mo's astonishing one-handed grab. The German team had unleashed 11 shots in the first half. Yet Lin Mo stopped almost every attempt. Not once did the ball slip from his grasp. Not once did he allow them a chance for a follow-up shot. The halftime whistle finally blew. The score remained 0-0. 2 goalkeepers, each with a godlike display, had upheld their teams. Nigia de Lou walked off the pitch with his head bowed. Passing by Lin Mo, he glanced up once. Lin Mo, who was speaking with Feng Xiaoqian, suddenly sensed the look directed at him. Nigia de Lou looked at Lin Mo without a word, then silently made his way to the players' tunnel. He finally understood that breaking this Huagua goalkeeper's net today would be far harder than he had imagined. As Lin Mo stepped off the field, a system panel flashed before his eyes. Current progress 5 out of 11. He glanced at it, and then expressionlessly closed the display. He did a quick mental calculation. De Lula and Nigia de Lou were wingers who seldom retreated into their own penalty area. Yang Qier was a fullback who only pushed up for corners. Yen Sun and Xi Ming operated in midfield and rarely entered the box. Gentena preferred long-distance efforts from outside the area. Mika barely took part in the attack. This task was now unlikely to be completed. Lin Mo did not care. Knocking people aside had never been a clean sheet. A victory. Not to disappoint the lonely 5-star red flags in the stands. That was what he must do. Halftime in the locker room. Feng Xiaochen plopped onto the bench. His jersey was soaked through water, could be wrung from it. He twisted open a bottle of water and gulped down half panting, good heavens. The German side is terrifying. In the first half they pressed us so hard we could not raise our heads. Damn it, watching videos before I thought they were just so-so, but when it's real they nearly wore me out. Lin bro, those long shots just now made my hands ache watching. Are your hands alright? Especially that final one-handed grab. I was stunned. Lin Mo was undoing his gloves and replied calmly, it's nothing, a practice makes it possible. Feng Xiaochen stepped over and grabbed Lin Mo's wrist. Lin Mo felt the motion and his reflex nearly flung him away, but he forcibly checked himself just as the move began. We're on the same team. They'll tolerate it. With that single grip, Lin Mo could have put Feng off the pitch in dozens of ways. Argentina's cannon of a shot surely exceeded 140 kilometers per hour. That last one-handed grab made me shudder just watching. Aren't your hands numb? Your bones didn't crack, did they? His palms were slick with sweat. Lin Mo snatched his hand back. Goosebumps rose on his arm as he disgustedly rubbed at his shirt. Keep your distance. Touch me again, and I'll toss you out. Feng Xiaochen saw the contempt in Lin Mo's face, as if he had witnessed something vile. No. Lin, I'm sorry. Feng Xiaochen stepped back 2 paces, hands raised in surrender. You're not a goalkeeper. You are a monster. But honestly, an Igia de Lu is impressive too. Gao Lin's onion angle was so acute, and he still pushed it away. Today are you 2 goalkeepers trying to put all the strikers out of work? At that moment, Chun Tao looked at Lin Mo with a trace of resolve. Lin, in the second half, whenever you catch a German shot, immediately throw the ball to me. I've watched them when the Germans recover defensively. Their left back Yonkir pushes very high, leaving a big gap behind him. If I take the ball and surge forward, I can catch them utterly unprepared. Lin Mo met Chun Tao's eyes and nodded lightly. This fellow is not willing to give up either. Good, he need not fear lazy teammates. As long as his teammates were not like the national side, Lin Mo was confident he could drag them into the final. Knock, knock, knock. Ku Lao Chun struck the tactics board with his marker, and the once noisy locker room fell silent. In the first half you played far better than I expected. Ku Lao Chen's voice carried a penetrating force. Han Li, acting as translator, quickly relayed, actually the Germans were more anxious than we were. You can see it in their attitude. Argentina's long shots were all hurried attempts, completely out of his best rhythm. After Lin Mo disrupted their combinations time, and again their mindset had begun to unravel. But CG Bay is no fool. He will surely make adjustments at halftime. The German team's greatest strength has never been individual brilliance, but collective coordination. In the second half they will play more of those tight passing gan-cutting sequences, using movement to tear open our backline. Ku Lao Chen's gaze rested on Lin Mo with a hint of concern. Lin, your first half performance was world-class. But in the second half you will not face isolated shots. You will face linked strikes from 2 or even 3 players. Your anticipation must be faster, your sorties more decisive. You do not give them any chance for a rebound. Your ability is among the world's best. Oh, what you lack now is experience. Lin Mo met his eyes and nodded once more. And most importantly, we must score. Crouchen suddenly raised his voice, slamming the marker on the whiteboard. Adler is strong, but he is not without weaknesses. His range of attack is far less than Lin Mo's. He never dares to rush out to challenge long shots from the edge of the penalty area. In the second half, we need to take more long shots at the edge of the penalty area and create chaos. As long as the ball rolls in the penalty area for 1 more second, we have 1 more second to score. Leave it to me. Chun Tao suddenly stood up, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Crouchen sternly declared, we are not here in Germany to be sparring partners. We are here to win. We must claim victory in this match. Damn it. Feng Xiaocheng was the first to jump up, his fist crashing down on the iron door of the locker. Under the coach's education, the Huagua team was instantly ignited. Everyone stood up and shouted in unison. Hao Junmin smiled and patted Feng Xiaocheng on the back. Take it easy, if you break the locker you'll have to pay for. Fine deducted. Feng Xiaocheng shrugged off his hand. As long as we can beat the German team, I'll pay for not just 1 locker, but I'll pay for the entire changing room if needed. Crouchen looked at the passionate young men, and a hint of a smile could not help but appear on his lips. After the start of the second half, the German team, just as Crouchen predicted, made targeted adjustments. Skib had obviously lost his temper during the halftime break. The fullbacks Jankel and Reinhardt were positioned even further forward than in the first half, almost pressing up to the halfway line. Drula and Nicky Adler no longer played isolated roles, but frequently exchanged positions and passed in combination with the central player Gentner. The Germans had shelved their previous arrogance, beginning to patiently tear apart the defensive line of the Chinese youth team in the way they were most skilled at. In the 52nd minute, the crucial moment arrived. Jensen received the ball on the right, and faced with Chui Peng's defense, he did not attempt a forced breakthrough, but instead made a horizontal pass to Gentner in the center. Gentner did not stop the ball directly, playing a precise pass to Drüller at the edge of the penalty area. Germany's continuous passing. So fluid. 3 touches brought the ball right to the edge of our penalty area. Duan Xian's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Drüller had his back to the goal, and Feng Xiaoqing had already lunged at him, clearly about to take him down. Everyone thought he would turn and shoot. But Drüller did not. He didn't even stop the ball. He merely used his heel to gently nudge the ball cleverly toward Gentner, who was making a run from behind. A beautiful heel pass. Gentner has entered the penalty area. Gentner received the ball on the right side of the penalty area, less than 15 meters from goal, with an excellent angle. Feng Xiaoqing and Zhao Ming were both alarmed and rushed towards Gentner, trying to block his shooting angle. Lin Mo lowered his center of gravity, spreading his feet shoulder-width apart, his eyes fixed on Gentner's right foot, sealing off the near post. His brain was racing, and the predictive ability of his monkey fist technique had reached its peak. No, wait. Gentner's gaze was not on the goal. He was glancing toward the far post. He wasn't even trying to shoot. In the moment this thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind, Gentner's raised right foot indeed did not strike the ball hard. Instead, he lightly pushed it with the arch of his foot. The football skimmed along the grass, crossing the entire small penalty area, heading towards the far post. There, Nicky Adler was completely unmarked. Not a shot. Another pass. Nicky Adler. An open goal. Duan Xian's voice instantly changed pitch, laced with a hint of concern. Both Feng Xiaoqing and Zhao Ming were deceived by Gentner and rushed to the right side, leaving the entire far post exposed in front of Nicky Adler. Nicky Adler watched the rolling football, his heart racing. An open goal. It's actually an open goal. He didn't even need to put much power into it. A gentle push was all it took for the ball to roll into the net. He had wasted 2 chances in the first half, and now he could finally make amends. He had already begun to imagine the scene of the German fans cheering for him after scoring, picturing the coach and teammates rushing over to embrace him. Nicky Adler took a run-up, lifted his leg, and shot. Just as his toes were about to make contact with the ball, a green flash of lightning dashed across from the right side of the goal. Lin Mo had already started moving the moment Gentner passed the ball. The explosive force of his push-off caused the grass beneath him to dig out 2 shallow pits, emitting a dull cracking sound. From the right side of the goal to the left, nearly 7 meters of distance. Lin Mo only needed 2 steps to shift, and on the 3rd step, he launched himself into the air. 1 step, 2 steps, the steps of the devil. Lin Mo's body fully extended in midair like an eagle spreading its wings, his left arm stretched to the limit, fingers spread wide like an iron claw. Lin Mo. Duan Xian's roar echoed. The football rolled towards the lower left corner of the goal. Lin Mo's left hand firmly pressed down just as the football was about to cross the goal line. His entire palm. The master-level Tai Chi technique of dissipating force was perfectly executed in an instant. Lin Mo's wrist gently recoiled and twisted. All the impact force of the football was instantly neutralized, obediently resting in the palm of his hand. He stopped it. Lin Mo actually managed to stop the shot. It's unbelievable. Duan Xian shouted with all his might, as if he were there. Lin Mo saved Nicky Adler's open goal shot. The perfect collaboration of 3 Germans. Gentner made a horizontal pass to an open goal. Lin Mo shifted from the near post to the far post, using his left hand to press the ball on the goal line. What kind of lateral speed is this? What kind of reflexability is this? This is our goalkeeper. On the stands, the German fans who had been ready to cheer were suddenly frozen, unable to believe their eyes. Meanwhile, the scattered Huagua fans erupted with cheers like a tsunami, the 5-star red flag waving frantically in the stands, more vibrant than ever. Nicky Adler remained frozen in the shooting position. He looked at the football in Lin Mo's hand, then at the empty goal, his mind blank. How is this possible? How can this be? That was an open goal. He clearly had pushed the ball out, and he had clearly seen it rolling into the net. How could that Huagua goalkeeper fly over from such a distance? How did he do it? Was it the steps of the devil? The wind on the field seemed to freeze at that moment. Gentner stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving violently, heavy breaths echoing clearly in the noisy stadium. He looked down at his empty feet, then raised his eyes to the tall Huagua youth in front of the goal, his face filled with disbelief and defeat. The combination they had just executed was their killing move that they had practiced countless times. 3-point linkage, 1 shot, 1 pass, 1 support, a dual line attack, combining both real and feigned tactics, almost sealing off all angles of the goal, a result of countless training sessions that ensured every shot would score. Even Adler was helpless in the face of this tactical onslaught. Yet such an insurmountable offensive strategy was utterly thwarted by the 17-year-old Chinese goalkeeper. Gentner bit his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness as a storm brewed within him. 3 players. 2 shooting opportunities. Dual attacking points. Even a top Bundesliga goalkeeper cannot block all vulnerabilities in an instant. What kind of monster is this Lin Mo? In his 20 years of life, he had never seen a goalkeeper with such terrifying prediction and reflex speed. 3 players in exquisite coordination. All dual shots were completely sealed off, yet Lin Mo still confidently saved every single one. On the CCTV commentary desk, Duan Xian's voice echoed through the live broadcast. Jinner could have easily finished the shot himself, but he astutely observed the open goal and chose the most prudent cross for a decisive strike. But Lin Mo's lateral movement speed surpassed everyone's understanding. From the near post's extreme deflection block to the 6-meter distance lateral movement, sealing off the far post shot. His goal coverage range is simply beyond what an ordinary person can achieve. This is not just a goalkeeper. This is an impenetrable wall that moves seamlessly at all times. Beside him, Zhang Lu was rendered speechless, and after a long pause he finally managed to say, "This is truly exaggerated. This is already beyond the realm of conventional goalkeepers." This ability to make instantaneous judgments, rapid lateral movements, and dual-line defense is unparalleled in the world of football. On the other end of the field, Germany's main goalkeeper Adler stood behind the center circle, watching Lin Mo with a face full of disbelief. As a rising star in German football, he had always been arrogant, believing that his goal line skills, reaction speed, and game predictions were unmatched among his peers. He always thought that the limit of a goalkeeper was his own level. Yet seeing Lin Mo across the field, all of his pride began to shatter piece by piece. From the near post to the far post, a full 7 meters. Adler's mind raced as he replayed the earlier scene, a mere 0.1 second error would mean conceding a goal. Starting lateral movement, diving, absorbing impact, catching the ball. 5 actions seamlessly connected without a single error. The most terrifying part was that Lin Mo firmly held onto the ball, leaving no chance of a fumble, completely cutting off any possibility of a follow-up shot. This defensive dominance left him as a fellow goalkeeper with an innate sense of fear and helplessness. Adler exhaled heavily, turning his head away, unable to look at the goal again. He feared that another glance would completely shatter the confidence he had built over the years as a goalkeeper, crushed by this Chinese goalkeeper. In the 58th minute of the match, after a brief silence, the battlefield reignited. The Chinese team, previously pressured, fully unleashed their strength after Lin Mo stabilized the defense, launching a fierce counterattack. Chen Tao, stationed at midfield assessing the situation, executed a precise long pass over the top, shredding through the entire German defense the ball, finding the speedy Hao Junmin. Hao Junmin dashed down the right flank, breaking through veteran Jankel's tight defense, decisively crossing from the base. In the center of the penalty area, Gao Lin leaped high to contest, but the German defender Modip, with height and physicality, jumped higher, heading the ball forcefully out of the penalty area. The ball landed at the top of the penalty arc unmarked. Zhou Haibin did not hesitate, meeting the ball with a powerful shot. Zhou Haibin, long-range cannon fire. The sound roared as the ball shot like a cannonball, carrying explosive power and a tricky angle, heading straight for the top left corner of the goal. The entire stadium erupted. Everyone believed the deadlock was about to be broken. Adler's eyes suddenly sharpened, every nerve in his body tensed instantly. He dared not slack off for a moment, throwing himself into a dive, stretching his body, his hands firmly supporting the bottom of the ball. Bang! A loud sound echoed as the ball was forcefully tipped out by the crossbar, flying out of bounds. Adler! A godlike save. It's Adler again. Duan Xian shouted loudly. This powerful long-range shot with an exquisite angle would be impossible for any goalkeeper to handle. The two genius goalkeepers took turns to shine. This match had completely transformed into a top-tier goalkeeper duel between Lin Mo and Adler. After landing, Adler quickly got up, lowering his head to shake out his numb hands, feeling a wave of pain in his palms that made him frown. He understood all too well that after adjustments at halftime, the Chinese team's attack intensity and shot quality had risen significantly compared to the first half. Klaus' tactical setup was incredibly precise, targeting long-range shooting strategies that exploited the vulnerabilities in the German defense. Continuous high-quality long-range shots had already left Adler's hands trembling and his arms aching. But he gritted his teeth, remaining silent, a fierce desire to win igniting in his eyes. If Lin Mo could repeatedly defend the goal and keep the offense at bay, why couldn't he? As fellow genius goalkeepers, Adler absolutely refused to allow himself to lose to Lin Mo. In the 60th minute, the substitution board was raised. Gao Lin was substituted off, and Dong Fanjing came on as a substitute. Exhausted after half the game, Gao Lin gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, jogging off the field, grabbing Dong Fanjing, who was running towards him. "I'm running on empty, it's up to you from here. Jankel is old and his return speed is very slow. The right flank is our breakthrough point." And then there's Adler, though quick to react, he is extremely conservative when coming out. "As long as there's an opportunity at the top of the penalty arc or the edge of the box, we should boldly take shots. There's definitely a chance." Dong Fanjing nodded earnestly. "Rest assured. I've thoroughly analyzed their defensive gaps. I will definitely tear through the openings." After a brief exchange, Dong Fanjing rushed onto the field, taking up the center forward position. The Chinese team officially switched to a 451 defensive counterattack formation. Time flew by, and the match reached the 68th minute. The German team had conserved their energy for 20 minutes, executing the smoothest team passing and cutting attack. Tomic held the ball at the back, observing, accurately distributing to the flank the ball, finding its way steadily to Jankel's feet. Jankel did not linger, forcefully advancing along the wing, attracting the attention of two Chinese defenders before passing back to the supporting Drilla. Drilla made a quick pass, seamlessly transitioning the ball to Jensen in the center. Jensen laid it off perfectly to Jenner at the top of the penalty arc. In just 6 seconds there were 5 uninterrupted passes. Germany's passing and cutting coordination flowed like water, perfectly replicating the ultimate team advancement of German football. Fast, accurate, stable, they instantly exposed the vulnerabilities in the Chinese defense, leaving the entire penalty area in disarray. So fluid. A textbook example of German-style team attack. Duan Xian exclaimed, "We must be careful." Gentner firmly held the ball, standing at the perfect attacking position 22 meters from the top of the penalty area. Feng Xiaoqing and Zhou Haibin rushed forward in synchronization, attempting to block the shooting route. Everyone thought Gentner would replicate his previous long-range shot, forcefully striking to break the deadlock. Yet a glint of cunning flashed in Gentner's eyes as he coldly chuckled inwardly once again. This rigid defensive routine, you're falling for it. He deliberately raised his right foot, posing as if he was about to unleash a powerful long-range shot, aiming to mislead Feng Xiaoqing and the others. The master-level monkey fist's predictive intuition allowed Lin Mo to instantly grasp everything. He closely locked onto Gentner's every move. He wasn't shooting. It was a feint. In a flash, Lin Mo's mind completed the deduction, clearly capturing his opponent's next move. Sure enough, Gentner's right foot suddenly changed direction, his outer foot lightly brushing the ball. The ball skillfully passed through the gap between Feng Xiaoqing's legs, swiftly rolling along the grass towards the penalty area. In that very moment, the two German wingers sprang into action simultaneously. On the left, Reinhardt rapidly slashed towards the back post. On the right, Drula quickly cut towards the front post, while the unmarked Nicky Adler surged forward, charging into the small box. In an instant, 3-pronged assault, 3 lines encircling. Reinhardt was responsible for the follow-up shot at the back post. Drula aimed for the front post, while Nicky Adler faced the goalkeeper Hedin for the finish. All 3 arrows were fired, sealing off every dead angle of the goal. The defensive line of the Huagua team was completely breached, and there was no time to recover. In the entire penalty area, only Lin Mo stood alone to guard the goal. 3 against 1. A deadly 3 against 1. An absolute scoring opportunity. Duan Xian's voice was filled with despair. 3 German players simultaneously entered the penalty area. Multiple points of coordination, layer upon layer of mutual support. Lin Mo was all alone, isolated and helpless. Nicky Adler had the ball. Would he shoot or pass? In this life-and-death moment, thousands of German fans stood up. In an instant, the cheers, shouts, and chants deafening. To everyone, this goal seemed assured. Such a perfect team collaboration, such an unresolvable 3 against 1, even a world-class goalkeeper would find it impossible to defend. Reinhardt's eyes blazed with intensity as he sprinted at full speed, certain that he could score from the follow-up. Drilla lowered his center of gravity, ready to pounce on any chance, while the ball-holding Nicky Adler brimmed with confidence, having already locked in on the goal. Unyielding against the goalkeeper, a perfect open opportunity. This goal, I must take it. But only Lin Mo in front of the goal remained extremely calm, completely isolating himself from the surrounding noise. The monkey fist's prediction mode fully activated. Every movement on the field turned into slow motion in the movement trajectories, starting speeds, and passing options of the 3 opponents were all clearly presented in his mind, every possibility calculated in an instant. The front post, back post, and center, Lin Mo had blocked all the gaps. In a critical moment, Lin Mo made his move. He did not continue to passively guard the goal line. Instead, he surged forward, taking a rapid step. Lin Mo's feet forcefully pushed against the ground, his waist and hips exerting power, the master-level footwork exploding his whole body, resembling a long-prepared cannonball suddenly propelled forward. At that exact moment, Nicky Adler decisively struck, executing a precise push shot with his right foot. The ball skimmed along the grass, rapidly darting towards the middle left of the goal. This was the hardest position for a goalkeeper to save, neither fast nor slow, perfectly placed in the blind spot of a save. Had Lin Mo remained at the goal line, this shot would have undoubtedly scored. Yet at this moment, Lin Mo had already dashed out of the small box, closely approaching Nicky Adler. Lin Mo's body expanded sideways, forcibly blocking the entire goal line, his arms outstretched, using force to absorb the impact. The master-level Tai Kai's absorbing technique instantly activated, stabilizing his entire center of gravity. Bang! The rapidly flying ball was firmly embraced by Lin Mo, showing no signs of slipping. Prediction, attack, block, absorb, embrace the ball. Everything was executed flawlessly, perfect and flawless. Moreover, at the moment he embraced the ball, Lin Mo seamlessly turned and positioned himself, his back perfectly blocking the rapidly approaching Reinhardt, and Drilla completely sealing off all angles for a follow-up shot. 0 vulnerabilities. 0 opportunities. Completely strangling all chances of a counterattack. 3 against 1. Lin Mo single-handedly sealed the goal. He firmly held onto this sure kill shot. Duan Xian's voice was hoarse, yet he still shouted with all his might. The German team's perfect three-point attack. Everyone in position for a lethal situation. Two players ready for a follow-up, the middle player for the finish. An attack with no blind spots. Yet Lin Mo relying solely on himself shattered Germany's sure-kill offensive. The ball was securely embraced. No drops. No follow-ups. One person defended the entire goal. Defended the entire defense line. Zhang Lu's tone was filled with disbelief. This is no longer a mere save. This is predictive domination. An absolute display of strength and dimensional suppression. The German team executed 5 passes in 6 seconds, perfectly coordinated with tactical execution at its peak. This was textbook sure-kill. However, Lin Mo seemed to see through all the routines in advance, proactively striking to break the situation, even having the strength to position himself to defend against follow-ups. In the entire world football scene, there is no second goalkeeper like him. Within the penalty area, all German players stood frozen in place. Nicky Adler maintained the shooting posture, hands on his knees, his gaze hollow. He stared blankly at the goalkeeper who was holding the ball with unwavering calm, his mind a blank slate. All his confidence crumbled completely in this moment. He couldn't believe it. No one could believe it. Such a perfect and unresolvable 3-against-1 rehearsed countless times was actually cracked by a 17-year-old Huawei goalkeeper in a dominating manner. Gintner stood at the arc, his face blank, his mind filled only with endless absurdity and powerlessness. The strongest offensive we fought with all our might was so easily broken by the opponents. The deafening cheers from the crowd abruptly halted. Tens of thousands of German fans fell silent, a deathly stillness enveloping the entire stadium. The wind stopped, the shouts ceased, and the arrogance of all German players was utterly crushed. Reinhardt stared intently at the indifferently expressioned Huawei goalkeeper, quickly stepping forward to firmly grasp the dazed Nicky Adler. Stop staring, it's useless. This goalkeeper simply does not play by the rules. All our tactics are a joke in his eyes. In his heart a storm of despair and unwillingness surged. 3 lines encircling absolute killing opportunities, follow-up shots at the bottom. This was a 100% sure goal anywhere. If it were any other goalkeeper, they would have surrendered long ago. But Lin Mo, relying solely on himself completely, turned the seemingly hopeless situation around. The one on the right stood frozen, pale-faced, clenching his teeth, tightly silent, his pride completely shattered. From the start of the match until now, he had closely monitored Lin Mo's every move in defense. The unresolvable curved ball in the first half plucked from the air with one hand, defying reason. The 2-player coordinated push shot in the second half, a 6-meter lateral block, utterly unresolvable. And just now the 3-against-1 sure kill that exhausted the team's tactical essence was still securely embraced. Breakthroughs, passes, long shots, encroachments, multipoint sure kills. All of Germany's offensive techniques bombarded in succession. Yet in front of this 17-year-old Huawei goalkeeper, it was all in vain. All weaknesses. In Drilla's heart, there remained a chilling realization: we did not lose due to tactics or form. We were simply crushed by his overwhelming strength. On the other end of the field, Adler bent over, supporting his knees, his once proud gaze now completely hollow and dim. Yet today he was utterly shattered by the smaller goalkeeper opposite him. Adler's hands trembled, slightly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. That guy across the field raised the bar for goalkeepers to a height he would never reach in his lifetime. Adler mocked himself fiercely. All the talent, reactions, and saves he once took pride in were utterly powerless before true top-tier talent. He was not guarding a goal, he was guarding his loneliness. He dared not look at that red figure again. One more glance, and the goalkeeper faith he had upheld for years would shatter completely. In the 70th minute, the substitution board lit up. The Huawei team made a second adjustment with Cui Peng off and Wang Hongliang on to strengthen the midfield's interception. Duan Xian spoke rapidly. Coach Klochen continues to bolster the midfield. The German team has been attacking for so long without success, their offensive frenzy will only grow more wild. We must withstand the high-pressure pressing and defend for counterattack opportunities. Zhang Lu echoed solemnly. Now it's not about skill, it's about will. It's about mindset. The German team is already flustered by Lin Mo's saves. When they're anxious, they will make mistakes. Indeed, the German team was thoroughly anxious. From the start of the match until now, with over 20 frantic attacks, a crushing style of possession, countless seemingly guaranteed scoring opportunities. What was the result? They hadn't scored a single goal. The mentality of the entire team had long collapsed under repeated thwarting. In the 75th minute, the crumbling German team finally paid the price. Götze held the ball at the top of the arc, but his mindset was frazzled. His movements had become distorted, solely focused on forcing a long-range shot to break the deadlock. Joe Hyben saw the opening, instantly pressed up to defend, poked the ball with his toe, and intercepted directly. The ball flew to the left side, and Feng Xiaoqing charged out of the penalty area, without hesitation delivering a violent clearance, sending the ball straight towards the midfield. In front of the goal, Lin Mo's eyes were sharp as an eagle, with his monkey fist prediction fully engaged. Every player's movement, landing, and gap on the field transformed into slow motion in Lin Mo's mind. A counterattack opportunity. Lin Mo remained calm and confident. He had defended for a full 75 minutes, blocking all the artillery fire, just waiting for this moment. At the midfield position, Chun Tao anticipated and positioned himself, perfectly stealing in front of Jansen, smoothly controlling the ball with his chest. He turned, lifted his head, observed, and executed in one smooth motion. Chun Tao. Perfect counterattack. The field of vision opened up instantly. In the middle, Dong Fangjing sprinted into the penalty area, resisting Modip's close marking. On the right flank, Hao Junmin exploded into a sprint, completely outpacing the veteran Yankeer. A clear chance on the flank. Chun Tao's gaze was resolute, without any hesitation delivering a precise low diagonal pass straight into the empty space on the flank. Hao Junmin advanced at high speed. Yankeer put forth every effort to chase back, but couldn't even touch the hem of his clothing. In a moment of desperation, Yankeer had to abandon the flank and awkwardly retreat to reinforce the midfield. In that instant, the gap completely tore open. Hao Junmin coldly observed the penalty area, locking onto the perfectly positioned Dong Fangjing at the penalty spot. With a perfectly low cross, the ball skimmed across the grass, rolling towards the center of the penalty area at lightning speed. Cross. Dong Fangjing. Inside the penalty area, Dong Fangjing received the ball with his back to the goal as Modip's height and weight completely crushed him, lunging from behind, crashing and squeezing, attempting to forcibly wrest control of the ball. For an ordinary player, they would have already lost their balance and given up possession. But Dong Fangjing remained exceptionally calm, refusing to forcefully contest. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed, at the top of the penalty arc, Chun Tao was sprinting up, completely unmarked. The killing opportunity was instantly formed. Dong Fangjing deftly flicked the ball with his heel, skillfully returning it. Beautiful. Return it. Chun Tao is open. At the top of the arc, Chun Tao faced the goal unimpeded. This was his most comfortable and proficient position for a deadly strike. Chun Tao didn't need to stop the ball, nor did he need to adjust. As the ball bounced, Chun Tao unleashed his full power. Bang! The explosive sound resonated throughout the entire field. The ball transformed into a red thunderbolt, traveling at a speed of 130 kilometers per hour. The curve was exquisitely sharp, heading straight for the absolute dead angle in the upper right corner of the goal. A world-class strike. In front of the goal, Adler was shaken to his core, instinctively leaping for a desperate save. His entire body stretched to its limits, arms extended to the utmost. He touched the ball. But in the next moment, Adler's heart turned completely cold. The power of the football was too great. The ball was too fast. The angle was too tricky. Although his fingers made contact, it was powerless to make a difference. The ball howled into the net. Whoosh! The net violently exploded, rolling and unfurling. Adler crashed heavily onto the grass, completely drained, his arms trembling with numbness and soreness. He fought for 78 minutes. He blocked 5 high-difficulty shots from the Huagua team. But before this world-class strike, all his efforts turned to dust. Adler lay back, eyes closed, suffocating, his heart filled with profound despair. The ball went in. Duan Xin completely lost it, shouting hoarsely, suddenly springing up from his seat. 78 minutes. This can almost be considered a last-minute goal. Chun Tao's airborne world-class strike. The Huagua team leads Germany 1-0. In that moment of scoring, Chun Tao went completely wild. He sprinted to the corner flag, yanking off his shirt and waving it high. The red jersey fluttered in the evening breeze, a battle flag of resilience against despair. Dong Fangjing leaped onto him, screaming in celebration. Hao Junmin, Zhou Haibin, and Feng Xiaoqing, the entire team, rushed in, piling up in excitement. The heap of red bodies crushed all the arrogance of the Germans. Feng Xiaoqing lay on top, roaring with joy. Well done. The territory Lin Mo has defended. We have secured victory. In the back line, near the goal line, only Lin Mo stood quietly, his expression calm. He did not sprint nor join in the celebration. The celebration of a goalkeeper is always the most composed. On the sidelines, Germany's U19 coach Skib's mindset completely exploded. He violently kicked a water bottle away. The bottle soared and shattered, water splashing everywhere. He screamed at the players on the field, his furious German curses echoing along the sidelines. The entire team bowed their heads in silence, none daring to look up. All his tactics, arrangements, and adjustments had been executed to perfection. 5 passes and cuts in 6 seconds, a duo's last-minute kill, a 3-0 guaranteed, strike a barrage of long shots. All the top-tier offensive tactics were all crushed by that 17-year-old goalkeeper alone. What could he do? However, the match was not over yet. The Germans were completely going mad, all out risking everything. Defenders pressed into the penalty area, midfielders took wild long shots, wingers charged in for crosses, and even goalkeeper Adler crossed the halfway line. The last forward, Senesi, substituted in, and everyone was fighting for their lives. In the 85th minute, a frantic assault. Gotza received a pass at the top of the arc, his mindset completely unbalanced, gritting his teeth and unleashing a powerful shot. The ball carried a dead serious intent, howling towards the goal. The tens of thousands of German fans in the stands rose one last time to shout, betting on this final glimmer of hope. But in front of the goal, Limo's eyes were as cold as frost, already predicting everything. The master-level monkey fist prediction was fully activated. The ball's trajectory was laid bare. Limo took a light step, arms outstretched, and firmly embraced the ball. Thud! The ball was locked tightly in his arms, unmoving. 0 drops, 0 rebounds, 0 second chances. A perfect defense. Götze held his shooting position, instantly freezing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He slowly raised his hand to hold his head, his shoulders completely slumping. Over 20 shots. Yet they still couldn't break through. Unable to score. The cheers of the entire stadium completely fell silent. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, the entire stadium felt stiflingly tense. Trailing by 1 goal after 90 minutes of fierce battle, this was Germany's last chance for a comeback. There was no difference between losing by 1 goal and being eliminated. Everyone was filled with a fierce determination to go down fighting. In the 2nd minute of stoppage time, Germany once again gained an opportunity for a corner kick. At that moment, a bright yellow figure suddenly burst out from the German goal, and Adler dashed out of the goal, without hesitation, sprinting straight towards the Huagua team's penalty area. The yellow goalkeeper's jersey was particularly striking amidst a pile of white jerseys. In an earlier aerial duel, he was violently knocked to the ground by Limo, whose momentum from catching the ball sent him crashing down, and the pain of the impact against the grass was still fresh in his mind. But he had no other choice. Adler gritted his teeth with only a desperate obsession left in his heart, striding across the midfield and plunging into the overcrowded penalty area. Adler is up. The German goalkeeper has abandoned his goal and charged into the penalty area. The entire team is pushing forward. This is Germany's last desperate counterattack. Duan Xian's voice was interwoven with shock and lament. Adler's performance in this match has been impeccable. He has calmly dealt with all 9 shots on target from the Huagua team, but with the team pushed to the brink, he can only go all out himself. At the corner kick spot, Tomic clenched the ball tightly, taking a deep breath to calm his restless heart. Inside the penalty area, it was crowded with heads. All 11 Huagua players were tightly packed in defense, leaving no gaps. All the German players surrounded the penalty spot, a dense mass of white jerseys like a wave about to crash, all waiting for this life-saving corner kick. The referee's whistle sounded sharply. Tomic sprinted forward, exerting force. The ball traced a rapid, descending arc, accurately landing at the high point in the center of the penalty area. Amidst the crowd, Adler leapt as high as he could, straining to extend his neck forward, his eyes locked tightly on the approach. This was his first time attempting a header in an official match. It was his only chance to make up for all his regrets. If he could just score, everything still had a chance. Adler screamed wildly in his heart, his body reaching its highest point, his forehead aimed at the incoming ball, just a hair's breadth away from making contact. But at that moment, a tall green figure suddenly rose before him. It was Limo again. The crowded mass could not hinder Limo's steps. With a preemptive strike, he had already calculated the ball's landing point the moment it was kicked from the corner. All the data unfolded clearly in his mind. With the Tai Chi technique, Overlord lifts the cauldron activated. Limo raised his arms high, his iron claw, like fingers firmly gripping the descending football, securing it in his palm. At the moment of catching the ball, Limo pivoted sharply in the air, his shoulder crashing into Adler with all his might. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Adler felt as if he had collided with a charging rhinoceros, the immense force instantly shattering his balance, sending his body uncontrollably flipping through the air before crashing down heavily on the grass. The yellow jersey left a long scratch on the ground, and a dull pain throbbed throughout his body. Ding! Knocked over German player, Adler goalkeeper. Current progress, 611. This player has been included in the collision count. No repeat accumulation. The ball was propelled out of bounds by the force of the collision. Almost simultaneously, 3 sharp and forceful final whistles sounded in quick succession. Beep, beep, beep. The match officially concluded. The scoreboard coldly froze at 1-0. The German team had taken a total of 20 shots, exhausting all offensive tactics, but gained nothing. The Huagua team scored with a stunning volley, sealing the victory. The 2 brilliant goalkeepers combined for 19 high-quality saves during the intense 90 minutes, but there was only one winner on the field from start to finish. The Huagua team eliminated the German youth team, making a historic entry into the top 8 of the World Youth Championship. As the final whistle blew, the Huagua substitutes erupted. Everyone madly broke through the barriers and rushed onto the field. Feng Xiaoqing dropped to his knees, hot tears streaming down his face, soaking into the grass, indistinguishable from sweat or tears. After 90 minutes of life-and-death defense, facing countless lethal German offensives, all the taut nerves finally relaxed. Chun Tao collapsed exhausted in the midfield, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. That final shot, which drained all his strength, had almost depleted his entire energy. Teammates swarmed towards Limo in front of the goal, piling on top of him, pressing him down into the grass beneath a mountain of bodies. Lin Gu, we won. We defeated Germany. We made it to the top 8. Feng Xiaoqing buried his head in Lin Mo's shoulder. You blocked all 20 shots in the entire match. This victory was all thanks to your defense. Without you we wouldn't have made it to that final shot. Grass clippings covered Lin Mo's entire face, and he struggled to breathe under the weight of the crowd. You guys get off me, ooh I can't breathe. Even with several master-level martial arts techniques, Lin Mo still felt breathless under so many people. These guys were just too lovable. The German goalkeeper knelt on the grass, his face buried deep in his gloves, surrounded by dejected German players. Adler's heart surged with intense bitterness and helplessness. The fate of a goalkeeper has always been this way. 99 perfect saves go unremembered, but the one mistake becomes the verdict of the entire match. Adler slowly raised his head, his hollow gaze landing on Lin Mo's outstretched hand. After a moment of silence, Adler lifted his hand, firmly grasping that hand, allowing Lin Mo to pull him up from the cold grass. The two stood face to face with a height difference of nearly half a head. Adler's throat was dry and tight as he spoke in English. Congratulations on your advancement. You played very well in this match. You were the most terrifying goalkeeper I have ever seen. Lin Mo did not engage in superfluous pleasantries, simply raised his hand to gently pat Adler's shoulder before turning and striding towards the celebrating red crowd. Adler stood still, quietly watching that calm figure disappear into the sea of people. Both were goalkeepers, both had given their all, yet the gap between them was separated by an insurmountable chasm. He took a deep breath to suppress the bitterness in his eyes, turning to walk towards his dejected teammates. As the team's goalkeeper, even in defeat, he could not collapse on the field. A goalkeeper must never shed tears on the pitch. In the post-match locker room, the raucous cheers nearly shook the roof off. Klotchen leaned against the locker room door frame, quietly watching this group of youths freely expressing their emotions, a gentle and comforting smile on his face. Lin Mo sat alone on a corner bench watching his playful teammates, feeling a sense of calm inside. The system prompt sounded promptly in his mind. Ding. The demolition task in the penalty area has been completed. Current collision accumulation progress 611, task not met. No rewards can be obtained. Oh, waiting for the next opportunity. Amidst the noise, Feng Xiaoqing wiped the sweat from his face and turned to ask, who are we facing in the next knockout? Chen Tao leaned against the corner while changing the ice pack. Spain, the assistant coach, just informed me. Feng Xiaoqing's smile instantly froze, his tone becoming grave. Is it that Spanish youth team that has won every match without conceding a goal? There is only one Spanish team in the World Youth Championship. Chen Tao raised his eyes and slowly spoke of the terror posed by their opponent. Fabregas, Silva, Llorente, all part of the golden generation. They won all 3 group stage matches without conceding a single goal and swept Turkey with a score of 3 in the round of 16. As his words fell, the once boisterous locker room fell silent. The joy on everyone's faces faded, replaced by a heavy sense of dread. The German team, relying on physical confrontations and ironclad discipline, was already a tough opponent. Meanwhile, Spain's exquisite possession play and intricate short passes were exactly the weaknesses of the Huagua team at this stage. Feng Xiaoqing swallowed hard and turned to Lin Mo, who was quietly sitting in the corner. Lin Ji, whether we can go further in the next match, all depends on you. All eyes turned to Lin Mo. Under the collective gaze, Lin Mo slowly raised his eyes, showing no hint of fear in his dark gaze. Spain is not invincible. The next day, Klotchen gathered the players. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the Huagua team did not slack off for a moment. Klotchen pointed at a circle on the tactical board with a marker and calmly analyzed. Their weakness lies in the gap between the defensive midfielder and the center backs. Fabregas is used to dropping back to receive the ball. Llorente's positioning is rigid, and the 2 fullbacks like to push up for assists, inevitably leaving gaps in the center. This is our chance to counterattack. If they want to rely on passing to defeat us, let them pass. Chen Tao's gaze was incredibly firm. We will all retreat and compress the space. We will attack with long passes targeting Dong Fangjin's height and rely on Hao Junman's speed on the wings. We do not need possession, or as long as we seize one opportunity, we can decide the match. Klotchen looked at the sketch on the tactical board and nodded with satisfaction. Chen is right. Spain's attack is completely different from Germany's. They do not rely on individual breakthroughs. Instead, they depend on continuous one-touch passes between 2 to 3 players. When the time comes, multiple attacking points will appear in the penalty area, and you must maintain a high level of concentration at all times. Lin Mo did not speak, but in his mind he had already begun to play back videos of Spain's matches. The wall pass combinations of Fabregas and Llorente's return pass, and Fabregas through ball to find the onrushing Silva. 3 players, 3 passes, and the defense was torn to shreds. He had watched this combination no less than 20 times. After returning to the hotel, Lin Mo did not participate in his teammates' small-scale celebration. He turned on the television, repeatedly replaying the match between Argentina and Colombia. On the screen, a small player wearing the blue and white stripe number 18 broke through, gently nudging the ball with his right foot, causing the Colombian defender to fall clumsily to the ground. The small player did not pause. With a delicate flick of his left foot, the ball sailed over the goalkeeper's head and slowly floated into the net. Messi 4 goals in the group stage and another in the knockout stage. Lionel rewound the video and played the moment Messi took the shot frame by frame, noting how astonishingly fast his footwork was with barely any shift in center of gravity, while changing direction and deliberately slowing down in the final step before shooting to wait for the goalkeeper to move first. Lionel took note of these details. Feng Xiaoqing emerged from the shower and saw Lionel watching the Argentina match towel, drying his hair, while mumbling, "I say Linji, Argentina is in the other half of the draw. It isn't even certain we will meet them. We are facing Spain next with Fabregas and the others. Why do you keep staring at Messi?" Lionel did not turn around, his eyes still fixed on the screen. "During the group stage you also said Argentina was in the other half of the draw. Let's talk about the semifinals later. Now we're just one match away from the semifinals." Feng Xiaoqing opened his mouth, realizing he had no response. He sat on his own bed and cautiously asked, "Linji, do you think? Can we really beat Spain?" "We can." Lin Mo's reply came without hesitation. Just then the system panel suddenly lit up with a blinding blue light in Lin Mo's vision. Ding! A new task has been unlocked. Task named The Birth of a Film Emperor. Task requirements: in the match against Spain, successfully execute a dive in the penalty area to deceive the referee. Requirements: the dive must occur after contact from the opposing player with a natural motion and realistic expression. The referee must call a foul against the opposing player, and the official video review after the match cannot overturn the decision. Task hint: Spanish players have refined skills, but are relatively weak in physical confrontations. Defensive actions in the penalty area are usually subtle but extremely deceptive. It is advised to use the opponent's elbow or hand movements as the trigger point for the dive. Task reward: the lying down fist master level. Lin Mo stared at the words for a long time. A dive. A goalkeeper's dive. He could tell himself that knocking an opponent over was a reasonable collision by the goalkeeper. A counterattack against the provoker was justified if the other side initiated contact. Even in the case of a bear hug in the penalty area, he could comfort himself by claiming he was merely exploiting the rules. But a dive was different. Rolling on the ground with a dramatic expression after a light touch to deceive the referee was pure deception. Lin Mo felt a strong sense of resistance rising within him. Winning through deception was something he despised from the bottom of his heart. Yet he did not immediately close the system because he had seen that line in the task hint. Spanish players' defensive actions in the penalty area are subtle but extremely deceptive. Defensive actions. Spanish defenders indeed rarely commit major fouls, but their minor fouls, pulling shirts, pinching waists, elbows to the back, knees to the back of the thigh, and more, are more frequent and dirtier than any other team. Their defensive philosophy is disturb, not destroy, using subtle actions that referees cannot see to interfere with you, making you uncomfortable. And all these actions are technically fouls. Lin Mo suddenly thought of Yuziqian. He recalled the teammate who had his 3 ribs broken by a hidden elbow from El Dinky and could only lie in the hospital bed watching the matches. At that time the referee didn't even show a yellow card. What if he fell to the ground after being subjected to these actual fouls? That wouldn't be a dive. It would be a way to bring back into view those fouls that should have been called but were overlooked by the referee. Lin Mo mentally replayed this logic repeatedly. He did not make a decision immediately. This task he would not force himself to complete. However, if he truly encountered a foul from the opponent during the match, he would not reject going with the flow. But if he had to act out something fabricated, then forget it. The lying down fist is indeed a good skill. The ability to go down for a second, safe counter joint rising, and low center of gravity movement are all skills every goalkeeper dreams of. The training ground returned to its usual routine the next day. Crouchin led the entire team in practicing offensive and defensive transitions for the whole morning, followed by an additional 40 minutes focusing on set-piece defense. Spain's corner kicks and free kicks were diverse and unpredictable. The ball curved expertly from Fabregas' foot, always landing precisely in the death zone between the goalkeeper and the defenders. Lin Mo repeatedly practiced judging the timing of his rushes along with his specialty of sit-on conf. Several assistant coaches took turns acting as attacking players rushing into the penalty area. Lin Mo had to control the intensity and angle of his physical contact, while saving the ball, ensuring he did not foul and that the opponent couldn't comfortably shoot. Zhao Shuyang volunteered to be the human target, only to be sent flying 3 meters away by Lin Mo's standard shoulder charge, landing heavily on the grass and leaving a long mark. Lin Mo, you beast. Zhao Shuyang got up, rubbing his almost broken waist. Are you trying to send me back home? Lin Mo extended his hand to pull him up. Zhao Shuyang hesitated for a moment as he looked at Lin Mo's hand, then gripped it tightly. You're not cut out for this. You need more practice, Lin Mo teased. June 24, 2005. Utrecht Stadium. The Huagua team faced off against the Spanish team in the quarterfinals of the World Youth Championship. The winner would advance to the semifinals, while the loser would go home. The evening sun cast a golden red hue over the pitch. The stands were a sea of red and alternating red-yellow patches with Huagua fans' five-star red flags waving together like a rolling flame, while the Spanish fans' red and yellow striped flags waved in unison. The beats from Huagua fans' drums and the songs from Spanish fans echoed back and forth, neither willing to yield. The air was thick with the smell of smoke before the battle. The stadium broadcast began announcing the starting lineups. The DJ's voice drew out each name accompanied by waves of cheers. Huagua team, starting lineup. Head coach Eckhard Crouchen. Formation 4-51-30, goalkeeper, Lin Mo. The southern stand erupted. The drum beats were dense as a downpour with hundreds of five-star red flags waving simultaneously. Refund brother stood in the front row, his chest emblazoned with the words king of the penalty area glistening in the sunlight. He swung his newly bought drumsticks overhead, his roar resonating throughout the stands. Lin Mo stood at the back of the line, his expression calm, his right hand slightly clenched at his side. 3, a left back, Zheng Tao. 4, a center back, Zhao Ming. 5, center back captain, Feng Xiaocheng. Feng Xiaocheng raised his right fist and pounded his chest, his lips curling into a fearless smile. He looked back at Lin Mo and mouthed, "Don't worry." 17, right back, Tan Wansong. 10, midfielder, Chen Tao. Chen Tao stepped forward from the line, raising his left hand to salute the stands. His gaze swept across the red flags, and he turned back to shout, "Huagua team." Everyone responded in unison, "Go." 8, a defensive midfielder, Zhou Haibin. 12, central midfielder, Zhao Shuyong. 20, a left winger, Hao Junmin. 21, right winger, Shui Peng. 9, a forward, Dong Fangjin. As Dong Fangjin stepped forward, the Huagua fans erupted in cheers again. He stood there with his hands on his hips, his gaze fixated on the goal of the Spanish team. Duan Xian straightened in the commentary booth, saying, "Dear viewers, the Huagua team has deployed a 451 formation today, signaling a clear intention for counterattack. Crouchen has arranged 5 players in the midfield with Zhou Haibin and Zhao Shuyong partnering as defensive midfielders, Chen Tao orchestrating from the center, and Hao Junmin and Shui Peng on the wings, while Dong Fangjin stands alone at the front. In the backline, Feng Xiaocheng and Zhao Ming partnered as center backs with Zheng Tao and Tan Wansong on the left and right respectively. Of course, the goalkeeper is Lin Mo, the last line of defense for this Huagua team." Zhang Lu responded, "This formation is very pragmatic. Facing the possession-based system of the Spanish team, the Huagua team must have a numerical advantage in midfield, or else they might be easily torn apart by Fabregas and Silva. 5 midfielders can compress the midfield space for the Spanish team, denying Fabregas too many opportunities to receive the ball comfortably." The DJ's voice echoed again, "Spanish team, starting lineup." The northern stand sea of red and yellow surged. Head coach Inaki Sisi. Formation 4-33-1, goalkeeper, Peel Rebus. 2, right back, Sergio Ramos. Ramos, a product of Sevilla's youth academy, is one of the most watched defenders in this tournament, ferocious, decisive, and excellent in aerial duels. Duan Xian lowered his voice to introduce, "This Ramos has already caught the attention of Real Madrid, and reportedly transfer negotiations are underway." 4, a center-back captain, Raul Albiol. 5, a center-back, Marc Torrejon. 3, a left-back, Jose Enrique. 6, a defensive midfielder, Javi Martinez. 8, a midfielder, Andres Iniesta. 10, a midfielder, Cesc Fabregas. Fabregas raised his right hand, his index finger pointing to the sky. The Spanish fans in the northern stand erupted in screams. He is the brain of this Spanish team, with passing vision and technique honed in Arsenal's youth academy, unmatched among his peers. His expression was calm, but his eyes conveyed a sense of certainty and absolute desire to control the flow of the game. 7, right winger, David Silva. Silva's footwork was fast enough to give any left-back nightmares. In the group stage and round of 16, he created 17 absolute chances on the left flank, being dubbed the magician of the left flank by Spanish media. 11, a left winger, Fernando Llorente. A giant standing at 195 meters stepped out. The Bilbao center forward, when standing in the penalty area, could cover half the goal with his shadow alone. Llorente is not just a big man who can head the ball, his footwork is equally refined. Duan Xian in the commentary booth marveled, "Llorente, Fabregas, Silva. These 3 scored 11 goals in 4 matches across the group and knockout stages." Spanish media are already discussing potential opponents in the finals. 9, a forward, Roberto Soldado. Soldado, a center forward from Real Madrid's youth academy, possesses an acute sense for goal-scoring, adept at snatching opportunities in the penalty area. He partners with Llorente in the attack, one with aerial prowess, the other with ground finesse, having scored 7 goals in 4 matches. On the Spanish bench were also Joan-Fran Pique and Llorente, names that would later echo throughout European football, but on June 24, 2005, in Utrecht, they were substitutes for the Spanish youth team. At the commentary desk, Zhang Lu said, "Leisurely, dear viewers, the Spanish youth team before us boasts an extraordinarily luxurious lineup. Fabregas has long been a mainstay in the Premier League with Arsenal, while Silva is a key player for Valencia on the flanks. Llorente and Soldado have both had appearances in La Liga's first teams, and the promising young star Ramos has already secured a contract with Real Madrid. More than half of the Spanish team players compete in Europe's top leagues, and their experience and individual abilities are unmatched in this World Youth Championship, making them undoubtedly the most valuable team. Du Xian's expression turned bitter as he quietly added, looking at our Huagua team, only Dong Fongjin plays in the Belgian league, while the rest of the players all hail from domestic competitions. The disparity in hard power between the two sides is stark, making this an uneven contest. But football has never been just about the paper value. Zhang Lu's gaze was fixed on the goal, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Lionel is our only chance to withstand Spain's relentless assaults. We must rely on the team's resilience. To seek counterattack opportunities, we need to depend on Dong Fangjin's speed, Qintao's organization, and our set-piece strategies. All of this rests on Lionel's shoulders. At the center circle, the captains of both teams stepped forward to shake hands and exchange team flags. Feng Xiaoqing's expression was solemn, his eyes reflecting an unyielding spirit. Albiol merely glanced over, his gaze drifting past Feng Xiaoqing to focus on the green figure on the goal line. He had heard rumors about Lionel. In the group stage, he had taken down 3 Turkish players in succession, kept a clean sheet against Ukraine while forcing their key player to receive a red card, and maintained his goal intact in the round of 16 against Panama. Fabregas curled his lips in disdain, secretly pondering, what if he has some skill? We have a plethora of talents in our ranks. Silva and Llorente each have their own tricks, and our strategies to score are endless. Relying solely on one goalkeeper to stop the entire Spanish team. That's simply wishful thinking. The referee moved to the center circle, lowering his head to adjust his whistle carefully. In the sky above the Netherlands, the Huagua fans gathered in the southern stand burst into a loud tune of the Suona. The stirring melody of singing for the motherland pierced through the noise and echoed over the stadium. Lionel stood on the goal line, his feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, striking a seemingly ordinary but deeply rooted stance of the 8 Extremes boxing. The monkey fist's premonition quietly turned on as Lionel's world slowed down for a moment, every player's movement on the field unfolding in his mind. Beep! The starting whistle blew, signaling the official start of the match. From the very first second, the Spanish team seized control of the game rhythm, their passing and coordination flowing seamlessly, the ball dancing effortlessly at their feet. Fabregas held the ball in midfield, and Qintao immediately pressed forward to apply pressure. Faced with the close marking, Fabregas remained remarkably calm, effortlessly spinning and pulling the ball back to create half a step of space from Qintao. Damn, is this the level of a world-class player? Qintao was unwilling to give up, rushing in again to block. Fabregas, however, had no intention of getting entangled with Qintao. He lightly flicked the ball with his heel, sending it smoothly to Silva on the flank. Silva's pace was astonishing, his right foot lightly feigned a shot, while his left foot smoothly pushed the ball forward, his form gliding like a slippery loach, slipping past Tan Wangsong and easily completing the breakthrough. This is bad. We're being slaughtered. Tan Wangsong immediately turned and sprinted back, but he was half a step too slow, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Silva quickly scanned the penalty area where Llorente and Soldado executed a clever crossing run, pulling apart the Huagua team's defense, creating a deadly gap between Feng Xiaoqing and Zhao Ming. There's a chance. Silva didn't choose to cross. Instead, he decisively cut in one step, his left foot crushing the ball's underside with force, sending it spinning with a strong left curve, heading straight for the far corner of the goal. Silva cuts in. A shot. His signature curved ball. The moment the ball left his foot, Lionel's pupils slightly constricted. The master-level monkey fist premonition had already locked onto the ball's flight path. Even the number of spins in the air was clear to him. Lionel smiled, suddenly accelerating with a step kick, his left foot powerfully pushing off the grass, sending a shower of turf flying, as his right foot shot out horizontally, propelling him like a released arrow. Covering a distance of 5 meters that would normally take 3 steps, Lionel only needed 2 to completely seal off the far corner, his body stretching in the air like a taut bow. Facing the ball spinning violently enough to numb an ordinary goalkeeper's hands, Lionel didn't use his palms to slap it away. Instead, he extended his left arm, naturally his wrist gently turning in the direction of the ball's left spin as the Tai Kai silk reeling technique quietly flowed. Lionel's palms seemed to adhere to the ball's surface as he traced a small circle following its spin, then smoothly drew back. That powerful rotational force was effortlessly resolved by Lionel's subtle move, vanishing into thin air. Puff! A light sound was heard as the ball, as if magnetically attracted, landed steadily in Lionel's single palm, without even a tremor. Oh my god, this is simply spectacular. Lionel actually caught Silva's signature curved ball with one hand. Du Xian's voice trembled with excitement. In less than 2 minutes since the start, this nearly certain goal was effortlessly neutralized. A ball with such spin, ordinary goalkeepers wouldn't even dare to catch, only managing to push it out to the crossbar, yet he caught it single-handedly, his movements fluid, resembling art. Silva stood frozen, the relaxed smile on his face instantly solidifying disbelief written all. This shot had never failed him in La Liga. Even Casillas had been fooled by this move. Yet this Huagua youth before him not only anticipated the ball's path, but also confiscated it in such an unfathomable manner. A strange chill crept up from his feet to his heart. Silva frowned and vigorously shook his wrist, turning quickly to withdraw, no longer daring to underestimate. Lin casually tossed the ball to Zheng Tao on the flank, raising his hand to lightly pat the grass debris off his gloves. His gaze swept past Silva, directly focusing on Fabregas in midfield. He knew clearly that Silva and Llorente were merely the sharp blades of the Spanish team, while Fabregas was the hand wielding the knife, the brain connecting all the attacks. As a goalkeeper, Lin couldn't rush into midfield to cut off this brain, so he needed to guard the 3 feet of goal behind him. Every threatening pass and every shot from the opponent he would accept without fail. As the game reached the 8th minute, Spain launched another wave of attacks, their offense growing more ferocious, crashing against the Huagua team's defense like relentless tides. Fabregas took possession in the midfield while Chun Tao and Zhou Haiban immediately advanced to double-team him, effectively blocking his passing routes from both sides. Surrounded, Fabregas remained calm and collected, gently flicking the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it precisely through Zhou Haiban's legs. At the same time, he swiftly turned his body, slightly lowering his shoulder to cleverly evade Chun Tao's block, executing an exquisite dribble past him. Cheers and applause erupted from the Spanish fans in the stands. Without any hesitation, Fabregas glanced up at the penalty area, lightly flicked the ball with the back of his right foot, and delivered a precise through pass that sliced through the entire defense of the Hua Nation team like a scalpel, landing on the right side of the penalty area. Soldado swiftly made his run, expertly timing his move to stay onside, seizing the ball before Feng Xiaoqing could recover. He didn't wait for the ball to land or make any adjustments, instinctively turning to execute a low volley. Bang! The ball skimmed the grass like a cannonball, heading straight for the near corner of the goal with an incredibly tricky angle. Soldado, a unknown opportunity. Shoot! Just as Soldado prepared to strike, Linmo's instinct kicked in once again. He clearly observed the direction of Soldado's toes and the detail of his body leaning left during the shot. Near corner low. In an instant, Linmo was already moving. Executing a series of rapid footwork, Linmo's feet danced across the grass, leaving a trail of varying footprints as his body ghosted half a meter to perfectly position himself in the path of the ball. Before the ball could collide with him, Linmo suddenly dropped his waist, activating his iron shirt technique, feeling the surge of strength fill his body, his feet anchoring to the grass like steel nails, even causing the turf to slightly buckle under his weight. Linmo quickly drew his arms together in front of his chest, adopting a Tai Chi ball holding posture, palms facing each other, forming a solid cage. With a dull thud, the football slammed into Linmo's arm with tremendous force. An ordinary goalkeeper would likely have been knocked back by the impact, perhaps even fumbling it into the net. However, Linmo stood his ground, merely drawing his arms back slightly to dissipate the overwhelming force into the ground beneath him. The football was firmly cradled in Linmo's embrace, as if welded in place. He saved it again. Incredible! Duan Xian shouted excitedly. Soldado's close-range volley was confidently held. His movements were crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. In just 8 minutes, 2 shots that could have decided the match were both thwarted by Linmo. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Zhang Lu exclaimed repeatedly. Spain's attacking power is ferocious, yet they have run into a moving steel wall. Look at Linmo's lower body, is stable as a mountain. Despite such massive force, he didn't even wobble. This physical quality, this saving technique, is nothing short of world-class. Soldado crouched down, hands on his head, his face filled with disbelief and frustration. Having come through Real Madrid's youth training, he had trained alongside Casillas and faced countless excellent goalkeepers, yet he had never encountered a peer like Linmo, so quick in reaction and stable in defense. In that fleeting moment, he even felt an illusion. This youth before him was not a 17-year-old goalkeeper, but the legendary Saint Casillas, instilling fear in countless forwards. Near the center circle, Fabregas gazed at the green figure in front of the goal, his brow tightly furrowed, the disdain at the corner of his mouth completely vanished. Long-range shots were plucked out with one hand, close-range volleys were securely held. This goalkeeper's defensive abilities far exceeded pre-match expectations. His proud passing and organization seemed futile against Linmo. He turned to look at Llorente, who was grappling with Feng Xiaoqing in the penalty area, standing at 195 meters. His strong heading ability was Spain's most obvious advantage. A glint of determination flashed in Fabregas' eyes as he quickly devised a new tactic. Having hit a wall with ground attacks, they would shift to aerial assaults. From here on, the entire team would focus on crossing from the flanks, utilizing their height advantage to head the ball into the Hua Nation's goal. I refuse to believe he can save every high ball. In the 12th minute, the Spanish team changed tactics. Fabregas no longer fixated on intricate penetrations down the middle, but frequently distributed the ball to the wings, forcing the Juan nation's fullbacks to sprint back and forth. On the right, Ramos seized the opportunity as Tan Wangsong's stamina waned, accelerating past him and immediately sending a cross into the box. The ball descended sharply, accurately targeting the center of the penalty area. Llorente, like a tiger descending the mountain, leaped high above Feng Xiaoqing to chest the ball down with ease. As he landed, Llorente pivoted sharply, raising his right foot to unleash a powerful half-high shot from less than 10 meters away. Lin Mo's pupils locked onto Llorente's point of contact the instant he turned. The master-level instinct of his monkey fist technique indicated to Lin Mo that this was a half-high ball slightly to the right of center and coming at high speed. Thus, Lin Mo did not dive to the side like an ordinary goalkeeper. Instead, he planted his feet firmly on the grass, facing the incoming ball with his hands crossed in front of his chest like a shield. The hidden energy of the iron shirt technique surged through Lin Mo's chest and arms, his muscles taut like steel, while the Tai Chi technique began to operate. Bang! The football crashed into Lin Mo's palms with a whistling sound. The tremendous impact surged through his arms, but Lin Mo's feet remained planted, his wrists slightly retracting in response to the ball's force, silently dissipating the raw power. Puff! The football was securely cradled in Lin Mo's arms, not a hint of wobble. He held it again. Duan Xian said, now calm. Llorente turned and shot within the penalty area from less than 10 meters. Lin Mo secured it directly. No fumble. Lin Mo didn't give Spain any chance for a rebound. What a reaction speed and grip strength. It's simply an impenetrable fortress. Llorente stared at the football nestled in Lin Mo's arms, astonished before slowly turning away, frustration etched on his face. This Juan Nation goalkeeper is incredible. From such a close range, he managed to secure the shot directly. Fabregas approached from behind, patting Llorente's shoulder in consolation, his eyes never leaving Lin Mo. The disdain and surprise in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a deep contemplative look. Since the match began, he had been quietly observing Lin Mo's every move. He noted that this Juan Nation goalkeeper never blindly dove to save long shots, always managing to shift into position just in time, covering angles with astonishing effectiveness. Moreover, a solo shot is useless against the goalkeeper of Huagua. Even close-range shots are ineffective, and even the powerful curved shots with strong spin can be caught with one hand. What is even more terrifying is that this goalkeeper can consistently embrace the ball in his arms, never easily sending it away, extinguishing all possibilities for rebound shots at the source. Conventional methods of scoring are completely ineffective against him. A change in strategy is required. In the 15th minute, Spain executed the most exquisite three-man combination of the match so far. Fabregas deliberately withdrew to the vicinity of the center circle to receive the ball, attracting Chun Tao's close marking. Without stopping the ball, he made a direct pass to Silva on the left flank. Silva also did not stop the ball, gently nudging it with the arch of his foot, sending it horizontally to Llorente, who was turning his back to receive the ball, who cleverly flicked it with his heel. The football, as if it had eyes, precisely returned to the foot of the advancing Fabregas. The entire combination flowed seamlessly. In less than 3 seconds, 3 one-touch passes completely tore apart the midfield defense of the Huagua team, with the ball advancing from the center circle to the edge of Huagua's penalty area. So fast. So quick. Can't catch up. Feng Xiaoqing and Zhou Haiban were taken aback, rushing forward to block Fabregas' shooting angle. But Fabregas did not shoot. His right foot gently descended, and the outside of his foot nudged the ball. The football skimmed along the grass, precisely passing between Feng Xiaoqing's open legs and rolling towards the unguarded left side of the penalty area. Silva, who had already positioned himself diagonally, rushed over and met the incoming ball with a push shot heading straight for the near corner of the goal. At the same time, Llorente also charged in from the right side of the small penalty area, firmly blocking the far corner, prepared for a rebound shot. The Spanish fans in the stands were already on their feet, about to erupt in cheers. On the goal line, Lin Mo faced a dilemma. Diving for the near corner would leave Llorente an open goal for a rebound shot. Diving for the far corner would mean Silva's push shot was already dangerously close. One person had to cover 2 angles simultaneously. But Lin Mo still moved. With a powerful push off the ground, Lin Mo stomped hard with his left foot on the grass, propelling himself sideways, his right hand extending like lightning towards Silva's push shot. He did not choose to block with his palm, nor did he choose to deflect the ball away. Tai Chi catch the sparrow's tail. At the moment of contact, Lin Mo's right hand twisted like a nimble serpent, his fingers gripping the bottom of the football like iron hooks, drawing it into his embrace. As if picking up a rubber ball from the ground, he directly caught this seemingly certain goal with one hand. Silva's push shot was snatched by Lin Mo with one hand, and Llorente's poised rebound shot at the far corner instantly became a mere decoration. One-handed catch. Duan Xian forcibly suppressed his excitement. Lin Mo did not make a save. He directly caught Silva's push shot with one hand. Fabregas' pass went through Feng Xiaoqing's legs. Silva pushed for the near corner, and Llorente was waiting for a rebound at the far corner. Lionel single-handedly sealed off both points. This was not a save, this was a performance. This is art. Silva held his head in despair. Llorente spread his hands, saying something helplessly. Fabregas stood outside the penalty area watching the football in Lionel's hands, and his expression finally changed completely. He had seen countless excellent goalkeepers, but never anyone like Lionel. His method of receiving the ball completely deviated from the traditional goalkeeper's technical system. Traditional goalkeepers facing such close-range shots either dive sideways to deflect the ball away or use both hands to forcefully push it over the goal line. But Lionel always keeps the ball firmly in his hands, leaving no opportunity for a rebound shot for the opponent. This is not just technique, it's an obsession deep in his bones. He does not allow a single ball to slip through his fingers into the goal. Lionel slowly stood up holding the ball and expressionlessly walked past Llorente. Llorente glanced at Lionel at a height of 195 meters. He found he had no advantage in presence before this 17-year-old goalkeeper. Lionel did not look at him, but quickly walked to the edge of the penalty area, throwing the ball to Feng Xiaoqing with a powerful overarm throw, uttering 2 words, push up. But soon the ball was lost again. In the 23rd minute, the Huawa team finally managed to create a counterattack. Chen Tao, with a fierce tackle in the midfield, seized the ball from Fabregas' feet, and without waiting for a counter directly, made a long pass to the rapidly advancing Hao Junmin on the right flank. Hao Junmin sprinted with all his might, but Spanish fullback Azpilicueta's recovery speed was equally astonishing. Just before Hao Junmin could cross, he stretched out his foot and poked the ball out of play. Corner kick. The first corner kick for the Huawa team in this match. Chen Tao held the football and walked to the corner spot, looking up at the penalty area. The Spanish penalty area was already crowded with players, Azpilicueta, Llorente. All were over 185 meters tall, like walls of yellow. Chen Tao took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and made a tactical gesture towards the penalty area. The whistle blew and the corner kick was taken. The football drew a high arc heading straight for the highest point in the middle of the penalty area. At this moment, a green figure charged up from the backfield at high speed. Lionel. He had once again left the goal to charge into the Spanish penalty area. The green goalkeeper jersey stood out distinctly among the red and white jerseys. When Lionel charged into the penalty area, the expressions of the Spanish defenders clearly stiffened. They had repeatedly watched Lionel's game footage before the match, of course, knowing that this goalkeeper was not only formidable in goalkeeping, but also an unstoppable beast in corner kick situations. Lionel leaped fiercely among the crowd. Ramos and Llorente exchanged glances, jumping simultaneously to form a pincer attack, their forehands reaching out to pull Lionel's jersey, trying to disrupt his jump. But Lionel's jumping ability was astonishing. Using his waist and abdomen to generate power, he soared higher in the air, breaking free from the 2-person encirclement. Lionel's forehead met the incoming ball with a powerful header. Bang! The football smashed into the crossbar like a cannonball, creating a loud noise before bouncing back into the penalty area. The penalty area instantly descended into chaos. Ramos bent down to search for the ball. Just as he was about to extend his foot to clear it, a green figure appeared in front of him, like lightning. Lionel's toes swiftly poked the ball away, making contact first, and then his shoulder collided with Ramos. 8 Extreme's fist stick to the mountain. The force of the contact exploded in an instant. Bang! Ramos felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, his whole body flying sideways and crashing heavily onto the grass, sliding more than a meter before stopping. Ramos got up from the ground, clutching his chest and coughing violently, looking at Lionel with a complex expression. The referee's whistle did not blow. He made contact with the ball first, then the challenge, which completely conformed to the rules of reasonable collision. The football, poked away by Lionel, rolled to Chen Tao's feet outside the penalty area. Chen Tao welcomed the incoming ball, unleashing a powerful shot aimed at the lower right corner of the goal. Spanish goalkeeper Rebus launched himself into a diving save. His fingertips barely grazed the football as it skimmed past the upright and soared out of bounds. Another corner kick. The crossbar again. Duan Xian slammed his fist onto the commentary desk. Lionel's header struck the post. Chen Tao's follow-up shot was blocked. The Chinese national team had come agonizingly close to scoring on 2 consecutive corner kicks, so near yet so frustratingly incomplete. Lionel sprinted forward and leapt once more, but this time Ramos had learned. Rather than contesting Lionel's vertical leap, he anticipated the run, cut off his takeoff path, and used his back to lock Lionel in place before launching upward, first meeting the ball with his forehead and powering it clear of the penalty area. Spain successfully cleared the ball. As Lionel landed, his body collided with Ramos's. Ramos's elbow nudged subtly, and with surgical precision, into Lionel's chest. The motion was expertly concealed. The referee saw nothing. Yet to Lionel's heightened perception, the force and direction of that impact were crystal clear. Ramos glanced back, a faint taunting smile curling at the corner of his lips. Lionel did not fall. He did not speak. He simply lowered his gaze to Ramos's elbow and etched the gesture indelibly into memory. At the 30-minute mark, the match shifted abruptly. During a midfield tussle, Chun Tao was viciously stomped on the ankle by Llorente's late tackle, letting out a guttural cry as he crumpled to the ground, trembling in agony. Hanley rushed onto the pitch, knelt beside him, and examined the injury for an extended moment, then shook his head helplessly toward Coach Clausen on the sideline. Clausen's expression darkened instantly. He clenched his jaw, turned sharply toward the bench, and signaled for Chun Tao was substituted off. Duan Xian's voice trembled with unmistakable concern. Chun Tao, the tactical brain of China's midfield, the architect of their attack, has been maliciously stamped on the ankle by Llorente. For a Chinese side already struggling offensively, this blow was nothing short of catastrophic. Clausen brought on Lu Lin, a clear signal that he would abandon midfield control entirely, retreat into deep defense, and stake everything on counterattacks, and on Lin Mo alone. As Chun Tao was slowly carried off on a stretcher, every fan in the south stand rose as one, erupting into thunderous applause. Lying supine on the stretcher, one hand clutched tightly over his grotesquely swollen ankle, beads of cold sweat glistening on his brow, while his other fist punched defiantly into the air. Hanley informed Clausen that Chun Tao's injury was not severe. With several days' rest, he should recover fully, and if fortune smiled, even be fit for the semifinal. Lin Mo stood motionless along the goal line, watching silently as Chun Tao's silhouette vanished into the tunnel entrance. His face remained impassive, calm as still water, yet his fists were clenched tight. Now, I'll repay that debt for you. At the 35th minute, Spain earned another corner kick. Fabregas strode to the corner, his gaze sweeping coldly across China's penalty area. He raised his right hand, signaling a set play. Lozano Ramos and Azpilicueta, each towering over 185 meters, immediately flooded the 6-yard box, forming 3 immovable pillars directly in front of Lin Mo. The whistle blew. Fabregas sprinted forward and struck the ball dead center with brutal force, thwack, sending it soaring in a high drifting arc toward the far post. Ramos broke free from Zhao Ming's marking and surged upward, ready to meet the ball with his head. But just as his forehead neared contact, a flash of emerald green darted like a phantom through the crowd of bodies. Lin Mo had charged out. His feet activated Chua Jiao Zhui Feng Bu, a footwork technique that let him weave through the chaotic, congested penalty area with uncanny grace, light as autumn leaves. In 3 fluid strides, he reached the far post, leaping before Ramos, snatching the ball cleanly into his arms with a single steady hand. The instant Lin Mo touched down, Ramos, anticipating the moment, deliberately crashed into him, driving his hidden elbow hard into Lin Mo's chest once more. This strike carried more than double the force of the earlier one, charged with unmistakable vengeance. Yet the Tai Bushan's latent energy instinctively flared in defense. Lin Mo felt only a fleeting numbness across his sternum, insignificant, negligible against his cultivated resilience. But he knew full well, had he stood firm, as he easily could have, the referee would never have called it. The move was too subtle. The official's line of sight was perfectly obscured by another player. In that split second, Lin Mo made his decision. He yielded completely to Ramos's elbow, arching backward violently, arms flung wide in theatrical surrender, as if hurled backward by sheer impact, flying nearly 3 meters before crashing onto the turf and rolling once. He uttered no cry, not even a gasp. Instead, he pressed both hands firmly over his chest, brow furrowed, face drained of color, radiating raw, unfeigned anguish. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air. He hurried to the spot and pointed decisively at Ramos. Penalty for charging the goalkeeper. Foul, yellow card. Without hesitation, the referee produced the yellow card and brandished it toward Ramos. What a... Ramos stared, eyes wide, throwing his hands up in feigned innocence and roaring at the referee. Simulation. He absolutely faked it. I didn't even push, I swear. He flew backward on his own. The referee shook his head, unwavering, unmoved. Slow-motion replay confirmed it unequivocally. Ramos's elbow had struck Lin Mo's chest with unmistakable force. Clandestine, yes, but undeniably illegal. A deafening wave of boos erupted from the Spanish stands, while cheers from the Chinese supporters swelled, cresting higher with each passing second. System Alert host has skillfully leveraged match regulations to engineer a legitimate foul, successfully neutralizing the opponent's corner threat. Hidden Quest Master of Rules completed. 11. Reward Ground Fighting Fist Grandmaster level will be added to host skill inventory post-match. With Feng Xiaoqian's support, Lin Mo slowly rose to his feet, brushed grass clippings from his jersey, and revealed no trace of emotion upon his face. Yet something unsettled him. This was no simulation. Ramos had elbowed him, that was fact. Yet he had amplified the physical reaction, orchestrating the impact in such a way that the referee, though blind to the initial act, could not ignore its consequence. By the letter of the rules, he was justified. Still, Lin Mo knew. He could have stood rooted there, unmoved, unshaken, impervious to that blow. Brother Lin, are you alright? Feng Xiaoqian murmured, brushing stray blades of grass from Lin Mo's back. Something was deeply wrong. Lin Mo had always been the one who sent others flying. How could he be knocked off his feet? Or had the flaw laying? Lin Mo shook his head. I'm fine. Feng Xiaoqian stared at Lin Mo for a moment, but ultimately said nothing. He simply gave Lin a firm pat on the shoulder and turned back to his defensive position. Some things need not be spoken aloud. On the pitch, victory is the ultimate truth. The match continued. The Shibanya team, furious at that decision, intensified their assaults, wave after wave battering toward Hua, but Lin Mo focused every ounce of attention on the flying ball, giving Shibanya no opportunity. 40th minute. Fa Boulay Jiasi shrugged off Zhao Ziyang's marking outside the box and suddenly unleashed a heavy, powerful long-range shot aimed at the far corner. Relying on the predictive instincts of Ho Quan Monkey Fist, Lin Mo launched early. With a Choi Jiao stabbing foot sideways step, he was instantly in place. Hands crossed before his chest, his Tai Bushan iron cloth shirt tightened as Taiji force of dissipation took effect, and he calmly cradled the ball to his chest. Fa Boulay Jiasi watched, and could only smile wryly and shake his head. Still no good. Yet he could not stop shooting. Could he admit that he was afraid to take the shot? 43rd minute. Xierhua broke past Tan Wansong down the left and whipped in a cross. Lu Luente muscled past Feng Xiaoqian near the penalty spot and met it with a powerful header toward the upper right corner. Lin Mo sprang up. The explosive force of Ba Ji Quan Ba Ji Fist surged from his waist and hips to his fingertips. With a single hand, he pressed down on the ball once more, ending Shibanya's attack. Seeing another save, the Shibanya players drew heavy breaths, bewilderment flashing in their eyes. What could they do? There seemed to be no possibility of a goal. This Huagua goalkeeper had sealed his net. 3 minutes of first half stoppage time. Shibanya launched the most threatening quick counter of the match. Fa Boulay Jiasi still refused to concede, sending a precise long pass from midfield. Lu Luente headed it on, and the advancing Xierhua volleyed it on the run without waiting for the ball to drop. The ball screamed like a fired cannonball toward the lower left corner. Though the shot came from under 10 meters to Lin Mo, it was still too slow. Powerful it was, but speed was its fatal weakness. Lin Mo drove off his foot with a sudden push. The explosive thrust of his Chui Jiao sent him flying sideways. He stretched his body to the fullest in midair. At the moment of landing, his Tai Bushan absorbed the impact, and his right hand splayed like an eagle's talon to clamp the ball hard on the goal line. The ball bounced once beneath Lin Mo's palm, then stilled, like a chick pressed by the throat, utterly unable to move. A world-class save. Duan Xian cried, excited, yet oddly composed now, as if he had grown used to such scenes this match. Lin Mo? Again Lin Mo. He stilled Xierhua's close-range volley with a single hand. Despite Shibanya's first-half bombardment, they could not breach Lin Mo's 10-finger barrier. Xierhua was dumbstruck, 1,000 curses racing through his mind. God above, what is this? If he could stop that with one hand, how on earth could they break this man's goal? In that instant, Xierhua lost his confidence. He had done everything he could. He was confident he could score against the likes of Ka In or Buffon. But against 17-year-old Lin Mo, Xierhua was close to collapse. Not just him. Even Fa Boulay Jiasi, Lu Luente, and the others wore the same bewildered look. Such an onslaught might have yielded a few goals even against world-class keepers like Ka Shili Yasi, yet the score remained 0-0. Who would believe it if told? The fact lay before them. What could they do? The whistle finally sounded to end the first half. The score remained 0-0. The stats board showed Shibanya holding 67% possession in the first half, and an astonishing 11 shots, 7 on target, all denied by Lin Mo. Huagua had only 2 shots, 1 on target, and no goals. As Lin Mo walked off the pitch, he passed by Fa Boulay Jiasi. Fa Boulay Jiasi frowned as he spoke quietly with Lu Luente, his expression grave. He noticed Lin Mo passing, looked up, and their gazes briefly collided. The initial disdain and earlier curiosity had vanished from Fa Boulay Jiasi's eyes, replaced by a heavy solemnity. He shifted his gaze away and continued speaking with Lu Luente, though his tone had slowed considerably. Shibanya's locker room. As the door closed, head coach Sai Si hurled his tactics board onto the table with a loud crack. No one in the locker room spoke. Only heavy breathing filled the silence. Fa Boulay Jiasi sat in a corner, hands on his knees, staring down at the grass clippings beneath his feet. Xierhua leaned against the wall, towel over his face, motionless. Lu Luente's chest heaved violently. The fierce eyes that were his trademark showed doubt for the first time. 16 shots in the first half. Sai Si spoke, 12 on target, a fine figure. But 0 goals, can anyone explain that? He swept his gaze over the despondent players. Do you think you played well? No, you played well. Your passing flowed, your movement was precise, the quality of your shooting was unimpeachable. But that Huagua goalkeeper, he saved every shot. Not luck, not coincidence, real ability. No one argued. Fa Boulay Jiasi looked up, his eyes full of inner struggle. He remembered his furious strike from the box line, supporting foot planted perfectly, the swing ample contact, true, the angle devilishly acute. Yet that Huagua keeper shut down the angle with a single step, then caught the ball, as if it were a simple back pass. In that instant, Fa Boulay Jiasi felt he was not shooting at a goal, but flinging stones at a wall. Who exactly is he? Lulente muttered, as if to himself. I've faced Kashili Yasi and Bot Erdasi. None of them were like him. He stood there, and you did not even know where to aim. He covered the far corner, reached the near one, and claimed high balls that went higher than mine. He trailed off, but everyone understood. Lulente, a 195-meter center forward who had never feared any aerial duel, had just admitted he could not outjump that goalkeeper. Chierwa pulled the towel from his face, revealing a countenance full of defeat. This winger, famed in the league for the speed of his feet, now wore a deeply furrowed brow. My inside curled shot. No one has ever palmed that away with one hand. Never. He not only caught it, he did it with a single hand. Fabule Jiasi finally spoke. Have you noticed the way he looked at us? Everyone turned to him. Fabule Jiasi continued after he held my long-range shot. In the first half, I glanced at him. He was looking at that look. There was no excitement, no nervousness, not even provocation. Fabule Jiasi said slowly, it was as if he already knew I would shoot that angle. He already knew before I even began my swing. He was waiting for me. The locker room fell silent once more. Seth heavily slapped the tactical board, drawing everyone's attention back. Listen, the first half is over. Forget about the 0-0 situation. We still have 45 minutes left. Every shot you took in the first half tested him, forcing him into extreme sin. A goalkeeper, no matter how strong, has his limits. If he can hold on for 45 minutes, what about 60, 80? We just need to keep applying pressure and shooting. Eventually one of our shots will slip through his fingers. One will result in a mistake. He picked up a marker and drew a few circles on the tactical board. In the second half, Llorente needs to push further forward, standing right on the edge of the small penalty area. Fabregas and Silva, you need to play more turnovers, pass more balls behind, and don't give him time to settle. Jose Enrique and Ramos push up more decisively on the flanks and cross the ball faster, lower, and flatter. Don't give him time to come out and catch the ball. Don't stop taking long shots, but before shooting, make him move first. His anticipation is too accurate, so we need to disrupt his rhythm. He turned around and looked into each player's eyes. I know what you are all thinking right now. You are wondering, is this goalkeeper unbeatable? I'm telling you, this is just the illusion created by your suppression. No one is invincible. In the second half, we will continue to attack, not because he is not strong enough, but because we are the Spanish team. We do not believe that any fortress in the penalty area is unbreakable. Do you understand? The players nodded in unison. No one noticed that in the corner of the locker room, Soldado had remained silent. He looked down at his right foot, the same foot that had 2 attempts in the first half. He remembered the moment when his shot was hugged by Lionel, who didn't even flinch. He had seen Casillas train in the Real Madrid Youth Academy, thinking that was the ceiling for a goalkeeper. Today he realized there was another floor above that ceiling. On that floor stood a 17-year-old from Huagua. In the Huagua team's locker room, Chun Tao lay on the treatment table, his ankle wrapped in a thick ice pack. Thankfully the issue wasn't serious, and he would recover in a day or two. Feng Xiaoqing sat in the corner, gulping down water greedily, his chest heaving heavily. Gao Lin leaned against the wall, panting heavily. In the first half, he had been closely marked by Ramos and Azpilicueta, his body bruised and battered, unable to lift his arms. Crouchin stood in front of the tactical board, watching this group of players push to their limits, his eyes filled with appreciation. Despite the significant gap, they managed to hold on for 45 minutes without falling behind, which was truly remarkable. Guys, you did exceptionally well in the first half. The Spanish team, a bullfighting squad worth dozens of times our value, launched a furious attack for 45 minutes with 16 shots and 0 goals. Do you know what that means? It means that the myth of their invincibility has been shattered by us. His gaze fell on Lin Mo, his tone filled with genuine admiration. Lin, your performance in the first half was phenomenal, world class. Without you, we wouldn't have lasted this long. Lin Mo simply smiled, remaining silent. Crouchin continued, in the second half, the Spanish team will be even more frantic. They will continue to push forward. Llorente's positioning will be closer to the small penalty area. Fabregas will make more frequent incursions, and Silva will more often cut inside to seek long shot opportunities. Lin, be prepared to face more shots. Lin Mo nodded again. He had sensed this even before the match started. Crouchin changed the subject, tapping the tactical board firmly. However, we can't just defend without attacking. The 2 corner kicks in the first half have already proven that the Spanish defense is not flawless. In the second half, we need to seize every opportunity for counterattacks and set pieces, striving for goals. As long as we can score first, the scales of victory will tip in our favor. Damn it. Feng Xiaoqing suddenly slammed his water bottle on the ground, shouting, let's go all out. If we lose, we lose. We've already made history. Oh, what else is there to fear? Even if we lose, I want to bite off a piece of flesh from them. No one in the team laughed, but all their eyes ignited with. The second half began. The Spanish team indeed adjusted their tactics as Crouchin had predicted. Llorente was almost positioned on the edge of the small penalty area like a nail driven into the heart of the Huagua team. Fabregas frequently made forward runs, forming a lethal triangular combination with Llorente and Silva. The Spanish attack was no longer a series of scattered single-point assaults, but had transformed into an unending torrent, crashing wave after wave against the Huagua team's defense. In the 52nd minute, the storm struck again. Fabregas received the ball at the edge of the penalty area and Feng Xiaoqing and Zhou Haibin immediately rushed up to form a double team. Fabregas remained calm, glanced at the penalty area, and with a gentle flick of his right foot's outer instep, the ball slipped through the gap between the two defenders, rolling towards Silva on the right side of the penalty area. Silva didn't stop the ball. With a deft touch of his heel, the ball accurately returned to the advancing Fabregas. The entire combination was seamless, instantly breaching the Huagua team's defense. Fabregas at the edge of the penalty area met the ball and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball, spinning fiercely, shot towards the top left corner of the goal like a cannonball. The moment Fabregas swung his leg, Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. The Taiji listening skill activated, allowing him to clearly perceive that Fabregas' supporting foot was angled slightly to the left with a significant leg swing, and he struck the ball with the instep. Near post upper corner, the ball sped swiftly. Lin Mo's foot drove into the ground, and in an instant he moved laterally into position, his body springing out like a spring, his right arm fully extended to the limit. The moment his fingers touched the ball, the Taiji unloading technique operated at full power as Lin Mo smoothly turned and retracted his wrist, silently dissipating the immense force capable of tearing the net. Puff! The ball safely landed in Lin Mo's embrace once more. Lin Mo stood up, holding the ball, not rushing to distribute it. His gaze crossed over Fabregas, swept past Silva, glanced at Llorente, and met the eyes of every Spanish player. His eyes were as calm as a deep pool, yet carried an unsettling aura. It was as if he stood there and the goal was impenetrable. No matter the power or angle of their shots, the result would always be the same, caught in his arms. Fabregas met that gaze, and his heart tightened involuntarily. Lin Mo tossed the ball to the sidelines Zheng Tao and turned back towards the goal line. He said nothing, but the Spaniards understood that he had said everything. Fabregas bent over, his hands resting on his knees, droplets of sweat falling onto the grass below. The green figure standing on the goal line resembled a breathing wall. Fabregas lifted his head, and for the first time a glimmer of something called despair appeared in his eyes. 17 years old. This Chinese goalkeeper is only 17, yet he stands in front of the goal like an emperor. No entry for the football or opposing players. In the 58th minute, Spain executed the most frantic attacking combination since the start of this World Youth Championship. Fabregas received the ball in the center circle, and this time he did not rush to pass. He glanced up at the front, raised his left hand, and made a bring-it-down gesture. The entire Spanish team began to push. Pique crossed over half the field as Pilicueta pushed up to the midfield line, and Llorente firmly leaned against Feng Xiaoqing at the edge of the penalty area, while Silva spread out width on the right flank. The entire formation resembled a fishing net, gradually tightening, descending upon the Huagua team's penalty area. Fabregas passed the ball laterally to Silva on the left. Silva received the ball. Instead of turning to break through, he directly returned it to the on-rushing Ramos behind him. Ramos did not stop the ball, instead passing it to Fabregas in the center. Fabregas returned the ball to Pique. Pique received the ball and shifted it to the right. The Spanish players began to pass the ball back and forth horizontally, one touch, one touch, one touch. The ball circulated repeatedly in the area 30 meters outside the Huagua team's penalty area, like a pendulum being continuously swung from left to right, from right to left. Their objective was clear: to make Lin Mo's center of gravity follow the ball. No goalkeeper in the world could defend the goal against such an attack, because he was not facing a single opponent. In the face of rapid consecutive passes, a goalkeeper's instinct is to move their center of gravity with the ball. With each pass, the goalkeeper must adjust their position. The faster the passing, the more frequent the adjustments. 5 times, 8 times, 10 times. When the goalkeeper's center of gravity is thoroughly disrupted, that is the moment to shoot. No one knows who will shoot. Such passing perhaps only 1 or 2 countries in the world can achieve. Even Germany can only do so barely. Llorente is in the penalty area. Fabregas is at the top of the arc. Silva is on the flank. Even Pique and Soriano have pushed up. 5 people, 5 potential points of attack. Anyone could deliver the final blow. Let's see how long you can hold on. Fabregas gritted his teeth and received another return pass, pushing the ball again to the right. The Spanish team has passed the ball 12 times back and forth. The Huagua fans in the stands felt their hearts racing. With each pass, their eyes followed the ball, their necks swiveling from left to right, from right to left, as if witnessing a deadly ping-pong match. Duan Xian's voice grew tense. The Spanish team is patiently passing the ball outside the Huagua team's penalty area. They've already made over a dozen passes. Oh, what are they waiting for? They are waiting for Lin Mo to make a mistake. As long as Lin Mo's center of gravity shifts even slightly, the shot will come immediately. But Lin Mo remained completely still. His feet were firmly planted in the center of the goal line, his center of gravity slightly lowered, and his hands naturally hanging by his sides. His head did not turn with the ball, and his eyes did not follow the ball. His gaze remained fixed on the bodies of each Spanish player. What the master-level monkey boxing granted him was not reflex speed, but anticipation. It was about reading the opponent. From the tilt of the opponent's shoulder, the turn of the hip joint, the angle of the ankle, the distribution of weight to predict what the opponent would do next. Pass or shoot for Lionel, it was never a secret. Fabregas received the return pass, his shoulder slightly sinking, his hip turning left. This was a passing motion. Pass. Llorente received the ball with his back to the goal, his weight fully leaning back, his toes pointed up. He was about to return it. Return it. Silva received the ball on the flank, bending his knee, opening his foot. He was going to pass horizontally. Horizontal pass. Every person's true intent was as clear to Lionel as if written on their face. Passing 100 times won't help. None of you want to shoot. The corner of Lionel's mouth even curled slightly. That smile was captured by Fabregas. An unnamed fire ignited in Fabregas' chest. He was laughing at us. He stood on the goal line motionless, watching us pass the ball back and forth like clowns. He was actually laughing. Fabregas suddenly raised his right hand. The rhythm of Spain's passing changed in an instant. Fabregas pushed the ball to Llorente at the edge of the penalty area and then began to move forward. Llorente received the ball with his back to the goal. This time, he did not return it. He used his body to firmly hold off Feng Xiaoqing, pulling the ball back and turning to face the goal. He's going to shoot. Duan Xian exclaimed. Lionel did not move. Llorente's right foot tensed, his thigh swinging back. This was the preparatory stance for a shot. But Lionel did not move because Llorente's weight was still on his left foot. If he were truly going to shoot, Llorente's weight would have shifted to his right foot. Fake. Llorente's right foot came down, gently pushing the ball to the right where Silva was making a run. Silva received the ball, did not stop it, and directly swung his left leg. His calf accelerated extremely quickly, the contact surface between his foot and the football fully opened. This was the stance for a powerful shot. Feng Xiaoqing leaped to block. Yet Lionel still did not move. At the moment Silva touched the ball, his ankle suddenly shook, dissipating the power of the shot. With a gentle flick of his outer foot, he passed it horizontally. The football rolled along the grass towards the arc of the penalty area. Fabregas rushed in to meet the ball. Fabregas, this time he's really going to shoot. Duan Xian's voice had changed. Fabregas' right foot rose high, his thigh leading his calf, and all his strength was concentrated on this kick. A long-range shot is his signature move. In this tournament, he has already opened the doors of 2 teams with long-range shots. At this distance and angle, he has absolute confidence. Lionel glanced at Fabregas' hip joint. No rotation. The center of gravity has not fully shifted. Although the foot was tense, it was not a shot. Sure enough, Fabregas' right foot landed. He gently tapped the inside of his foot, sending the ball back to Llorente. The fans in the stands were almost going crazy. They've made nearly 20 passes, and they're still passing. Why not shoot? Who is going to shoot? But Fabregas knew clearly that he could not shoot. At that angle, at that moment, the goalkeeper's center of gravity remained completely still. He was not deceived at all. Shooting under such circumstances would simply be giving the ball away. He must be made to move. His center of gravity must be made to follow the ball. As long as he takes a step, as long as his center of gravity shifts, even by an inch, it would be an opportunity to score. Again, Fabregas shouted through gritted teeth. The ball began to circulate wildly at the feet of the Spanish players. The 72nd minute. The patience of the Spanish team had worn thin. They became more unreasonable. Fabregas received the ball outside the penalty area and glanced at Lionel's positioning. That green figure stood firmly in the center of the goal line, unmoving like a pillar. Fabregas cursed inwardly. Doesn't this guy have any reaction? With no other choice, Fabregas could only pass the ball to Llorente on the left and sprint into the penalty area. Zhao Xiang followed 2 steps, but was shaken off by Fabregas with a sudden stop and change of direction. Llorente's through ball pierced through the crowd, perfectly timed. Fabregas received the ball near the penalty spot. At the moment of receiving the ball, Fabregas caught a glimpse of a green shadow rapidly moving outward. The goalkeeper had charged out. Fabregas smirked coldly. Now he decides to charge out. Too late. The ball was less than 12 meters from the goal, and his position was perfectly aligned with the center of the goal. He had 100 ways to send the ball in. A powerful strike. He aimed to use the most violent method to nail this arrogant goalkeeper to the pillar of shame. Fabregas drew his right foot back, the instep taut, like an iron plate, channeling all his strength into his right leg. He focused on the soccer ball with only one thought in his mind. There's no way you can catch this. Fabregas swung his right foot in a full arc, striking the bottom of the soccer ball fiercely. At the same time, Lionel had arrived. Using his skill wind chase step, Lionel darted out from the goal line like a gust of wind. At the precise moment Fabregas' foot made contact with the ball, his right hand had already reached out. The moment Fabregas struck the soccer ball, Lionel's right hand also pressed down on the top of the ball. 2 individuals, one hand, one foot. They collided with the same ball at the same moment. Bang! A dull thud resounded. It was the sound of foot and hand striking the soccer ball simultaneously, like 2 iron plates clamping down on a steel ball. Fabregas felt as if he hadn't kicked a soccer ball. It was a wall. A tremendous rebound force surged back from the ball, traveling up his foot and exploding in his thigh. The force was astonishing. Fabregas' right foot was bounced back, his entire right leg feeling like it had received an electric shock, numbing from his toes to his butt. His body leaned forward uncontrollably and Fabregas was sent flying. But back like a plummeting goose. Jean-Loup suddenly exclaimed, causing countless viewers in front of the television to burst into laughter. Fabregas' feet left the ground, and his entire body soared, landing hard on the grass. Bang! Grass clippings and dirt sprayed onto the back of Fabregas' head. He lay on his back in the penalty area, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the gray sky above. What just happened? I kicked the ball, and then the ball sent me flying. Fabregas slowly raised his right hand, looked at his foot, then at his hand. The foot was still the same foot, and the hand was still the same hand. But at that moment he felt as if he had kicked not a soccer ball, but a leaden iron ball. His toes were still tingling. Meanwhile, Lionel remained motionless. He didn't even fall, maintaining a bent posture with his right hand firmly pressing down on the soccer ball. His 5 fingers spread wide, pinning the soccer ball firmly to the grass. The ball was even slightly deformed with a shallow dent on the surface. Lionel squatted there, one hand pressing the ball, the other hanging by his side, his posture not resembling that of someone who had just caught a powerful strike. His face remained expressionless. Quiet. The entire stadium fell silent. The Spanish fans in the stands opened their mouths, but could not make a sound. Someone rubbed their eyes hard, turned to look at the person next to them, only to find they were also rubbing their eyes. On the field, the Spanish players appeared as if they had been frozen in place. Llorente stood on the left side, his right foot still posed to pass, suspended in the air, forgetting to lower it. He looked at Fabregas lying in the penalty area, and then at Lionel squatting and pressing the ball, his face filled with shock. This can't be real, right? Peak stood outside the penalty area, hands on his hips, his jaw slightly dropped, his expression like he had seen an alien. Fabregas lay on the grass, still unable to get up. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but his legs were still numb, making it impossible to exert any strength. He lay there replaying the scene in his mind. He had gathered all his strength, yet it was pressed down by a hand. The soccer ball hadn't even bounced back, not even by a centimeter. Single-handedly pressing the ball. Duan Xian's voice echoed from the commentary booth, filled with astonishment. Fabregas' powerful strike in the penalty area was single-handedly pressed down by Lionel, firmly pinned to the ground. Fabregas was sent flying. He kicked the soccer ball, yet he himself flew out. This shot was less than 12 meters and Fabregas exerted all his strength, yet Lionel didn't even flinch. Jean-Loup slowly opened his mouth. This ball, how should I say it, in over 50 years of watching football, I've never seen anything like this. Fabregas' shot was pressed down by Lionel's single hand, the soccer ball resting motionless beneath his palm. And Fabregas himself, due to the rebound force, was sent flying. This isn't a football match, this is. He thought for a moment, but couldn't find the right word. Lionel stood up and released his hand from the soccer ball. The soccer ball lay quietly on the grass with a shallow handprint on its surface. He glanced down at Fabregas. Lionel bent down and extended his hand. Fabregas was taken aback. What does this guy want? To help me up? To be honest, he didn't want to touch Lionel's hand at all right now. But if he didn't take it, lying here would be even more embarrassing. He gritted his teeth and grasped Lionel's hand. Lionel yanked him up and Fabregas stumbled, but steadied himself. The two stood face to face. Fabregas was half a head shorter than Lionel as he looked up at Lionel's face. They locked eyes for a moment, and Lionel brushed off the grass clippings from his gloves before turning back to the goal line. Fabregas stood in place, watching Lionel's back, feeling as if he had been struck hard in the chest. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. He caught sight of the shallow dent left on the grass. He closed his mouth and turned to walk back. Duan Xian's voice continued. Lionel's play was truly incredible. Fabregas' powerful strike was pressed down by him with one hand, while Fabregas himself was sent flying. Jean-Loup interjected. Lionel's action, his reaction speed and core strength have surpassed that of a normal goalkeeper. Fabregas' shot quality was very high and the distance was close. Any other goalkeeper would have conceded a goal due to the impact. After all, the power from the foot is much greater than that from the hand, but Lionel achieved the impossible, and he did it in a completely overwhelming manner. Duan Xian paused for a moment before smiling. The Spanish players must be feeling very frustrated right now, or they are all wondering what kind of monster this goalkeeper is. The 76th minute. Spain gained another corner kick. In this moment, there was no sound from either side's fans. Without a goal in the match, no matter how thrilling it was, it could not ignite their passion. The fans of Hua country had no recourse. Their team's strength was insufficient, making it difficult even to mount a counterattack, let alone score. The Spanish fans were even more frustrated as they dominated 80 of the game, yet the score remained unchanged. Everyone was still at 0. Fabregas walked towards the corner flag with the ball, took a deep breath, and glanced up at the penalty area. Pique had moved up. Azpilicueta had moved up. Llorente had moved up as well. Even goalkeeper Rebus had stepped outside the penalty area. Spain was pushing forward in full force. This was a do-or-die situation. If it went to penalties, they had even less confidence in scoring against this Hua country goalkeeper. Thus, they had to resolve the battle during the match time. In the penalty area, yellow and red jerseys were tangled together like a boiling pot. Arms intertwined, bodies collided, pushing and shoving. Feng Xiaoqing was tightly pressed against Llorente, but he was half a head shorter and was unable to jump as he was pinned down by one of Llorente's hands on his shoulder. He tilted his head and shouted from under Llorente's armpit, "Lingo, I can't hold this guy. It's up to you." Zhao Xiang grabbed Peak's jersey, and Peak retaliated with an elbow to Zhao Ziyang's chest. Zhao Xiang was not to be outdone, gripping Peak's wrist tightly, and the two of them began to struggle, nearly coming to blows. The referee blew his whistle and rushed over to separate the two, issuing a verbal warning. In the chaos, Fabregas raised his right hand. The whistle blew. The corner was taken. The football traced a high and swift arc, spinning as it flew towards the center of the penalty area. That was the position where Llorente and Peak were ready to strike. Just as the football entered the penalty area, Lin Mo sprang into action. He activated his stab foot chase wind step and darted through the gaps in the crowd like an eel. Feng Xiaoqing felt a gust of wind rush past him and saw a green figure charge in front of him. "Lin, could take them down, don't give me any leeway." Feng Xiaoqing simply stepped aside as he couldn't withstand it anyway. "Everyone, get out of my way." Lin Mo pushed off the ground with both feet, launching himself into the air like a rocket. Iron Cloth Hard Chi was fully activated. Golden energy flowed beneath his skin like an invisible arm. Peak and Llorente jumped simultaneously, one to the left, one to the right, forming a pincer attack. Peak shot Llorente a glance in midair, clearly signaling, "Let's take him down together." Llorente nodded. Their combined weight was nearly 400 pounds, and their forearms slammed into Lin Mo's body at the same time. Boom! A dull thud echoed like two trucks colliding head-on with a high-speed train. Then, Peak was sent flying. The 1.9-meter Spanish center back flew sideways out of the penalty area. His body spun in the air, crashing heavily onto the grass, sliding 2 meters away, his face splattered with grass and dirt. Lying on the ground, a thought flashed through his mind. Was it me who crashed into him, or him who crashed into me? The force of the 8 Extremes fist close mountain lean released through the Iron Cloth's hard chi exploded like dynamite at the moment of impact. Llorente was not faring much better. He was nearly 30 pounds heavier than Peak, but that difference was meaningless against. The moment Lin Mo's shoulder pressed against his ribcage, a penetrating force surged through his chest, causing his he felt as if he had been struck by a rampaging rhinoceros, flying backward and crashing heavily against the goalpost. Bang! The goalpost emitted a sound like a pain scream. Llorente hugged his ribs, curled up on the grass, veins bulging on his forehead, and emitted a suppressed groan. Meanwhile, Lin Mo stood motionless. He had risen high in the air, his hands snatching the football first. Peak and Llorente lay on the grass, one sprawled out, the other curled up. Peak lifted his head from the grass and glanced at Llorente. Llorente, holding his ribs, also looked at Peak. Their eyes were filled with the same question: what just happened? The two of them weighed a combined 400 pounds, yet one person had sent them flying. What's more, that person landed steadily afterward, not even swaying. But the referee's whistle sounded. The referee ran over and pointed to the penalty spot. "What?" Duan Xian exclaimed. The referee awarded a penalty kick. He believed Lin Mo had committed a foul during the scramble. The slow-motion replay showed that Lin Mo's knee indeed had made contact with Peak's chest as he jumped. Although he was going for the ball and had touched the ball first, the action was too extensive and the referee deemed it a dangerous move. Although a yellow card was not issued, the referee awarded Spain a penalty. The Spanish fans in the stands erupted in cheers. This was their best opportunity. Conventional attacks could no longer break through Lin Mo's defenses. Long shots failed, headers failed, and even unyieldings from triangular passes were intercepted with a single hand. Besides the penalty kick, they could think of no other way. Fabregas held the ball and walked to the penalty spot. He was Spain's #1 penalty taker. He had already scored 2 penalties in this tournament and had never missed. He bent down to place the football on the white spot, then took a few steps back, hands on his hips, taking a deep breath. Behind the goal was the stand of Hua country fans. The few 5-star red flags fluttered in the evening breeze. The few Hua country fans stood up, all shouting. Fabregas looked up at Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood on the goal line, feet shoulder-width apart, arms slightly spread, weight balanced, his face devoid of any expression. There was no shaking of the legs, no arm waving to distract. He stood there quietly, standing still. Fabregas kept observing Lin Mo, but his heart sank. For some reason, seeing Lin Mo's demeanor gave him an unsettling feeling of invincibility. "No, this is impossible, I must win." He gritted his teeth, suppressing that feeling. "It's just a penalty kick. 12 yards. I can score. I will." Fabregas began his run-up. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. His right foot struck the ball fiercely from underneath. He aimed for the upper corner, the most tricky angle, not giving Lin Mo any chance. But just as his foot made contact with the ball, Lin Mo moved. The monkey fist prediction had already read the direction the moment Fabregas' ankle exerted force, the upper right corner. Stab foot, inch step. Lin Mo's feet slid across the ground, his body turned sideways and flew out, his right hand outstretched, reaching for the football. Tai Chi cloud hands. At the moment Lin Mo's palm touched the ball, he gently rotated in accordance with the ball's spin, wrapping the immense force of impact with spiraling energy, ultimately dissipating it into nothingness. The football seemed to be held down by an invisible hand steadily resting in the palm of Lin Mo's hand. He grasped it firmly. Lin Mo landed cradling the soccer ball, like 3 fingers pinching a snail, certain and steady. The entire stadium fell into silence. He caught the penalty kick. Lin Mo actually caught Fabregas' penalty with his hands. Spain must be wondering what kind of monster this is. Fabregas stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, staring at the soccer ball in Lin Mo's arms. God, you must be dozing off. How could he possibly catch my shot? Fabregas felt his knees suddenly weaken, and he involuntarily knelt on the grass, as if all his strength had been drained in that instant. Llorente stood at the edge of the penalty area, hands on his head, his expression one of shock. Silva turned away, unable to look. In the 79th minute, the Hua country team finally seized an opportunity for a counterattack. Zhao Shuyang made a sliding tackle in midfield, snatching the ball from the somewhat dazed Fabregas. He got up, looked up at the forward field, and sent a long pass with a powerful kick, aiming for the speedy Hao Junmin. Hao Junmin chased desperately and finally stopped the ball just before the sideline. At that moment, a red figure rushed up from the backfield. Feng Xiaoqing. Hao Junmin crosses. Feng Xiaoqing rushed to the top of the penalty area, meeting the incoming ball with a powerful shot. The shot wasn't particularly strong, but the angle was exceptionally tricky, heading straight for the bottom left corner of the goal. The Spanish goalkeeper Rebus dove to save, barely grazing the soccer ball with his fingertips. Whoosh! The ball changed direction, skimming past the post and out of bounds. Duan Xian slammed his fist on the table. So close. Just a bit more. What a shame. Rebus man. Corner. Hua country team's corner. Zhang Lu shouted, "Look at this corner. Lin Mo is coming up." Sure enough, a green figure stormed into the penalty area. Lin Mo ran all the way from the backfield, his green goalkeeper jersey standing out among the sea of red and yellow jerseys. When he stood in the penalty area, the expressions of the Spanish defenders changed collectively. Pique instinctively took half a step back. His chest still ached. After being knocked down twice, he didn't want a third time. Llorente gritted his teeth and braced himself. He stood behind Lin Mo, pretending to block him with one arm, while his body leaned against Lin Mo's waist, as if trying to lock him in. Lin Mo looked down at him. Llorente looked up at him. The two locked eyes for half a second. Lin Mo's lips moved slightly, but he said nothing. Llorente's grip loosened slightly, then tightened again. He muttered something in Basque that Fabregas couldn't understand, probably trying to bolster his own courage. Hao Junmin brought the ball to the corner spot, took a deep breath, and raised his right hand. The whistle blew. The corner was taken. The ball arced high into the penalty area. Lin Mo moved. He pushed off with force, his explosive power peeling up a small patch of turf. Llorente, still hanging on to his waist, stumbled and nearly fell. Pique rushed over from the other side to cover. But Lin Mo had already jumped. He engaged his core, propelling himself into the air. Llorente's arm slipped from his waist, and just as Pique's fingers grazed his jersey, he was thrown off by a trim. Feng Xiaoqing stood at the edge of the penalty area, looking up at Lin Mo take off. A thought crossed his mind. Lin Gu isn't just jumping, he's flying. The ball arrived. Lin Mo's forehead met the soccer ball's exact center. Iron head skill fully unleashed. This was no ordinary header. It was iron head skill. The moment the ball struck Lin Mo's forehead, it emitted a sound completely different from it wasn't a bang, it was a clang, like a hammer striking an iron plate. The soccer ball rocketed toward the upper left corner of the goal, like a cannonball fired from its tube. The ball was moving too fast for the Spanish goalkeeper Rebus to even complete the saving motion. He only instinctively raised his hand, and before he knew it, the ball had whizzed past his ear. Goal! Duan Xian's voice was completely hoarse, yet he shouted, Lin Mo. Lin Mo's header. I bet Lin Mo has practiced iron head skill. Otherwise, how could the speed be so fast? Rebus couldn't even. The Hua country fans in the stands erupted. The sounds of drums and cheers mixed together, exploding like thunder above the stadium. The moment Lin Mo landed, he was embraced by Feng Xiaoqing. Lin Gu, you're so awesome. Feng Xiaoqing's face turned crimson, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He clung to Lin Mo's neck, hanging on like a koala on a tree. When did your headers become so fierce? Even better than my kicks. Lin Mo patted his back and set him down. Practice more. Feng Xiaoqing paused for a moment, then laughed. Practice? How do you practice this? Hit yourself in the head with an iron ball. Lin Mo didn't answer. It seemed iron head skill required training with bricks. He wondered if they could handle it. Zhao Shuyang rushed up from behind, throwing an arm around Lin Mo's shoulder and shaking him vigorously. Lin Gu, I saw your header clearly. The Spanish goalkeeper hadn't even lifted his hand before the ball went in. His expression now is exactly like Fabregas just a moment ago. Lin Mo turned to glance at the Spanish goal. Rebus stood on the goal line, hands still in the half-raised position. He looked at the soccer ball in the net, then at Lin Mo's forehead, his expression one of disbelief. Pique stood in the penalty area, hands on his hips, looking down at the grass. Llorente crouched at the edge of the penalty area, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. What to do? There was simply no way. Fabregas stood in the center circle watching Lin Mo's back from afar, his mind racing with one thought: what kind of monster is this? Catching a powerful shot with one hand, hitting the goal with his head, and knocking two center-backs off their feet. Is he really of the same species as us? Duan Xian finally caught his breath. Dear audience, this goal was scored by Lin Mo, who charged from the backfield to the front, heading the ball into the goal during the corner kick attack. Moreover, the power and speed of this header hardly resembled a header at all. It was more akin to a powerful shot. The Spanish goalkeeper Ribas had no reaction whatsoever. Lin Mo as a player, I can hardly find words to describe him. For a goalkeeper to join the corner kick attack is already, but what is even rarer is that his header quality surpasses that of a forward. The ball speed was at least 120 kilometers per hour. This isn't just a header, it's a header cannon. A header cannon, Coach Zhang. That description is very vivid. The performance of Lin Mo today will surely be remembered by the Spanish team for a long time. In the 85th minute, Spain launched a full-scale attack, pushing even their two center-backs past the halfway line, unleashing a tidal wave of assaults on the goal of the Huagua team. Fabregas received the ball at the top of the penalty area, his eyes already tinged with red. He no longer wished to pass. Passing was futile, as that goalkeeper would block every possible passing route, intercepting all shots. Then there was no need to reason. Fabregas flicked the ball with his right foot, passing it horizontally to Silva at the edge of the penalty area. Silva received the ball, but faced with Tan Wangsong's close marking, he found no room to break through. Yet he did not need to break through. Silva lifted the ball high into the air. He turned around, his back to the goal, both feet off the ground, propelling himself into the air. A bicycle kick. This was the Spaniards' ultimate move, the most magnificent and unreasonable way to shoot. No goalkeeper could predict the trajectory of such a shot, for even the shooter himself did not know where the ball would fly. Silva's right foot traced a perfect arc in the air, striking the very center of the football. Bang! The football descended like a cannonball, heading straight for the top right corner of the goal, the most cunning dead angle. A bicycle kick. Silva. Duan Xian's voice cracked. Lin Mo's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints the moment Silva leaped. With monkey fist predicting the shot, Silva's right foot was aimed at the upper right corner, but the descent was too fierce, and the ball traveled too fast to be caught with one hand. Then don't catch it. With a thrusting step, Lin Mo propelled himself sideways, his body almost parallel to the ground in midair. His right hand stretched to the limit, just managing to graze the football. With a gentle flick of his fingers at the moment of contact, a clever force infused into the football, altering its flight. Snap! The football grazed the post and flew out of bounds. Just barely. Silva fell onto the grass, and before he could get up, he turned his head to look at the goal. He saw the football go out of bounds, and his entire being slumped to the ground, as if his bones had been removed, his hands covering his face, shoulders shaking violently. It didn't go in. Not even the bicycle kick went in. Llorente rushed over and patted Silva's back hard, but his own face was filled with despair. In the 88th minute, the Spanish team earned a corner kick. Fabregas walked to the corner flag holding the ball, his face devoid of any expression. Despair reached its peak, resulting in an expressionless face. Ribas, Peak, and Llorente all rushed, and even as Pilicueta charged into the penalty area. The penalty area was densely packed with people, yellow and red jerseys jostling together in a chaotic mass. The stands were silent. Oh, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the corner flag. Fabregas took a deep breath, gathered his run, and swung his leg. The football traced a high and swift arc, spinning as it flew toward the center of the chaotic melee in the penalty area. The moment the football entered the penalty area, Lin Mo sprang into action. He activated his stab step technique, weaving through the crowd, forcing a passage. With a sudden leap, he fully activated his iron shirt technique, using his shoulder to withstand the combined assault of Llorente and Peak. Bang! The three collided in midair. Llorente flew out. Peak also flew out. The two of them tumbled sideways out of the penalty area like leaves caught in a fierce wind. Llorente's back slammed into the grass, sliding 2 meters before crashing into the advertising board. Peak fared worse. He hit the ground face first, ingesting a mouthful of grass and dirt. As for Lin Mo, he remained completely still. He raised both hands high above his head, executing the Tai Chi technique. Overlord lifts the tripod. At the moment his fingers touched the football, he forcefully struck it with a powerful punch. Bang! The football shot out like a cannonball, soaring over everyone's heads, crossing the entirety of the half. Up front, Dong Fangjin had already shaken off all defenders, creating an unknown chance. He met the descending football, gently cushioning it with his chest, and sprinted with the ball. An open goal. The entire Spanish half was left with only him. Ribas was still in the Huagua team's penalty area, desperately running back, but he knew himself. He wouldn't make it. No matter how fast his legs were, they couldn't outrun the football. Dong Fangjin surged to the edge of the penalty area, adjusted his breath, then gently pushed with his right foot. The football rolled slowly along the grass towards the unguarded goal. The ball's in. The ball's in. The ball's in. Duan Xian's howls pierced the heavens. Dong Fangjin. The decisive blow. 2-0. The Huagua team expanded their lead. Just Just as the football rolled past the goal line, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Beep, beep, beep. The match was over. 2-0. The Huagua team eliminated the favored Spanish team, making history by reaching the semi-finals of the U20 World Cup. At the moment the final whistle blew, the Huagua team substitutes and coaching staff rushed onto the field, charging towards Lin Mo like a pack of wild madmen. Feng Xiaoqing looked at the score, tears streaming down his face. He was too moved at this moment. Chen Tao jumped off the treatment table, disregarding the team doctor's obstruction, hopping onto the field on one foot, shouting as he jumped, "We finally made it to the semifinals. So what if it's Spain? We still won." He jumped a few steps and nearly fell, but was caught by Zhao Xuyang, the two of them linking arms as they bounced onto the field. Lin Mo found himself buried under a pile of teammates, layer upon layer. He shouted, "Don't pile on. I can't breathe." Hearing his voice, everyone laughed and loosened their bodies. They had achieved what other teams yearned for, pinning the Huagua goalkeeper down. Feng Xiaoqing shook Lin Mo's shoulders vigorously. "Brother Lin, you are amazing. Semifinals. We made it to the semifinals. You single-handedly bewildered the entire Spanish team. You are our hero." Lin Mo struggled to extricate himself from the crowd, brushing off the grass clippings on his body. His face still wore a blank expression, but a glimmer of a smile flashed in his eyes. He looked up and saw Fabregas standing at the center circle. Fabregas, hands on his hips, the brightest talent from Arsenal's youth academy, the future midfield core of Spain, had played the full 90 minutes, delivering numerous precise passes, taking 7 shots, all of which were excellent opportunities, including 1 penalty. Yet all his attacks were thwarted by the Huagua goalkeeper, standing on the goal line. Fabregas slowly lifted his head and met Lin Mo's gaze. The two locked eyes for a moment. Fabregas said nothing and silently walked towards the player tunnel. His figure appeared incredibly desolate. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, patted Feng Xiaoqing's shoulder, and pointed towards the stands. Feng Xiaoqing followed his finger and instantly understood. That sea of red was still surging. The sounds of drums and Suona never ceased since the end of the match. Hundreds of 5-star red flags waved madly in the sunset, and no Huagua fans left. They were waiting for their hero to come over. "Let's go take our bow," Lin Mo said. Feng Xiaoqing turned and called out to all his teammates. Chen Tao hopped along, supported by Zhao Xuyang on one leg. Dong Fangjin sprinted ahead, stripping off his jersey as he ran, revealing a tight-fitting sleeveless top beneath. Gao Lin charged from the substitutes bench, still wrapped in a towel, his eyes red-rimmed. They approached the southern stand and Feng Xiaoqing led the chant, "Thank you." Hundreds of Chinese fans erupted in thunderous, deafening cheers. Some tossed down scarves, others lowered national flags. The refund brother stood in the front row, his chest emblazoned with the words, "King of the Box," now blurred and smudged by sweat, as he raised his drumstick and shouted at Lin Mo, "Bai. One more? Give us one more save." Na nearby fan chuckled and nudged him. "The match is over. What's left to save?" The refund brother scratched his head and laughed along. Lin Mo lifted his gaze upon that vast sea of red. These fans had flown over a dozen hours from China. Others were Chinese students and professionals living and working in the Netherlands. Truly the most beloved people. He raised his right hand and waved gently toward them. The cheers swelled even louder. Hundreds chanted in unison, "King of the Box. King of the Box. King of the Box." Amidst the crowd, the refund brother spun his drumstick like a wind and fire wheel, roaring those 4 characters in perfect rhythm. Lin Mo watched it all. His expression remained serene, yet his body trembled faintly, betraying the intensity of his emotion. Back in the post-match dressing room, jubilation overflowed like a tidal wave. Klaus stood leaning against the dressing room doorway, a tender smile playing on his lips. As he gazed upon these young players, tears shimmered in his eyes. No one understood better than he how hard-won this victory had been. He recalled his arrival with the Chinese national youth team, when everyone claimed they would fail to advance beyond the group stage. Now they had reached the semifinals. Lin Mo sat quietly on a bench in the corner, leaning against a locker, observing his teammates' celebration. At that moment, a familiar system prompt chimed in his mind. Ending. Full-time whistle. China U20 defeated Spain U20 and advances to the semi-finals of the FIFA U20 World Cup. Quest reward, Master of Rules, activated. Ground fighting fist Grandmaster level successfully unlocked. Now warm radiant current surged up Lin Mo's spine, racing like lightning through his limbs and every fiber of his being. Unlike the flowing softness of Tai Chi or the unyielding rigidity of Iron Shirt, ground fighting fist endowed Lin Mo with unprecedented joint flexibility and spring-like resilience, as though his entire body had just been re-lubricated with the finest oil. Closing his eyes, Lin Mo sensed clearly how his muscle memory was being rewritten. The act of falling was no longer a passive defensive reflex, but an instantaneous, seamless transition into counterattack. Low center of gravity movement, secondary saves after hitting the ground, joint traversing rises, Naviri vulnerability, traditionally plaguing goalkeepers, shattered their limits in that instant. Lionel opened his eyes and gently toppled sideways. The moment his body contacted the floor, it instinctively adjusted to the optimal angle. His shoulders and hips engaged simultaneously, propelling him upward like a coiled spring, landing more firmly upright than before he fell. The morning after eliminating Spain, an odd tension hung over the hotel dining hall. "And what's wrong with you all? You look like ghosts wandered in." Lionel took a crisp bite of croissant and glanced up at the three men. "Brother Lin, didn't you see this morning?" Feng Xiaoqian placed a copy of Sports Weekly before Lionel. The front page bore bold, heavy black type. "China U20 makes history. Advances to semifinals of FIFA U20 World Cup. Semifinal opponent, defending champions Brazil." And beneath it, in slightly smaller font brimming with awe, "Brazil has won all 5 matches thus far, scoring 14 goals, while conceding only 2. The Samba squad, led by Rafinha, Sobies, and Renato, is widely expected to secure their place in the final well in advance." And below that, another line read, "The other semifinal pits Argentina against Nigeria." Lionel Messi has already scored 6 goals, topping the tournament's scoring charts. Lin scanned the newspaper briefly, then resumed tearing apart his bread. "Brother Lin, that's your reaction?" Feng Xiaoqian grew agitated. "That's Brazil, the defending champions. 5 wins, 14 goals. Do you know how explosive Rafinha is cutting in from the right flank? I watched 3 highlight reels of his dribbling. His direction changes are like springs wired into his legs. I couldn't sleep afterward." "You're insomniac because you drank Red Bull before bed, not because of the highlights," Chun Tao interjected dryly. That was tactical Red Bull." Feng Xiaoqian stiffened his neck in protest. "Someone's got to study how to stop him. After half the night, I reached one irrefutable truth. We simply can't contain him with our current lineup. In that speed, that rhythm, his dominance on the flank is absolute. I'd be little more than scenery if I tried. Can't stop him. Then we'll hold him anyway." Chun Tao finally set down his fork. A sharp twinge in his ankle made him wince. "Brazil's weakness emerges only after they take the lead. They grow lax, but only if we survive long enough to witness it." Lionel lifted his orange juice and took a sip, saying nothing. He knew Brazil's youth team was formidable, yet no matter how brilliant their attack, every shot had to pass through his 10 fingers to count. "What's there to fear? We've already forged history. Every step forward writes new chapters for China. If you're afraid, I'll tell the coach you need rest." Lionel spoke calmly. "And strong." And he thrived on crushing the strong. Ni's words instantly grounded Feng Xiaoqian and the others. When the ace remained so composed, what reason did the rest have to worry? And that was the essence of an ace. Not merely unmatched skill, but the ability to steady faltering morale among teammates. Lionel had done precisely that, calming Feng Xiaoqian and the squad. And unseen, he had become the undisputed core and ace of China's youth national team. "Exactly. What's there to fear? We all walk on 2 legs and see with 2 eyes. It's just Brazil. We're not afraid of them." At 10 a.m., Klaus gathered the entire squad in the hotel's small conference room. Heavy curtains blocked out the sun entirely, plunging the room into dim light, save for the soft hum and twin crisp formation diagrams projected onto the white wall. Klaus held a laser pointer. Its red dot first settled upon Brazil's formation. Let's begin with our opponent, Brazil. Their preferred formation in this tournament is 442, the lineup showcasing their greatest strength. Goalkeeper No. 1 Renan, standing 1. 90 meters tall, commanding the entire penalty area with exceptional shot stopping and near-flawless technique. Yet among goalkeepers, Lin stands supreme. So dragging the match into a penalty shootout favors us greatly. That remains our optimal path to victory. Defense right back No. 2 Rafinha, the tournament's most prolific assisting fullback, possesses blistering pace and refined footwork. His overlapping runs yield both incisive crosses and dangerous cuttings, though he occasionally loses positional discipline. In center back No. 3 Leonardo 1. 89 meters tall, dominates aerial duels and tackles with ferocity, yet lacks agility in turning. Ni's partner center back No. 14 Edge Carlos 1. 87 meters, exhibits superb positional awareness and excels at covering gaps. And left back No. 6 Fabio Santos, defensively reliable and rarely ventures forward. At the name, Rafinha, Feng Xiaoqian felt a shiver run down his spine. Midfield number 5, Roberto Sosa, the captain, a purely defensive midfielder, has exceptional interception and sweeping abilities covering a vast area. Number 8, Renato, the rhythm maestro of the midfield, possesses outstanding passing vision and technique, able to push forward and score. He netted the winning goal against Germany in the quarterfinals. Number 16, Aluka, a central midfielder full of stamina and capable of significant back-and-forth movement, responsible for linking defense and attack. Number 10, Evandro, a free spirit in the front line, poses a threat with his dribbling and distribution, requiring close attention. Double strikers. Number 11, Rafael Sobies, has already scored 4 goals in the tournament with delicate technique and a rapid footwork, adept at creating danger within the penalty area. Number 9, Bobo, a powerful center forward standing at 1. 86 meters possesses top-tier heading ability and back-to-goal skills with an impact in the box that rivals any European striker, having scored 3 goals. Crouchen's tone suddenly turned serious as he drew a cross over the term long-range shot with a laser pointer. However, don't expect them to test Lionel with a multitude of long-range shots like Spain did. The Brazilians are very clever. Their coaching staff has surely reviewed our previous match footage multiple times. They have already seen that Lin's defensive area and save reactions are top-notch, and attempting long-range shots from the midfield simply returns possession to us. His laser pointer began moving frequently between the 2 flanks and the sides of the penalty area. Therefore, their tactical core tomorrow must be an endless pursuit of closer shooting distances. They will utilize the individual abilities of Rafinha and Evandro to breach our flanks, then cross to find Bobo this height advantage or pass to the penalty spot area. Sobies will dart around our gaps, seeking unknown opportunities against the goalkeeper. With each of their attacks, they will strive to pass the ball to a position that allows their forwards to face Lionel directly. Throughout the match, Lionel may have to face more than one unknown chance. He set down the laser pointer, placing his hands on the table, his gaze finally returning to Lionel. They will definitely target you specifically. They will study your positioning and saving habits. Their forwards will relentlessly pressure you, interfering with your distribution. They will use every means to pry you away from the goal line. What you will face is not just 20 shots on target, but at least 5 or 6 life and death saves that must be made within 10 meters. Can you do it? Lionel leaned back in his chair, speaking in a calm tone. If you let one through, we'll cover it. Whether it's a long shot or a unknown, whether an open play or a penalty, it makes no difference to me. Listen, what confidence. This is Lin Go. Feng Xiaoqing exclaimed with delight after hearing this. Shen Tao shot him a glance. What else can you do besides flattering? You're scared of one Brazilian player. I'm not scared, Feng Xiaoqing retorted. Well, see the truth in the match. Everyone burst into laughter. After the tactical meeting, Lionel remained alone in the conference room. He pulled up highlights of Brazil's goals, specifically looking for segments where the Brazilian U20 team created unknown opportunities during positional play and counterattacks. He replayed these clips, slowly committing them to memory. The afternoon training was highly targeted. Lionel's training was the most unique. Goalkeeping coach Yi Fan set up 7 dummies of varying heights in the penalty area, simulating Brazil's chaotic tactics during corner kicks. But more importantly was the unknown training. Are you ready? Yi Fan shouted. Lionel stood on the goal line. Yi Fan did not take a long shot, but instead passed the ball to the assistant coach playing Sobies. After receiving the ball, the assistant coach quickly dribbled forward, charging straight at Lionel. 12 meters from the goal, with no extra movements, he directly pushed a low shot into the far corner, simulating Sobies' shooting path. Lionel quickly lowered his center of gravity, diving to the side and catching the ball with one hand. However, before Lionel could fully rise, Yi Fan passed out a second ball. The assistant coach, with his back to the goal, suddenly turned and blasted a shot from less than 8 meters, rocketing toward the top corner. Lionel's waist and abdomen surged with power as he sprang up from his spot, extending his long arms to snatch the ball. Stop! Yi Fan lowered his foot, walked up to Lionel, his eyes filled with disbelief. How did you manage that second reaction and jump just now? Was that under a second? Lionel brushed off the grass from his gloves casually, saying, didn't you all think I practiced? It's instinct. Lionel naturally couldn't explain that he had a system and various master-level martial arts. He could only offer this explanation. Yi Fan stared at Lionel for a moment before finally shaking his head. Martial arts are deadly skills. They can both distinguish levels and determine life and death. Yi Fan had given up on probing into Lionel's secrets. This kid is just a monster, but as long as he can win, let him be a monster. So maybe it's time to visit Taishan. I wonder how old Pang has been lately. Yi Fan silently thought. Meanwhile, the team Dr. Han Li looked at Lionel with furrowed brows, feeling that Lionel was very dangerous. Every time he saw Lionel, he silently kept everyone in front of him always ready to retreat. As training neared its end, the sunset painted the sky orange. Feng Xiaoqing unscrewed a bottle of ice water and handed it to Lionel. The two leaned against the chain-link fence of the training ground, watching the windmills of the Netherlands slowly turn in the distance. Linga, tell me honestly, can we really win against Brazil? Feng Xiaoqing's voice carried a hint of apprehension. After so many years of playing football, he never imagined he would one day compete against Brazil in the U20 World Cup semifinals. Why not? Lionel took a sip of water, speaking in a calm tone. You always say that. Because we have always... Lingo, I heard that after seeing your performance, the U20 team's working group was very pleased. They discussed it overnight and decided to provide the men's team a daily serving of sea cucumbers for nutritional supplementation. They believe that if every player on the men's team eats sea cucumbers, their bodies will improve, and they will be able to overpower other players on the field in the future. Lingo, if tomorrow I really can't stop Rafinha or Sobies, then it's up to you. Lionel turned to look at him. The sunset cast a golden hue across Feng Xiaoqing's face, highlighting the youthful blood and stubbornness within him. Just focus on defending, don't be timid. Even if you make a mistake, I'll be there for you. Lionel said confidently within the penalty area, I call the shots. Ding. Detected that the host is about to face the defending champion Brazil. Exclusive mission has been issued. Mission named Penalty Area Bulldozer Ultimate Edition. Mission requirement in the semifinals: knock out 5 Brazilian players until they lose the ability to continue the match, must be carried off on a stretcher or unable to leave the field on their own. Note: you cannot injure or severely harm your opponents. Maintain a measure and showcase your prowess as a match. Mission reward: Tongbei, Fist Master level. Bonus reward: if you can successfully knock out the Brazilian goalkeeper Renan, an additional advanced iron knee skill gift package will be awarded. Host, do your best. Knock the Samba team over. Lionel stared at the words knocked out with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, this broken system had no decent goalkeeper tasks. Starting from Eldink in Turkey, the players he knocked down could form a starting lineup, but being knocked out. This is a football match, not a fighting arena. Even if the referee doesn't issue a red card, knocking someone until they're bloodied is too excessive. 5. Tasks are left to fate. Clean sheet first, then the Tongbei fist second. Winning is the most important thing. On the afternoon of June 28th, at the Utrecht Stadium, the lights for the semifinals shone brightly in the dusk, illuminating the entire stadium as if it were daytime. The stands were filled with over 40,000 spectators with yellow Brazilian jerseys, creating a surging sea. The rhythm of samba drums shaking the heavens, and Brazilian fans singing and dancing as if they were already celebrating victory in advance. In one corner of the yellow sea, the red 5-star flag fluttered in the wind, and Chinese fans held hands, singing Ode to the Motherland again and again. Though their voices were not as loud as the others, they carried an unyielding tenacity that penetrated through the dense drumming. In the players' tunnel, the air seemed to freeze. The Chinese team's players stood in a line wearing red jerseys, their expressions devoid of any excess emotions. Chen Tao's ankle was wrapped in thick bandages, and after 3 days of rest it had healed quite well. Lionel stood at the back of the line, watching the Brazilian players with eyes full of anticipation. The Brazilian players, who had originally been joking and laughing, felt a sense of unease when they saw that green light. The name of Lionel had already left a deep impression on the world football scene after these few matches. No matter which club or youth national team, they could not ignore this powerhouse, who single-handedly eliminated Germany and Spain. When Brazilian players saw the other Chinese players, they felt okay. Even those with stronger abilities like Chen Tao seemed just one among them. They had over 10 players like that. But Lionel was different. Such a goalkeeper could change the entire situation. To win, they had to face Lionel. Only by scoring past him could they have a chance of victory. If they couldn't even score, then there was no talk of victory. The head coach of the Brazilian youth team, René Weber, stood aside, his gaze scanning Lionel like that of a hawk, then quietly instructed Captain Sosa. They had repeatedly watched the match footage of the Chinese team over the last few days and knew that Lionel could steadily catch all heavy shots from outside the penalty area. Thus the strategy was simple, yet extremely ruthless: use all possible means to pass the ball to the position closest to the goal, create an unknown chance, and then finish the match. Ding. System prompt: the match is about to begin. Please prepare. Host. Task progress 05. Lionel's lips curled into a cold smile. Then let's see if your onion is sharper or if my 10 fingers are harder. Both teams enter the field. With the announcer's voice, the two teams walked side by side out of the tunnel. Deafening cheers instantly swept over with boos and screams from Brazilian fans, nearly lifting the starting lineups were displayed on the big screen. Brazilian youth team: 442 goalkeeper no. 1 Renan defenders no. 2 Rafinha no. 3 Leonardo no. 14 Edu Carlos no. 6 Fabio Santos midfielders no. 16 Araujo no. 7 Diego Sosa C no. 8 Renato no. 10 Evandro forwards no. 11 Rafael Sobis no. 9 Bobo Chinese youth team: 541 goalkeeper no. 30 Lionel defenders no. 17 Tan Wang Song no. 5 Feng Xiaochen no. 4 Xiaoming no. 15 Xin Tao no. 3 Lu Yu midfielders no. 21 Hao Jun Min no. 7 Zhao Su Yang no. 8 Zhou Hai Bin no. 20 Chui Peng forwards no. 9 Dong Fong Jin. After the national anthem ceremony, both teams shook hands. The starting whistle sounded. Rafael Sobis stood at the center circle, his foot resting on the ball, a slight smile. He glanced at the Chinese team's penalty area and saw the goalkeeper in the green jersey standing on the goal line. He wasn't particularly tall nor particularly muscular and didn't seem extraordinary. Just a goalkeeper. Sobis mumbled to Diego Sosa beside him. Sosa didn't smile. He had watched Lionel's match footage. In that footage, this Chinese goalkeeper had caught all the long-range shots from the Germans, intercepted the Spanish's intricate passing with one hand, and turned Fabregas' powerful strike into a catching practice. Don't underestimate him, Sosa said. Sobis shrugged. I can score in 40 seconds. The last time you said that you were denied by the Egyptian goalkeeper twice. That was an accident. The ball was kicked out. The Brazilian team passed quickly. Renato, Sosa, Rafinha, the three made a triangular pass in the midfield as fast as if they were playing marbles. In less than 10 seconds, the football was at the edge of the Chinese team's penalty area. Sobeys darted into the right side of the penalty area, his running route tricky. As Zhao Ming closed in, Sobeys suddenly stopped and changed direction, shaking off half a position. Renato made a through pass, the football rolling close to the grass, the timing just right for Sobeys' sprint. Renato's through ball, Sobeys. Unknown. The voice of Duan Xian soared to a high pitch right at the start. The Brazilian attack was simply too fast, shot a blitz. This was clearly different from the Brazilian team's previous strategy. When Sobeys received the ball, he was already celebrating in his heart. From this position at this angle, he had scored no less than 20 in the Brazilian league. He even thought of the celebration move. The next second, Sobeys looked up and saw Lin Mo. Lin Mo had already rushed out. His masterful footwork made Lin Mo's speed of movement seem less like a goalkeeper and more like a sprinter leaping off the starting line. In 3 steps, Lin Mo had dashed from the small penalty area to stand before Sobeys. His body was low, arms spread wide, blocking all shooting angles. His eyes locked onto Sobeys without tension or excitement, only a calm scrutiny. At that moment, Lin Mo resembled a tiger watching its prey entering its territory. It wasn't a matter of whether to pounce, but when to strike. Looking into Lin Mo's eyes, Sobeys' knees suddenly softened. He hesitated in that instant before shooting. Such hesitation rarely appeared in him, but today, in the 40th second of the U20 World Cup semifinal, Sobeys' knees no longer obeyed him. What is this feeling? Why am I? No, I absolutely cannot be afraid. I must shoot. Yes, shoot with the Sobeys, the ace striker of Brazil, gritted his teeth, adjusted his steps, and shot with his right foot towards the far. Not bad. Daring to shoot while under my pressure. A cold smile flickered across Lin Mo's lips as his body surged forward without hesitation. He dropped sideways, fully extending his right arm, hooking the ball with a single palm before drawing it smoothly into his chest. The motion flowed seamlessly, crisp, decisive, utterly unencumbered. The unknown shot had been angled with surgical precision. Any slip would have invited an immediate follow-up. Lin Mo refused to grant Brazil even half a chance, not a sliver of opportunity. Lin Mo. He saved it. Duan Xian's voice erupted with raw excitement from the very first second. 40 seconds into the match, the breakaway by Sobeys has been thwarted by Lin Mo. Just like a basketball hook shot, he cradled the ball tight against his chest. Sobeys must have already begun celebrating, but Lin Mo wouldn't allow it. Zhang Lu drew a sharp breath beside him, his tone thick with disbelief. Lin Mo charged out with astonishing speed. When Sobeys received the ball, he still had multiple angles open, but the moment Lin Mo surged forward, every single option vanished. This wasn't merely a save, it was the suffocation of intent before it could even breathe. Sobeys stood frozen in place, hands clutching his head, rooted to the turf like a statue hammered into the earth. He glanced back at Lin Mo. The goalkeeper was rising calmly from the grass, brushing away blades of turf from his gloves, his expression serene, unervingly so. So it truly is impossible. Even from this distance I cannot score. Sobeys recalled his coach's pre-match instructions, and doubt began to coil quietly within him. Didn't the coach say we'd score within 40 seconds, eh? Souza muttered as he sprinted past Sobeys. This scenario had long been anticipated. For days they had studied China's goalkeeper, fully aware of just how terrifying such a keeper could be. For most goalkeepers, such a breakaway would be a nightmare. For Lin Mo, he was the nightmare, the shooter's own dread made flesh. Sobeys remained silent, a flicker of fear blooming deep within him. Fear he refused even to name. As Lin Mo tossed the ball to Feng Xiao Chun, Zhao Shuyang lowered his voice. Brother Lin, the look Sobeys just gave you. It was like he'd seen a ghost. Don't grow complacent. He's formidable. Lin Mo replied. Brazil only stumbled because they faced me. Against anyone else, that shot might well have found the net. I know, but can you at least let me catch my breath for a moment? Zhao Shuyang rubbed his thigh, his upper body drenched in sweat. It's only been 40 seconds, and I've already run 2 full sprints. I feel less like I'm playing a semifinal, and more like I'm running a marathon. No breathing allowed. Lin Mo set his gaze steady and commanding. The Brazilians won't grant you that luxury. We understand. We'll hold firm. Zhao Shuyang sighed, turned and trudged back to his defensive position, his steps heavy, weighted with Brazil quickly regrouped. The reigning champions were no mere pretenders. Their momentary shock at that failed breakaway lasted only an instant before they reassembled their attack, the depth of Samba football proving itself beyond mere rhetoric. 3rd minute. Rafinha and Evandro exchanged rapid 1-2s down the right flank. 1-2-3 touches, the ball dancing between them like a hummingbird weaving through blossoms, dazzling the eye. Rafinha passed to Evandro, who flicked it backward with his heel. Rafinha surged forward again, and the ball returned to his feet, their coordination flawless, as if guided by a single mind. Tan Wangsong was cleanly beaten by the 1-2, still unbalanced, still processing, while Rafinha exploded toward the byline swift as a gust of wind. Rafinha breaks through, crosses. Duan Xian's voice rose again, his heart leaping with the ball. The ball sliced low and hard toward the edge of the 6-yard box, blistering in pace, thunderous in power, like a cannonball tearing from its barrel. Striker Bobo had already claimed his spot, standing tall at 1. 86 meters, weighing nearly 90 kilograms, his neck thicker than Lin Mo's thigh, a towering wall of golden muscle. He leaned hard into Feng Xiaochun, arms wide to maximize his catching radius, while Feng perched behind him like a monkey clinging to an elephant, strained with every ounce of strength, yet couldn't budge him an inch. They leapt simultaneously, Feng's arms pressing down on Bobo's shoulders, Bobo's hip driving into Feng's ribs. The aerial clash fierce as two bulls locking horns in furious combat. Feng felt his ribs threatening to snap, yet he clenched his jaw and held his ground. Not a single step retreat. At the instant the ball struck Bobo's forehead, a dull, resonant thud echoed. Thump, sending a shiver through every spectator's chest. The ball rocketed toward goal from under 6 meters, so powerful that Chinese fans in the stands collectively gasped, many squeezing their eyes shut, unable to bear witness. How could such a shot possibly be stopped, at such proximity with such force? Lin Mo's pupils contracted instantly upon Bobo's contact, shrinking to needle-fine points. His monkey fist intuition whispered top right corner, immense power, razor-sharp angle. The explosive thrust of his Qiu Jiao technique propelled him sideways like lightning, leaving a faint furrow in the turf as he slid 2 full steps across the pitch, his speed blurring into afterimages. Then he launched himself skyward, right arm fully extended, fingers splayed wide, forming an impenetrable. The moment the ball struck Lin Mo's palm, his iron shirt art tensed instinctively across his entire frame, muscles coiling into the densest possible configuration to absorb impact, while Tai Chi's yielding force rippled from wrist to shoulder, dissipating the blow layer by layer like water flowing over stone. Thud. A muffled impact. Lin Mo dropped to one knee, the ball cradled securely in his arms, motionless, utterly still, as if it were not a thunderous header but a gentle, perfectly weighted pass. Bobo's header, Lin Mo. He's caught it again. Duan Xian's voice grew hoarse, strained with emotion, yet his exhilaration rang unmistakably clear. Within minutes of kickoff, Bobo's thunderous glancing header from the edge of the 6-yard box. Its sheer power defies description, but Lin Mo seized it outright. Zhang Lu slowly sipped tea in the broadcast booth before speaking, his voice rich with awe. That sequence was extraordinary. As you saw, the header came from less than 6 meters. Bobo's forehead met the ball with devastating force. Few keepers, if any, could even react in time. Yet Lin Mo not only reached it, he clutched it firmly with a grip unlike anything I've ever witnessed. Zhang Lu shook his head, incredulity etched across his face. After decades commentating on football, he had never encountered a goalkeeper like this. Bobo stared at Lin Mo stunned, his forehead still tingling, faintly sore from the collision. He was certain his header had been perfect, angle, power, timing, all aligned flawlessly, matching his very best training efforts, where 9 out of 10 such attempts found the back of the net. Yet this Chinese goalkeeper had caught it, steadily, unshakably, like an immovable fortress. A tremor ran through him, so profound it vibrated up from his soles. Impossible. This man isn't human. Bobo murmured softly, barely audible, yet crystal clear to himself. Lin Mo Ro's ball still held close and met Bobo's gaze. Their eyes locked, sparking an invisible electric tension in the air between them. Bobo stood slightly taller, broader in build, but Lin Mo's gaze made him feel for the first time on the pitch diminished, overwhelmed not by size, but by sheer undeniable dominance. If even this fails, what will it take to score? Damn it. Bobo averted his eyes, turned, and trudged back to position, his steps leaden, his spirit heavier, still weighed down by an invisible stone. 5th minute. Brazil attacked once more, refusing to accept fate, unwilling to believe a 17-year-old Chinese goalkeeper could stand unbreached. Renato collected the ball in midfield, lifted his eyes, and seeing Evandro raising his hand at the edge of the penalty arc, delivered a precise, low-driven thruff ball, gliding smoothly along the turf at perfect tempo. Evandro received it, fainted right against Zhou Haiban's challenge. His fake shot so convincing, he almost believed. Zhou Haiban lurched off balance, toppling helplessly to the right, completely exposed, defense shattered. Evandro cut inside, curling a left-footed shot with fierce spin toward the far corner. Its trajectory elegant, its angle merciless. Evandro, fake shot, real cut, shoots. Duan Xian's voice rose again, but this time without urgency. He watched Lin Mo move, calm, unhurried, supremely assured. Lin Mo took a single lateral step, not diving, not crouching, simply opening his palms to receive the ball, as effortlessly as catching a practice feed from his coach. He didn't even bother with a formal save motion. 3 minutes, 3 shots, 3 saves, each one absolute, unassailable. Brazil's lightning assault had collapsed utterly, deflated like a punctured balloon collapsing in silence. Brazilian fans in the stands shifted from roaring exuberance to stunned silence. Mouths agape, words failing them, expressions shifting from anticipation to bewilderment, then to disbelief. Meanwhile, Chinese supporters erupted in deafening tidal roars, wave upon wave of sound shaking the stadium to its foundations. Lin Mo, incredible. Lin Mo, divine keeper. Brazil, go on, score already. On Brazil's bench, the head coach's face had darkened into storm cloud severity. His eyes locked onto that lone green figure on the pitch, his fists clenched so tightly the knuckles blanched white. 3 minutes, 3 shots, all saved. He ground the words out through gritted teeth, low ominous like distant thunder before a deluge. Impossible. Utterly impossible. How could a 17-year-old Chinese goalkeeper be this strong? He shot upright, stormed to the touchline, and bellowed across the pitch, his voice carrying across half the field. Attack. Keep attacking. I refuse to believe he'll hold us off the entire match. Push forward. Smash China's goal apart. Lionel Messi stood poised on his line, cradling the ball, watching Brazil reorganize their assault. His gaze as still and deep as a mountain lake, untouched by ripple or storm. Smash my goal apart. A faint icy smirk traced Lionel Messi's lips, sharp as a blade drawn in moonlight. Then come. Trot. Within the penalty area. I decide. Evandro stood there, his eyes filled with confusion. He had scored 3 goals in the Brazilian league with this move, each time deceiving the goalkeeper's balance. But Lionel Messi showed no signs of being fooled, as if he knew in advance that Evandro was going to faint. Why isn't he moving? Evandro asked the approaching Sosa. Sosa shook his head, uncertain. He had seen Lionel Messi handle situations like this in the video, and no matter how many feints the attacking player made, Lionel Messi always waited until the last moment to act. He wasn't slow to react. He could predict which actions were genuine and which were feints. Such a goalkeeper was truly terrifying. Hey, Chinese kid. Sosa shouted at Lionel Messi in Portuguese accented English from the edge of the penalty area. That was just a lucky guess, right? Lionel Messi glanced at him without responding. Sosa frowned and turned to walk away. He hated the feeling of being ignored. In the 7th minute, Sosa received the ball outside the penalty area 30 meters from the goal. He was known as Brazil's long-range shooting expert, having nearly knocked out opponents with powerful strikes in the group stage. But this time he chose not to shoot from distance. He recalled Weber's pre-match advice, that Chinese goalkeeper is unafraid of long shots to hit him with high balls and challenge him physically. He likes to rush outright. Then let him. Make him unstable in the penalty area. Sosa feigned a kick and passed the ball to Leonardo, who was making a run down the flank. Leonardo didn't wait for the ball to settle. With the inside of his right foot, he flicked it, sending it arcing toward the back post of the penalty area. Meanwhile, Brazilian striker Soares launched from the top of the arc like a shark, sensing blood, charging directly into the small box. Another high ball. Duan Xian's voice was tense. The Brazilian team is clearly targeting Lionel Messi's height. They know he is only 181 meters and want to use headers to break through the Chinese team's defense. Lionel Messi looked up at the trajectory of the ball and quickly assessed its landing point. It wasn't going to the back post. Leonardo's cross had a strong inward spin, and the ball would drift back toward the center. Soares ran past. Without hesitation, Lionel Messi sprang into action, leaping from the goal line. Lionel Messi is charging out. Jean-Luc couldn't help but shout. Soares saw Lionel Messi coming and smirked. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Before the match, the coach had shown them video footage of Lionel Messi. They discovered a pattern. When Lionel Messi charged out, all his attention was focused on the ball, and he was slow to react to collisions from the side. Let me show you how a goalkeeper should behave. Soares changed his running path, no longer heading towards the landing point, but instead cutting across Lionel Messi's trajectory. The distance between the two shrank rapidly. Lionel Messi, be careful. Feng Xiaoqing shouted from behind, but he was pinned down by Brazilian players and couldn't warn him in time. Lionel Messi caught a glimpse of the yellow figure out of the corner of his eye and felt a chill run down his spine. But he didn't slow down. At the moment of contact, Lionel Messi wrapped his arms around the ball, his body curling into a ball, like the embracing the ball stance in Tai Chi, lowering his center of gravity to the minimum. Soares' shoulder collided solidly with Lionel Messi's side. Bang! The sound was dull like 2 sandbags. Soares had thought this collision would send Lionel Messi sprawling on the ground. He weighed 10 kilograms more than Lionel Messi, and combined with his momentum, most people would have been sent flying. But Lionel Messi merely swayed slightly. His body felt as though it were rooted in place. What? Soares. He felt as if his shoulder had slammed into a wall of cotton. All his force dissipated, and the rebound sent him flying back 2 meters. Puff! Soares looked up at the sky, stars flashing before his eyes. What just happened? Right, I was knocked away. Knocked away. After a while, Soares finally came to his senses. I hate this feeling of flying. Lionel Messi lowered his head, looking down at Soares. Though his expression was neutral, Soares inexplicably felt a chill run down his back. Is that all? Lionel Messi said softly, his voice not loud, but Soares heard it clearly. Lionel Messi tossed the ball to Feng Xiaoqing. Soares got up from the ground, rubbed his sore shoulder, and looked at Lionel Messi with an incredulous gaze. As he walked back to the midfield, Evandro approached and asked, what happened? I don't know. Soares shook his head. He doesn't look like a goalkeeper, but like someone who has trained in combat. Just a goalkeeper, Evandro scoffed. Don't underestimate him, Soares said seriously for once. When he received the ball, just now my hand was close to his foot, and he pulled it back in advance. It wasn't luck. He always knew what I was going to do. Not only did he avoid a foul, but he also knocked me away. Honestly, you wouldn't enjoy that feeling. Evandro said nothing, but the disdain in his eyes lessened. The Brazilian team organized another attack. This time it was Evandro on the right flank. He received the ball near the sideline, deftly changing direction twice to shake off Luyes' defense and drove toward the baseline. He didn't cross the ball. Instead, he used his left foot to pull the ball back and immediately executed a cowtail flick, causing Zhao Ming, who had come to defend, to stumble. The Brazilian fans in the stands erupted in cheers. Evandro glanced at the penalty area, then with a flick of his left foot, sent the ball arcing toward the top of the penalty area. There Diego Sousa was already waiting. But Sousa didn't shoot directly. He controlled the ball with his chest, and before it touched the ground, he lightly flicked it with the instep of his right foot, lifting it over the head of Feng Xiaoqing, who was rushing to block. Feng Xiaoqing's face changed dramatically. Oh my! He had never felt so helpless against the Spanish youth team. The samba skills of the Brazilian youth team were simply too strong and too instinctive. This left him in quite a dilemma. Sousa leaned back and leaped into the air. Overhead kick. An overhead kick. Sousa is going for an overhead shot. Duan Xian's voice was filled with excitement. As expected of the Brazilian youth team, such a difficult move seems as simple to them as breathing. Sousa's right foot struck the ball solidly, sending it flying like a cannonball toward the upper left corner of the goal. This was his signature move in the Brazilian domestic league. An overhead kick without letting the ball touch the ground, with power and angle that were nothing short of perfect. Lionel Messi stood on the goal line, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the trajectory of the ball. The monkey fist's prediction in his mind provided a clear route upper left corner into the post. Good shot. Lionel Messi even mentally applauded Sousa's attempt. But he didn't retreat. His feet were firmly planted, body slightly leaning forward, hands reaching toward the incoming ball. Smack! The ball was securely caught in Lionel Messi's hands. There was no bobble, no change in direction. It was remarkably stable. Lionel Messi even had the strength to adjust his catching posture, firmly cradling the ball in his arms. The entire stadium fell silent. Sousa got up from the ground covered in grass clippings, his eyes filled with disbelief. He caught it. Sousa asked Evandro, who was rushing over. Evandro remained silent, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. He had witnessed Sousa score countless times with that hook shot during training. The ball was fast at a tricky angle and with a downward curve, making it difficult even for a world-class goalkeeper to save. But Lionel Messi caught it. Steady and unfaltering. This goalkeeper from Huawei, he can't be human, right? Sousa murmured. Evandro took a deep breath and patted Sousa's shoulder. It's okay, keep going. He will make mistakes eventually. Yet even as he spoke, he felt a lack of confidence in his own words. Lionel Messi threw the ball to Feng Xiaoqing and brushed the grass clippings off his gloves. His peripheral vision caught sight of the few five-star red flags in the stands, fueling the fire within him even more. The Brazilian team was awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. The position was on the right side, 28 meters from the goal. The executor was Evandro. His left-footed free kick was renowned in Brazil as the Little Roberto Carlos. While setting up the wall, Feng Xiaoqing intentionally added one more player, 6 of them lined up in front of the penalty area, hands protecting vital points. Evandro stood in front of the ball, hands on his hips, squinting as he assessed the wall's positioning. His peripheral vision swept over Lionel Messi's position, slightly to the left near the wall. You've exposed your right side. Evandro smirked coldly to himself. The referee's whistle blew. Evandro took a run-up and struck the ball with the inside of his left foot, curling it beautifully. The football sailed over the wall, descending rapidly, not heading for the goal, but towards the center of the penalty area. It's not a direct shot. It's a tactical free kick. Duan Xian's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Sobies circled around from the outside of the wall and leaped high at the point where the ball would land. He didn't aim directly for the goal. Instead, he flicked it with his head. The football changed direction, heading for the near corner of the goal, and there Leonardo was already in position, ready for a volley. This series of plays flowed seamlessly, showcasing the extraordinary chemistry among the Brazilian players. Damn it, these guys are incredibly in sync. Lionel Messi's pupils suddenly constricted, cursing inwardly, yet paradoxically feeling even more exhilarated. The anticipation of the monkey fist technique quickly concluded. The header's flick would land in the far corner, while Leonardo's volley would target the near corner. 2 directions, 2 threats. Lionel Messi chose the simplest approach. He took a step forward, positioning himself at the near corner, his hands steadily raised. Leonardo's volley shot towards the upper corner of the near side with a truly tricky angle and considerable power. But for Lionel Messi, this shot was no different from Sousa's hook shot. Smack! Another crisp sound of catching the ball echoed. Lionel Messi firmly grasped the ball, not even swaying his body. Leonardo was left dumbfounded. He stood there, hands on his head, staring in disbelief at the ball in Lionel Messi's hands. This is impossible. He muttered. I aimed for the upper corner. How could he catch it so steadily? Evandro walked over and patted Leonardo's shoulder. It's okay, keep going next time. But his voice lacked the confidence it once had. That previous free kick combination had been designed by him, practiced countless times during training, and had consistently breached the goalkeeper's defenses. Even if the goalkeeper managed to save it, would surely be a fumble, giving the teammates a chance for a follow-up shot. But Lionel Messi caught it directly. He didn't even give them a chance to follow up. He plays by his own rules, Evandro whispered to Sosa. Sosa glanced at him saying, you think you just realized. Lin Mo threw the goal kick to Feng Xiaoqing and clapped his hands. Feng Xiaoqing took a deep breath, calming his lungs which were about to explode. Damn it, this isn't trying to kill us, is it? The attack and defense are so fast. Plus he's thrown the ball to me several times now, making it so awkward for me. The game continued. The Brazilian team's attacking pace noticeably accelerated as they realized that high balls and tactical plays had little effect on Lin Mo, so they changed their strategy. Evandro received the ball on the left side of the penalty area, performing 3 consecutive bicycle kicks to shake off Zhao Ming's defense before crossing with his left foot. The ball flew towards the small penalty area with intense inward rotation. Sobies and Feng Xiaoqing jumped simultaneously, colliding midair. Sobies made contact with the ball, first flicking it with his forehead, sending it towards the near corner of the goal. Here it comes again. Lin Mo lightly shifted his feet, hands reaching out towards the football, securely catching it. Sobies landed his momentum, causing him to bump into Lin Mo. Lin Mo remained motionless while Sobies was bounced back, landing on his backside. Foul. He collided with me. Sobies protested while sitting on the ground. But the referee shook his head, signaling for the game to continue. Lin Mo had touched the ball first, and the subsequent physical contact was within reasonable limits. Besides, after catching the ball, he didn't even move. It was Sobies who collided with him. Sobies got up from the ground, looking quite displeased. He watched Lin Mo's back, feeling an indescribable frustration. It was as if this person was always waiting for them to collide. Every time they thought they could seize the ball, Lin Mo always handled it a step ahead and used his body to make them pay the price. And the most terrifying part was that Lin Mo never dropped the ball. No matter what shot was taken, it seemed to stick to his hands. He's not just guarding the goal. He's fighting, and he has never lost, Sobies said to Evandro. Chen Tao received the ball in midfield, glanced. The Brazilian defense was pushed high up with only Leonardo and Edu Carlos left in the back. Opportunity. Go. Chen Tao made a quick move, starting the ball at speed. Brazilian defensive midfielder Araujo rushed up to press him. Chen Tao remained calm, lightly flicking the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it through Araujo's legs while turning to evade. He split the ball and the man. Araujo, trying to pull his jersey back, only grasped air. Chen Tao. Beautiful nutmeg. Duan Xian stood up in the commentary booth. After passing Araujo, Chen Tao didn't slow down, continuing to advance with the ball. Brazilian defensive midfielder Diego Sosa slid in from the side, his studs carving a shallow groove in the grass. Chen Tao caught a glimpse of that yellow figure in his peripheral vision, and with a half-step advantage nudged the ball to the right towards Zhao Shuyang, jumping over Sosa's sliding tackle. Zhao Shuyang didn't stop the ball, but returned it with a quick touch, sending it back to Chen Tao's feet. One it's clean and efficient. The continuous cooperation between Chen Tao and Zhao Shuyang. The double defensive midfielders of the Brazilian team were completely bypassed. Duan Xian's voice rose. The counterattack from Huagua team is too fast. The Huagua fans in the stands were all on their feet. Two-way, Xian Gu gripped the drumsticks tightly, the drumbeat growing increasingly urgent. Brazilian head coach Weber jumped up on the sideline, waving his hands and shouting in Portuguese, fall back. Quickly fall back. Don't give them a chance. In their tactics, the Huagua team was never supposed to have a chance to counterattack. Yet at this moment, Chen Tao had already surged with the ball into the Brazilian team's penalty area 30 meters from the goal. Leonardo positioned himself in front of Dong Fanjing, the two of them battling for position near the top of the penalty area.